No, make up their own mind.
All right.
It is, you know, it's back towards the back when you look at it, but it says right there they can send you straight to jail.
That is.
Don't collect $200.
Now, say that they were to say that they were to send someone to like jail over that, right? Would that be like a Patriot Act type deal if you're saying that they wouldn't get an attorney or anything, or an
Very
appeal?
close to it, because it apparently is coming off the Patriot Act.
Oh my God.
Using something that as follow on to it.
That's fucking disgusting, Neil.
No shit. And for me to get pissed off about this stuff, well, I'm just trying to throw a star cluster up to say, you know, people out there in the communications land, you need to be writing your congressmen and senators to say, hey, this section of the bill is bullshit.
Well, the whole section of the bill is bullshit, probably. That what they do is they go ahead and they write these they write these, you know, what, couple 100-page bills up, right? And then they sneak these little tiny, you know, like loopholes in them without, and then they name it something completely like separate. You know what I mean?
I sit and read these things.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's a reason for that. I've been in this town too fucking long. I know better. But in this case, you know, if they deem the Buzz's margin call a security threat because you said something bad about Biden, then your ass is in jail for 20 years, $1 million fine, all your property, equipment, everything else confiscated.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, I wish I could afford $1 million fine.
Okay. And if I gave you advice on it, then I get the same treatment.
Holy fuck! Yeah. Okay. So let's just I guess be careful with. Well, you said that they didn't. What's it called? You said that they didn't pass that law yet. But God forbid that they do pass that law. We will definitely watch what we say.
Well, I mean, it's they now have free access to all your electronic equipment.
Yeah. It's it's just a screwed up world we live in, Neil. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but until a few people start saying bullshit and getting the rest, you know, and raising a big stink about it, then you're allowing it to happen.
You're right.
And that's why I was saying I put it there, if in case you wanted to mention it online and say, hey, we kind of recommend you go read this, because some of the things the second, third order effective
I absolutely will. Let me wait till I get a full run before I do that, though. You know what I mean? But all right, let me get started here. Thank you very much for those thoughts. If you could like think into that whole AMC 8 thing for me, that'd be so awesome to have your insight. Yeah. So it doesn't really sound like you're doubting his ability to go ahead and try to fuck everybody via an article, right? that's what I thought. All right, let me get this stream. I'm sure I'm probably gonna have a million questions for you, like I always do. But as al- as always, you know, more than grateful for you, bud.
Take care.
All right, bye now.
In fact, I'll tell you what. I'll actually send you my copy of the Thomas Crown Affair. That's one you could actually watch with Anna.
Wow.
And probably get a really good lay. Yeah. It's a guy and girl movie. Get all the action stuff for taking a picture for the set portion.
Uh-huh.
But the guy's also a thrill seeker, so you know, there's a lot of different flicks if you want to see them.
All right. Well, all right. Let me get to this, pal. I appreciate you, my friend. All right. Sorry. That was me and Neil. I will never not take that man's phone call. Wow, HLBZ, huh? What happened there? There's no gap there either, guys. If you got in down here, congratulations, because I don't know if you're going to be able to find that price again. That's interesting. Any thoughts on BRDS? I like how the chairman bought 1.5 million shares. I mean, I don't know. They got to know something, right? At least, like, you would think. I would think. Look at Rig. Rig does not want to stop. My God. I'm telling you guys, Rig is the real deal. It has its pullbacks here and there, but, like, it just... Like, look at the chart on it. Here, fuck, we'll go to a 4-hour. Look at that shit. I don't know. Rig is a powerhouse. Wait, you're saying BRDS is up because oil went up? And you're saying... I mean, that would make sense because Hellbiz is up. You know, that does make sense. Okay. So, I thought you were referring to the fact that... that... No. I know. I understand that. I understand that. I thought you were referring to the fact that BRDS is up because it's a battery like mobility company, right? Like a green mobility company, and so is Hellbiz, right? So Hellbiz is probably running in sympathy with BRDS. That was the confusion that I made. I apologize. But what I'm saying also makes sense, though, right? And then this is up because Bitcoin is up. What do I think about SI with all the Bitcoin? It depends what Bitcoin is going to continue to do. If Bitcoin's going to continue to jet, then obviously I'm going to like it. But I like a lot of the, what's it called? I like some of the miners as well. I like some of the miners almost better with the small cap miners, like Hive or SDIG or I don't know. Just some of the smaller cap things that are tied to Bitcoin, like almost directly, if Bitcoin is going to continue to rise. But I have a feeling that Bitcoin's going to settle kind of where it's at for a minute. So I don't know exactly know how I feel about just that. I think that they're going to come up, and then I think that they're going to pause. And I would play puts on the way down. It just, do I really want to play puts on Bitcoin? Like, do I really think that strongly in my thesis that Bitcoin would go down? I don't know. So I might take a pot shot here or there, but generally speaking, I'm going to stick to things that I have been, like, you know, piling in on. MYNZ had news today. It's a company with the home cancer test. Okay. Bitcoin's about to move. Just so everybody knows. Let's look at what he said. MYNZ. MYNZ. Identifies 2 gene expression biomarkers with strong. Well, that's great news. That's excellent news, actually. If you've done your DD into the company and you were waiting on, data, I mean, who's to say that that's not the data you were waiting for? You know? Hellbiz tried the VWAP, actually. No, trying it again. Hellbiz might be a fucking rip today. They're gonna try to cross the MACD. Whew. You're waiting for double bottom if it comes? You did not buy, but you thought it was an interesting company? Word. Fair enough. That's a bold move. Right there. Update. Credit Suisse still helping wealthy dodge U.S. taxes. U.S. Senate committee finds. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I think we're going up today. So long as Bitcoin holds the 200, I'll show it to you right now. Oops. I think we go up today. Now there's just a hard down on Bitcoin, so ignore that because I didn't see that when I said that. But we need to hold the 200. I think we hold the 200. I think we're in good shape on the day. We'll see. AMC 513 down. Barely down. Thank you very much. Ooh, VIX is under 20. Oh, wait, hold on a second. The SWIFT banking system put out a tweet. I have to read it. It's time for the securities industry to take settlement efficiency to the next level. Director of Capital Market Strategy at SWIFT explains why. I'm going to retweet this. And I'm sure I can't listen now, but I want to listen later. If you guys want to listen to it now, please go ahead. I just can't because I'd get DMCA probably. But I did just retweet something from Swift. My my handle is @BuzzMarginCall. Feel free. There's now a small gap underneath on Ape. I'm assuming that that'll fill on open though. Heads up on Wolf, guys. This was mentioned yesterday. Don't be surprised if AMC comes down and Ape goes up. Either 200 higher lows. We're going up. She's going up. Alright, let's look at dollar strength. Dollar strength is also rising. Oof. Yuck. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, folks. Ooh. Thank you, Mark. Let's see. What are we going to do with the 48? Trying to cross the MACD. It's right there. Bitcoin's up. Oh, and there's a bunch of Jeff Bezos information in chat regarding AMC. Feel free to read. Feel free to go ahead and participate in chat as well. I think that we have a pretty welcoming community. At least I'd like to think that. SOXL up 3.3. Okay. I have L1 bank entry indicator on Elliott Wave Finder very accurate. See, I don't want to fuck with my shit because of how my tech issues have been. And I'm satisfied with what I'm seeing via. I just don't want to. I don't want to load my chart and make it too heavy, if that makes sense. That's my issue. Dude, read the last part. Sorry. Though it has slid nearly 72% over the past year, Bezos may also want to wait and see if the stock continues to erode or jump on potential bankruptcy. I was just talking to Neil about that. Neil happens to, you know what? I can't disclose what Neil and I said because that was a private conversation. It was a private conversation, and It wasn't a recorded call. Maybe, but not. Maybe, but not yet. I think, and that's me, not him. Maybe, but not yet. AMC flip-flop to green. Okay. I may have perfectly bottom tick Carvana yesterday. Why do these things fucking disappear? What the fuck? Well, if you roll it back on stream, you guys can see that I drew a risk-reward indicator down here. Got an entry down there. We'll see. I mean, it's... What's it, fucking 10 cents? It's not that big of a deal, but... I do like my entries. Be back in a bit? Okay. Be back in a bit. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate you, brother. Without you guys, I have no growth. Seriously. I like Credit Suisse. I do. Might not be a sexy play, quote unquote, but I like it. GSAT, what doing? What doing, GSAT? Well, we're coming to the edge of my drawing here on Mullen. So we have that going for us. It tried to pop it. Obviously didn't like that. We're at the 48 right now. TBLT up 3.5. Surprise, surprise. Oh, look at that. SFT ran 18% yesterday, then gave up all of its gains. Mullen. Mullen, break the drawing. Go ahead. Continue. Yesterday had a volume of 452 million and average volume is 331. And it was a down day. Where are the bangers? I want to pull something else up, but like this looks like it's gonna fucking go. Bitcoin's lifting off the 200 right now. I just want to see what Bitcoin does. If Bitcoin retraces down a little bit, I'll pull this off the chart. Just give me a second. Back down to the 2. See, what do we got? Oh, we need some strength here. What up, Doc? I didn't even realize you messaged. How you doing, dog? Money, money, money. What's up, brother? I didn't even look at Saidu today. Hold on. Did I or did I not tell you that this could be a potential entry or like a potential entry? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Look, you're about to get a gold cross right there. I might like this today. Look how high it is above MACD as well. I might like Saidu today. Doing well, hoping for some action in the market. Yeah, same. Bitcoin again. Hold on. Bitcoin's trying to twist off 200. Come on, mate. Ride the train with me. You and I will not be doing any trains together. Oh, God, I'm terrible. What up, Will? Kelita. Chillin'. Hope you are doing well. Glad to see you in chat. So no Eiffel Towers or nope. And once we get a full room in here, right, I want to tell you what Neil told me on the phone that he told me that I should tell everybody, but not until there's more viewers in here, just because this, like, it pertains to all of us, and it's scary almost. But more people need to hear it than just those that are here. So we're gonna wait a few. I'm gonna wait until, you know, I have at least, you know, my usual at least 30 plus, and then I'll go ahead and talk about that. Very, very scary stuff. Very, very scary stuff. So that'll probably be like towards market open. Ooh, I like tblt here. I like tblt. Underneath the MACD on the 2 hour still. Just underneath on the 1. Same deal. It just needs a little bit of pressure. I might just end up liking tblt. Bitcoin down through the 200. SPY. You know what also wouldn't be that bad? If Bitcoin and like the Qs and SPY disjointed today. That would be very, very interesting in my opinion. Like extremely interesting. Wow, Lucid is attractive. Buy Saidu. Oh yeah, okay. I might buy Saidu for my own reasons, not because you're telling me to do it. Usually, if someone tells me to do something, I won't do it just purely because they told me to do it. But in this circumstance, I kind of like the way I've seen Saidu move, and the risk reward at this point looks interesting to me. So I might actually have to listen to what you just said, even though it goes against kind of my core beliefs. Coinbase up almost 3. Hive is now up 6. HLBZ 16. I wonder if this is just purely running in sympathy with BRDS. I'm really, really wondering. We're actually going to try a trick that Neil brought up to me a while ago. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a 3-minute. I was not in BRDS. I said that I think Hellbiz might be running in sympathy after BRDS. So I try to draw this perfect because this is very important that I draw perfect. Okay. Buzz, I was scrolling through tickers while I woke up and came across one that looks sketchy. It's MLGO. It looks like SINT metric-wise, but if you look into its holders, it's 2 people. Avoid, in my opinion. Well, hold on. Let me, before you say avoid, let me see who the holders are real quick. You said it was, morning, Mom. Alright, you said it was MLGO. Let me go ahead onto this screen real quick, just so I don't overload my computer and have that same issue. So, MLGO, let me see who the holders are. The holders are... No, there's more than 2 holders, brother. You have WIMI Hologram Cloud, who owns 65.92% of the company. MIDI International, which is 18% of the company. So those are probably the 2 that you're talking about. But Milestone Investment is in it. Goldman Sachs is in it. Geode's in it. Hudson's in it. Citadel's in it. Jane Street's in it. Virtu's in it. Yeah. You're right. It doesn't look pretty. Only 9.7% of that company is for sale. That's MLGO. They are in the what's it called field. They are in the IT field though, so that's kind of intriguing. I say puts on JP Morgan and gold looks very interesting. Alan, I think everything that you say sounds interesting. And I'm not disagreeing with you. You and I very, very rarely disagree. Very, very rarely. Although in all fairness, how long have I been saying that real assets are going to be a big deal? I've been saying that for a hot minute. So it is what it is. Yeah, and the earnings look decent. My brokerage must not have updated the profile yet. They showed big money selling positions. All right, wait. Let me go back because I could certainly do that. All right, let's see. Insider sells. There's nothing showing on Ortex for insider sells on MLGO. Can I look at BRDS? Of course I can. I'm sorry that I can't do it on this screen for you guys to see, guys. It just, for some reason, it's like overloading my computer, and it really shouldn't be because I cleaned it. I changed VPNs. Like, I did the whole shit. 62.2 million cap. 52.8% of the company's on float. That's just under 170 million shares. There's almost 321 million total. As far as shorts go, you're looking at 95.56% utilization, and then you're looking at 12.93 short. Short score is just under 75. And then let's see your holders here. Neil, I know I just got off the phone with you, but Mom wants to know where gold can be bought. And then BRDS has a good amount of holders, including BlackRock. Vanguard owns them. Geode, State Street, Palantir actually owns some. I find it interesting that Palantir has some. I will say that. That's BRDS. Okay, I just want to make sure that I drew that drawing correctly. These GAN fans that I'm drawing are very, very, like, I don't know, very, very sensitive. So I just have to make sure that I'm drawing them absolutely correctly. Q's with a gap up. Coinbase 3%. Coinbase about to go. Coinbase might have a gap underneath it. Hold on. Coinbase has a gap underneath it right now, it looks like. Oh, let me mark this up. This will be my buy point in the future. So now there's a gap there. Let's keep that in mind. So Coinbase looks strong, but just remember that there is a gap there now. And you guys know how strongly I feel about that. Whoa. Hopefully that comes down so I could hop in. Viri was one of those, like one of those stocks that that Frank was representing. I did not hear news on DUAC. What happened on DUAC? You want real doubloons or ETF? Says Neil. I'm assuming that she means real, like real shit, like legitimate gold. Oh, okay. They regained compliance. Beautiful. You know what? Wait. This would make me want to look at these. Not you're getting to a point where warrants are gonna almost be like the better buy in theory, but just be careful because warrants are a lot more dangerous than straight stock. But obviously, like high risk, high reward. You know, you guys know how it goes. You're almost at that point where it makes sense to buy warrants instead of straight stock, and at that point in time, the price might drive. Coinbase is about to be taken out by the U.S. government? Or Coinbase is going to go ahead and partner with the U.S. government. Bitcoin forming a cup right now above the 200. All the EMAs are straight on it as well. What about what about Saidu? You didn't say please. Technically that's a Neil, is it okay if I message her your number? You know, because if it's okay if I message her your number, then I'll just do that right now. That way you guys can talk off YouTube. You don't have to call me baby, but absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me try to connect Rocket Girl and Neil. I have to get Neil's permission first before I share his number. Triangle in here at Sonic or Rocket Mom. Yes. I would love to share. Yes? Okay. Alright, give me 1 second while I provide her with his number. Why don't you just copy and paste? I don't know why this won't copy and paste. Hold on a second. Fuck. Now my pen won't work. Give me a second. This pen. Mom, I'm messaging his number right now. There you go. Okay. What was I doing now? What was I supposed to do? SIDU. You want levels of resistance on SIDU. Didn't we do this yesterday? We did. Right there. We'll call it 50 cents. And then 59 cents. And change. You'd be bouncing off support right now. Off, like, on top of that drawing. Which is interesting, but it might still slide along the drawing. I mean, unless my TA's off, of course. That could always be possible. On a 1 hour, that's almost like an extended double bottom. Interesting. Interesting look. HLBZ up. Whew. How are you guys doing this morning? We chilling? Chilling? I say Carvana is as good a play as Coinbase. Just my thought, not advice. Whoa! Alan, did you just say what I think you just said? Interesting. We did pretty well on Coinbase, huh? I mean, so far we've done well on Carvana too, but interesting. Hellbiz struggling at the GAN fan line. They belong in a place where you short the shit out of them. Okay, yeah, never mind. I guess the way that I handled the Coinbase trade was much better than other people, then, apparently. Because I took that as I don't know, I took that as a compliment for some reason. Maybe I just don't know what's about to happen with Coinbase. I think Coinbase is gonna be fine. I think that there's a lot of bullshit going on about them. Guys, I think that Credit Suisse is gonna be a long play, but I think it could be an absolute banger. Just saying. I've been saying that. Heads up on it, at least. Mullen trying to get that lift through my drawing. Let's see if it'll carry. It's also trying to spread above the MACD. SBNY thoughts. Well, I don't know the banking laws. Like I don't know like all the laws in New York. I just don't. And with them going ahead and with them like cracking down on banks that over leveraged, that might be an issue. However, I believe that the price that it's trading at does not truly reflect the amount of assets that they own. I think that the amount of assets that they have far outweigh the liabilities. They may need to go ahead and they may need to trim here and there, but ultimately I believe that their assets, far outweigh their current stock price. Because I know it sold off hard yesterday, right? But what did it go to? $0.13. I know it's OTC now, but I mean, think about it. 13 cents. 13 cents. It dropped fucking $70 and it's 13 cents. I mean, it's certainly an interesting risk reward, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the rest of Wall Street's right, but so far, the rest of Wall Street has not been right. They have not been right. And you know what? A lot of our conspiracy theories, quote unquote, have been right. So, I'm going to just keep, being my own analyst. Me and Neil. How does that sound, Neil? How does that sound? We'll go ahead and we'll just, initiate quote unquote coverage on our own. I don't think that you need a degree in order to like a stock, right? Scott goes, not if it goes bust. Well, that's where risk reward comes in. Oh, it's open to close. Okay, it's open to close puts in my... Okay, alright, never mind. I got what you're saying. Credit Suisse all over the news that the bank helped their customers to not pay taxes. Yeah, it's a... How many hit pieces have we seen? Every bank does that. Every bank with a very wealthy group, we'll call them, right? They all do the same fucking thing. They all do it. So, I am not swayed by that news one bit. Not one bit. Just a few more people, and I'll tell you guys what Neil and I talked about. I want to at least have 30 in here before I tell you guys the conversation we just had. It's kind of scary. It's a bill that's being presented. If it does affect all of us, which is why I'm waiting. But it did not pass yet, I think that's very important. But I think that we should spread awareness of the bill once I tell you guys, because I think that more and more people need to know about it. But it's not like it's like time urgent and I need to tell you guys like right this second. That's why I just want more people to be here. If you didn't know that the market is a minefield, you're in big trouble. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Bitcoin looks like she might go. Hold on, let me pull it. SBNY was open only to allow to exercise and close at puts. It wasn't for that they still have the stock suspended. Federal Reserve internal watchdog launched its own review this morning. I wouldn't be touching it. Okay, so you know what that means? I'd probably be in and out if I took a trade. If I did take a trade on it, I'd be in and out then, knowing that. Thank you, Sean. And good morning. Ugh. Excuse me. FDIC hires Newmark Group to sell billions of Signature Bank debt. Interesting. Bitcoin after 2. That debt falls on the shareholders. Yeah, it's fucked up, isn't it? How they switch that. It means that you're gonna get booted on your shares, basically, which is why it's high risk, high reward, and I'd be in and out if I were to take it. It's not like UBS buying Credit Suisse. Totally different deal. To me, what Sean just said, it makes it sound like it's complete liquidation. Bitcoin. Need this market higher, please. She's trying. Joby and TWST, not financial advice, says Alan. I do like Joby. I do like Joby. There's two big ones. There's EVTL and then there's Joby. Joby has Toyota and Delta Airlines, if I'm not mistaken, as shareholders. And then EVTL is mostly American Airlines and some others. However, on EVTL, watch the warrants and also look at the warrant exercise info. I think it's like 250 a share higher only, rather than say like the norm, which is like 1150. But the EVTL warrants have absolutely blasted faces in the past. I mean, just pull up a EVTLW chart or whatever the hell it is, EVTLWS. Bitcoin up, trying these highs. Bitcoin up. Go ahead. We want to have a green day. Buckle up, kids. Dad's about to take this shit show off the road at 140 miles per hour, and we were about to leave the roadway. Alan, you remind me of like Peter Griffin sometimes. I don't know why. You just do. Ooh, DXY might be double topping. Hold on. We want to slide right through this 48. And then in turn right through the 200. That would be cool. Alright, what's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin just looks like a bunch of like cup and handles grouped together. Cup, no handle. Cup, failed handle. Cup. Just waiting for that, you know, the one that does it for us. More than the 3% up. Mulling up. Yesterday might have been a great dip buy. Just saying the bumpiness we have seen lately could magnify. Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%. Or shoot to the moon on DXY to... No, let's not... No, thank you. How's work, Alan? Do you like your new... well, not your new job, but do you like your old job, or what? Is it good to be back? We literally just talked about SDIG. I talked about the micro caps and the micro cap miners, right? SDIG is up 5.2. BRDS looking better. Yeah, but so does Mullen, and a lot of us in here have Mullen. A lot of us missed BRDS. I know I missed BRDS. Did you guys hit on BRDS or no? I did bottom tick Mullen. Well, I didn't bottom tick, but I almost bottom tick Mullen yesterday. It's just gonna be probably like an overnight trade or maybe a 2-day trade. I don't know just yet, depending on what the price action is like today. But I don't intend on holding it long. And now this is in my other portfolio that I trade actively. In my other portfolio, I just let it sit there, and my average is so high that like it is what it is. So right now, what I'm doing is on a different portfolio, I'm trading Mullen in a different fashion. That way, it doesn't fuck with the tax implications or anything like that. And then I could earn the money back that I lost going long on Mullen to begin with. As terrible as that is, but thanks, Dave. Bitcoin might be trying again. I mean, I like paying the bills. Okay, but I don't know. I'm trying to keep you in good spirits. Trying to keep you in good spirits, my dude. That's all. AMC down 3%. That MACD doesn't look like it wants to slow down, though. Until that MACD starts to curl, I mean, obviously, it gives the impression that we're going up. RSI getting a little bit hot. Not quite there yet, though. VIX, under 19.5. DXY dropped to 102.60. What else we got going on here, guys? Tied up for. Oh shit, I am looking into my crystal 8 ball, or am I smoking it? Funny. I didn't know that you got your settlement already. Cocaine and hookers? I shouldn't be talking like that on YouTube. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with me? I gotta work on that filter, guys. Gotta work on that filter. Coinbase still grinding higher. Oh, baby, you know it. LMAO, JK. Go ahead. Let's see, the MACD still doesn't want to come down. Not yet. RSI's hot, but it's got distance in between. All right, so you know how I always tell you guys about the MACD and like how it spreads out? The wider that it is, the more velocity it has. And this is actually, instead of getting closer to the MACD, it's actually separating from the MACD as it's going up. That's a pretty good sign. Now, what we don't want to see is this negative price action that's going to cause that to curl. Hey, Alan, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what happens when we see really awesome things in pre-market sometimes? Just saying.
Hey, Alan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna message you, okay?
Well, that's fine, but you don't want to talk to me?
Well, no, I do want to talk to you, but like, let's hold on. Just check your messenger in a second, please.
Oh, you're killing me. Yes, Mom. What do you want to yell at me now for? I am keeping it down.
Why do you think I sent that to you in a message, Alan?
I know. I didn't say what it was.
So don't read it out loud.
I didn't.
Okay.
I read my response out loud.
Okay, so how's your day, Alan? How's the daily grind? Do you miss trading stock every day or what?
Yeah, I do. I don't know. It's okay. I went back to work, and then I was like, yeah, I'm going to take today off. So today I'm still going in, but I'm just going in when I want to go in today.
Wait. Let me get this straight. You went in for one day.
Yeah.
and now you're basically like, taking today off?
Yeah. I still got paperwork and stuff I gotta do, so I'll go in later and do that.
Oh God, I love it. That makes all the sense in the world.
Well, I just haven't been back there in quite a while, so I'm like, the daily grind's gotta like kind of transition in. And then my boss is like, that's fine. Just know this is your last day off for like 4 months, so enjoy it.
Oh shit. Well, that's not good. Well, hopefully it doesn't take 4 months for you now.
No, I agree.
So I mean,
I absolutely agree.
So we got that going for us.
Yeah. So I just want to be realistic, really quick.
Go ahead.
And if I think, what I think, which I've been very vocal about, things could still do that, and you can make money still if you know that. So
oh no, absolutely.
I just look at everything.
Absolutely.
And right now, my money is in the temporary market doing very well, and things going up. So I think that's still going on. But I think at some point, and Neil will back me up on this, you're going to see a big correction.
Okay.
So I just want people to realize that I believe that's happening.
What I find very important is I think that people need to learn how to make money going down.
Yes.
And I don't think that enough people know how to, like, the reason why this has been so hard on so many people. Bitcoin's ripping, by the way. But the reason why this has been so hard on people is because they don't know how to make money going down. And that, to me, is the issue, as opposed to, just about anything else, because they could have been profiting too, right? Now, at the same time, if you're trying to find a tradable bottom, you know what I mean? It becomes a fine line for you to go ahead and, obviously think about your entry points. You know what I mean? So I do understand that aspect, but people do have to understand how to make money going down.
Well, yeah, and you just got to make sure you hedge yourself. The other thing I want to say, and you've been stopping this for a long time, and I've got to stop you from stopping this, is I like being the adversarial person in here, having fun with everybody, because I haven't been had my head ripped off by Rocket Girl in way too long, so I got to fix that.
All right.
She's been way too nice for way too long. I think it's definitely a time for me to make a YouTube video of the no button, like at 2:30 tomorrow morning.
That's actually hilarious.
I think so too.
Yeah, Hellbiz is getting that BRDS sympathy.
Yeah.
It could end up being a fucking banger.
It could.
I gotta send a tweet out. Go, just keep talking.
I gotta just tell you this. Lead Fly Holding files for 75 million mixed securities shelf.
Wait, who did?
Lead Fly.
What's their ticker?
LFLY.
Oh, Leafly. Right?
Yeah.
Is that OTC? I thought Scott mentioned that once, and we looked it up, and it was OTC.
I think it probably is.
Oh, it is? Okay, I'm not gonna fuck with it, dude. And it's an offering too. Like, that's the last thing I want to deal with. OTC and an offering. Oof.
Come on, I thought you lived dangerously. What are you doing here?
Well, I did almost bottom tick Mullen yesterday, so I mean that it's turning out to be okay.
So I want to say something really fast.
Hey, Chris.
And
go ahead.
It's just I'm really sorry to all of the women.
Alan, be careful. Be careful.
Because, no, listen. It's because whenever we know the White House opens their mouth, bad things happen to whoever they're talking about.
Wait. This is a Neil thing. This ties into what Neil was talking about, right? That I want to address to everybody here. My goal is to have at least 30 people in here before I talk about this topic. There's 27 right now. So my goal is to have at least 30 people in here before I talk about what I want to talk about, but it has to do with what you were talking about.
Talking about the economic empowerment thing?
The link that he sent.
Oh, I didn't see the link.
Well, check the link he sent. It's in Mafia chat.
Okay, I'll have to do that. I can't do that when I'm on the phone in chat.
No, it's okay. There's just a bill that's being presented that's very, very scary.
Oh, this isn't about that. This just says
the
news came across the AI Wire this morning saying White House released a statement on economic empowerment of women.
They already aren't empowered?
Apparently not.
Okay.
So that's why I was saying I was sorry to all the women that have, I don't know, done all these things to empower themselves. Apparently you didn't do it, according to the White House.
Man, the White House. That's so funny.
Pretty soon it's going to be the Brown House because it's pretty much the shit house at this point.
Yeah. Man, what's going to fly today?
Okay, here's another new one. HP doubles down on partner growth with groundbreaking program enhancement.
Mullen's trying to go for it? Wait, I'm sorry. What kind of enhancement did you just say?
HP doubles down on partner growth with groundbreaking program enhancements.
Okay, but it didn't say what enhancements they are, right?
Nope.
AGFY is up 15% today. Is it on volume or no volume? Wait, why did I just write 15? What the fuck is wrong with me? AGFY. Whoa! Just for antics' sake, I hope so.
Okay, so I'm going to say something that's going to probably get me in trouble, but I think it's hilarious.
If you...
Lululemon Athletica stores up 13.7 free market after company forecast 2023 revision profits above estimates. And I'll just say I love that company.
What company was it? Because you got muffled. It sounded like you had a sock on the mic.
Lululemon.
Oh, Lululemon.
Yeah, I love that company.
Yeah, you just like to say lemon, very fancy.
Yeah, whatever. All I gotta say is I got to go help my buddy for, 3 days, who's a commercial electrician. And basically, with the rules, he couldn't be the only person up on the lift, so he had to have a second person. So I pretty much was just up there in case he electrocuted himself. But I don't see how standing in a metal lift is going to help me any more than him, because electricity flows through everything.
What you have to do is if they get stuck, right? You can't grab them, because then it'll transfer electric or it'll static. You gotta kick them.
Basket.
Oh, you're in a metal. Yeah, that's not gonna help you. It's gotta be coated in rubber.
Yeah. So check this out. While we're up there, this place hires college age women and makes them wear their products. And by the way, they're like a yoga clothing place.
Well, that's excellent. Yeah, that's excellent promo.
And
I'm familiar.
About every hour, a different department would move into the big open spaces, and they would do kickboxing and all kinds of aerobic exercises. And I'm telling you, man, it was a warehouse full of college ladies in very nice clothing. It was a wonderful place to
work. Okay, all right, Alan, this is not for YouTube. This is not for we gotta be careful. I'm telling you, we gotta be careful with my algorithms. I'm sorry that it sounds so fucked up, but they really are that bad, because I don't pay for ads and I curse. So it's
I know, but didn't I just tell you I haven't been yelled at by Rocket Mom in a long time? So there it is. Shots fired across the bow.
Well, yeah, that wasn't that bad. I'll give you that. Okay, fair. Oh, Carvana? Carvana up? Let's go, Carvana. What did I tell you guys about Carvana Gamma? It's not in Gamma, obviously, because it's pre-market, but fuck yeah, let's go.
Well, they want everybody to put their money in it. They're happy.
Well, because I'm gonna play back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah. What times work for you? S-Dig up 8.62. Congratulations if you got an entry when we talked about it this morning.
What time is work for me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We talked about that. You're not going to work today.
Yeah, I am. I'm probably going maybe 8 or 9.
And what time is that for me? That's 10, right? 10 or 11?
6 o'clock here.
Oh. That's okay. All right. So then that would be, yeah, that's 3 hours.
4 hours from now, 3.5 hours from now.
I got you, Alan. Fucking Coinbase. My God. Hellbiz trying with that sympathy FBRDS. FRC is the huckleberry for craziness. It's moving a lot currently. FRC has a fuck ton of options, right? I'm almost certain. So what they're doing is they're just running the chain back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's what they're. All right, so right now they are pinched for liquidity. We all know that, right? What is the easiest way to do that? To probably go ahead and, scalp premiums off of people who aren't good at trading options. No offense to anyone. I mean, you can make a lot of money trading options if you know what you're doing, but the keyword is if you know what you're doing. And over leveraging yourself could ruin you. Been there, done that. It sucks. Like, you don't want to... Just learn from me. No, sorry. Don't learn from me because I'm not a financial advisor. I guess view my experience as, you know, something that you probably wouldn't want to feel. I really gotta watch how I fucking phrase things. Q's trying up again. It's at resistance. Over the pre-market high. Well, that's the pre-market high now. Are you gonna co-host with me until you're done for the day, Alan, or until you're going, or what?
Yeah, for a while.
Cool.
Or until the wife hits me with the frying pan, because I don't know what I've got up next for her, but we've got to figure out something.
Please tell her I said hello. Just so you know, there's a whole reason why I always say to tell, like, whoever's significant other hello. So it's important that you do that. Because there is a reason behind it. I
did it.
Okay. Some people don't. So I just Q's up. Q's looking for a handle. I do it so then when we're chilling on the boat, she likes me.
Well, that's not good. Somebody's got to be able to walk the plank, and she's the meanest, craziest, psychoest, nicest, loveliest, wonderful person on the planet.
Okay.
It just depends on what you do. If I'm nice to her, she's so nice back.
Okay.
But if I pick on her, oh, Jesus, you better hide, because it's kind of like when the guy turns into the big green Hulk.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, how tall is she again? Because usually that does it.
She's 4'11" and she's about 90 pounds.
It's the 4'11" aspect.
Oh yes, because you make her angry and all of a sudden she's like 7'4" and like 700 pounds of solid muscle and 0% body fat.
Yeah, and then her name turns to like Tyrell or something. So.
Or Ursula.
Ursula works. Yeah.
I didn't say fat. I said solid muscle.
She goes, did you just call me fat?
Yeah.
Jesus. Chad, I think it's wait. Chad, I think it's moving on sympathy with BRDS.
Honey, I only say the FAT word when you ask me how do I look in these jeans.
No, Alan. All right, now you're gonna have Rocket Girl yelling at you.
My wife's in here going, he is so full of it, he would not say that.
Well, good. You are
She's laughing her ass off.
You are a scholar. Now. It's Mom goes, it's fat. PHAT.
She says she's cool.
That's funny. But no, yeah, Rocket Girl goes, it's fat. Spelled differently though. No, but here's BRDS, right? And then here's Hellbiz.
Nice.
I mean, they're both well up. Oh, wait, what was BRDS up? I'm sorry. See, look, this is only up 15. Hellbiz is up 20.
So
Hellbiz. Wait. Okay, all right. So what was the HLBZ news though? Because BRDS ran first, and they also had news. So I just assumed it was a sympathy play. Oh, regained NASDAQ compliance. Huh. Yeah, I know BRDS has news. I didn't know that they also regained compliance 15 hours ago. Well, actually, they regained compliance on March 8th. Why are they running now?
Hey, whoever got into VDRM with me, congratulations. We're up like 230% right now.
Wait. I just realized something. Hold on a second. So, on March 8th, MT Newswires is the same publication that wrote the AMC bullshit yesterday, right? They wrote on March 8th that they regained compliance with NASDAQ's requirements, right? Okay. And then Reuters 15 hours ago wrote that they regained compliance as well. So I wonder if they jumped the gun with this info by what?
Maybe.
21 days? So like 3 weeks exactly almost? That's interesting, right? Like it's the same news source. I don't know. Maybe it's my conspiracy theory brain working. I don't know.
Right.
I just think I think it's coincidental that it's the same source. Look at fucking Coinbase. My God. Go ahead. Sorry.
Scavidia Medical enters into strategic agreement with Boston Scientific in China. BSX.
BSX with news. Okay.
So I got to tell you, the state did not like my custom plate request.
What was your custom plate request?
It was Chinese or Japanese or something, but it was PHUCKYOU.
You did not.
They said no. Frickin' jerks.
You should change it to MMTLP. You should.
Maybe.
I mean, or make it the name of the book.
Well, because of where I live, I'm thinking about changing it to Trump 1.
Oh, that might make you a target though.
I'm hoping.
Well, okay, wait, Alan. Wait, hold on, Alan. We gotta listen to what Sean's listening to. He's speaking in a space. Let me hang up with you and listen to that. I don't think we can listen on the phone.
Okay.
All right. All right. Let's listen to our good old boy Sean.
Whatever you call it, Silver Bank Capital, whatever, Silver Valley Bank, because it is.
Just don't tell her she's a fat rabbit.
On the OTC market.
Bitcoin might be double topping.
What's up, Sean? Good morning.
Hey, Eddie, I just wanted to comment on that. So if you look back at the way it traded that Thursday into Friday, overnight, the market makers tried to set the stock up to make some money, whether it be a dealer broker that requested the puts be added or a market maker decided it themselves. But overnight, the original option chain for that Friday, and this Friday, only went down to, I believe it was about $90. The next morning,
I've been adding physical gold and silver to my
opened up all the way
folio
down
since
to
2008. Best long-term and maybe near-term
And
investment.
then at that point, it got unhalted, it never got unhalted because the stock price before pre-market open was already underneath that option chain. So I believe one of the only reasons, and Spencer is another guy on Twitter here that had a large amount of puts. I believe that one of the reasons why they forced it to the OTC
You're talking about SBNY
was to
right now.
allow these guys to exercise and close out puts. Otherwise, in my eyes, I think they would have kept it suspended overall. There was a big push from these guys because the dealer brokers were telling them that they weren't allowing anybody to exercise or close out these positions after it got suspended. And then magically yesterday, they all decided to change their mind on that and let them exercise their positions.
Sean, I think you sounded great since
Thank
nobody's
you,
responding to you.
Sean.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So there's a phone before. I'm gonna read through
Both. Both money. I just play the field, bro. I look for my base hits and I take them. If I think it's going to be a short scalp, I'll take it. If I think it's better in the long, I'll take that.
And this
It
is
depends
also
what the charts are telling me.
here.
It depends if there's any news.
JP Morgan.
JP, yes.
So JP Morgan and Chase, the CEO, which we all know, if by now you don't know, the CEO is Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon. So CEO Jamie Dimon has agreed to sit for a deposition.
Warning, breaking news. Blink awarded electric vehicle purchasing
regarding
contract
the late child sex trafficker
from USGSA.
Jeffrey Epstein. And this is by a source familiar with CNBC. So he will be sitting down for a deposition in accordance with those lawsuits.
Wow. Wasn't he the guy trying to also orchestrate the FRC investments?
Oh, look at it on the 4 hour though too.
Right?
I do like EVGO more than I like
JP,
BLNK though.
I believe, yeah.
No, but Diamond, the guy himself, he was trying to orchestrate some
And the
laundering. I remember some weeks back. you even
Starbucks
tweeted
CEO
about
is in front of Congress today. Okay, all right, give me 1 second.
I did tweet about it. Sometimes I forget about the things that I tweet.
I personally like
He was trying to get
this
some
more.
of
It
the
just
other
has
banks to come
less
in
of a risk
to save FRC to try
I don't
to
know.
put
The risk
together
reward
a
is better,
package,
I
right?
think, on
So,
Blink,
wow.
but I like this
Well, he's pretty
better
high
as a
up on the
company.
food chain at JP Morgan, yeah.
Yeah, it says here, JP Morgan as CEO, Jamie Dimon continued to seek a club deal for FRC. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
All right, let me read what Doc says.
Let them all fall, man. Let them all fall.
Sorry, I'm asking which ones do I
Corrupt.
usually pull more
Need
up.
to be eradicated. You need to pay your consequences of your actions.
It depends on if I'm playing options. It depends
protecting
on the situation. It depends on how much I'm risking, how much I'm
Especially if you're
That's a
dealing
lot.
with little
looking
kids,
to
right?
get.
Well, yeah, that's what
Like it,
you know.
every
that's what
single
gets me.
situation is
I think I
is
brought this
absolutely
up in our,
dynamic, money.
agree to disagree space.
Absolutely dynamic. I'm
It's
sorry
one
I
of the
can't give you a
things
better
that
answer than that. It's just
pisses
like
me off, and this is why.
sometimes
when I
like
said it in
for
that
instance.
space in the weekend
Here, let me.
space, I said,
All right, let me get off this because Sean's not even listening or speaking anymore. Okay, so here I could actually get Alan back on as well. So we could definitely watch that for sure. Okay, we could definitely watch that if you want to. Just please, let me know when it's on, and I'll go ahead and I'll pull it. But yeah, as far as which stock or which trades that make more money on, it completely situational because, like, for instance, when DWAC first came out and there was that original run up, I made a fucking fortune on DWAC W. So like, that's just a different form of a derivative. So and that was like a 1 or a 2 day trade. So I don't know. It's situational. That's all, boy.
Hey,
Yeah.
I think it's important that people realize who the U.S. General Services Administration is and what they do, because with Blink Charging awarded the electric vehicle purchasing contract, that's huge.
Can you explain exactly why you think that is huge? Because I was just making the case I like EVGO better as a company itself. But go ahead.
Well, because U.S. General Services Administration means that they do all the purchasing for all the branches of the government.
Oh, okay. Let me just.
So any branch of the government that's not considered military, it falls underneath USGSA.
Well, isn't that something? Okay.
So just some thoughts.
I'm gonna get
given the contract this morning.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm pulling Ortex up on my other screen just because I don't want this to lag again because that was some horseshit. The cap on Blink is 447.3 mil. Almost 85% of the company's on float. That's 51.29 million shares. The short on it is
probably about to increase massively.
23.44% short on 100% utilization. Cost to borrow is only 11.59. Let's see if there's any insider buys or sells. Let's see. I see an insider buy on December 28th of 2022. And then I'm gonna look at holders as well. Analysts have it going up to $20.78. Not like I really care what analysts have to say. But the second largest holder is BlackRock, which has just under 5%. Vanguard is the third largest holder. They have 3.62%. And then State Street is the fourth largest. They have 2.15%. And then catch this. The fifth largest is Credit Suisse, and they have 2%.
Nice.
I might like that risk reward, actually.
I do too.
Wow, I might have to look into to Blink a little bit. I'm also a fan of EVgo. Well, wait, how's that? I'm also a fan of EVgo. Just need to get their international exposure increase. CHP ChargePoint had early movers advantage in that aspect. Yeah. Yeah. Just look at the daily though on this. Let's see. Like that's rough. That is a rough daily. I'm sorry. It's like where does it end? You know?
Yeah.
And is that a gap? There's a gap on it.
Yeah.
Gap. Gaps go green, and we're gonna make that dotted so I know it's a gap. And then we're gonna do another one right there, and we're gonna turn that red so I know where the gap is too. All right.
I mean, it's just off its yearly low.
And that gap is right where you would think support is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I find that very intriguing. And then right here is also going to be support resistance. That's going to be support resistance as well. I kind of like it. I just don't know how long of a trade it's going to be.
Well, that's why I'm looking at its beautiful options chain.
How does the chain look? Is there a lot of open interest or no?
No.
Okay, well, that's not a good thing. Oh, look at it on the 4 hour though.
Yeah. And the 750s are only 20 cents.
I kind of like the risk reward there on the 4 hour.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's going to come down and do a little bit of volume though in between, because these aren't straight bars. These are wicks, and if you guys have paid attention and actually like done the research on the wick structure, like I've been begging you guys to do, you guys know what that means. They might come down and solidify more volume in between the wicks before a move up. Or, I mean, I could be wrong and this could just skyrocket. But, I don't know. I kind of like that. I like that risk reward, and I do like EVgo better.
Yeah.
Plug tend to move together and blink. Yeah. On a 30 minutes, trying to curl, but I think it gets rejected one more time. But what the fuck do I know? Because it did fill this gap here on a 30 minute.
Yeah. I just can't.
It's at the 15 on 200. Go ahead.
I have like 2 minutes before I can do anything.
I hear you. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't even realize this market was about to open. Okay, you guys know I'm not a financial advisor. If I say we, I mean me. Smooth as fast, guys. Cool, calm, and collected. And let's chase the bag. All right? Please call shit out, too. Like, if you're new here, please call things out. That way, you know, we could put all of our eyes on it. And we could DD and chart things together. Bitcoin just bounced off the 200 to the upside.
Come on.
I want to know what help is going to do here to open, to be quite honest. This and Mullen. At the moment.
What's the sound make when things go off the cliff? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would just think of like a whistle sound. But all right.
Right.
Good luck, everyone. We got to be fucking channeling in here. Let's go. Let's make some money today.
You know why I like Wile E. Coyote so much?
It's open, Alan. Hold on. I would love to know, but not right this second.
What the hell? My platform keeps telling me it's not trading hours.
Fucking GSAT. Look at it. What are you doing? Why? Wait, don't tell me this chart is gonna do this shit already. What? Why is it only happening during fucking as soon as the market opens and shit? Like what? Okay, hold on. We're good. 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 So why is G set up as much as it is? Why is this fucking doing? Okay, here we go. Cool. Did GSAT catch news?
Why? Because they wouldn't let me do what I wanted.
Oh, fucking A. They just got financing. That's why they're pounding. God damn. Did I not say GSAT 2 days ago? I even tweeted it. I even tweeted it. Mulling down. Down to 200 on Mullen. I'm not worried. Let's see if we can double bottom off this, hopefully.
Yay, I got my fill.
On what?
On Blink.
How's it looking right this second?
I don't know. I bought a contract out of Wise. I didn't buy it like right this second.
I didn't know. I didn't know if you were looking at the chart.
I'm gonna be here in just a second. My phone.
Bitcoin up.
Stupid.
Bitcoin pushing. A little bit. Did you say something about QuantumScape? Oh yeah. They did get slaughtered. I personally like ADN. You're gonna need to mute yourself or something now. I personally like what's it called? I like ADN and GWH more than I like QuantumScape. Mulling up off the 200. Bitcoin still looking for a handle here. All right, there's 30 people in here. Do you guys want to know what me and Neil talked about? So apparently they're trying to go ahead and they're trying to pass a bill that says that it would be basically a violation of the Patriot Act if you say something against the like about the government that the government doesn't like, which is pretty much like, you know, communistic in my opinion. Super trend on Bitcoin up. So with that being said, it did not pass yet, which is very, very important. However, if it does pass, then I think we all have to be very, very vigilant about what we say. And that it does affect everyone.
I don't. I won't be vigilant about nothing I say.
Well.
Want to know why?
Because it's a free country.
You can't sue if you're not a victim.
Mulling up. Mulling up. Mulling up. Yeah, that's a Supreme Court case waiting to happen. I absolutely agree. However, they're also trying to control the Supreme Court, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that's a problem. Like, that's the issue. Mullen is trying to jet here, guys.
Hey, you want to hear something awesome?
If it's market related, then yes.
A couple of days ago, there was a hit piece out on Blink saying they're going to be in big trouble as Biden's plan for all his electric vehicle stuff the money that could go to it from the government has to be made in the USA stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then the government, a day and a half later, comes out and says, oh, by the way, we gave this company the contract that's not a U.S. company.
That's fucked
Ding,
up.
ding, ding.
That's fucked up. We almost have like a cup and handle formed. Nah, it's more of like it's some kind of bullish formation. I was looking at it like almost like a cup, waiting for a handle, but then it almost looks like a double bottom off the 200. So I mean, I don't even know how you'd want to phrase that. Everything doesn't need a name, you know. Now, if this comes up and pauses right here, then yeah, that would be a cup and handle, in my opinion. Cosm unch. Carvana up 1.3, Square up 3%. I'm pissed that I didn't fucking like listen to my own call out on Square.
Bummer, dude.
Yeah, no, it is. It is what it is. Can't be in them all, right? TBLT to 117. I still think that that's grossly undervalued. Mullen trying for it. Bitcoin's also going to be trying here in a second. If Bitcoin gets it, I think that Mullen gets it. Mullen, intraday high. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Day high now.
Oh, wow. I just lost some money on Blink.
Did you?
Imagine that.
Wow, look at Credit Suisse up 2.5. Look at Credit Suisse up 2.5%. Who would have guessed?
Who knows?
I did.
So Blink is up really, really good.
What percentage wise?
2.09 for today.
Okay.
Bye, honey. Have a great day. Don't let any of those little hellions torture you.
Bye, honey.
All right. Oh, it's a half day? You be home early?
Holy shit,
Well, I
SPX.
should
What?
go into work early so I can come home.
What is it, blasting? Hold on, SPX? Because Bitcoin looks like it's ready to blast. Wow, that's a nice little gap.
They're
Alex?
not shoes, they're boots you're tripping over.
ETH up through the 200. ETH lifting. Dollar also coming up a little bit. GTII pretty much flat.
DXY to 125.
JMaya 6 point something up, 6.2. FRC on the move. FRC looks like she's ready to go. Look at that. Amazon up almost 3%. GoEv up 3%. SBNY. Guys, just don't get trapped in this if this is like position close only. That's it. That's all I'm saying. We're going bullish. I think we're gonna go bullish. Where are the Qs at? We're going bullish. Guys, always read chat because there's fire DD in there nonstop. Look at fucking Coinbase. Woo, baby. CONL. Buy the rumor, sell the news.
Hey, guess what?
What?
I just bought puts on Blink too.
A straddle or a strangle?
I just have now. I have calls and puts.
Yeah, but are they the same strike price or no?
No, they're so my calls are in the money. and my puts are one strike below the money.
You know that when you're not in the money, right? You don't have as much leverage, correct? You do protect your delta, but you don't have what's it called, like, you're not using as much leverage. You do know that, right?
Well, sure.
Okay. Oh, Carver. Oh shit. Sorry, I didn't wait for that to load all the way. Why is this taking fucking forever to load? What the fucking fuck? There it is. Carvana, trying to spin. Coming up to resistance. GME, hard push up. Okay. GME, aggressive start again. GME was very aggressive yesterday in the beginning, too.
If Blink's happy.
Is it?
2.56% up since opening.
Mullen going for it. Mullen. Come on, baby. Jetpacks. Jet fucking pack. Okay, one of my larger holdings is doing something, I think, because my P&L is moving pretty rapidly. AMC. Okay. Hold on, I can't pull off Mullen right now while it's doing this. Let me look.
Why not?
Because I have a position in this. A lot of us have a position in this, and it looks like it's about to fucking rip.
No, it's not.
Saidu bounced off same level again. And up again. Okay. 8 moving. Oh, today might be fun.
TRKA down
I see it. I see it. I know. I know. FRC's at 5. TRKA, lots of blocks. I know it's down. Oh, Carvana. Carvana up.
Metamaterials at 42 cents is a buy, and my thoughts.
Lulu's up 15. Helbis is up 20.
Coinbase is up 5.43.
Mullen's up 9. VRM up 2. Let's see. SDIG up 5. CONL's up almost 9, 8.5. Hive is up 8%. We talked about that earlier. AI is up almost 3%. You guys know how I feel about AI.
FRC's up 5.
Yep. ETH is above 1,800. Thank you, Greg. Are you going to do it or what? Time to shine. Let's grow some fucking wings, please.
So, can I ask you, do you remember me saying the other day BRGC was looking really, really pretty?
Yeah, what did it do?
It's up 29.91 cents.
That's nice.
This morning.
The one that I have my ticker on now, NRPI, right? That's another penny play that I'm in. That was up 70% yesterday at one point.
Yeah, BRGC is up 29% today.
Yep. Gotta love BRGC.
And when I said it, it was in a really happy place.
FRC's jetting. FRC's jetting. Bitcoin looks like it's about to launch, guys. This market might get really funny in here in a second. This market might get really funny here in a minute.
Sounds strange, but don't worry. Everything's fine.
that was a perfect buzz sound for what's going on. GNS halted, awaiting news. Thank you very much, Jimmy.
CONL and Hive are both the high 9s.
Bro, Mullen's up 11%. She's just still cranking. I should have went heavier on my fucking entry yesterday. Oh well. Bitcoin's about to launch.
I should have took my own advice and bought BRGC.
Yeah, let's not play the shoulda, coulda, woulda game. We could do it all day to ourselves, back and forth.
Well, you just started it.
No, I know I did, but you know, let's just. I don't like to do it, and I caught myself doing it. 6.7% up on Coinbase. Buzz Huckleberry. Wait, you're Huckleberry? Like from Twitter, or are you just saying Huckleberry? FRC. Holy God. Oh, your earlier reference. Okay. All right. I thought that you were somebody. I thought that you meant that you were somebody else. Sorry.
So, Buzz,
So, Alan.
in 15 minutes, I'm up over 48% on my options. Calls
Okay.
on,
Just don't be greedy.
oh, I'm gonna be greedy.
Okay. Mullen, next level. Maybe. Bitcoin down to the 48. Yeah, I'm telling you, they might have ran Bitcoin just to drop it and like scalp people just to like, you know, like help their balance sheets.
Right.
I mean, it would make sense, right? Like, I don't think I'm fucking insane by thinking that.
Well, I mean, I think you're insane. Period,
Cup and handle on
but
Carvana. Shut up, Alan.
it's okay. You still love me.
I do. Baba selling off. I wonder if we'd use that as like a lead indicator for the rest of the market. Because of how it moved yesterday. Charles Schwab sold off as well. Qs. Let's see. Are we going to spin here? This is kind of important. Bitcoin's trying to push as well. Hold on. We might get it. We might just get it. This is going to be a dumb line. I don't even know why I'm drawing it. Bitcoin still pushing. Q's up. Going to be going for the high of the day. You bought more TRKA? You fucking dog, you. Q's up. Q's up, hose down, baby. CONL up 11%. 4,000 on SPX? Sorry, 400 on SPY is what he meant to say. Bro, goev's up 4.6. Credit Suisse 2.5. SPY just lost 4. 10% gains for yesterday, Mullen. That's actually not a bad idea. Should I take my Mullen fucking profit and throw it right into fucking TRKA? I think I'm going to. Hold on a second. Alright, so I made some money on it. Let's see, are you going to come down a little bit more? The overall market looks like it wants a blast, so like I don't know if I should fucking hold this. Alright, let's see. TRKA. I'm also going to buy some TRKA. I just bought more TRKAs myself. So let me add this right there. Might as well, right?
Sticks is up 8.3.
Of course it is. TRKA is trying to make a move back towards the 2. Bitcoin is just tight on those EMAs. Ape up 2%. GoEV's up 5.5. Wow, look at GoEV. Bitcoin looks ready for launch. Q's, how are you doing? Q's still ripping a little bit. Let me show you Bitcoin so you guys see what I'm seeing over here. Like, that looks ready for launch. Double bottom up 200. Nearly all EV stocks are up.
Yep, Blink's up almost 4. Oh, Blink charging stock rallies after GSA contract makes it easier for government customers and agencies to buy EV charging equipment.
FRC 6.3 up. NVOS 5.5. GSAT 6.4. TRKA went green. GWH 2.3 up. I'm gonna pull up TRKA just because a lot of us are in it. I guess I should be happy I got that fill. SPX hitting hourly tops down trend line. Okay, hopefully we pop that. With Bitcoin, we could pop that, certainly. Mullen. Fucking Coinbase. God damn it. Why didn't I listen to myself? Congratulations if you guys took that CONL call out. Or mention. Whatever we're phrasing it as.
UVXY just needs to get below 450. Come on.
Hive at 8%. Hellbiz about to get it looks like. It's trying. Bitcoin just pushed down. That could, that could hamper things a little bit. Chad, if Boyle gets to $3, Neil said that he's going to call a brokerage and he's going to lay down a substantial amount of money on it. So, if it gets near $3, I'm probably going to, myself also do something. Before he could do something. If that makes sense.
That has already been run over by a train, in my opinion.
Hellbiz at the 200 in VWAP. Hellbiz might get it here. Wait, what's been run over by a train? Boyle?
Yeah.
Well, as long as net gas prices stay down, yeah, but if net gas prices all of a sudden take a turn, then that's, the perfect position to be in.
Okay.
Hellbiz trying. Sorry if Hellbiz up for this long. I'm cruising around. 2.8 up on Credit Suisse going up. Oh, a little bit of a gap there, though. Mini gap.
It'd be nice if goev would just launch.
GWH 429. Hub C down again. 150. That might be a double bottom. I'm not looking at the chart, but I could have swore that did volume at 150 for like a day or something like that. mmat is trying up, but no follow through. Let's see. AI to 3%. GoEV to 5. GoEV, we've been talking about it. Remember, they have contracts with Walmart and the U.S. Army. Even Excel is up 4.5%. Well, 4%. Ooh, TRKA, come on, don't let me down. Oh, she's blasting. She's blasting. But it seems we were right about that SPY intraday bear channel. Looks like it got the breakout in a big way. Data in 3 minutes? Okay. Oh, today's pending home sales, right? Today's Wednesday, right? I think today's Wednesday. Yeah. Good morning, Talal. How are you, brother? Can somebody let me know when GNS unhalts, please? Hellbiz really tight here, guys. Just underneath 200 in VWAP at 48. Higher lows as well. Bitcoin trying. Well, thank you. Tired today. Didn't sleep last night. Toss and turn. Aw, man. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. Down to 200 on Carvana. Square. Beautiful day. Mulling off the highs. Of course. GoEV off the highs. How Q's looking? I hope they don't slide. Oh, I hope that's not a double top.
Q's need to launch.
Yeah, because they need to invalidate that double top. Is what they need to do.
Yes. They
What?
need to smash
Steve,
that like it wasn't even there.
Wasn't Steve? I believe it's a T1 news halt. Well, Jimmy said it was a news halt. I don't know if it was specifically a T1. Usually it is, but it's a news halt. We're just waiting for whatever article to drop or whatever it is. Code news. Okay, so they did drop the news on it. Wait. Okay. Okay. I got it. So you're validating what I said. Got it. Sorry. Yeah, that would be a T1.
There we go. There we go. Come on, UVXY. Get down.
Jordan yelling TRKA. I hope so, bro. I just bought more TRKA right there. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Bitcoin looks like she's coming up though as well. GNS is open. Thank you. GNS with a fuck ton of blocks. If this would load, it'd be
US
ideal.
pending home sales rose.
What the fuck? I'm gonna lose my shit. There we go. GNS. Oh, GNS might be a fucking vibe, bro.
So it looks like that California reparations bill could be worth $800 billion.
I can't sell that. Fuck me. Do I? Not yet. I'm not gonna take. I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna rush any trades. I'm really considering taking this, and I'm probably gonna regret not taking it. But I'm kind of grounded at the moment. I'm not grounded, but kind of made my decisions up.
Come on, UVXY. Fall, mother flipper, fall.
GNS up. What was the news about? Wait. Can somebody copy and paste the news? Because it's not reporting on TradingView. Pretty please. Pretty please.
U.S. pending home index actual 83.2. Previous was 82.5.
Fucking Ash.
They forecasted a downfall of 3%, and it actually rose 0.8.
Hold on a second, Alan. Come on. Come on, hurry up. I want to see what it did at resistance, and it's busting resistance. I'm in GNS now. It's probably going to come down now.
If any of you are in Bluebird Bio, they halted after a 26% drop this morning. They're down 27.53 currently.
Alright, I entered it like pretty much like right in here, so let me just do this real quick. Just so people know. Glad to get it. Jeremiah finally looking good. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. Go ahead. Have yourself a fucking day, why don't you, please? I almost think I should do something else, too. A little bit more radical as well. This might be a really, really dumb fucking idea.
What is it?
I'm going to tell you after I do it. I just bought more GNS.
China deploys its corruption hunters abroad.
I hope I don't regret doing that.
Dispatching anti-corruption enforcers abroad to chase down fugitives and recover stolen assets.
Oh shit. Alright, so we loaded the boat on GNS myself. Alright. Let's get it. It was due to come off $2. Let's be honest. I thought that it coming up to this resistance and breaking it was going to be key. Obviously, I thought it did, which is why I took that original position. Down here was more of like a fuck. But we'll see. Hopefully we carry that. Hope is one stock to have good earnings and regain compliance and still not go up. Yeah, they don't like good news, apparently. No, TBLT does the same thing, brother. I mean, there's a few of them, if we think about it. Oh, wow, SFT's down fucking 20%. PRQR, somebody called that out last week. That's down 35%. They must have did an offering or something. Come on, GN. Bitcoin's about to get it. Hold on. Bitcoin's about to get it. Hopefully. Let's just pull Bitcoin real quick. I want everyone to see this. Bitcoin. Come on, I think this is it. Oh, Credit Suisse. Credit fucking Suisse. Okay, I see you. Congratulations if you loaded the boat when we talked about it. Hellbiz just lost 10%. Alright, let's see. How's GNS trying to curl back? RSI is still a little bit hot. That MACD looks like it wants to come down a bit. Not that bad, though. Let's see. Coinbase, 6%. goev to 4 off the highs. Credit Suisse, 3.3. That's big for how large Credit Suisse is. Bitcoin trying to lift. Carvana to 3%. Carvana trying up. All the EMAs are on top of each other. Heads up there. TBLT on. Let's see. VRM barely up. SPY is up 1.11%. Bob is just off 100. SINT down. Okay. Palantir 2.5 up. Man, Credit Suisse. Square up 4.7. Bitcoin, what are you doing? Bitcoin's in a big cup right now. Big old cup on Bitcoin. GNS trying. GNS, Roger approved. Note, I'm up 23%. Good shit, Joe. That's a dub. Just Like I always say, don't forget to take profit. You don't go broke taking profit. I'm not telling you to, pull your position, obviously. I'm just saying, you know what you're doing. GSAT up 7.4. Man, I nailed that entry too. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm feeling good.
Me too. I nailed that blink entry this morning. Thank God.
I mean, the only thing that I could really use right this second is TRKA and cosm. If we're being,
Yeah.
Just 100. And now GNS, because now I went like, okay into GNS. I didn't go super heavy, but TRK is literally unch. It is above VWAP though. Dollar strength below the 200, but it's trying back. Hopefully that just keeps sliding. SPX under VWAP. I hope that we don't have a fucking sideways grind down day to fill that gap. That kind of suck. Bitcoin looks like it wants a lift. Hope is 10% still. Uh-oh. Did I fuck up? I might have. Bitcoin, wait. Bitcoin, what are you doing? Bitcoin's trying with the handle. Coinbase still at 6%. Elon Musk, Steve Wozniak, others call for pause in advanced AI tech. Wasn't Steve Wozniak the guy from Monsters, Inc.?
Steve Wozniak was the guy from Apple.
What's the guy's name from Monsters, Inc.? Like the little green guy with that one eye. Bitcoin is with a handle. A lot of GNS blocks coming through, guys. A lot of GNS blocks.
Hey, will you look and see if there's any BLNK blocks?
I could add to my indicator. Give me 1 second. Wait, you said BLNK?
Yep.
BLNK. The only thing is I can't fill this watch list up with too many, or else it'll become way too much. But that's not too many though. So where the fuck is that other screen I was just on? Oh, it's under here. There we go. Okay. Jesus. Hold on 1 second. I hate to be that guy on Twitter. Hold on. Huh. TA. Sorry. Might have missed Boyle entry. Holy shucks. Yeah, it's probably jetted, right? Let's see, GNS, what are you doing? GNS, it's like on the correct side of the trend. Trying to wrap. MACD, trying to level out. You know what I'm kind of amped about?
No, but I'm sure you're going to tell us.
Yeah. That I literally went ahead and put myself out there and called out GSAT, right? And I did like a full TA breakdown on Twitter, right? And now it's up fucking 8% like 3 days later.
Damn.
Like that, it's up 9%, but like that's a projection, right? Like okay. DNS. Watch it just form a cup, guys. Don't be surprised. Bitcoin looks like she's trying to. She's either going to get heavy or she's going to explode here in a second. It looks like. RSI is a 63 on it, so it has room to go.
I'm going to say Bitcoin to 50K today.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, Alan.
I mean, we can always be hopeful.
Well, that's what I tell you all the time. Nasdaq futures up 1.5%. S&P 1.12, and Dow is up 0.8.
Well, that's because you're just usually on the other side of my trades, and I'm making money, so I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. It's okay. It's important to profit take, though, sometimes, too. Remember that.
What?
270% on Rig 6.5s. There, boy, Sean.
There you go. There you go. I just need my UVXY 4.5 puts to go up.
Switch over to the screen. Okay. GNS is about to get it. I'm feeling it. Bitcoin's ripping. Like, Bitcoin is on a rip. Next resistance line is at... What is that at? Like 28.6? Carvana up. Double bottom off 200. Bitcoin is trying that resistance line that I literally just said. Watch for the micro cap miners, guys, like SDIG, Hive, etc. If Bitcoin is gonna rip, you know, the micro cap miners might be a half decent look. GNS to 14%. Fuck. God damn it. That was a rookie mistake. I should have waited.
Come on, UVXY, go to $1, please, please.
Bitcoin's trying down, but I think that they're just trying to scare people and cool off the RSI. Cosm now pretty much unch. FRC testing VWAP. Break above and is moving in. Who about Boyle this morning? Nice move. Boring day so far.
I don't think so.
It's 10:20. It's 10:20. Open up a Bitcoin chart.
God, it better not be 10:20.
Oh, it's 10:20 here. Open up a Bitcoin chart. Obviously not for you guys. I mean, like, I'm doing okay. I'm not killing it. Like, I'm alright. Wait, message.
I mean, BBBY could go, $1.50. That would be nice right now.
Yeah. Bear with me. Okay. GNS still, it's gonna wrap. Watch. SDIG. Hive is up 9%, and SDIG is up. Now it's up only 5, so it just got pushed down a little bit. Bitcoin's gonna get shoved down a little. Not that bad though. AI up 3.3. Carvana looking for a move out of a potential pennant. Well, you could make money not by looking at a Bitcoin chart. What do you mean? Laugh out loud pathetic. Wait, what? Jordan, what do you mean? You could easily make money looking at a Bitcoin chart. How? Have you ever traded futures before? Have you ever traded, I don't know, TQQ, SQQ? I'm sure you have. No, that's not the point. Carvana, come on, you whore. Labu, we talked about this yesterday. It's up 6%. And trade on the information on the chart. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, literally, I'm telling you, like, 3 days ago, I tweeted a full TA breakdown of GSAT saying, do you guys like this entry at $1? It's up 9%. Like, just charts. More charts. Like when you think you're done learning charts, that's when it just begins. I'm not even done learning charts, and I've been at it for quite some time.
All I can say is I've mastered options.
Shut up, Alan. Cosm 1%. Apple 170 or 160, excuse me. I wish it was 170.
Why are we going sideways? Market, shoot up.
If I had free cash, I wouldn't be bored because I'd be. But okay, so what you could do is you could practice. And what I mean by that, it is like try to hone your craft. Oh, this could be a good entry on. Nah. But
you could go rob all the little old ladies in the neighborhood for their spare change, and then
Alan, serious. We're being serious. It's yeah.
Okay.
You paper trade. You would probably do it on your phone. You could probably do it on your phone, homie. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to, have you be productive because you're saying that you don't feel like you're being productive. Hub is up 11. Webull has a paper trading app on their phone. See, look, there you go. Bitcoin down to the 48. GNS off the 48, trying to push up. Okay, so paper trade, and just practice. That's what I would say. Practice. That's all. That's all I got for you. Oh, Bitcoin down hard. Bitcoin down hard. Let me pull it. I hope it engulfs back. I think it will. No, it does work. The only thing that it doesn't work for is your emotions. But you still get like the chart movement down and execution down. Okay, all right. Then sit there and complain. Like I'm sitting here trying to throw you suggestions, bro. Like, you know, I got nothing for love for you. I'm sitting here trying to suggest things. I hear what you're saying, and I understand the frustration, but that's all I got for you as far as suggestions go.
Ouch! Ouch! Guess what I just saw?
Titties. Hellbiz?
Degenerate gambling and zero-day options thrills retail traders. Speculative options are exploding, opening more investors to a side of trading some compare to gambling. Bloomberg, 25 minutes ago.
Crazy how that works, right?
They're calling us degenerates.
Yep. Carvana down, fuck. Cosm to Unch, no bueno. Q's, we just lost 311. SPX barely has 4,000, but it does. TRKA under 20 cents. Hellbiz trying to move. You're going all in on what? 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 Whoa. What are you going all in on? CRTD will be changing symbol to VOCL. Does anybody know when that's... Do you know when that's happening, Joe? Is it today? Is it tomorrow? Or is it going to be upcoming? Hellbiz at 48. Bitcoin bounced off the 200, and now it's sitting on a resistance. SPY just lost 400, coming down to the 200. Seems like everything wants to come down to the 200 right now.
Saudi Arabia's first mills company seeks $1 billion value in IPO.
I mean, if it's worth it, it's worth it. FRC got the move. Okay, so we're probably gonna move up. Bitcoin just dropped below the 200.
It's a flour milling company. They make flour.
I mean, we're having a food crisis in the United States, so think about that too.
I mean, they're really close to Afghanistan. If they just started putting poppy seed through there instead of flour, they can make a lot more money.
Fuck. I fucked up on GNS. God damn it. That was bad FOMO. Son of a bitch.
What'd you do?
I bought too early. It's fine. It's fine. Shaking it off. On to the next trade.
And UVXY is just not heading down fast enough for me, brother. Can you kick it in the face?
I would love to.
Punch it right
6K on GNS.
going down the stairs.
Okay. There's a 6K on GNS. Hold on. Let me try to read the 6K on GNS if that's okay with you guys. Fuck, I'm gonna have to pull this. Mom, can you click the link where it says letter agreement and send me the letter agreement part section? Because, like, unfortunately, I don't know. The other part. On the bottom of the screenshot, what you sent me, it says letter agreement. You gotta click that link. Please. Wow, I'm rolling way down. Happy I sold that for that. 10, what was it like? I got like a 9-point-something% gain, and I put it on TRKA. We'll see. You can't open it. Okay. Can somebody look at the 6K on GNS, because you guys leave if I do it. So, you know, it'd be really fucking sweet if someone would do that. Help is 15%. Help is up to 200. G-Set is going in. So is Credit Suisse. Oh, back to $2. That was such a shitty buy of me. I should not have done that. At least I DCA'd once. We'll see. And at least I took a winning position off Mullen too, in order to go ahead and put it in there, because Mullen's down now off the high. So I mean, it is what it is. Not a bad trade. It just could have been executed a smidge better. Carvana. Guys, remember, Carvana gets a lot of gamma very, very quickly. Bitcoin's going to be trying for a double bottom right here. Hold on. Right underneath the 200. Q's. Trying to break trend up. Underneath the MACD. This might get ugly if we don't save ourselves off this 200 on Bitcoin.
Yeah, my.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Save us. Bitcoin, give me that lift, baby. SINT? Okay. Okay, alright, you sent me the whole file. I gotcha. Chrome, swans. Fuck. I didn't know that you were gonna send me the whole PDF. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Reference is made to the securities purchase agreement dated August 24th, 2022, as amended on January 27th and March 28th. The securities purchase agreement by Genius Group and Alto Opportunity Master Fund SPC. Hold on a second. The principal amount is $18,130,000. Guys, everybody go read this 6K. I can't sit here and do this, but it's regarding the what's it called? It's regarding the buyback. That's what it was. So I hope it's not buy the rumor, sell the news. Because if it is, then I'm fucked. And I just really fucked up. Just calling it how I see it. GSAT moving. You can't read. It has to do with the securities purchase agreement. Fuck. I did fuck up, didn't I? Bad. Wow. Fools. Yeah. So, you know, the funny thing is I literally just admitted that I fucked up, and now you're gonna sit here and tell me that like I'm not transparent, because I know who you are. GSAT ripping. S-Dig back to 7.7. Carvana. Still trying to get that bust. It's that VWAP. Hold on. Dylan, what up? On the 200 on SPY? My community's crumbling from within. No, we're chilling actually. And if you're actually gonna go ahead and insult somebody, right? Please like use correct grammar. I don't know.
That seems kind of fucked up.
Oh, I mean I'm cool with like I'm cool with like like the constructive criticism, right? But if somebody's just gonna come in here and just be a douche, that's not gonna fly. You know what I mean? But also it's not gonna fly if I go ahead and say something and somebody just disagrees with me and then refuses to agree to disagree. That's just not gonna work either. Because I'm totally, you and I agree to disagree all day long. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's just when people don't agree to disagree that pisses me off. Look at GSAT. What a good fucking call. Come on, baby. Coinbase well off the highs. Credit Suisse looks nice. Credit Suisse looks nice. And I'm not saying that people have to have correct grammar all the time, right? Because like I know myself, like I have incorrect grammar all the time if I'm just like typing something super quick. But like if you're taking the time out of your day to go ahead and insult somebody, at least do it right. That's all I'm gonna say on it. SFT down 30. Holy fuck. That's getting clapped. That's funny. Talal agrees with me. GNS is critical right here. Bitcoin is still headed down. Well, no, what Talal, for me, the funniest part is that they're taking time out of their day to hang out here. And they're hiding who they are. So it's like, you're not telling me who you are, and you're spending your entire day here with me. Like, I don't know. Just weird. Just a thought. Coinbase trying off the bottom. Most people cannot take criticism. Fact of life. No. Oh, absolutely. Most communities aren't like mine, though. Bitcoin. Hold on a second. Bitcoin trying. Slap the support resistance line down here. We are in the Sonic R. I honestly don't even know, like, fully know the Sonic R, what's it called. I know how to use it, but I don't know the I guess, technical definition of what a Sonic R is. As stupid as that is. Might be Sonic Resistance, but I'm unsure. Trying for 3 little soldiers here on Bitcoin. Hellbiz is 12%. Oh, Hellbiz tried and failed.
Check this out. Yellen came out and said funding cuts for international financial institutions greatly reduce U.S. influence in these institutions. Yellen says concerned with Republican proposal to cut back international programs to 2022 levels.
Sorry. Ma, you going to call me and whisper golden nothings in my ear? Rocket Mom, are you going to call Neil? Again, critical here on GNS. But guys, remember, Bitcoin is trying to come back. I almost feel like throwing... Fucking A. Do I really want to do this?
No.
I might, though.
Okay. I warned you.
Oh, you're right. You did. No, I can't move money off those. I'm kind of chilling where I am, I suppose. At the moment. You're in my stupid mafia group? That's fine.
If somebody could please just knock out the internet in New York for 15 minutes, we would all appreciate that.
Okay, so he's trying out. So if you're in my stupid mafia group, like, and you're talking about, like, I don't know, the inside being ripped out from the middle, like, what do you mean? Because I just communicate very clearly with everyone. I need to stop acting like the best that there is? Okay, that's fine. I don't think I ever did that. I'm just very, very confident. Maybe you should worry about your self-confidence. Bitcoin's going to be trying out for the 48 or towards the 200 here in a second. And GNS is on a double. God, please insult me with the correct grammar. Please, that's all I'm asking. Can you spell you right? It's Y-O-U. I know it's been a while since, the second grade. It's Y-O-U.
Hey, Buzz.
Hey, Alan.
Maybe we should raise some money for this individual to go back to the School of Keyboard Warriorism and upgrade his degree.
Maybe.
Take the grammar class.
It's almost like, it's just embarrassing.
This sideways shuffle needs to stop, brother.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even watch Buzz if he had that much of an ego. Yeah, thank you, Jordan.
I watch Buzz because he has the ego. If he didn't have the ego, that would mean he'd be wrong way too often. I'm good. Keep your ego. Fuck that.
I mean, I just try to keep my ego in check. But, like, I do have self-confidence, so it's a weird balance. That's all.
You know what?
But
I know what the problem is, Buzz. Buzz. You're too manly. You need to be. You have toxic masculinity. You need to
don't even do that here. Mullen's about to try to push up here. We're looking for a handle, and we will also be breaking a bull flag as we try to go ahead and pop the VWAP.
Well, UVX
Scott, not right now. Not later, sure, but I just can't busy at my chart right this second. Mullen trying for a handle, yes. We'll see if it holds. Bitcoin down. Bitcoin's going down. This is not going to hold. Unless Bitcoin turns around, of course. It's so fucked up that the entire market relies on Bitcoin.
I don't think it does. I think Tesla has more of a hold than Bitcoin does.
Sorry about SBNY again. Okay. SBNY. SBNY? Mom, you are fucking killing it. Just be very, very careful. Be very, 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 very careful. Congratulations to anybody who took this call out from yesterday on SBNY. Sorry about being pissy early. I'm just pissed at BBIG. It's okay, George. It's okay. I know you mean well, dog. You're always here. You're doing your best. We're all pissed off, you know what I'm saying? So, I get it. Hellbiz tight, looking for a handle as well. Bitcoin down. Fuck me. Why did I do what I did? I really fucked up. That was a bad one. Oh well. They just got me for like, I don't know, a couple bucks. I mean, honestly, my GSAT position made up for it, though, so it doesn't really matter. Wait. If Hellbiz pulled the GNS squeeze, I'd legit not even worry about my BBIG losses. Kind of how I feel about TRKA and cosm right now.
They're never going to be allowed to pull a squeeze.
Okay, Alan, that's not a conversation for here either.
Well, they're not.
Alan?
Market makers lose too much money.
Alan?
What?
What? That's our opinion. I'm not disagreeing with you, but let's tone it back on that.
Let's not restrict us. Is this the Buzz patriarchy here? Or
no,
what?
well, this is the Buzz channel. This is the Buzz community, yes. And I'm always
the Buzz community.
And I'm always warning people about what you're talking about. I don't want to have to, like, you know, like,
so don't warn them. Let them figure it out.
No. But see, the thing is then I feel bad. So I do what I can, right? But then at a certain point, it becomes overkill. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just telling you that arguing with you is like doing your own dental work.
Credit Suisse just lost 3%.
Even if you win, it's been made painful. My God.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to argue with me either. Carvana trying off the bottom, off resistance.
Break the resistance.
My charts say buy BBIG at next Golden Cross. Of course, I may have friends that show up on great days like this that want to be focused on you. Jesus Christ, Neil. If you had done short, it would have been a good punt. Okay. Bitcoin trying back up, as is Carvana. It all, in my opinion, it all fucking rests on Bitcoin. That's the way the market's trending.
That's weird because it seems to be following Tesla today.
Why is Tesla going down? Or up?
It went down.
Kind of like Bitcoin.
Well, maybe Bitcoin followed Tesla.
All right, Alan. We're not going to do that.
We're not going to do what?
Neil, how do you feel about Hellbiz? From, if you're not on the phone with Rocket Mom. I can't believe I fucking eat, like, FOMO'd. I never FOMO. Fuck. Trying to invalidate a death cross on Carvana. It would also be a double bottom. Oh, that's you with the music videos and stocked with. Bitcoin trying up again. Mullen getting tight at the bottom. We might get a push. He thinks that Hellbiz's competitors are pushing ahead, so he probably means BRDS. Hard down on Bitcoin. No bueno. Yeah, that was totally buy the rumor, sell the news. Son of a bitch. My charts say good time to buy GNS now. Yeah, I would think so too. Now seems like a really good time for the market to spin. The way that Bitcoin's looking. We're going to go ahead and we're going to DCA that right there.
Hey, SEC charges crypto trading platform, Bexy and executives.
For how much?
Doesn't say. No, it says they're charging them like they're going to file charges.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I have to have my one trading platform up. I just have too much going on here around me. Let's see. Bitcoin sliding a little bit again. GNS blocks. I don't know if that's doing anything. Oh, I'm already on GNS. Okay, GNS is getting blocks. Blocks on GNS right now. SINT blocks as well, 228. TRKA. More GNS blocks than anything right now. Hold on a second. Let me tweet. Sorry, I gotta keep like, you know, putting updates up, which kind of sucks, but people gotta know the accuracy, right? All my stocks stuck, I guess. Ugh, don't think like that. Credit Suisse still has 3%. Bitcoin trying up again. For the move that this could possibly make, I don't want to pull off if Bitcoin fucking launches like it looks like it might. Do you guys want to watch Bitcoin or you guys want to watch GNS here? Because it's just really, really tight. Bitcoin trying, GNS trying. Mafia chat from mom. Hold on. Endo Financial. As previously noted, in support of its efforts, the group has retained White & Case LLP and GLC advisors as legal and financial advisor, respectively. Holders of unsecured notes who wish to learn more about the group and its objectives are encouraged to reach out. Definitely reach out, please, especially for the amount of money that you have in it, Mom. Bitcoin trying up. Oh, wrong mouse.
A top U.S. financial regulator continues to hammer into the crypto industry.
Yeah, but you want to learn about what's it called? You want to learn about what their objectives are.
On Wednesday, the SEC charged bkkt.com and its executives, including founder and former chief. The SEC enforcement actions appear to be reaching a fever pitch with major exchanges such as Coinbase and Kraken, as well as smaller ones. They're going after them. This is a test, basically. SEC Gary Gensler came out and said they allege Bexy and its affiliates perform the functions of an exchange, broker, and clearing agency and dealer without registering with
GNS? Sorry, go ahead.
And complying with clear, time-tested rules of governing those activities, because the SEC is really good at regulating the stock market.
GNS, hard up. The 48's coming down to the 200. Yeah, the SEC is totally great at enforcing things. GNS, a lot of blocks.
That's just what I'm saying.
Wait, did I tag that right? Oh, fuck, wrong thing.
According to them, they're amazing.
Of course.
See what a federal judge thinks of that.
GNS, super trend towards the 200. Bitcoin's still on, like, pushing lower. Not liking it. Trying to find the floor where it's at. Credit Suisse over 3%. Cosm down, Ape slightly up. Let's look at Q's with Bitcoin doing what it's doing. Q's down.
They officially closed the doors of the crypto platform Bexy today.
Interesting. Not only that, looking at Gensler's past and family hit. Yeah, he worked at fucking Goldman Sachs. That's like my least favorite fucking hedge fund. As if if I were to pick a least favorite, Goldman Sachs would be towards the top of the list. Followed by
they're charging them by operating an unregistered exchange, broker, and clearing agency through the platform.
Really tight here on Carvana. Thank you for that, Alan.
The exchange posted on its website that it was suspending its operations.
Mullen, super tight. I'm so sorry. Just talk over you. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. The exchange posted on its website that it was suspending its operations because of uncertain regulatory environment surrounding its business.
GNS about to head up here. GNS is in the jelly. GNS is in the jelly. I think I accidentally turned off the jelly somehow. After I was just starting to get used to it, too. GNS at the 200. More messages. What are you guys up to? Let's see. Oh, wait. Who the fuck just sent me a message? Yeah, maybe Snapchat? No. Okay. Oh, Anna on Snapchat. Okay. All right. We're good. Bitcoin's trying to rap? When Bitcoin raps here, watch what happens to GNS. Seriously. How do I do a side-by-side chart on TradingView, Alan? Do you know? I haven't fucked with it enough.
You hit that. There's a
Compare or add symbol?
At the top, there's like a thing that shows like 4 blocks. You can click that and put as many as you want up.
No, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing templates when I do that. When I click on the blocks, I'm seeing templates.
Hang on.
I think it's compare or add symbols. BTC. And then what was I adding? I was adding GNS. Okay. All right. I don't think that worked. Whatever I just did, it did not go how I planned. Undo. Okay. My bad.
On mine,
Next to where it says
like a...
wait, hold on a second. All right. Autosave. Yeah, autosave. Chart settings.
No, there's a box that has like a big window. If you click it, up there to the left of like where it says save and all that, you can click on that and it'll let you open up like a different configuration for a bunch of different windows.
Okay, so top. I'm all the way top left. Where do I go?
Okay, hang on. Turn on your camera so I can see.
Wait, he's saying next to Buzz. So the search. Wait, hold on a second. Here, all right. Alan, give me 1 second. You're about to get your camera switched. All right. All right. Where do I click, Alan?
Okay, so it's kind of foggy, but right next to the indicators, there's a box.
These ones. So
Yep.
if I click on that, it's the templates.
Oh, whoa, hold on. Okay, click off of that. Why did it not do that? Okay, go back over there where that box is.
Okay.
I can't see it very. You got to move your camera to the right. It's really hard to see. Oh, it's right next to the big box, right next to your name, where it says Buzz.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. Oh, well, not bye, but yeah, you know what I mean.
I mean, you could scroll me over to your screen that has all your trading platform login and passwords. That'd be all right.
No, that's fine.
Oh, well, okay. I tried. I just think that if they kill Coinbase here in the next couple of days, you might have a problem with Bitcoin.
Maybe.
I just have a question. Do you remember your comment about what China could do with their Bitcoin?
Yeah.
So did you know that the lady from the Fed came out today again and said that they're very concerned with China and underdeveloped nations funding them?
Wait, say that again?
So I'll actually just read it to you. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen, I'm worried about some of China's activities and that they are engaged in some of the activities the United States is working hard to counter China's influence in international organizations and lending to developing countries.
Well, I mean, they're lending their money. We're giving ours away. Oh, wait, Alan, wait, you know what? I could figure this out where I don't have to drop you. Hold on a second. What's the name of that? That's... Alright. Let me get that hearing going. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure nothing's playing. SV... It's SIVB, isn't it? Fuck. What? Ape? What is Ape doing?
UVXY just went down.
Let me get Ape for him real quick. I'm trying to get this fucking live. Miss Jibber Jabber is full of crap. Yes, she is. Give me 1 second, guys. Fucking A. Where? Oh,
Well,
here,
I think I'm the only one on the West Coast. If I see missiles flying through the sky, I'll let you guys know.
Unrealized losses on long-term debt.
Congressman, that's a fair question and a factual question. If I may, let us get back to you on that. We'll get the numbers and share them with you very quickly.
And please don't give me the names. Mr. Barr, do you have any other answer?
No, sir.
Mr. Gunberg, I know that you're going to be giving us a report about possibly expanding FDIC insurance this spring. I look forward to it, and I hope that you would consider $3 million of coverage, but only of non-interest-bearing accounts.
Look at Credit Suisse.
Because
Climbing,
when a bank is used as a utility
away.
for a checking account, we need that coverage. If people are making investments, we ought
Gentlemen's
to be a little
time's
bit more
expired.
careful, and I'll yield
We'll
back.
now go to the Subcommittee Chair on National Security, Mr. Lukemeyer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chair Barr, for more than a year now, financial
Credit
news
Suisse
is
looks like
focused
she's
on
about
the
to
Fed
get it.
raising rates. There isn't a person in the financial
Cup and handle.
services sector of the country that hasn't heard about it on a seemingly everyday basis since the beginning of 2022. Well, it has been the fastest rate
BBIG
increase
blocks
our
coming
country's
in.
history, which I believe is probably too fast. Chairman Powell has made his intentions very clear. No banks should have been caught off guard by rate increases.
Oh, down.
In fact, the Federal Reserve is in the same position themselves. Mr. Powell was here a couple weeks ago and acknowledged that
DXY
his
slightly
bond
up.
holdings have got them, and the interest rate situation that they have is actually losing money as a result of this himself. So it's even more surprising that a $100 billion bank's not considering that
Hard down on
rate increase
GNS.
is in fact, according to your testimony, the Fed staff hasn't
Credit
presented to the
Suisse
Board of Governors
pushing
its
up.
impacts
Credit Suisse trying.
on rising rates until mid-2023, February 2023, just last month. So are you telling me that every time the Fed raises rates or dropped rate, there is no economic analysis done on the impact on our economy?
Mr. Lukemeyer, I was referencing that particular meeting because the staff...
No, that's not my question. My question is, does the Fed,
Oh, why did I do that?
before it raises rates or lowers rates, does it have an economic study done by its economists? They've got
Mullen trying back up.
there. Do you have an economic analysis done of the impact of that? Mr. Gabarino, would you please move to your right, please? Thank you.
Yes, we evaluate all the economic conditions.
You get a report
and
from your
financial
economists
conditions
that the
when
Fed,
making any interest rate
that the
decision.
Fed, that you do, does the Fed
Bitcoin
get
up
a report
to
from your
200?
economists saying what the impact of their rates will be on the economy? Yes or no?
Yes, we get staff forecasts that forecast the expected impact on the economy of rate decisions.
Okay, how come you made a specific mention that of this in your February report then? Is that a why did you specify that you got the rate?
That's what I was trying to explain earlier. I mentioned that because the report specifically called out Silicon Valley Bank. We regularly discuss interest rate problems.
Okay.
Interest rate risk is an important part of supervision and a
Great.
bread and butter issue.
Okay, a bank this size, normally you'll have an examiner or two or a team that is in there on a daily basis. Was there an examiner or team of
This is
examiners
really
in
tight on
Silicon Valley
Bitcoin,
Bank,
guys.
on a daily basis?
The team consisted of about 20 full-time equivalent staff.
Hard down on
at the
GNS.
San Francisco
Let's
Federal
see if
Reserve
Bitcoin
Bank.
moves here.
They were not in Silicon Valley.
Strong move up.
I don't know precisely the extent of their in-person meetings versus their remote analytic work.
Okay, that's another problem that we have to talk about, having all this work off-site whenever they need to be on-site, being able to have access to the daily data. But as a result of this...
Oh, yeah, that's fucking
I'll
A.
follow up with some of the
TRKA,
questions
lots
that
of
have been
blocks.
asked before, but ask them a little bit different way. You knew that we had an interest rate risk problem and a liquidity problem. You acknowledged it all the way through from 2021. It's been established this morning. You have examiners in the bank are watching it on a daily basis. And you know that you've had some reports that say we need to take some action. Why was no action requested or not forced on the bank?
There was action requested of the bank in the matters requiring attention and matters requiring immediate attention.
Why were they not enforced?
I think that's a question for a review. We don't know. I don't yet know the answer.
AMC down
Could the staff have
5.6.
escalated more? Should they more? What were the interactions with the bank? That's all part of the supervisory record that will be in the May 1st report.
Well, that begs the question then, Mr. Barr. If you think you need more rules and you're not even enforcing existing ones, why do you need more rules? I don't think we need
TRKA might go.
to figure out which rules were not being
GNS
enforced,
with blocks as well.
what messages were not being delivered to the bank to be able to do your job. At that point, then we can take a look and see what we need something else. But for you to make the statement, we need more rules and regulations, how about enforcing the existing ones first?
Oof,
We're
shots
be
fired.
looking, as I said, at our own supervision under the existing framework, ways in which existing rules.
Very
might-
quickly, I've got one more quick question for you here. This
TRKA
situation points out a very unique situation because of the new social media, the world of instantaneously being able to do some things. I have grave concerns because within less than
Of
2
course
days,
you have grave
$42 billion
concerns, 'cause you can't
fallout
control it.
books here, basically as a result of a Twitter little informational thing. It begs the question down the road here, Mr. Barr. It opens up the possibility whenever you have a bunch of significantly distressed banks that there could be a short sell on some of these things that could be out there. We need to be talking about that. Are you thinking about that at all yet?
Yes, I think you're raising absolutely important and critical questions about the role of social media, the role of networks, depositors with each other, and the potential.
You're working on a real-time payment system that's going to be ripe for a problem like this with Twitter. We don't.
Gentleman's time's expired. You can
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
the record. I will now go to.
Let me change the title of
Mr.
the
Scott
stream,
of Georgia
actually.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair, we know that this was basically the fault of the manager.
Change it to Buzz this bastard.
But
Call
what we
out
want to
bullshit.
know
Shit, stop, Alan.
is where did the Fed go wrong?
No, seriously, some things you
Where
can't
did
say,
the
okay?
Fed go wrong?
What's wrong with that?
No,
And
just,
specifically,
just overall, just
did the Fed
let's
miss
just wrap it
red
there, though.
flags or ignore warning signs
Well,
that were
I can't be
brought to
censored this
you
much, so I should just
by
go.
your staff months
I'm
or
not
even
censoring.
years before the collapse?
I'm trying to protect my platform, Alan. That's all.
I know.
Thank you very much for the question. We do have in the supervisory record staff reaching out to the bank, highlighting these problems. As you noted, in the first instance, it's bank management's
What are we doing,
responsibility to
guys?
fix
What
those
are we
problems. They didn't do so.
Well, Vice Chair, is it true that the San Francisco Fed, which supervised
TRKA, super
Silicon
trend up.
Valley Bank, sent multiple warnings to the bank's management about the risk it was taking,
I'm doing fine.
including its substantial holdings of treasuries and other bonds that were steadily losing money as interest rates rose?
How are you doing?
Yes, the supervisors pointed out to the banks that they were exposed to interest rate risk and liquidity risk, and that they didn't have the risk management in place to address
Bollinger
those.
Band's getting tighter again on
And
They
TRKA.
failed to fix those problems.
And how often
GNS,
did
still on
Fed
that trend
staff
line.
share with the Board of Governors that rising interest rates were threatening the finances of some banks,
Rising
and in
lynch weights.
particularly the risk-taking at
I'm sorry,
Silicon
that was
Valley
mean.
banks?
My understanding is that the
Carvana
particular
up,
issue
you
with
up.
Silicon Valley Bank did not rise to the level of the board until mid-February of this year.
Just up you up, you should say.
And the other question is
The
this.
Board of Governors, I should say.
Why do you think that the full extent of the bank's vulnerability did not become apparent until it was too late, especially when the FDIC data was showing that SVB was doubling in size in
Bitcoin's about to try up.
and 21, doubling in size within 12 months. Was that not a red flag?
I think you raised, I apologize, I didn't mean to cut you off there at the end. I think that one of the things we're looking at is that the way the Federal Reserve's regulations set up the structure for approach to supervision treated firms in the 50 to 100 billion range with lower levels of requirements.
They got me. I was at the DCA, they ever living shit out of it.
That got above the 100 billion line.
Oh well.
That meant that their transition into those higher standards took a long time.
That was my gamble on the day.
So by the time the group was actually looked at in an intense way by the group in the large and foreign banking
Bitcoin, what are we doing?
Team, a lot of that growth and a lot of that activity had happened. And so, in a sense, it was very late in the process. And that's one of the things we're looking at in our review.
Good. And I want you to know that I appreciate your recent announcement that a formal review into
Bitcoin
whether
up,
the Fed
Bitcoin pushing.
It's good to admit failure.
DraftKings launches horse betting app. That's actually huge.
For correcting.
That's like straight, like people are addicts about that.
And whether the Fed failed to properly oversee Silicon Valley Bank will take place, and more importantly, that it will be shared with us in the public. Is that true?
Yes, that's absolutely right. We thought that it's really important as a first principle of risk management for us to do our own self-assessment.
U.S. nat gas flows to Freeport.
We have a team of people working on that
self-assessment.
We're not involved in the supervision of Silicon Valley Bank. We're going to make all of those findings and recommendations public.
We have a lot of shit to push through right here.
And let me also say we welcome other outside
guys. I like the cloud more than I like the Bollinger Bands. I'm sorry. I think I do.
The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, the chair of the Oversight Subcommittee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to quickly move ahead here. A loss in confidence in the banking system is a loss of confidence in regulators in many of our minds. And regulators seem to have had the tools at their disposal to prevent these failures from happening. They seem to have missed that.
BRDS
exploring that. As
strings up. Looks to be getting rejected.
Subcommittee, I find it necessary to reiterate how important the Congressional Oversight is, and that
you got to be more clear, Alan. I don't know what you mean.
Authority that we have, and frankly, an obligation that we have.
Thank you.
To maintain the well-being of our system of government.
I had no idea what you meant.
It said it was appropriate for outsiders to do their independent reviews. That's what we are trying to do here today. You were authorized, though, on March 13 to do...
Hard down on Bitcoin?
Correct. Who authorized that?
Chair Powell and I made...
Okay, that's all I need to know. Chair Powell authorized you?
Chair Powell and I jointly made the decision for me to proceed with this.
Is it your understanding as well that under Dodd-Frank, anytime 13.3 is invoked and utilized, that the GAO is also supposed to do a report?
I'm not familiar with that precise provision, but it makes sense to me that GAO should do a review.
Okay. And do you know
so he was supposed to do a review and he didn't at all.
I respect the independence of the GAO and suggest that.
Page 2 of your testimony,
that's kind of a big deal.
You said that the May report will include confidential supervisory information. Will you be providing that CSI to the GAO?
Yes, consistent with normal practice.
Right. Well, we might have to unpack that a little bit. Will you also commit to me and this committee and to the chairman that you will provide this committee with all those same related confidential supervisory information needed to appropriately assess on our
Gianna or Bitcoin, I'm sorry. Coming back towards the two.
Same information
to the two.
Report will be available.
No, not in the report. You're giving if you're giving that supervisory information for the GAO to do their review.
Bitcoin up to the 200. See what I mean,
review
guys?
it
It's
yourself
literally
and
moving
decide
with Bitcoin.
what is appropriate and not appropriate. I thought you just said that you would be providing GAO with all of that data and information that you will be using to
Right
make
up.
your report.
Right
Is that
up.
correct?
We will make the information that we are using
It's
for the
literally
report
moving
available to
in
you and
lockstep.
the GAO. And
Okay, so we have your
to the public.
commitment that you are going to be providing us with all of that raw, confidential,
Let's see, where's the next one
supervisory
at?
information so that we can do our job.
the same information that we'd use for
See,
the
a
GAO.
little bit of red, a little bit of red. Like I said, lockstep.
I'm not looking for the report, though. I want to make sure
See,
we've got the
green,
information.
and it just
I'm trying to make
went
sure
green.
that our semantics
trying
aren't.
to
It's
be
lagging a little bit.
I will accept the answer that you are going to give us the exact same information in a timely fashion that you are using for your report. Fair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Grunberg, I want to touch on the Treasury's commitment. I'm sorry, the FDIC.
Credit Suisse still moving nicely.
To look at what was going on.
Square moving
there.
nicely.
The same question really is to you. Will you commit to providing the committee with all related
Bitcoin up.
confidential supervisory information that is needed for us to assess?
Yes,
what is
Congressman, one, I think you have the authority to compel that information, and we'll be responsive to you.
Okay. Timely manner is the key watchword here.
Critical level
between
here?
Myself and the chairman, Chairman.
We got to get
McHenry,
over this red
we have
right
a
here.
number
If I
of
understand these
requests to
clouds
all of
like I
you.
think I do.
Ms. Lang, want to touch on this to obtain the information. You
Just off
FSOC
160
was
on,
convened
Apple?
both March 10, March 12,
Q
and
still
March
after 11?
24. Has FSOC met since March 24?
They have not met since March.
You have not, okay. So it was reported that Secretary Yellen convened these officials via video conference, is that correct?
Yes, I believe there
And you
were
were part of
two
that?
FSOC meetings.
Okay, and you were part of that?
I was part of the
Guys,
second
again,
one.
anybody new rolling in,
I was not
nonstop
part of
DD in
the
chat. Just make sure you're checking
You
it.
were not part of the 10th,
I
okay?
was not. That was the evening, I believe, we announced. I was
Bitcoin
not
up?
part of the March
All right.
12th meeting.
Were minutes taken at those meetings?
As by process, by normal process.
And will we have access to those minutes?
Yes, they are released.
Wait, who did?
according to-
Before they're released, because we only have minutes from December 22.
Thank you.
There is nothing that has been released publicly since December 22.
A lot of GNS blocks,
Correct. I
guys,
believe
and they're slapping the
process
ass too.
is Minutes are
Bitcoin
released
up. Come on.
following the next
We need
formally
that to carry.
scheduled FSOC meeting.
Only if
But
formally
we can-
scheduled.
We can come back to you on that, when they will be released.
So we have to wait till the next formally scheduled time to get those minutes.
I understand
time
that's
has
the
expired.
process, but
We'll
we
be
can come
following
back
up
to
in
you.
writing, thank you.
Whoa.
We expect a written response for
Bitcoin?
that, Undersecretary. I will now recognize Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Come on, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for holding this hearing. I want to follow up
C-Rex
on,
up 19% since reverse split a
Ms.
couple days
Waters'
ago, up
line of
10.5 today.
questioning.
Thank you, Chad.
Prior
That's
to its
CREX.
collapse, Silicon Valley Bank was a major lender and investor in low and moderate income housing in Massachusetts, in my district. In large part
Cosm Unch.
because it acquired the Boston Private Bank and Trust Company back in 2021. So that includes not only deposits, but construction financing, permanent financing, mortgage lending for low and moderate income home buyers, equity investments, and direct purchase of tax exempt bonds for affordable
What's
housing
up?
development. So right now, I've got
AMC is 5%
18
down.
affordable housing developments in my district.
VIX
And on the
just
outskirts
over
of my
19.
district, currently in construction in Massachusetts. And they depend on the fulfillment of outstanding debt and equity
C-Rex
commitments
only
that were
7
made
million
by
outstanding shares.
Silicon Valley
Okay.
Bank. So these developments, and this is the back of the envelope, I'm sure there are more, but I have 754 homes, including 702 affordable homes for residents with low incomes, and 118 homes for residents with extremely low incomes, as well as workforce housing. So while the vast majority, here's the thing, while the vast majority of high net worth investors and depositors at Silicon Valley Bank
Bear with
have
me
been
here
held
for a second,
harmless,
guys.
they've been rescued. They've been rescued. The First Citizen Assumption Agreement is completely silent on the status of these low-income victims.
I think that's the one I want. Yeah.
And that is a problem. That flies in the face of your mission and mine.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Okay.
so, Mr. Gruenberg, now, and I appreciate all three of you and the work. You worked quickly once you saw the problem. And I find great fault with the reckless
Carvana
management
3.
on the part of Silicon Valley Bank. And that
Carvana
they concentrated
moving.
so much risk, and there was an absence of meaningful risk management. But we have a problem. And while the bank crisis might be over, it's not over in my district with all these families, all these low-income families that are struggling. You know, I got cities like Brockton, Massachusetts. We got a great mayor there doing a wonderful job, and they're really
Bitcoin trying
all
back up.
going in the right direction, and as well as Boston and Quincy and others. But we need help. We need to resolve
Yeah,
this.
that's
So,
back to
Mr.
Unch.
Gruenberg, I need a commitment from you, sir, that
Carvana key level
you
here.
need to come to
Oh, just-
Brockton. You need to come to
The guy
Brockton in
rejected
my
right off
district,
of it.
and we need to work this through so that we provide the kind of protection for low-income families, a lot of them families of color, many
Bitcoin trying
first,
up.
you know, they're first-generation immigrants, and, you know, they need help. And I think you and I need to be there, and I'll get my mayors together and these 18 affordable housing development managers.
Just
will
under the
try to
48.
get this done.
We need that
But
Bitcoin push
can
in
I
order
get
to
your
move that, I
commitment?
think.
Any thoughts on that?
Toro is
Congressman, I'd
up
be glad to do
18.4 and moving. TORO. Thank you, Chad.
As,
And there's no
Citizens
news on
takes
it.
over, continues in a
TORO.
position to continue to serve the customers of the former institution and work with you in regard to the community issues you just described.
That's great. I'm very happy to hear that. There's something new and different, though,
Bitcoin.
in this collapse. You know, there was a concentration of risk on the part of Silicon Valley Bank. You know,
Yeah,
they
that's because
catered to-
Bitcoin's about to
to
launch, it looks like.
early-stage startups which have a high rate
Trying
of
for the
failure
gold
in
cross here in a
first
minute.
place. They're very skittish, so those
Bitcoin's
aren't
getting ready,
core,
guys.
Deposits that are going to stay
Strap
through
up.
any period of you know, unsettled economy. And then you, on top of that, you have
Go ahead.
panic that is
I
driven
know you
by
want it.
social media. In many cases, you had, you know, venture capitalist firms telling their clients
TRKA
at that bank to
blocks,
get the heck
Credit
out.
Suisse blocks,
So
a SINT
the
block,
speed at which this happened
and BBIG
was a matter
blocks.
of hours. And
Bitcoin,
again,
top of the cloud.
I commend you on the speed at which you acted. But is there something more that we need to be doing now because of the velocity of money? People can move their money out like that, and
Why is that a
are
problem?
re-equipped. The
Why is that
FDIC
what
has
he
a
just said?
long,
Why is that a
strong
problem?
history, but is something new and different
I'll tell you why,
needed
actually.
to protect us from that phenomenon?
Congressman, I think that's an important question to ask. I think we are dealing with a
Credit
different
Suisse boss.
environment, and the point you raise in terms of how quickly
Key level.
money can move, what the technology enables now that exceeds what's occurred in the past is a new risk factor that we have to think about.
I would ask the panel to all respond to the gentleman in written form about that very, very important subject.
Thank you,
I
Sean.
will now recognize Ms. Wagner of Missouri.
Bitcoin pushing through the cloud.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Vice Chair Brower, we're going to go very quickly
Credit
here, so I
Suisse
would
trying
like
up as
some
well.
succinct,
It'll probably go if Bitcoin goes.
brief answers, if we could. Vice Chair Brower, referring specifically to Federal Reserve supervisors, do you know how many
And then
citations
next one is
specifically that
28.6 is what we need to clear.
matters requiring attention, MRAs, and matters
Credit
requiring
Suisse trying?
immediate attention, MRIAs, that were issued to Silicon Valley Bank regarding its management of liquidity risk? Microphone and a number. Do you know how many?
In November 2021, there were 6
Credit Suisse.
MRAs and MRIs on liquidity.
Credit
In the
Suisse.
summer of 2020, in the fall of 2022, there was an additional MRA on interest rate risk modeling. I think I misidentified inadvertently yesterday as an MRIA, but as an
Credit
MRA.
That's fine. I don't need
Suisse.
to go through all of them. We've got 6, maybe 7 of these citations that were given. Yesterday, you were asked about an MRIA that was issued in
Bitcoin?
the fall of 2022. You stated that the MRIA was issued, quote, based on the inaccuracies of their interest rate risk modeling. Essentially, the risk model was not aligned with reality. This is your quote.
Yes.
Did the supervisors provide the bank a
He didn't want to say
timeline
yes
to
there, but
remediate this
she said it was a quote.
misalignment?
So,
Since changing
Bitcoin's gonna be going for a gold
an
cross
interest rate risk
right here.
assessment model seems to be something that could be done very quickly.
Yes, my understanding that there were time limits associated with each of these MRAs and MRAs, but I don't have the information.
Really?
precisely.
Okay, well, clearly those alerts were ignored at the bank. Why didn't the
Shots.
Fed consider escalating any of these issues into a cease and desist order or other formal enforcement action against the bank to require senior management and the board of directors to remediate these serious deficiencies?
I think you raise a fair point, and we will be looking into that.
I certainly hope so. Vice Chair Barr, in your testimony you stated, quote, the failure of SVB illustrates the need to move forward with our work to improve the
Carvana? I was
resilience
just
of
about
the
to flip
banking
off of
system.
it, but fuck.
For
didn't move.
example, it is critical that we propose and implement the Basel III endgame
Bitcoin up.
reforms, which will better reflect trading and operational risks in our measure of banks' capital requirement
Yeah, we're getting a
needs.
market push, I think,
Sir,
here. Gold cross on Bitcoin on the
strongly
1 minute.
Disagree. These reforms will result in additional costs on consumers, on businesses, and investors. I'm going to go real quickly here. Was trading risk the reason SVB had almost 94% of its deposits uninsured?
No.
Was trading risk the reason SVB did not have a risk officer for nearly 9 months last year?
Oh,
I
shots.
do not believe that that was the focus of why there was not a credit
So,
risk officer.
no, trading risk was not the reason. Was trading risk the reason SVB had
More than 10
51%
cents?
of its deposits in the tech industry? Yes or no?
Not to my knowledge.
You know, I fail to see how
Carvana's
SVB
trying to get it here,
illustrates
though,
a need
guys.
to implement Basel endgame reforms, particularly as it relates to trading risks. Can you show how trading risk directly resulted in SVB failure? Or, sir, are you just looking for any reason, correlated or not, to justify increasing capital requirements for our banks?
Bitcoin up.
I think it's really
With
quite
the gold
important
cross.
that we strengthen capital and liquidity requirements in the system. It's something I've been working on since arriving at the board in July. And I think that the work that we're going to do, that we will propose through
Gonna
notice of
do,
government
not did.
rulemaking, will make the
keyword.
financial system safer and sounder.
Keywords.
That reduce risks that firms such as SVB in the
You have
future
stated
might
that
cause.
yesterday that our banks are well capitalized, did you not?
Yes, I have been consisting in saying that both that the system is
Q's
strong,
looking good.
but that also we need to think about stronger capital rules, and I think that's
Spider's at
appropriate given
400.
Well, we're going to have a hearty give and take on this. You know, I want to say this in closing. Despite U.S. regulators having clear knowledge of insufficient risk management,
VIX
it
to
seems that the
just over 19.
examiners and your supervisors were asleep at the
The
wheel.
wheel.
While signs
I knew
that
that was coming.
Silicon Valley Bank was heading towards a collapse were staring them right in the face for many, many months. Vice Chair Barr, I look forward to the release of your review of the supervision and regulations of Silicon Valley Bank so we can dig in some more on May 1st, and I hope that it provides more clarity to the events leading up to these bank failures. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
We'll now recognize
Look at
Mr.
fucking
Green of Texas
GSAT.
for 5
What a
minutes.
great fucking call. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member, the witnesses for appearing. Witnesses, you have all made the case for mismanagement at Silicon Valley. If you disagree
GNS
with this
is trying up.
statement,
We are
please
coming up on the
extend
cloud,
a
though.
hand into the air.
And the 48.
Let the record reflect that all
Bitcoin
witnesses
trying up.
agree that mismanagement was occurring. I have before me a news article from what is perceived to be by
Credit
many
Suisse
a
blocks.
reliable source, CNBC.
Wow, Credit Suisse is ripping.
The style of the article is, that would be the title, the style is Silicon Valley Bank employees receive bonuses hours before government takeover.
Wow, shots.
hours before government takeover bonuses. It's also alleged by other sources that these bonuses could exceed $100,000. Mr. Gruenberg, is it true that hours before the takeover of the bank, before it was seized, that bonuses were accorded employees?
Congressman, since we weren't the supervisor, I wouldn't have the direct
that's
information.
a yes.
I'm sure we could get it for you, or the Federal Reserve could provide it.
I welcome the intelligence from
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Federal
Well, that's what I'm
Reserve.
saying. Like,
But if I could just make an additional point.
by him not
which
saying
is,
no right there, that's an automatic yes.
The FDIC is under a legal obligation after the failure of Silicon Valley
Carvana
to conduct an
still trying at
investigation
resistance.
of the conduct of the board
Carvana's
and the
always gonna
management
still
of
be
the
trying.
institution. And if
Now-
misconduct occurred, we do have authority
Yes.
to
Alright.
impose civil penalties, including civil monetary penalties.
Damn, Alan, thought
restitution,
that you were working
and to
since
bar
bank failure.
individuals from the business of banking.
Thank
So
you.
we do have some
He took the
significant
day off.
authorities and responsibilities.
Thank you.
I'm going
I
to go
yield
in.
to
I was
the FDIC.
getting ready to leave here shortly.
Credit Suisse is on fucking fire.
Thank you very much, Representative Green. The board also has the authority.
Without the authority right now, just tell me, did the bonuses, were there bonuses given out hours before the bank?
Sounds like he has his ass in butter.
I have seen reporting of that, but I'm still trying to chase down the facts. Our enforcement team has the ability to go after actions against individuals.
Yeah,
You're saying
Toro's not
you
stopping
do
either.
not know, but you have heard.
Look at
that
fucking
this
Credit
is the
Suisse though,
case.
Jesus.
Yes, I do not have the supervisory record of that to know, but I've seen reporting of that, and we're looking into it.
For the moment, let's just assume that Bank X hands out bonuses. Management has failed to do its job. Do you have the inherent or accorded or statutory power to claw back those bonuses?
We have the ability to pursue actions for individuals who violated the law.
May I
engage-
kindly ask about clawback of bonuses? Can you claw back those bonuses?
Under our authority, if there are violations of the law or unsafe or unsound practices or any breach of fiduciary duty, we can
Toro,
get
the spin-off company.
restitution. We
Yeah,
can get civil money
we
penalties.
were covering
and
who-
we
the-
can
that-
have
I
provision.
assume that your answer
CTRM?
is
Was
no,
that it?
You do not have the authority to claw back those bonuses.
I think it was
We don't
CTRM.
have generalized clawback authority.
You do not. All right, I see a hand raised. Mr. Gruenberg, please.
Just to try to respond directly to the question, we do not have explicit,
BBRM was the one I
the
called out that's
FDIC
doing it right
does not have explicit clawback authority under the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. We have that authority under the Dodd-Frank Act in regard to failures under Title II, but we do not have that under the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. So in considering additional authorities that Congress might provide, that might be something worth considering.
Thank you, Mr. Gruenberg, because that's exactly where I'm going. We live in a world where it's not enough of things to be
Carvana
right.
4.5 up.
They must also look right. And it just doesn't look right for hours before the bank is seized, bonuses to be accorded employees, and some of these bonuses total more than $100,000.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now
Thank you.
recognize the Chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this important hearing. And Vice Chairman Barr, true or false, Silicon Valley Bank experienced rapid asset growth in a short period of time?
Yes, that's correct.
Silicon Valley's rapid growth was fueled by an extremely high concentration of deposits from a single sector.
Yes, that's correct.
Silicon Valley Bank became overdependent on an extremely high percentage of uninsured deposits.
Yes, that's correct.
Silicon Valley Bank failed to hedge the risk of holding long-duration securities in a rising interest rate environment.
My understanding is at one point they had hedges, and those were not in place at the time they failed.
And that was apparent to the Fed.
Yes, it was apparent to the Federal Reserve.
Silicon Valley Bank had no chief risk officer for 8 months before its collapse.
Yes, that is correct.
Was the San Francisco
Toro
Fed
plus CTRM? All
unaware
right, cool. I was right.
of any of these basic facts in the months leading up to its failure on March 9th?
Not to my knowledge.
Carvana down.
So nothing in the existing
Square up 5.
regulatory framework concealed these basic facts from the San Francisco Fed, which had responsibility of supervising this bank.
The regulatory structure doesn't conceal facts. It may have an effect on how supervisors act with respect to those facts.
True or false, Silicon Valley Bank was subject to enhanced prudential standards under Dodd-Frank as amended by the 2018 bipartisan regulatory relief law.
The Federal Reserve supervisory structure did not apply most enhanced prudential standards to the firm. It did have some enhanced prudential standards once it became subject to those standards after it passed the
before it passed that $200 billion threshold, when it passed the $100 billion threshold, it was under 2155, the bipartisan regulatory relief law, under Section 401A1C of that law. The Fed could have applied enhanced prudential standards to Silicon Valley Bank. Is that correct?
Under the 2019 rules that the Federal Reserve
T2 to 46 cents.
Most enhanced prudential standards did not apply to the firm.
Well, wait a minute. I don't know about that because
Bitcoin looking for a handle here.
A1C of that law, the Fed, by order or rule, could apply enhanced prudential standards to banks not above 200 billion, but above 100 billion in assets on a one-off basis.
Yes, the legislation provided the Federal Reserve with ample discretion. The way that discretion was implemented in 2019 was with a rule, and that rule provided.
But in order, but by order, and reclaiming my time, Vice Chair, by order, the Fed could have applied enhanced prudential standards before the bank reached the size it did by February of 2023. My point is, it doesn't seem appropriate to change the tailoring rules for all banks to account for a lapse in supervision by the Fed and the inability of the Fed to deploy enhanced prudential standards to firms when it's currently able to do so under existing law. And Mr. Barr, as you and I have discussed, and as we agree, we need to preserve the diversity of the financial ecosystem here. The Fed had all the existing tools it needed to supervise this bank and apply those enhanced prudential standards. I think pushing
Bitcoin trying
a one-size-fits-all or reimposing a one-size-fits-all regulatory regime on community and regional banks, especially regional banks under distress right now,
Bitcoin's
would
trying
result
up.
in fewer of those institutions, more
Come on,
consolidation,
baby.
and less competition for too big.
Sorry, I can see the MACD on my
Mr.
other screen.
Director Gruenberg, the vast majority of community banks in my district are well managed, and they actually understand how to manage interest rate risk in a rising interest rate environment. And since the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, those Kentucky banks and their customers have been asking me why they should have to pay an assessment for your rescue of Silicon Valley Bank with a 100% guarantee of deposits of largely wealthy, sophisticated depositors at Silicon Valley Bank, some of whom apparently cared more about the bank's commitment to environmental sustainability than their capability to be good stewards of their deposits. I think this is a legitimate question.
Wow.
And I also think it's a good question whether invoking the systemic risk exception to the least cost resolution mandate under the Act was in fact the least cost solution. After all, your decision to cover all of the uninsured deposits cost the Deposit Insurance Fund an estimated $20 billion.
Below
Will you commit
$11?
to using your authority under 12 U.S.C. 1817 to establish separate risk-based assessment systems for large and small members of the Deposit Insurance Fund?
Netflix up at
so
1.5.
that these well-managed banks don't have to bail out Silicon Valley Bank.
Netflix looks like she's about to go again.
Consider that, Congressman, and as I indicated, we are going to be preparing a comprehensive review of the deposit insurance system. So we'll come back to you and glad to engage with you.
Gentleman's time has
Thank you, Ayo.
expired. We'll now go to Mr. Himes of Connecticut for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting to me to listen to my friends on the other side of the aisle who ordinarily spend all of their time trying to defund, destroy, and denigrate your organizations, now hold you entirely responsible for where we find ourselves today, despite activities within the bank that I think we all agree, and Mr. Barr, you have said were on the verge of outrageous. So I'd like to begin by thanking all of you and your organizations for the intense and sleepless actions you took beginning on March
Bitcoin,
9th. I don't know if
key
you
level.
acted perfectly, and you don't know if you acted perfectly, but we all know that today the financial system appears to be stabilized. And we certainly know that Congress is not lighting itself on fire, crafting a massive publicly funded bailout as it was in the fall of 2008. I hope that we've dispensed with the absurdity that it was Silicon Valley's woke activities that drove this failure.
Woke
and while I don't
activities? Who
necessarily
said
agree,
woke?
Mr. Barr, with your predecessor's statement that blaming the bipartisan 2018 reform law is so nonsensical it isn't even wrong, the
Huge
truth
trying
is
to
that
resistance.
Silicon Valley Bank was crawling with supervisors and regulators who had been raising the alarm for a long time. And that's what's interesting to me about this whole episode. It was not a surprise. It wasn't a surprise to the regulators and supervisors who had been raising those alarms for years. It shouldn't have been a surprise to the management team who had been the target of those alarms.
Oh, man.
By the way, just as a side note, it was a surprise to the Wall Street research analysts who were paid very good money to evaluate Silicon Valley Bank. 24 Wall Street analysts cover Silicon Valley Bank. 11 had buy ratings on it, 11 had hold ratings on it. Only one analyst rated it a sell. More seriously, the credit rating agency, S&P
I like how they're
Global,
talking
rated
about
Silicon
credit
Valley
rating
investment
agencies.
grade right up until March 10th
TRKA
when it
pushing.
announced that it expected a bankruptcy. There's an uncomfortable echo of 2008. By the way, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to insert for the record unanimous consent, a remarkable article by Professor Raj Gopal of the Columbia Business School, which elaborates many of these points that I'm making.
Without objection.
Heavy what? Should we do?
So the facts have been put out there pretty comprehensively. In 2021,
Sorry, I'm
2
zooming in so I
years
can see the
ago,
wicks on this. I want to see the structure.
The Fed review results in the finding of serious
That's up.
weaknesses, the issuance of 6 matters requiring
That's going up.
attention and 1 matter requiring immediate attention. July of 2022, the full supervision review rates the bank deficient. That's 7 to 8 months before March's meltdown. Early 2023, there's a horizontal.
There's only 11 million volume on
Again,
TRKA.
The word deficient. So, and by the way, that's complicated for most
AMC
people to
coming back a little
understand.
bit?
Here's something that's not complicated for people to understand. As far as I can tell, Silicon Valley Bank had precisely 1 individual who was a banker on their board, Mr. Thomas King.
Hey, we could
The
do
risk
that.
committee of this bank,
Neil.
which tripled in size
Neil.
in 2 years, had no
We could do
one.
that.
The risk committee had no one on the committee with any significant
But
banking
we could hire
experience.
people for risk.
So, Mr. Barr, I'm going to put you in an uncomfortable position and say, clearly what we have here is a gap of time and a
Cosm
failure
lunch.
of action between
Carvana's
the
still going.
deficiency rating in
AMC,
July
trying to
of
get it?
2022 and the meltdown in March. That's a long period of time.
What
I'm
he
gonna
just
ask you
said?
for ideas, not necessarily good ideas. I understand that
He
you
said
may
that there was only one banker that was within Silicon Valley Bank, right? And I said, hey, Neil, that's what we could do. And you could just be there, and then obviously, like, we could just hire people. And,
mandatory subsequent to a deficiency rating.
Who has bank money? Neil does.
Great question you raise, and one that I think
Sorry
is
to put you on the
appropriate
spot like
for
that, Neil.
reviewing both by you and by us. I think that we need to put in place risk mitigants and incentives that are much stronger, faster in the supervisory process.
Taxes.
That's one of the things that
yeah,
we'll be
you're right.
looking
Yeah,
at.
but we
the
wouldn't be in
review.
California.
But I do think that in instances like this, where it is such a fundamental issue, we need to have risk mitigants in place that are ordered by the supervisors quickly.
So I'm just going to make this observation as I run out of time. As we all saw, one of the problems here, and one of the new things here, were the chat rooms and the speed by which deposits could be withdrawn.
Set it up in
Billions
Tennessee,
of
no
dollars
state
went
or
out the
income
door
tax.
because of
Well,
these
same thing with
devices.
Delaware.
So I'm not convinced that giving humans who operate in human time additional
AMC
authority
at
is going
200.
to do the trick here. I think we need to think about automatic mechanisms, and that may require statutory change. Automatic mechanisms that when a finding of deficiency or other adverse observations have been made, kick in automatically, perhaps after some cure period. But this was a meltdown that happened at the speed of light, and humans with discretion is not going to solve it in the future.
7.75 sales tax.
Texas, Mr. Williams is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to repeat myself a little bit, what you've heard today, but when I talk to community banks in my district,
I mean, I'm just
full
throwing out
disclosure, I'm a
ideas
car
waiting for you to
dealer,
say
and,
yes.
I talk to them a lot, and I owe them
Be
a lot
quite
of money.
honest.
One of their top worries right now is being left to foot the bill for the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Community banks,
AMC to $5.
which most of us live by, should not be liable to pay for the rescue of larger banks that gambled and made a risky bet. So
Correct.
community banks are relied upon Main Street, America, to be a lifeline and provide crucial banking services to small businesses. So these smaller banks, which we all
I really
need to
fucked
have,
up on my
are some of the
person
most
yesterday.
trusted institutions in the financial industry. So, Mr. Grunberg, you talked about it before, but could you elaborate if smaller community banks in Texas, where I'm from, will be left responsible for bailing out the failed banks
FRC?
in California and New York, which we don't even know where they are?
Thank you, Congressman. I'm keenly sensitive to the concern. Let me just say, under the law, the FDIC is required to impose a special assessment on the banking industry to recover any cost to the Deposit Insurance Fund from covering these uninsured deposits. And we have to do that by a notice and comment
Bitcoin's gonna be trying here,
rulemaking, which we're
looks
going to
like.
do in May. And just to be clear, the law gives the FDIC authority to consider the types of entities that benefit from any action taken or assistance provided, so that the FDIC does have discretion. And let me just say, without forecasting what our board is going to vote,
FRC doesn't need to go
we're
much
gonna be
further. Put you
keenly
in the green
sensitive to
nicely.
the
Are you
impact
thinking about my next
on
move
community
after?
banks.
Take a look at it, because we all know that what they'll do is pass the cost
Let me know
on
what
to
you're
someone like
thinking.
me. The Federal Reserve was supposed to be the primary supervisor over Silicon Valley
If you don't
Bank,
mind.
but from all we've seen and heard today,
Bitcoin down, fuck.
they failed to do their job, and it's been reported that Silicon Valley's bank risk practices were on the Federal Reserve's
FRC,
radar.
where
We've
you
talked
at,
about
baby?
that for over a year. In 2022 alone,
Oh,
Federal
she wants it.
Fed supervisors issued 3 findings on SFB's ineffective board oversight, weakness in their risk management, and flaws with the bank's internal audit function. So it should raise major concerns that the Federal Reserve, who is tasked with regulating and
Still off
overseeing
160 on
banks,
Apple.
knew about Silicon Valley's risky practices far more than a year and failed to take any corrective action. Now, Mr. Barr, what actions, if any, did the
Bitcoin
Federal
trying?
Reserve take, and you talked a little bit about this, after issuing those risk findings, and how did the Fed Reserve
Above
become
VWAP
so
on SPX?
complacent it's on its supervisory role and missed these warning signs? And I think
Cosm went
that's
red.
what people across America really want.
Ivana up 4.5. Love it.
Thank you
Carvana,
very
heads
much
up.
for the question. My understanding is that the supervisors identified the issues, they brought them to management's attention. The response clearly was not an effective response. Bank managers failed to manage the firm in an appropriate way. They didn't manage their interest rate risk and their liquidity risk well, even though it was pointed out by the
Nice little
regulators.
cup here.
And I do think it
Carvana.
calls for a heightened need for
My city
more
just on Monday raised
aggressive
taxes by
supervisory action to
5.5%.
take care of these problems.
Wow.
But you all missed it too.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry about
You
that,
missed it
Talal.
too.
The supervisory staff were aware of the underlying issues. I think all of us were caught incredibly off guard by the massive bank run that occurred.
The massive bank
on
run.
March 9th and 10th. The scale and speed of that, $42 billion going out the door Thursday afternoon. It was expected by the bank that $100 billion more would go out
go
the
for
next
it,
day. That's
Carvana.
just an
I see you.
extraordinary scale
I
and
saw what you
speed
wanted
of
to do right
run.
there.
Not anything I had ever seen before.
Okay, out of all the banking supervisors, I would expect the Federal Reserve, and most of us would, to be the most aware of the impacts increased with rate hikes would have on the value of securities for banks. However, the Fed has stress tests, which we talked about, which are conducted to determine how large domestic banks would perform under hypothetical and stable economic scenarios.
Carvana,
Currently
go
does
for
not
the
test
handle.
for the problems that caused Silicon Valley Bank to fail. SFB failed because of inflation, rapid increase in interest rates, and
It
loss
didn't
of
fail
value
because of
government bonds.
inflation, you
So
dumbass.
even if SFB had been subject to testing, it would not have led to the changes that could have prevented their failure, because the Federal Reserve is asking the wrong questions and not
Don't
running
think like that,
scenarios that
Talal.
ultimately led to SFB's downfall. So we'll correct
Carvana
Mr.
trying
Barr.
up.
How can the American people trust the Federal Reserve if you are not testing for all scenarios? How
Talal,
was the Federal
Talal,
Reserve so
let's you
far
and
off?
I have a
That
talk
is a
after
question
work.
that everyone asks again.
I think that the Federal Reserve
just for
should
shits and giggles.
use
Like, let's just
multiple
have a talk.
scenarios. That's one of the reasons why I proposed that for this year's test. It includes a rising interest rate environment for the trading book. I think multiple scenarios makes a ton of sense and should be done.
You know, that saying, they can get it right 100 times. You got to get it right once. So you got one crack at it. So thank you very much.
Almost time has expired. We're now recognizing.
No, I hear
ranking
you,
member
brother.
of the
I hear
Oversight
you. Just,
Subcommittee, Mr.
I don't
Foster,
know.
on
Let's have a
5
talk
minutes.
about it.
Thank you. As
Yeah,
you
like-
know,
I'll
12 years
bullshit
ago,
with you.
during
We'll
Dodd-Frank,
see
a
like
number of
we'll
us
see what we
put a
come up
lot
with.
of effort into
Cup
specifically
on
authorizing
FRC.
U.S. bank regulators to put contingent capital requirements into the capital stack of large banks. These can sort of be thought of as a sort of privately funded insurance policies that large banks are forced to carry that pays out if a bank gets into trouble and automatically injects capital into a struggling but not yet failed bank.
Go.
Now, for the last 12 years, U.S. bank regulators have completely ignored this authorization from Congress, which I have complained about in numerous hearings. But in the last 12 years, European bank regulators
Wow, look at
and
GWH.
others
Holy
have
fuck.
used contingent capital successfully. And so now I believe that we have a lot to learn about two side-by-side bank failures. First, Silicon Valley Bank, a large bank by some measure, but with total assets less than 1% of U.S. GDP, and Credit Suisse, with total assets greater than 100% of Swiss GDP, too big to fail by any metric. Now, when a couple
Did you
of
just hear
weekends
that?
back,
Too big
the
to
US
fail by
banking
any
regulators
metric.
tried to find someone to buy SVB, they failed. The result was potential systemic risk and emergency intervention that has, by regulators, that's risked abandonment of a lot of market discipline and market chaos. And the Deposit Insurance Fund and eventually banks and their customers must take the hit. But when Swiss regulators tried to find a partner to buy out Credit Suisse, they succeeded. And at this point, it looks likely that the Swiss taxpayer and their DIF will be off the hook for this giant bank's failure. And the difference was
Hey mom, check your
capital.
messages.
Because when Credit Suisse got into serious trouble, their contingent capital triggered and injected $17 billion of equity into Credit Suisse. This was absolutely essential to finding a buyer for Credit Suisse, since, as you know, Credit Suisse was bought for about $3 billion, but
I'm also
only
waiting on
after the
AMD to take a
$17
hit
billion
in price.
of capital
I
injection
realize on China
to buy
upping
their
its aggression.
contingent capital instruments. So the Swiss contingent capital succeeded at its two design objectives. First, to prevent contagion, and secondly, to keep the Swiss taxpayer off the hook for the failure of a truly giant bank. Now, if Silicon Valley Bank had been forced to carry an appropriate amount of contingent capital, then capital would have been automatically injected sometime probably Friday at the latest. And it was very likely that a buyer could have been found over the weekend as well. And we would not be having this hearing today. In fact, it's possible that they would not have gotten in trouble in the first place, since Silicon Valley Bank would have had to answer not only to the regulators, but to the bond markets for their risky practices. When they went through their gigantic growth spurt, they would have had to issue a lot of contingent capital instruments. And I'm pretty confident that one of the wizards in the bond market would have said, this is interesting. This bank
Bitcoin up.
Has very flighty deposits and essentially no risk management in place. Maybe we should charge a pretty big risk premium, and the markets might have detected that. So my question is this, Vice Chair Barr, as part of your holistic review of bank capital requirements, will you commit to finally seriously considering contingent capital requirements in the capital stacks of large banks?
Bitcoin still going?
Thank you very much for your question, and I very much appreciated our conversations over the years on this very question of contingent capital instruments. Both the FDIC and we have issued an advance notice of proposed rulemaking of a different type of contingent instrument, a gone concern capital instrument that would be required for large banks. But I think it does make sense to consider alternative options, and I'd be happy to continue the conversations with you about that.
Okay, and I would specifically appreciate it if your analysis included a counterfactual analysis of how much better off we would have been if regulators had listened to Congress and included contingent capital requirements into the capital stacks of these banks. Because I think there's a lot to be learned from just the counterfactual analysis. I'd like to just close out by finishing up a little bit with questions about the non-responsive SVB management to the early warning saga. Is there leverage that we can provide you? An obvious one is to say all of these matters requiring immediate attention and so on are private. And what, for example, if they had to become
Credit Suisse just got a metric fuck ton of blocks.
Days if they were not resolved, would that have lit a fire under the chair of the management? Are there other things? For example, you could say any management that had an ongoing pending.
Like a lot of blocks, guys. I'm talking like 40,000 at a clip.
We'd simply put all the bonuses in escrow. that would, I'm almost certainly get their attention. So are there, if you could,
Gentleman's time's
these sort of
expired.
ideas, I'd appreciate it.
If you'd submit, for the record, Mr. Grunberg.
Hold on,
Mr.
I'm
Barr.
filming Credit Suisse,
Now
more
recognize
blocks.
Mr. Emmer of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. Thanks for holding this important hearing today. The collapse of 3 regional banks over the course of 2 weeks is directly related to failed Democrat policies.
Oh, shit.
Record
Here we
inflation
go.
as a result of reckless government spending led to historic interest rates
Coming in hot.
that banks were not ready to manage. It appears financial regulators were not appropriately communicating financial risks of the high-rate economy with banks in their supervisory capacity, and this administration's political attack, quite frankly, from the highest levels of our government on the digital asset industry,
Oh, boy.
which, by the way, had nothing to do with causing the runs, sparked fear leading to bank runs at Silvergate,
Yo, I
Silicon
fuck with this
Valley
guy.
Bank,
Let's go.
and apparently Signature, bringing these core issues plaguing our economy and the broader banking sector to the surface. Let's not be fooled. Providing financial services to legal businesses in the U.S. should not be risky. But this past month has proven that the mismanagement of our monetary policy
Flames,
has
this
apparently
guy,
made
telling
it
you.
risky to put dollars in a bank. Mr. Grunberg, will the FDIC sell off Signature's deposits from digital asset businesses?
Wait.
Yes or no?
We're returning those deposits to the depositors, Congressman.
Okay, good.
So, okay. Does the FDIC plan to sell the intellectual property for Signet?
All right, wait.
I
All
believe
these
that's already
important.
been sold out of the bridge institution, Congressman.
All right, we would like to see that information. Will you commit that a bank that buys Signet will be able to use it to facilitate
Mulling up.
24/7 access to the banking system for digital asset companies?
I'm happy to look into that. I don't know who the buyer was, but be glad to look into it and follow up with you in regard.
You're not going to block the buyer from doing 24/7 banking for digital asset companies, is that correct?
If that's the nature of the acquisition, yes.
And will you commit that a bank that buys Signet, or the bank that did, will be able to onboard new digital asset customers?
Again, I'd like to look into the transaction, but I'd be glad to follow up with you in regard to it.
When the FDIC sold off Silicon Valley's Valley
6%
Bank's
on
deposits
back?
to First Citizens, did that include deposits from any digital asset firms or VCs in the digital asset space?
I
Apple
believe
Swap
all
160.
of the deposits from
Bitcoin down.
the failed Silicon Valley Bank were transferred to
Q's.
First Citizens.
Q's cup and handle setup.
All of them, yes.
Were all of SVB's deposits from digital asset businesses, again, transferred to Citizens? That's what you're saying.
My understanding, First Citizens assumed all the deposits of the failed.
Has the FDIC ever communicated implicitly or explicitly, sir, to any banks that their supervision will be more onerous in any way if they take on new or maintain existing digital asset clients?
No.
Thank you.
Bitcoin
The
at 200?
FDIC estimates that resolving Signature Bank is going to lead to a $2.5 billion loss to the Deposit Insurance Fund, and resolving Silicon Valley will lead to a $20 billion loss to the Deposit Insurance Fund. When the FDIC sold Signature, it had the effect of closing Signet, which is an innovative payment system that facilitated 24/7 access to banking services. Frankly, a private sector innovation that apparently will be rivaled by FedNow.
Oh, shit.
Signet is intellectual property
That's
that
actually a
has
big deal.
significant value, so I do want to see that sale. Chairman Grunberg, when managing the resolution of any failed bank, the FDIC is
Bitcoin to the 200?
statutorily required to do so using the least costly resolution option, thereby minimizing losses to the Deposit Insurance Fund, which
Key
is
level here on
replenished by the
SPX?
banks through fees that are indirectly passed on to everyday Americans with bank accounts. I'm concerned that the FDIC has deviated from its statutory requirement to minimize costs here, and it has instead opted to pursue a lazy and destructive regulatory campaign to, in fact, oust digital asset opportunities from the United States. No
Ooh.
bank is designed to survive manufactured bank runs. And in analyzing what caused this fiasco in the first place, many signs point right back to you and the FDIC, this administration, and certain reckless Democrat senators.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you again for coming today, and I appreciate a response to my March 15th letter.
because to me, it's still clear that we have a lot of questions that need answers. And with that, Mr. Chair.
That's pretty wicked. Bitcoin trying out to 200.
The ranking member of the National Security Subcommittee, Mrs. Beatty, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Chair. Mr. Grunberg, we know that both SVB and Signature had very high proportions of uninsured deposits, somewhere between 90-95%. Can you share with us or explain to us what the typical ratio is for your average bank and how this factor played into the bank run that we witnessed on March 9th?
Thank you, Congresswoman. It's an important question. I think fair to say these two institutions were outliers in terms of their exceptional concentration of uninsured deposits.
TRKA is tight as fuck.
90%. In the regional bank space, between 105 or 600 billion, I think it's generally in the
very, very tight on TRKA.
So these two institutions,
let's see if we get a bounce off the 200 on Bitcoin.
A significant part of the liquidity risk on their balance sheets. And would you say that this high proportion of uninsured deposits left the bank more susceptible to this run?
Yes, it was, I think.
Let me also have a follow-up question to you.
Blocks.
We've heard many ideas proposed about modifying the $250,000. And we know in, I think it was 2008 with the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act, we went from 100,000 to 250,000. So, for example, what about temporarily ensuring all deposits, increasing a limit
Breaking
to
news, Rumble will provide 100%
500,000
creator
or
revenue share for
$1 million,
subscription badges to the end of 2023.
In mid-sized firms, or limiting it for the largest financial institutions.
That's
what are
cool.
your thoughts on some of these proposals?
I don't get paid from Rumble yet. I don't have a big enough following on there yet. If you guys want to follow me, my name is Buzz Margin Call.
Statutorily set at $250,000 per account. So to adjust it would require legislative change. And as I indicated earlier, the FDIC is undertaking a comprehensive review of our deposit insurance system, and we'll come back with a report that we'll release publicly outlining policy considerations for.
So is this one of them? And you can weigh in also, Mr. Barr or Ms. Lang, on, I mean, you're experts, you're testifying here on your opinion. I understand that it's statutory and requires it to come back here. And certainly, as you know, we've changed many things over the years in rooms like this. So to the public, I don't want you to think that this may be as far-fetched. We had large banks when we had too big to fail. And we're certainly more than $50 billion now as we had legislative.
I'm not streaming there currently, but my videos do release there simultaneously.
That's one of the number one things I'm getting from constituents.
When I'm done
You
posting
know, it was just in 2008, it was 100,000. We made the change then through an emergency act. What now?
Congresswoman, I look forward, the FDIC, as Chairman Gruenberg mentioned, is doing a review of the deposit.
Would you support an increase?
I would support a study and proposals for reform if needed. The rise in uninsured deposits, it has been increasing over the years.
Okay, only because my time is running out. Mr. Barr, and the next question is going to be for you, so.
We'd be happy to work with you on thinking through that. I think taking a step back, the important thing is that our banking system is sound and resilient. The actions the regulators took demonstrate that deposits are safe, and we'd love to continue the conversation.
Okay, I'm glad you said sound and resilient. In your opening testimony, you said the same thing, that you thought banking was sound. You also used words like strengthening the public confidence, or paraphrasing it. I'm from Ohio, and the public pension fund nationwide, as you know, lost millions of dollars that were invested in SVB and Signature. In my home state of Ohio, the state teachers' retirement system took the biggest hit, with some $27 million that was invested in SVB. Representing, I know, maybe only 3 or 4% of the fund's total portfolio, but I'm concerned about reports that the CEO of SVB, unloaded millions of stock in the days and weeks leading to the collapse. I know that we're expecting a report on the Fed's investigation of SVB in May, but is there anything you can share today regarding the bank's executive management? And okay, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If the panel would respond in writing to Mrs. Beatty. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. And Chairman Grunberg, I'd like to discuss, and I know my colleague, Congressman Williams, Chairman of the Small Business Committee, has focused on this before, but I'd like to discuss the special assessment fee that will be used to cover the losses from the
It's kind of a Bang McGann fan that I have drawn as well.
You've explained that the proposed rulemaking for the special assessment will occur in May of this year. And while you're thinking about that, be thinking about a discussion of the flexibility that FDIC has in rulemaking to ensure that our small community banks
go EV, guys, go EV, go across.
Being one of
I've been talking about go EV for a minute here.
I've been around long enough to have observed firsthand several banking crises. 1982, I was getting ready for my final semester at Oklahoma State when a little institution in Oklahoma City called Penn Square went down and took First Continental Illinois of Chicago down with it.
Bitcoin trying?
Bank from the 1840s or 50s. Took First Seattle down with them too. Now, FDIC and the regulators responded in the appropriate fashion and addressed that. But it was a combination of collapse in the oil and gas industry and in production agriculture. And the chain reaction in my great state was the slaughter of community banks. The slaughter.
Let's go EV, guys.
There was no quarter given to those folks. They were locked up, chopped up, sold out.
Mullen first stop, in my opinion, is 16 cents when it gets going.
Authorize not just one town, one physical location, one charter banking, but we went to branch banking because it was all falling down on us.
Wait on that handle.
Who I represent were brand new, young banking men and women 40 years ago when they saw how community banks were handled in my state. They weren't Penn Square. They weren't First Continental. They weren't Sea First. They're now my most senior bankers 40 years later. And they're looking at this situation and they're saying to me,
what the fuck?
We've been the least problematic.
Never mind, I guess you're not saying that.
Sector in the financial services industry for decades to the regulators and the FDIC. But yet, in every crisis since then,
hurting my fucking heart.
We've been kind of the orphans. And this time they're saying, we were wiped out as an industry 40 years ago, but now we're going to get a special assessment to pay to fund for the mistakes of the most sophisticated institutions, the biggest institutions. Can you tell me how it's possible when this special assessment fee process is completed that my community bankers aren't going to wind up disproportionately paying for the mistakes and the falderall of the biggest institutions in the country? Or are they just be prepared to be the goat one more time?
Critically important question, Congressman, keenly sensitive to it. We have discretion.
Oh, are you sensitive to it?
To act pursuant to
I bet you your bank account shows that.
Anything we put out will be subject to public comment, but we have discretion, as I indicated earlier, and will repeat, we'll be keenly sensitive to the impact on community. I don't want to front run my board. We're going to have to do a notice and comment rulemaking, but I hear you. Keenly sensitive to the point you raised.
I would just offer once again the observation. The perspective of my community bankers is, if you're big enough, we've now given you an emphatic protection. It appears with what we've done in the last few months, if you're in that intermediate range, we're going to protect you. But if you're the little bankers, the little guys and ladies out there meeting the day-to-day capital needs, you're going to be the one to pick up the bill. And I kind of
Carvana.
appreciate that point, having lived through 40 years of
Thank you,
these
Sean.
experiences in my great state.
Sean says
Shifting
back
to
at
another
SPX level of resistance.
As has been discussed today, Treasury approved the systematic risk designation on March 12th upon the recommendation of the Federal Reserve and FDIC. I want to discuss for a little bit the process leading up to this. I think it's important that we have a clear picture of how the regulators made this designation, and not just in theory, but in practice. So, Vice Chair Barr, could you provide insight into which regulator acted first in proposing that uninsured deposits be protected? These are the kind of questions I'm getting back home.
Carvana,
And were there,
try again.
while you're thinking about that, were there discussions between the FDIC and Fed prior to the respective board meetings?
I see my time has expired, but I'm happy to follow up with you.
We can go ahead and answer it.
I bet somebody will
really
give you
heightened
time.
right now and interested. Plus, we're close to getting a little break
Boy,
here.
up
So
2.7.
I'm happy to. So,
Please, thank you.
He didn't want to answer that question at all.
We
He
were
should
in
have fucking pushed that right
conversations,
off.
all three agencies over the course of that weekend, trying to think through
Vic
what the
still
potential
sliding?
ramifications might be in the financial system. It was a very difficult judgment to make. It involves, of course, information we're getting from around the system, from hearing from
Bitcoin.
community
If the
bankers.
gentleman will give a timeline of those conversations between the two agencies and the two principals of the FDIC and the Fed for a written statement. Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to Mr. Vargas of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I guess I'm looking at this a little bit differently.
TRKA
That is,
hurts.
we could have been here today looking at the collapse of hundreds of banks.
Yes, we could.
We could have been
You
here
hear this?
today trying to figure out how to stop the contagion. But instead, we're here looking at significant banks with significant problems. I think that that's important. But I think what's more important is that everyone worked together. We certainly have our ideological differences, and they're significant. I heard right away it was Biden's fault, from some members, and I could easily say it was, hell no, it was Trump's fault. But
Yeah,
the truth of the matter
well,
is
one
that,
person will be right
we're
there,
out
one
of
person will be
our
wrong.
ideological silos and trying to figure out practical solutions. I want to thank the chair. I think the chair worked very, very
Hughes trying
hard
back up
on this,
again.
and I think that
Nice little cut.
he probably was a little uncomfortable with his ideologues on his side, maybe, but I think he did a fabulous job, and I want to thank him publicly. I think the ranking member did the same. I think they worked very, very closely together to try to figure out, what can we do as a legislature to make sure that there's not contagion. I want to thank all of you. I think all of you
SOXL is up 7.2.
very honorably,
Wow.
nobly as you should have, to try to figure out what's the solution here. And again, I appreciate that deeply.
Here comes the
we
lift.
could be here
Here
talking
it comes.
about a disaster, an unmitigated disaster.
Let's see.
I was
Don't
worried.
fail on me.
I mean, I worry about these things, and we're not. Instead, we're looking at these important issues. So now that we are, I got that off my chest. I do want to ask you, Mr. Barr. You were quoted quite extensively for saying, let me get it correctly here. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
6.5 up on back.
To begin, SVB's failure is a textbook case of mismanagement. Was
Q's
that a
trying
correct
up. Bitcoin trying to double bottom.
Yes.
Well, then why, the natural question is, to begin, why wasn't there a textbook case of enforcement?
I think that's a good question.
Yeah, it's a great
one
question.
We're exploring very much. The supervisors looking at the bank identified the problems with the bank. And the question is, did they identify them with enough level of urgency? Did they escalate appropriately? And I think that's what is an incredibly fair question we're looking at carefully. I expect that we're going to find that we need to have more of an emphasis on supervisors using the tools they
HKD is
have
at
more
5%.
promptly.
HKD?
And putting mitigants in place more promptly when they see problems at banks that they're supervising.
Yeah, in fact, they had a number of MRAs, MRIAs, I guess, and it didn't seem like you did anything other than write a letter. I mean, it didn't seem like there was any
HKD guys,
enforcement.
heads up.
I mean, where was the stick?
Yes, I think that's exactly the right question. Normally, in the supervisory process,
HKD
when
guys.
a supervisor issues an MRA or an MRIA, the bank promptly takes care of those
I almost might
matters.
fucking sink money
In this
fucking
case, obviously,
TD
it
right
didn't
now.
take care of them in such a way that it prevented its
It seems like
failure
they
in
blew
March.
you off. I mean, it seems like they blew you guys off and you didn't do anything.
No, I'm not gonna
I mean,
chase
that's what it
again.
seems like for reading all this information. I can tell you, maybe I'm wrong. But that's what
HKD
it
is on
sounds
its way up, though, guys.
Yeah,
Heads up.
I think that, again, we're looking at the whole supervisory
Says
record.
Mullen.
I share your concern very much. I think it's something we're going to have to explore both in terms of the way the bank responded and the bank's responsibility for its failure, but also should regulators have used tools to escalate more promptly and quickly? I think that's a completely fair question.
Okay. Chairman Bloomberg, in your hearing before the Senate Banking Committee, you testified that the collapse of SVB and Signature Bank demonstrate the implications that banks with assets over $100 billion can have financial stability issues. I think that's what you were quoted. Additionally, you stated that the
By
prudential
going to test the
regulation
most
of these
recent high, watch for double top or
merits
breakthrough.
serious attention,
Can you
particularly for
call it
capital
out?
liquidity and interest rates hike. Can you please
I don't know if
elaborate more
Sean's
about
busy,
what
but
prudential
if you
regulations
see it,
need to be
please shout
reviewed?
it.
What steps can we take to mitigate the potential for similar bank failure?
Thank you, Congressman. Look, I think we should start with supervision and how we supervise
Thank you, sir.
liquidity risk. And two big things in this episode was liquidity risk from concentration of uninsured deposits.
I'm
and
seeing
the
a balancing
accumulation
act
of
between
unrealized
Bitcoin
losses
and a lot of these
on the balance
equities.
sheets of our institutions, both
Kinda
of which
like
go to
my video
fundamental
said last
management
night.
of interest rate risk, which
That I
is
did.
But the size, I'm talking about the size of the bank. I think
no,
that's significant.
and I think it applies to all institutions.
down.
I think in the past, we've looked at these regional banks and smaller
You're getting
regional
blink
banks,
blocks.
and in terms of their prudential regulation, have treated them somewhat more lightly than the larger institutions.
My
I
time
think
is
in light of this episode, we need to take a close look at that.
Thank you. I
That
yield
was the
back.
point I was trying to make.
Well, with the wind-up that Mr. Vargas gave, I just want to give him like 10 more
Netflix
minutes.
on
So
watch?
thank you.
Yeah, Netflix was looking
with that,
good.
We'll now recognize Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here.
She got the handle.
We've been spending a good bit of time on Capitol Hill, but we appreciate you being here. One of the concerns that I've received from a lot of my smaller institutions, smaller banks, is with the extension of insuring deposits across the board.
Fucking TRKA.
They felt vulnerable in that larger institutions may decide to pull deposits that they have in the smaller institutions because then they would be covered. Undersecretary Lang, I wanted to get a
Follow
little
it,
clarity
please,
on
God.
what seems like is conflicting.
Oh, they do not
accounts
want it.
from
Look at that.
Secretary Yelling-
Super
Yellen
trend up, followed by
regarding
super trend down.
deposit
They're
insurance.
fighting this hard.
Now, on Tuesday, March
Could be a good low
21st, the
zone.
Secretary suggested deposits would be insured. She said, quote, if smaller institutions suffer deposit runs that pose the risk of contagion, then during, that was the end quote, then during her testimony to the Senate Finance Committee the
Neo,
very next
4 hour
day,
gone.
the Secretary said
Heads
she
up on
was
Neo.
not
It
considering,
is
quote,
Chinese,
blanket
though, she's
insurance or guarantees of deposits. But then a day later, she said that Treasury, quote, would be prepared to take additional actions to protect depositors if warranted. Could you clarify the Department of Treasury's position regarding deposit insurance?
Yes, thank you.
Look, see, look, they're
Congressman.
fighting it so hard right there. Look at that.
As Secretary Yellen
Down,
said,
up, down,
we have
up with the super
used
trends.
tools to prevent contagion in the
Bitcoin's
banking
getting
system
tighter.
and have reflected a commitment to ensure that all deposits are safe. And that means we would use the tools again, if needed, to ensure that Americans' deposits are safe.
So your answer is yes, you would include smaller institutions, smaller banks, community banks, or, I mean, I'm a little confused.
If conditions warranted, that would, deposits that smaller institutions could pose a risk of contagion to the broader system,
Market's coming up.
we would absolutely use the tools.
So I guess the question would be then, what is that condition? If it starts
Market's
with
coming up.
one community bank, then that would be a trigger, or do you have more definition of what would be the condition?
It doesn't matter
I think
because
it's
they'll
very
change the
difficult
definition.
to just make decisions on the hypothetical, but in this environment that we made the systemic
On
risk
GNS?
determinations based on unanimous approvals from the FDIC and the Fed.
Waiting on
We
the
determined
dollar
that the risk
or
of
on Bitcoin to
contagion
rip.
in the banking system
Honestly,
was very
So,
high.
Pretty much a lot
So
of these.
with that and the action of extending
He
it to
said
larger institutions,
almost 11%.
regional banks, and
Already
then
150%
smaller
on 10.5 with the
institutions.
SPX push. Nice.
Do you have concerns that regulators may be creating moral hazard across the entire banking system?
Bitcoin trying.
I think we are concerned
volume
with
spiking could
addressing
make a
the
push to
current
400. I
situation
hope
that
so.
we are facing. We think the system has stabilized. We have
I don't think that system stabilized.
information and evidence
Bitcoin
that
up.
deposits have stabilized.
Come on.
We will need to address reforms going forward to address concerns about moral hazard.
Okay, and I agree with you. I think that we're stable at this point, but as we've seen already, things can turn around in a 24-hour period, right? And I am one of those
had
that,
12% for that for a second.
From raising 3 young children and now with 5 grandchildren, consequences matter in future behavior, and we can't ignore that going forward. Last question. Why did the Secretary's position appear to change regarding the
Carvana still going
extending
up? Still at that
insurance
resistance
to
point, though.
various to smaller institutions? Why did she change her position between the 21st and 23rd? Were there internal discussions going on between the Secretary and the President or other prudential regulators that caused the shift?
I'm not aware of any conversations.
Mullen trying?
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. No further questions at this time, and I yield back.
Mr. Caston of Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes, and after this end of the series, let me restate this. After these 5 minutes, we'll give the panel a little 5-minute break, stretch your legs, then we'll come back in and we'll finish with questioning. My expectation is that then we'll be able to get through this final segment, but I do think it's humane to actually give a panel this bit of break, and frankly, I need one as well. So, Mr. Caston, 5 minutes.
I'd like to thank the chairman for putting me on the inhumane end of that transaction. Vice Chair Barr, I'm trying to understand the calendar, and
what are you doing, Mullen?
I've got just 4 or 5 questions for you, and I want to walk through the calendar as I understand it. If you disagree with anything I've got in the calendar, let me know. But otherwise, I'll just try to run through quickly to get to the questions. January 2019, SVB is notified by the Fed of deficient risk management. A year later, they're notified that their risk management is not up to large bank standards. About 2 years after that, April 22 to 23, SVB no longer has a risk officer, but in their 2023 proxy statements, they say that they have doubled the number of risk meetings from 9 to 18. Given the prior concerns from the Fed, did the Fed participate in or otherwise have visibility into any of those risk meetings at SVB in that window?
SPY stuck, RSI needs to cool still.
The calendar you described, the dates didn't, they are some of them in the future. I think that we might need to look at the calendar reconciliation together, or maybe I misheard.
No, I'm just going up to January of this year was the last date. From April of 22 to January of 23.
AI
is
doing
risk
it.
officer, but a doubled frequency. Did the Fed participate in any of those risk meetings within SVB during that 9-month period?
I don't have yet the full supervisory record, so I'm not able to answer the question, but we will have that information in the May 1st.
Okay. Do you know if they were at any time cited for violating Section 165 of Dodd-Frank that requires banks over $50 billion to have a risk officer for the 9-month period when they did not?
The deficiency downgrade that occurred in the summer of 2022 focused on a wide range of risk management practices at the firm and found them to be deficient.
Okay. Moving back to the calendar, Q3 of 2022, their
TRKA
10Q showed that their held-to-security bonds were $15.9 billion undervalued relative to mark-to-market, and they had $15.8 billion in equity at the time. 3 months later, their 10K for the year showed a slight improvement. They only had a $15.1 billion overvaluation of their bonds and $16.3 billion in equity.
Oh, shit.
Was it perceived by the Fed or by management that they were in an improved risk situation at the end of 2023 than they were 3 months earlier?
I don't know the answer to the question with respect to how the management of the firm were viewing the situation. The supervisors were telling the firm at that time that basically their risk models were divorced from reality, that the models suggested
Fucking
they'd
HKD,
earn more
I
money
knew
when
it.
they were losing more money.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because now I want to move to.
Did anyone hit on
2023 and sort
HKD?
of what happened up to March 8th. January 26, 2023, about 3 weeks after they finally got a risk officer back.
Did
CEO
anyone hit on
Becker
this? Please,
announced
you know.
that he was going to execute 3.6 million in stock sales. February 22nd, he executed those sales. March 8th of 2023, he announced a sale of all of their available to sell equity portfolio to Goldman. The same day was disclosed the $1.8 billion loss of
Yeah,
a
that's back to
security sale,
green.
apparently also to Goldman.
I don't even want to look
Goldman
at
wins,
HKD. It's
tails,
gonna piss me
Goldman
off.
wins. And of course, the next day, a $42 billion
Yes, the 200.
withdrawal. Do you have any visibility? When was the security sale and or the equity sale to Goldman process initiated? In other words, when was it announced? When internally was the company initiating the process to secure additional cash from those two Goldman processes?
I do not know
Yes,
the
is
answer
trying
to
the
that
200.
question.
I'd imagine you probably also don't know whether the January 26 sale was cleared with their risk officer, who had been on board for 3 weeks when the January 26
Ape's still
announcement was.
down.
I don't yet have full visibility.
Congrats if
into
you
the
guys got that
transaction. I
HKD call out.
That we'll be able to
Seriously,
get as much
like-
detail as we can as part of our review.
Okay.
Kind of like,
Do you
upset with
know-
myself for not taking it when I was thinking about it.
If I'm Becker,
Oh well.
I'm obviously in a lot of trouble.
Next trade.
You've got a deposit base that is extremely well-heeled and very sophisticated.
Next trade.
Was there any outreach to the depositors during this period to ask them either to provide equity infusions to the bank or other forms of capital prior to the run of the bank?
I do not know.
GNS trying.
Last question, in the exchange with Mr. Scott, you had indicated that and I think I got this right, that the Board of Governors
Bitcoin is going to be trying
concerns
for a push
about
here again in a
SVB
second.
were really heightened in mid-February.
What I said is that the staff presented to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in mid-February on interest rate risk generally, and one of the firms they highlighted as having interest rate risk was Silicon Valley Bank. And the staff indicated that they were doing a further horizontal review and would come back with further results of that review.
Carvana up 5.
Okay, so is it your position that the trigger for the heightened security
Let's
was
buy, it's
simply
going
interest
for
rate
it.
movement, or was it anything
Fucking
else
A, I
about this
can't-
calendar that
man.
triggered that heightened concern?
I didn't describe it as heightened concern. Basically,
I
the
should've
staff
taken
were
fucking
presenting on
HKD.
interest rate broadly.
It's all right.
And the firm they singled out as having interest rate risk. was
11.4
Silicon
up
Valley
on
Bank.
GTAT.
And they discussed the horizontal review they were doing and the fact they'd come back with further
11%
information
on
at
Mullen.
that horizontal review.
GNS back to green at the 200 though.
Okay.
TRKA trying
We'll
up.
now stand in recess. Committee stands in recess for 5
Just
minutes.
keep an eye on watch list. No, I do though, because people leave, Doc. So like, even though I don't want to, I have to, or people will leave. So it just kind of like, it's one of those things. If I leave a chart up for too long, it's a problem. Look at fucking GSAT, huh? Oh yeah, I was just saying, I don't feel the need to switch spot. Yeah, no, I need to, or else people get mad. The salt gets real. TRKA looks like it's gonna spin. I could be biased, but it looks like it wants it to me. SPX still over 4K. SPY just off 400. Has it. Tops to 80 cents. Boyle up 6%. Good shit if you guys just, like, you know, cash that dub in. That's a big hit. That's low, 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 low. I almost might take a gamble on SFT. Guys, the most traded contracts are now in chat. Thank you very much for that, Greg. See some calls. JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs plan to start trading private credit loans. That sounds fucking genius. Oh my god. Please. Stop the insanity. Mullen still never overcame that big cup. Ukraine gets 1.25 billion in grants from the U.S. for special spending. I feel like I'm the only person that pisses off. I don't know how, like, I don't know. I don't know how we're not, like, really, really loud about that. TRKA. We're trading in between the 48 and the 200 on GNS. And then TRKA looks like it's coming off the bottom. That cloud is looking pretty narrow right now. Yeah, we have the 200 and VWAP right there. Bitcoin's about to get a push, it looks like. We did just get a death cross on Bitcoin, but it might try to invalidate and spin back. Bitcoin. TRKA and cosm kind of hurting me right now. Not too concerned, but doesn't feel great on the account. At least on this account. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Run it up. Climb up on the 48. Lucid down to 737 only. This solves my issue with TRKA the other day. Good setup here on screen. I like the setup right now myself. I mean, well, you saw where I drew the risk reward, you know? I mean, we'll see if Bitcoin spins, though. Because that, I mean, that's always, you know, up in the air. BBIG is up 5.4. Mullen, 12.5-ish. Go ahead. 13 through the 48, 24 on the 48 right now on TRKA. Square, 5%. Spy curling up on technicals, okay. Q's also looking pretty nice. Here it comes. Alright, so that was down to fill orders. Here comes the boom. Where's the boom? Give me Bitcoin back. I just think we'll see the boom here first before anywhere else. Alibaba hanging in there. Bitcoin down. Ouch. TRKA also feeling that down. Still filling orders. SPY's daily gap on the downside is concerning. Where is the downside gap? Like, from where to where? Bitcoin down hard? Oof. Looking for support off something here. I wonder what Biden's kickback will be. That's a good question. AQST to $1. Man, oh man, what are we doing? Bitcoin, what are you doing? What are you doing, girlfriend? Carvana off the highs, cosm unch. 398.12 based on Monday's daily candle. Thank you. 398.12, 398.12, 398.12. Yesterday, one of my charts said to take position. Oh, what, Nick USC? Check your DMs. Check your DMs, Mom. This is going to come right back up. Alright, I got to do something real quick. Key level on Credit Suisse. I'd argue right here is the key level, but it's trying to get some traction off this nonsense. Ah, my bad. Oh. AI, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. If the market's going up, that's an excellent entry point. If the market's going to continue down, then obviously not. But that could be a low. Carvana hard down. Hard down at 200.
The committee will come to order. The chair now recognizes Mr. Rose for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before I get into my questions, Chair Grunberg, I'd like to say that as you consider any new special assessment on banks to replenish the deposit insurance fund, that you use your special exemptive authority in implementing that assessment to ensure that Tennessee bankers, and frankly bankers in a number of other states across the country, are not paying
This might be a bull trap,
for
guys.
the mistakes of California and New York bankers serving wealthy real estate moguls and tech-related
Good Morning America. Wait. Who's on
Tennessee
Good Morning
bankers
America at
understand how
1
to
p.m.?
manage risks and should not be
We could have
punished
it,
for
but
the
what is it?
mistakes of those in our coastal banks. Now I'd like to jump right into my questions as time is limited. Chair Grunberg, the value of First Citizens Bank is up over 50% over just the last 5 days and is still rising.
Wow, Hub C down
Shareholders
12%.
have benefited by $3 billion by last calculation. Chair Grunberg, why did the FDIC
Oh, this is on a
cap
level of support and
its
resistance.
potential
I
gain
kind of like
on
the
First
risk reward
Citizens
here.
stock at $500 million?
Guys, Hub C might be
I think it was a
a banger.
negotiation,
I mean,
Congressman, and that's what we were able to work out.
bang.
And so why not allow the federal government to recoup more of its losses? Why not and share
Kinda wanted to be right
this
there
outsized
if I could
gain
get
at
it.
First Citizens?
I wouldn't argue with that, but we had a negotiation with the acquiring institution, and that's what we came out.
Bitcoin trying back up here.
Think you had good negotiators at the table?
Heads up, guys. These might be lows. If
Could have
if
been better.
Bitcoin's in a jet here,
And Chair Grunberg,
these could be lows that we're
did
seeing across the
you
board.
receive any pressure from the White House or other elected officials not to allow for consolidation of large or mid-sized banks with Silicon
So
Valley
that's
Bank
an
as part of
No,
the
but I
review
fucking called it
process of
out.
potential bidders?
Oh, that's the second time that happened.
Okay. Vice Chair Barr, as you know, as committee members, we have been undergoing a series of briefings with regulators, both at the state and federal level, on these bank failures. Earlier this week, I learned that the California banking regulators were conducting their examinations of SVB remotely. Vice Chair Barr, can you tell us whether or not the Fed was also conducting its examinations remotely or on-site and in person?
I announced the ENTX this weekend.
My
Farm. It's
understanding
the
is
only
that
stock
there's
that
a
gives you
mix of
catalyst date
activities.
because
I don't know how much was on site.
trade
A
as you
lot of
will, but it's
activity
getting
occurs
FDA news tomorrow,
remotely,
kind of a
doing
no-brainer.
analytical
All
work
right,
and so
Jimmy
on, but
really
I don't
likes
have a precise answer to
ENTX.
that question.
I hope you will provide that answer to us. As a former bank board member, I know there's nothing that strikes fear in the hearts of a banker more than an on-site review, and maybe for good reason and perhaps more effective. So we would like to know, I'd like to personally know the answer to that question as you conduct your review. You said earlier, and I think reaffirmed your quote, that this was a textbook case of mismanagement. I hope that you will conduct the thorough review to decide whether the oversight by the Fed examiners was being done in the way that it should, and that the
Boil on the
escalation
4 hour
of
turn
that
spin.
up to the through your process was appropriate, and that you will take appropriate actions. It seems to me, and I'll just say that again, based on my personal firsthand experience, that
Boyle might be
you
at an
have
entry
the tools
point.
you need, and the question is, were they being used effectively? And I hope that in the days ahead, weeks ahead, we get to the answer for that question. Under Secretary Liang, earlier my colleague,
SPX
Mr.
trying back up.
Loudermilk, was questioning you about some of the comments of Secretary Yellen. And I guess I'm still a little bit confused because I think what I'm hearing both from the Secretary and maybe from you is that if it's a systemically important bank that's failing, that there's going to be, perhaps a more strident effort to make sure that no one loses. But if it's a less significant bank, like maybe the one that I was director at, that perhaps the
Bitcoin's still
concern
trying.
won't be as high. And
Fed's
can you
bar
clear that up
SVB
for me,
risk
or-
models
and-
have suggested
and am I
they would earn
mishearing
more
what
money
you
when
and
they
the
were losing
Secretary
more
are
money.
saying?
That's fucked up.
Yes, Congressman. The point
By
that
trying?
we've been making is that we
Or
would
wait, is
use
this
the
SPX?
systemic risk exception or our end tools
Buy
to
recapture
prevent
13 on a 1 minute. Okay.
contagion in the broader system.
Yeah, SPX
if a
is moving
bank were
nicely
to
here.
fail. And that could be a bank of different sizes, and it would be designed to keep
Almost to the cloud.
all American depositors safe.
You understand, no doubt, the confusion that these statements leave some of us with. And so I just
Look
wonder,
at
do you have
MACD.
confidence in
MACD's
Secretary
looking pretty
Yellen at this
violent to the
stage?
upside.
Absolutely.
If it continues, of course.
And so, as I think about what I've heard today, earlier, Al Green, I know it's not a quote of my mother, but it's a quote I heard often, is that it doesn't just have to be right, it has to look right. And so as I leave you, gentlemen and ladies, this afternoon, I would just say the American people are watching, and I think right now we have grave concerns about whether the regulatory process looks right. And so I hope you take that to heart as
Very
you
well summed
conduct
up.
the review of what you're doing. I don't think, my personal conviction is that you don't need new tools, that you need better craftsmen using those tools to accomplish the purposes that you have. And so I commend that to you.
That was a low blow.
Again, as a former bank board member, I feel like if Silicon Valley Bank had the supervision that I feel like our bank got, that we wouldn't be here today talking about this. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, is recognized for
Thank you,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Chairman and Ranking Member Waters. The conditions at Silicon Valley Bank in the months leading up to its failure set the stage for a classic run on the bank. What was not typical of the situation, though, was the speed and intensity of the run, as we've talked about. Depositors driven by panic on social media platforms and armed with online banking tools capable of rapidly moving large sums of money withdrew nearly $42 billion in deposits.
412 cents is a weird resistance on SPY.
March.
Okay.
Under Secretary Lang, do you think social media and online banking tools have the potential to increase the intensity of future runs? And if so, what do you think the appropriate response from Treasury, Congress,
SOXL,
and
7.3 up still.
Congressman, I do agree that the runs that occurred at Silicon Valley were unprecedented in speed and size, aided by social media technology.
More on
Those
potential
are
double
new
bottom.
risks that challenge the banking system and the financial system, and are those that we'll definitely need to be considering and working with Congress on those issues.
So you're working on that?
We, yes, we've been working on how to think about the payment system, how to think about
XRP, cough, cough, cough.
and digital assets.
XRP, cough, cough.
This has now also become apparent.
Thanks. I'd like to work with you on that. If that's okay, I'll follow up. Thank you. Some members of Congress are using the failures of Silicon Valley's bank management and bank supervisors to criticize the bipartisan 2018 amendment to Dodd-Frank that ended the one-size-fits-all approach to bank regulation. Before Dodd-Frank, we had a system of too big to fail. We don't want a system, in my opinion, where banks are too small to succeed. Those that say Congress eliminated annual stress tests and other prudential safeguards need to read the bill again. The bill tasked the Federal Reserve with crafting rules for banks like SVB with more than $100 billion in assets. And Section 104 of the 2018 amendment to Dodd-Frank says clearly, quote, the Board of Governors may, by
Heads up
order
on
or
Credit
rule,
Suisse.
apply any
Pretty
prudential
good
standard
answer.
established under this section to any bank holding company with assets equal to or greater than $100 billion if the Board of Governors determines the prudential standards is appropriate to mitigate risks in the banking system and promote safety and soundness. End quote. The Federal Reserve could and should have applied annual stress tests to banks like SVB, but it chose not to. While stress tests are an important component, it's clear that the existing Fed supervisory tools are equally, if not more important. During a Senate Finance Committee hearing earlier this month, Treasury Secretary Yellen was asked about supervisory stress
Lucid
tests.
735.
And her response was, quote, supervisory stress tests focus on capital and not on liquidity. In these bank failures, liquidity played an important role. When Secretary Yellen was asked whether stress tests would expose management failures of banks, She replied that, quote, "That's the purpose of supervision," concluding that supervision is critical.
This could literally be an
Vice Chair
excellent
Barr,
entry
you
right in this
agree
area
with
here
comments made by
somewhere.
Secretary Yellen that supervision is critical to identifying the failures
you're
of bank
trying.
management. And there was a hole, clearly there was a
Not
huge
financial
hole
advice,
in
of course.
Fed supervision of SVB. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
I think supervision and regulation both play an important role in
Goev.
overseeing bank management. And obviously, in the first instance, and in the last instance, it's bank management that's responsible for running the bank. And in this case, it did it in a way that caused its failure. We are taking a careful look at the role of supervision and regulation in not forcing managers to do a better job in running their own bank.
Wait, why wouldn't...
Just
Wait, what?
digging in a little bit more. The Wall Street Journal reported that
Why
the
would it
Fed
say
had
that?
concerns about the risk management practices at SVB as early as 2019. You admitted in your testimony that the Fed knew that there were issues at SVB for years and only started a more in-depth review in February 2023, which I worry was too little too late. When exactly does the Fed give these supervisory reviews some more muscle and step in to prevent disaster? And can you talk a little
Everything
bit more
down
about
to
what
the
happened here
200,
and
man, I
what you're
swear.
trying to learn? Thanks.
Thank you.
It's all
A
good.
great series of questions. You know, the Federal Reserve's system of supervision
Maybe
and
we're pimping for a
regulation
move.
is based on a tailored approach where firms between 50 and 100 billion are really part of the regional banking organization group. Firms 100 billion and above are in the large and foreign banking
Hughes?
organization.
I wonder if we're going to
group.
come down for a double
And even
bottom.
within that, there are distinctions between firms at 100 to 250 and 250 and above. And I think part of the problem is that that framework, which really focuses on asset size, is not sensitive to the kinds of problems we saw here with respect to rapid growth and a concentrated business model. That's one of the reasons why, you know, earlier this year I announced that we were going to have a novel supervision group that really focuses on these kinds of
Toro?
issues.
So to that point, do you think, you said yesterday before the Senate that the Federal Reserve has broad authority to apply additional prudential standards to banks with more than 100 billion in assets like Silicon Valley Bank. Is this a situation where the Fed needs different authorities, or has the Fed simply chosen not to use the authorities given by Congress? Like, where should you be jumping in?
We're going to look at our own framework, our own supervision, our own regulation. I think that self-assessment is
Attaboy.
really a critical part of risk management. As I mentioned earlier, we have a team of staff working on it who are not responsible for supervising SVB. We're going to look at our own structure and suggest reforms.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman's recognized.
Well, thank each of you.
That a
for
fucking
testifying
boy.
today. Let me ask a
Spy
very
down?
simple question. You know, we had a $209 billion bank in assets, have a total meltdown from March 8th through March 26th.
Bitcoin
18
trying to double
days, you
bottom
had a
off
bank
support
basically
resistance. Hope we don't lose that
fall out
level.
with
We lose that
appearances
level.
strong,
We have
to the
VWAP.
taxpayer, to the investor.
Then I don't know.
And over those 18 days, it was a meltdown. Now, the warning signs that have been mentioned at this hearing, like the 6 citations, like the absence of a chief risk officer for 8 months, like the deficient government and controls, the signals were
Take a
there
break,
for
guys.
a bank that was in trouble. When the chairman started it off, I didn't see a sense of urgency from any of y'all on things to do other than we contacted staff or we contacted the immediate supervisors.
Bounce off that, please.
When I was a director on the bank, if one of these citations had been issued, somebody's head would roll. We'd be having a conference call. Give me some assurance that I'm wrong, or I guess give me some assurance what specific actions you would take.
Buy
if
lots
this is
for heavy down.
duplicated.
Yeah, I
'Cause you
see
had
that on
$20 million
Bitcoin right now. I'm hoping that
lost in,
Bitcoin somehow magically lifts.
the
But
insurance fund, which the calls I'm fielding at my office
I'm
are
not
from
really
the
too
smaller
hopeful.
banks. And, you know, a lot of people denying the taxpayers are going to take the hit. The taxpayers are going to take the hit at the end of the day, because they're the ones that make the profit for the banks to pay the fees to the FDIC. Give me some, what does it take to get y'all's attention and to put a sense of urgency to situations like this?
I think it's an incredibly urgent situation. When we learned of the immediate distress of the firm, we stepped in and took decisive action to make sure every American's deposits are safe, and we put in place a liquidity measure to make sure that banks all across the country would have the liquidity they need in case any institution were
You're talking about over the weekend, when you found
DXY
out on Thursday, you're talking about over the weekend you took these steps. I'm talking about, did you not get these warning signals ahead of time?
Oh, shit.
Sir, the bank supervisory staff certainly issued those warnings to the bank. The question we're looking at, the
Make a
review, is
break.
why those were not escalated in a more rapid way. I agree with you. You know, we want banks to be paying attention to supervisors, and almost every bank in the country, as you just described, if you get a letter like this, you get a series of problems like this. They had many, many problems. I'm focusing on liquidity and management and interest rate risk, but they had many other problems too. You have a bank like that not responding, that's a real problem.
In your role as regulators, what would you do differently for each of you?
I think I'd start with making sure that we escalate things faster and intervene more promptly with respect to mitigation. But as I said, we've just started this review. I'm going to get a staff review back, and I want to really hear their expert judgment without any preconception about what they're going to come up with.
Did they jump to conclusions on rating, having this
Three
as
little
a
soldiers
systemic
here
risk?
on Bitcoin.
Pardon me?
Was it the right decision for the
Matt, you trying to swing as well?
president to issue this, or I guess the board that voted on it, to issue this as a, or to deem this a systemic risk?
I think it was the
Off the
correct
bottoms?
judgment,
Come on,
sir.
baby.
It was a very
Can we fill
difficult
that
judgment, I
SPX
know,
gap
for
to the
everyone,
bottom?
but a unanimous Federal Reserve Board, unanimous board of the FDIC, and the Treasury Secretary agreed after consulting with the president. I think it was the right thing to do for the country. I think it saved a lot of small businesses and households, community banks, regional banks, from a kind of contagion that really could have been quite destabilizing. And we're now in a situation where I can say the banking system is sound and resilient. I think that was really the right thing to do.
Well, I sure hope so. What this has done is rattled the markets. I'm in the was in the commercial real estate business. And banks that are loaning to commercial ventures are shook right now, particularly on the concentrations of credit on where they put their money. In particular for that family that's put their life savings in an
Wow,
account
look at
that they
GameStop
thought,
selling off.
was insured. What about what's your opinion on raising I get asked questions, the $250,000 insured limit?
SPY looking to drop? Yeah.
Let me respond, if I may, Congressman. Seems to me that the decision to guarantee the deposits of these two institutions really raises that question up. As I indicated in my testimony, the FDIC is going to undertake a comprehensive review of our deposit insurance system. Certainly one of the things we look at and identify different options for consideration is the scope of coverage and whether we should increase coverage overall or for particular.
Well, I would like to see, I'm running out of time, I'd like to see those reports, if you could furnish that, as well as if a rerun of what happened to these two banks happens again, what decisive role y'all would take that you may have not taken earlier. I yield back.
And the report will be out by May, Congressman, the report will be out by May 1.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized.
SPY.
Thank you, Chair McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and all of our witnesses for joining us for this critical hearing. I know it's been a long morning, but that being said, I truly hope that this is the first and not the last hearing that we're going to have on these recent bank failures. Now, when SVB collapsed, in my office received urgent phone calls, texts, and letters from throughout our district from our constituents who were genuinely shocked and afraid for their future. Affordable housing residents unsure about the status of mortgages, tech companies not able to pay their employees, small businesses worried that they had lost most of their money. Now, while I'm glad
SPY's
we
trying to
did
save
avoid the
itself,
worst
guys.
possible scenario, Congress should consider SVB
You have
collapse a
Bitcoin
wake-up call
on the 13?
and take action. After the 2008 financial crisis, Congress stepped up to enact Dodd-Frank, a comprehensive package of regulations
SPY
in order to
buyers
prevent
at
bank failures and
$399.50.
systemic risks that hurt
Range
the
sellers
economy.
at 412
However, in
cents.
2018, the Republican majority in Congress passed a deregulation bill that stripped away crucial requirements and got rid of enhanced prudential standards. Donald Trump and Republicans,
Oh yeah,
including
let's
some of my
blame somebody that can't
sitting
defend
in this
themselves.
very room, celebrated signing this dangerous piece of legislation. The 2018 deregulation law specifically made it easy for SVB and Signature Bank to engage in risky
SPX
management practices with little to no oversight, and we must rightfully assign some of the responsibility for this bank turmoil to deregulation efforts. Vice Chair Barr, when Congress passed the deregulation bill in 2018, which was lobbied for by banks like SVB, is it fair to say that it reduced supervision requirements by the Fed for small and medium-sized banks?
The overall effect of the law was for the smallest banks to reduce regulatory burden for banks within 50 to 100 billion in range to limit the Federal Reserve's discretion with respect to those institutions. But for institutions over 100 billion,
Thank you, Chad.
the Federal Reserve retained discretion
Lunch is on Toro
to
today.
do something different. It chose in,
Thank you,
in
Chad.
2019
I appreciate you, dude.
to put in place
Every
a set
little
of rules
dollar helps,
that
guys.
I think had the effect overall
Thank you very
of
much, bro.
reducing supervision and regulation of such firms.
So it definitely did. Deregulation bill
Q's
relaxed
trying.
requirements for stress tests and resolution
There,
plans.
it's in what we call the red
dangerous
jelly.
and irresponsible nature of this deregulation bill was completely predictable.
DXY looking heavy.
In no
okay.
way was this turmoil inevitable.
Q's trying up.
Fed-
Hopefully
the
DXY
then
just
Federal
falls
Reserve
off the cliff
Governor
like we
Brainerd
want.
opposed it, as well as both of you, Vice Chair Barr and Chair Gruenberg. And yet here we are. In the aftermath of the collapse of SVB and Signature Bank, it's clear that the Republican deregulation bill shares the blame alongside Treasury, the Federal Reserve, and the FDIC due to the lapses in supervision
How about the
and
SEC?
oversight. Chairman Gruenberg, for folks who are concerned about the future of small and medium-sized banks in this country, what assurances can you give them?
Well, Congresswoman, as a general matter, our small and medium-sized banks remain in good condition, including their liquidity. And I think the actions we took did help to stabilize the system. And I think, as I indicated, any expense by the Deposit Insurance Fund to cover uninsured depositors will be imposed through a special assessment on the industry, and we have discretion
Coinbase off the high,
to tailor that assessment to the institutions that most directly benefited. So we're going to try to be thoughtful in this process.
Thank you. And I'm requesting that each of your agencies provide my office and this committee by May 1st a list of recommended regulations that need to be enacted to strengthen the banking industry and to
Carvana's trying
prevent
to cut that
future
MACD
failures.
off the bottom, maybe.
The story of SVB's collapse is the story of a Republican administration in cahoots with the banking industry.
Oh,
to weaken our financial
there it
regulation, but it
is.
is also a story of regulators' failure to do their number one job.
Because it's
regulate
China,
banks.
and China does what they want when they feel
Since
like
I'm
it.
accused of this often, I think I will close with a wokeism. The American public are tired
wokeism.
of the super wealthy pocketing bonuses and leaving working class folks hiding the bag for their fiscal mismanagement. They're even more tired of
Not yet.
Congress allowing them to do it. It is time to regulate. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized.
Thank the chairman, thank our witnesses, appreciate your endurance here today and yesterday. And as I listened to my colleague ask questions, I know my constituents are tired of seeing Washington, D.C.,
tight
Congress
and
in
at
particular, socialize
relative
risk,
lows,
and
HYMC.
watch profits be privatized. They're also tired of people that don't listen. So I think one of the things
Bitcoin
that,
up.
Mr. Barr, when I was listening to what you said yesterday and
SPX
today,
push, thank you, Sean.
S2155 isn't the reason
SPY approaching day
that
high,
these
let's get
banks
it.
failed.
HYMC.
These banks were over $100 billion in assets, and therefore it's just a red herring. Isn't that accurate?
What I would say is that the Federal Reserve's
That
rules
hurts.
issued in the wake
honest.
of 2019, in the wake of the legislation that were issued in 2019, they did have the effect of lowering
Credit
supervisory
Suisse
and
might
regulatory
be
standards for firms.
Fucking
But
crime.
the Federal Reserve retains the discretion to have different rules. And one of the things that I think would be my job going forward is to put in place rules that are appropriate for that size institution. We have the discretion to do that.
Yeah, thank you. And so obviously it wasn't the regulation per se that failed, it was the regulator that failed. And I want to understand the context in which that occurred. So over the past year and a half, we've seen a substantial increase in the federal funds rate. And during that span, are you aware if the Fed or other prudential regulators had conversations, not specific to Silicon Valley Bank, about the inevitable interest rate risk that presents?
Yes, that is a core topic in supervision. Supervisors were very focused on interest rate risk. It was an important part of what we highlighted in our fall supervision report. Examiners were given beginning this year extra training, beginning last year, extra training on interest rate risk. So it it is just a bread and butter supervisory issue. It's not some esoteric problem.
So in that sense, did Silicon Valley Bank's
Our side is
failure
61.
surprise you?
Its failure did surprise me. Its risk-taking was excessive, but even then, I did not anticipate, I don't think anybody anticipated, that they'd have a devastating bank run that basically wiped out, $42 billion on Thursday afternoon, another $100 billion expected the next day. That would be 85% of its deposit base in a 24-hour period. That was shocking.
Yeah, so we're anxious to
nice little
understand
shot here in
all the factors that drove that run on that particular bank. But we're also curious when you stated yesterday to Senator Kennedy that stress testing does not examine institutional risks precipitating from interest rate
Watch
risk.
out on Boyle, guys.
And when
Watch
we
out
were
that
on
doesn't
the
form a
conference
handle.
call with Treasury, with Fed, with
Bitcoin,
FDIC,
try and push up again.
With
Up to
House and
48.
Senate, Republicans and Democrats. I asked the question, and there's some complex model that the stress test involves.
Bitcoin,
So,
critical.
well, if macroeconomic conditions and whatever kick in, well, I submit that the hold to maturity spread has to be considered.
Go ahead.
Not just the available for sale risk because of the need for liquidity. Is that something that you're focused on as you conduct your review?
Go ahead, baby.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right that we need to look at both sides of the balance sheet. We need to look at the liability structure and the asset structure. And the whole point is to assess whether under certain conditions you can have more stress on the liability side that forces you to sell on the asset side. Those are interrelated.
Mr. Grunberg, do you share that concern about how we're looking at systemic risk?
Yes, I do, Congressman.
I would love to go into everything that I could on this, but Mr. Barr, on March 9th, you gave a speech that touched on stablecoins and brought up specific risks associated with stablecoins. In that speech, you stated, quote, this mismatch in value and liquidity is the recipe for a classic bank run. Stablecoin issuers are not supervised by the Fed and lack capital and liquidity as a backstop. The banks we regulate, in contrast, are well protected from bank runs through a
DXY
robust
does look
array
heavy,
of
Fred.
supervisory requirements. Would you revise those comments if you could?
Yes, I think that, it
does.
demonstrates the need for humility in thinking about how financial risk happens in the
AMC to
system. That's
493.
been a theme of basically all of my academic work on systemic risk.
UVXY to
is
472.
We need
We want to
humility,
lose
and
450,
that's
to be
why
honest.
you need really strict capital and liquidity rules because of exactly the kind of circumstance we just saw.
Yeah, thank you for that. And, note, obviously, stablecoins are backed by assets and are properly regulated in many states, including the state of New York. Last thing I'd say is we have this pressure to socialize more of the market. There are credit unions that are completely privately insured, many in my district and in others, and I think we should look to that market for private
JNS down to
credit risk
184.
insurance. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is now recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. Vice Chair.
AI, going for a cup and handle.
Silicon Valley Bank, which I feel like no one's focusing more on them as the bad actor here, in the mismanagement and the inappropriate actions. You kept saying over and over again that they weren't responding. If you had, we should have done something when we knew they weren't responding.
Over 160 on Apple.
What could have been done?
It's an excellent point. I mean, I agree with you. You start with the basic problem that the bank managers mismanaged the bank.
Did they hide something from us?
SPX up.
They
A
hid,
crime
they hid
candle
all
on
this from us.
FHN.
Do you
Okay,
believe
I
they
got to
hid
know what
this
your definition
intentionally
of a crime
from
candle
the
is.
feds?
I don't have access yet to the full supervisory record.
Will
to be
you
able
let
to
us know?
answer
Because
your
I really do think they misled and probably lied and
Damn.
made some inappropriate and fraudulent probably actions that I hope that we'll hold them accountable to.
We will definitely be looking into that, and we retain enforcement authority to go after people who, at the bank, who violated the law or who breached their fiduciary duty or who engaged in unsafe and unsound practices.
Sounds like a long
list.
We will hold them accountable.
Yeah, and
to
Chairman
the full
Gruber, let's not negotiate with bad actors like that. We think this is the time to really hold them accountable, honestly. This is how we set a precedent. But going back to you,
I like her so far.
Chair Barr, bonuses were paid out when?
SPX
When was the
up.
last bonus paid out?
Yup.
Before they.
As I said, I'm still getting access to the supervisory
We know it was a couple
record.
hours before, correct?
I've heard news reports about that, but I want to make
So you
sure
don't
that
even
I
know
get
when the
full-
bonuses were paid out? You don't have that information for this committee right now?
I do not have that information
Was
right
it the
now.
day of?
I would like to respond to you fully and accurately, and I want to be
He's
careful
so
to do
trying
that
to avoid
properly.
this.
I've heard news reports about the timing, but I don't
How
have
come the
full-
news knows, but we don't?
Pardon me?
How come the media and the news know, but we don't? How do you not know this before our financial service? Because this is important.
I agree with, I share your outrage about it. I just want to make sure we get to
Mullen,
the
looking for a
facts.
handle.
Do you even know how much the bonuses were?
As I said, I think you're hitting at exactly the right issues. We're going to use our enforcement authority to the fullest extent possible.
Well, now, you know,
Bitcoin
everyone's
looking
saying, oh, we're
beautiful,
going to go
coming
ahead and
back.
introduce some clawback legislation to see. But, you know, Chairman Gruber,
We got to get over this nonsense.
I
though.
asked the Fed Chair Powell about this. You know Section 956. It's been, what, 12, 13 years? When are we going to have a rulemaking on that? This is about excessive pay. This is about, I mean, this is something that Congress already considered. So how come it's over a decade that we don't have anything rulemaking? In 2016, there was a proposal. It wasn't great, but it was a really great start. It would have been instrumental here.
No, I'm familiar with the rulemaking. Congress.
VRM, guys,
was
heads up on
strongly
that.
Supportive of it.
It's only 86
But
cents.
we didn't complete it in time.
Why?
Well, I think there was a change of administrations, and that may have had something to do with it. Every reason to come back to it now and complete that rulemaking, and I
If
think.
you had it today, what could you have done?
Well,
In this
Look at
instance?
Boyle,
Because
Christ.
I'm tired of us being asked to pass things when.
Looking for that handle.
I feel like we already did, but
would've
it's over
given-
12 years that we don't actually have something again that we could have used as a tool.
Same thing on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's also looking for a cup and handle.
Given us explicit clawback authority on compensation. As I pointed out earlier, we do have, in fact, a legal obligation, the FDIC, to investigate the board and management of failed institutions and hold them accountable for any misconduct that might have
FFIE
occurred.
5.5.
Public advocates really believe this could have maybe prevented this.
And so we'll.
Primarily because, as you guys know,
Heads
that
up on
there's
that
some
gas.
inappropriate decisions made up so they can do the bonuses.
7.6
And
up
the
on
payouts.
SOXL.
And that's what we're
It
going
is
to.
clear as day, and I don't know why my colleagues are not even talking about that.
Is
They're
that-
talking about you all not getting things that, well, they didn't respond. How come nobody's mad at the bank for not responding?
All I can tell you, we've initiated the investigations to get the facts, to take action in regard,
Chairman-
assuming the facts support the
Chairman Grunberg,
allegation.
please, for the American people, we need a rulemaking decision on Section 956. You know how critically important this is. This is what I think it was, I read somewhere, this is the 563rd bank to fail since 2001.
Wow.
There are going to be more.
Wow.
And I know you guys don't want to talk about it, but there will be because they'll mislead us, they'll lie.
VRM.
They'll do anything for the buyouts. I mean, even the risk, what's that risk manager person? What did she give herself? What was it? I mean, this is a crazy amount of money she walked out with. I mean, it's crazy. And then Gary Becker, the CEO, sold February 27th, $3 million worth of stock, netting $2.2 million. And he knew this was going to be where we land. And we're not angry about that. We're angry because you guys didn't notice. Well, what about the fact they don't respond? They don't respond to inquiries and things. I mean,
The
that to
gentleman's
me
time
is
has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr.
Vic,
Muser, is that right?
927.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't
Chairman.
want to hear him.
We know that the receivership for SVB went into.
I see other
period on
opportunities out there other
Friday
than FRC.
night,
I'd rather
Sunday
load up
morning,
on
Secretary
Credit
Yellen,
Suisse, obviously not financial advice.
stated that the American banking system on national television was really, really safe and well capitalized. On Sunday night, Secretary Yellen approved.
I
the
personally
FDIC
like Credit
to
Suisse.
protect all
This
depositors
is why.
at SVB.
That's why I drew this.
It certainly implied all bank deposits beyond the 250K would also be
And I would have
secured.
got nearly
So
a
the
bottom
first
tick on it
question
too, which is
to,
kind of badass.
Vice Chair Barr, what data over
Credit
that time
Suisse.
period drove you to go beyond the SVB and Signature?
Credit Suisse.
Which was made aware,
I hope
guess,
that that's
on
like a
Sunday.
perfect drawing.
Did you,
That'd be
did you
kinda
think
fire.
that if you were to protect an idiosyncratic bank such as SVB, you would need to protect all? What data drove you to imply that all bank deposits would be secured?
The decisions that we made that.
CS does not
that
have the
weekend
same
were
return
obviously
potential
in a
of
very
FR.
compressed
Yeah, but
period of time.
they're dealing with the Swiss
They involve
government,
not only
and there's a clear
gathering
buyout with
information about
UBS.
what's going on in the economy, but also.
So I'm not
the
talking about
exercise of
options,
judgment.
but in straight stock,
It was our judgment collectively on
it
the
could
Federal
be
Reserve Board,
interesting
unanimous decision.
with a conversion.
Unanimous decision of the FDIC and the Treasury Secretary.
And with the amount of assets that they have
that
as well.
We needed to do that to protect contagion from infecting healthy banks in the system, community banks, regional banks around the country. It is a judgment call it was based on the information we had at the time. I think it was the correct decision.
I want to prolong it, but so there was actual data from other banks that they could be in jeopardy from.
We were
Systematic
learning
problem.
Like this, the Swiss
sorry,
banks are
it
trying to
being
work
a
together to
systematic
save
problem
it,
as
if
opposed
that makes
to a
sense.
unique
Rather
problem.
than in the
As
U.S.
you said,
it's a
it's
free for
it's
all.
a human
Nobody gives a fuck.
judgment, but the information we were getting from other regional banks suggested pressure that was building.
It may have been the right call. I'm just wondering what data drove Secretary Yellen to go from, hey, everything's okay, to 8 hours later, no, we're going to protect all deposits. I'm going to move on. Chair Grunberg, it was stated that as well as all bank deposits being secured, no cost to taxpayers.
Wow,
I understand the
TRKA, stop
FDIC
fucking
fund
hurting
will-
me.
is
Kicking me in the
understood
dick
to
every single time.
pay for it, as you stated per law. But will
Vic said
FDIC rates
1930.
go up on community and regional banks? And aren't banks
AMC still under
taxpayers
5.
too?
Oh, they certainly are, Congressman, as I've
Wow,
explained previously.
SFT down
just to be
30%.
clear, you know, the action covered uninsured depositors at those two institutions.
Well, they just regained
And the
compliance
FDIC
8
is
hours ago.
required by law
I might
that any
buy
loss
this
to
towards the end of the
Deposit
day or
Insurance Fund
something.
as a result of those uninsured deposits has to be paid for by a special assessment on the banking industry.
If it's
And
still low.
we have authority under the law to consider the types of entities that benefit from any action taken or assistance. So we have discretion
Like
in
SFT is kind of
designing
interesting right here.
the
maybe.
implementation of the assessment. And as I
Hold on.
indicated previously, we're keenly sensitive to the potential impact on community banks.
Well, good, because they are very concerned, as you know, community and regional banks, that they will pay for the bad actions of a few.
I kind of like
Glad
SFT
you're
here.
very much
I
aware
almost
of
hope
that.
it
So,
falls because I don't have
Vice
cash
Chair
to
Barr,
throw into it right now.
Excessive spending by Congress, QE, the Fed doubling its balance sheet from 4 trillion to 9 trillion, no surprise to you, followed by
Mullen's
the
getting tighter.
quantitative tightening.
Looks like it
Many
wants to
banks
go up.
holding excessive treasuries were highly devalued and devastated in the case of SVB. So the November 21st, there are reports that the Fed,
Bitcoin trying up.
November 21st of 2022,
To the
there's
cloud.
a report that the Fed was aware of the balance sheet issues of SVB.
HLBZ, okay, 1 second. Let me see Bitcoin here.
Were
I just
you,
want to see if it
this is
punches
the
this
16th
cloud.
largest bank in the
Or
country,
Sonic Aura, it's
57% of
called,
the
but-
portfolio was in treasuries being devalued. Why wasn't there more enforcement taking place?
I think it's an excellent question. We were aware and focused at the supervisory level of
BBIG, yes,
interest rate
sir.
risk in the firm and liquidity risk.
Notice
risk in
how
the
it just
firm.
it tapped
I
that
don't
GAN
think
fan
the
though as well.
supervisors
Just
expected, I don't think anybody
pay attention to the
expected
GAN fan levels.
a devastating bank run of the kind I described before, with 85% of deposits fleeing or expected to flee in a 24-hour period.
16th largest bank, you can see why people find that
Hellbiz,
unacceptable from an enforcement
trying.
standpoint. Lastly, I only have 10 seconds. There's a high concentration of commercial real estate loans out there owned by small banks. Potentially, as loans will be, I'll follow up with you on that one in writing. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized.
Thank you. When interest rates rise, long-term securities become less valuable, but deposits become more valuable. If you have a stable deposit base, the gains from the deposits can offset the losses from long-term securities. But if you have an unstable deposit base, like Silicon Valley Bank, there's no built-in offset. Silicon Valley Bank had a uniquely uninsured, unstable deposit base that made it singularly susceptible to a bank run in the age of social media.
Coinbase is going
So,
up.
Vice Chair Barr, should a bank with an unstable, uninsured deposit base like
Coinbase
SVB
looks like it's about to go.
be subject to a higher standard of regulation than a bank with a stable, insured deposit base?
CONL is the 1.5 times on
Representative Torres,
Coinbase,
I
so
couldn't
everybody
have
knows.
said it better myself. I think you described the situation exactly correctly. And the unique.
Flattery will win you no points, but sure.
It's just the truth. I wish I had said it that way. But no, I think there are unique risks to this kind of heavy uninsured deposit base. And for most banks in the country, as you described, they handle their interest rate risk properly. They have stable deposits. I know all of you, and when you talk to your banks and you go back home across the country, they're doing okay.
But you agree that the rigor of regulation should depend not only on size, but on deposit stability, yes?
I do.
Regarding
Look at
commercial
AI,
real estate, the
right
rapid
back.
rise of work from home during COVID has driven down office property values and the rapid rise of interest rates have driven up financing costs.
Carvana
creating a
trying
perfect
at the
storm.
bottom here
Office
again.
buildings with declining property values are set to be refinanced at far higher
could be
interest rates.
an interesting
There's
options
reportedly
play.
$2.5 trillion in commercial real estate debt coming due over the next 5 years, a substantial share of
Hughes
which
just off
is
112 or
office debt.
312. Excuse me.
Chair Gruenberg, to what extent do you worry about the office loan portfolio representing a ticking time bomb in the banking system?
It presents a risk. It's one the FDIC has talked about and identified publicly.
And Signature was the
TRKA
largest
so
commercial
fucking
real estate lender in New
crushing
York
me
City.
here.
How much of Signature's commercial real estate portfolio consists of office real estate?
That's a good question. Let me get you the exact note. It's a substantial portion of
Can you
its
get me
portfolio.
back an answer in writing?
I can get that for you.
More important to me locally,
Mulling up.
residential real estate. Signature Bridge Bank has a housing portfolio of 3,000
Mullen
properties
looking for a
consisting
handle
of
of that cup.
80,000 units in New York City. The portfolio includes 479
Bitcoin's also still
properties
looking for a
consisting of
handle. It's in between the
19,000
48
units
and the 200.
in the Bronx, where I serve as a congressman. I have two questions for the FDIC. As you go through the process of seeking a buyer for Signature's residential real estate debt, to what extent will you seek the input of New York State and New York City housing officials who have an obvious stake in preserving the affordability of these properties and units? And to what extent will you prioritize affordable housing preservation in your selection of a purchaser?
Thank you, Congressman. Just to be clear, we have sold Signature to New York Community
You
Bank.
sold everything but the real estate portfolio, as I understand.
Caught him.
That's been publicly reported.
Caught him.
I take your point. We'll be glad to work with you and other local officials in New York in regard to the disposition.
I appreciate that commitment.
Sure.
I don't think
I'm
he's
not
expecting
advocating the
that.
following course of action, but I want to provide you with a hypothetical. The banking system is reportedly sitting on more than
Boyle's
$600
ripping.
billion in unrealized losses from securities. And those losses will only rise with rising interest
Congratulations
rates.
if you grab Boyle on
Since
the lows,
the problem
guys.
with these assets is one of
Boyle
asset
is
duration
fucking tearing.
rather than asset quality.
It's only
Should
6%,
the Federal
but it's
Reserve
on a
consider
tear.
purchasing these securities? Unlike a bank, which needs liquidity to honor obligations to depositors, the Federal Reserve has the ability to hold these assets to a maturity without realizing those unrealized losses. Wouldn't that solve the problem?
Apple
There is
says
an excellent point. Under
WWDC
existing law,
23
we,
is coming June.
cannot do asset purchases.
Wait, what the fuck is
But
WWDC
what we do is provide
23?
ample liquidity to the financial system
I'm sure I
on the
sound really
basis of
stupid.
But the
I don't know
losses
what that
remain,
is,
even
but-
with the emergency liquidity, the losses remain on the balance sheet. Those losses are arguably undercutting public confidence in the banking system. And as you know, banking is as much about psychology as it is about finance. Why not just remove the losses?
I'd go back to the first point you made in your earlier question, which is that for most banks, they're managing this well.
Hold on one
They're
second
doing
here.
fine. They have stable deposits, and they don't need to sell the assets they have on their balance sheet. Those assets can stay there and be held to maturity. If institutions need liquidity, they can get access to that from the discount window, and from the program we established, the Bank Term Funding Program gives longer-term stability at par for those very assets.
I want to squeeze in one more question. Did the bank supervisor at the San Francisco Fed have the supervisory authority to prevent Silicon Valley Bank from investing in unhedged long-term securities? Did you have that authority? Like, is the problem a lack of authority or a failure to exercise the authority you had?
Oh.
The bank examiners cited them for not behaving properly with respect.
But did they have the authority to prevent it?
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman can answer on the record. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
More trying.
It seems that Washington continues to create crisis after crisis and then come in to bail out the crisis. You go back to 2008, it was the policies coming out of Washington that everyone was entitled to own a home. And it didn't matter what their credit score was, whether they were able to pay it back. It was a human right. And fast forward a few years, the compounding impact of that resulted in the 2008 financial crisis. So what did we learn from that? I would argue nothing. The government came in, bailed everybody out, bailed out the big banks, caused chaos.
Yeah,
in
my
the
bank
smaller
is a
banks,
beast.
and
FHN
picked
back
winners
after
and
the heavy
losers.
sell.
And
Wow.
that's a theme I'm
Really?
going to be hitting on, picking winners
Good shit,
and
dude.
losers, because the free market
goev to
capitalism
4%?
is supposed to have consequences. And when the government continues to bail out bad decisions and pick winners and losers, it
Cues up.
severely impacts the free market, and it undermines our ability to compete in the global economy. So 2008, We understand the policies coming out of Washington caused a crisis. We had 2 votes. First vote failed on TARP, second vote passed. It was very painful. I was not here, but at the end of the day, it solved the short-term problem. But we didn't learn anything. We did learn one thing, actually.
Mullen on
was that the
12%?
TARP vote wasn't fun. So in 2008, we gave extraordinary power to the executive branch to avoid a future TARP vote. And this is the first time that y'all used that authority. So let's fast forward to 2023. A number of policies coming out of Washington, particularly the emphasis on ESG and on DEI, and that compounded with the spending of trillions and trillions of dollars that caused inflation, which resulted in higher interest rates, destabilized SVB and Signature. So we didn't really learn anything in 2008 because we used the 2010 authorities.
Fucking A, TRKA.
The executive branch used the 2010 authorities to, again, pick winners and losers.
Still under 5 on AMC?
There's no consequences for risk-taking. There's no consequences for poor decisions. And we keep talking about what caused this. Really, it's 3 things. The San Francisco Fed's misplaced priorities.
If that broke down, what is Bitcoin about to do?
Every other Fed was sending out notifications regarding interest rates and inflation and the impact on future stressors of the banking system, they were still sending out.
Are we going to pop through the Sonic R or what?
ESG updates. So that combined with the SVB and Signature mismanagement and the inflation we created caused this problem, and we have, again, not learned anything, bailed out, poor decision making. I guess I want to start with Undersecretary Liang. Is this a problem? I mean, we invoke the systemic risk exception and cover both insured and uninsured depositors. Is it not creating more systemic risk in the overall system because capitalism is no longer a thing? The government's backstopping everything?
Whoa.
Is that a concern?
Whoa.
Congressman, I understand your question and your concern. In this case, the systemic risk exception was taken. Depositors, all depositors were covered. Shareholders and debt holders were not. They lost their investment. Those who took the risk lost their investments in this case. I do think this situation, the actions were taken to prevent contagion spreading to other banks. It was to help safe banks, small and other regionals who were losing their deposits to either the largest banks or to outside the banking system. I do think this requires that we will need to be assessing and looking for
but the lack of consequences, the government continuing to pick winners and losers, and I mean, my biggest thing is the justification. Treasury and the White House both said that there's no taxpayer dollars, and that what about the people that are going to miss payroll? Neither one of those were necessarily true because it is taxpayer dollars because the increased premiums from FDIC is going to be passed down to Americans all over the country. And so they are taxpayers, so that is their dollars. It's not coming out of the general fund, but it's semantics. And as it relates to payroll, I mean, only $22+ billion is going to be at issue, so there were opportunities to make them whole. I just really think that, one, delegating the ability to bail out banks to the executive branch is dangerous, and 2, bailing out these banks in this manner has caused more problems than was possibly worth it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from
Any
Texas,
short-term
Ms.
plays on the
Garcia, is
upswing, keep
recognized.
an eye out for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm buried deep in TRKA right now, and I wish that I had money to buy more.
Bring us together for this really important hearing, and I just first wanted to start with just a quick question to the three of you.
I have a lot of money in TRKA.
Troubled by the word of the use crisis.
It's down right now. It's been getting beat down.
You know, I never saw this as a crisis. Maybe perhaps
That's
it was
just me.
a boo-boo, maybe a major boo-boo,
You do you,
but
though.
not a crisis.
You do
I
you.
don't think that, personally, that the 2 bank failures
Look at that
equals a
shit.
crisis. So I just want to quickly ask each one of you just
Down
a
on
yes
support?
or no. Do you think this is a crisis, Mr. Barr?
As I said at the outset, I think our system is sound and resilient.
I would literally be buying every Dipified cash right now.
I think that it was appropriate use of the systemic
hard
risk
dip.
exception to prevent a crisis.
Is it a crisis, yes or no?
As I said, I
SIVBQ
think
is
that
now
where we are
a-
now, the banking system is
It's
sound
on
and
support right
resilient.
now.
there was risk,
line
but
is
if we did
support.
not invoke the systemic
But would
risk
you have
exception,
used the
it
word
could have led-
crisis is the question.
I have not used that word.
The OTC stock is up
Chairman
83% on
I
SIVB.
think we were at risk
That's
of
insane.
crisis, and I think the actions that we took have stabilized the system.
Ms. Yang?
I agree with that. The actions we took stabilized the system.
Well, I think you're right, and I think that's what we should focus on the swift action over a weekend, no less, and how we were able to avert a crisis, and how we were able to prevent contagion, and how we were able to frankly just save those banks, but
Hellbiz
potentially
trying
other
still?
banks. And I know
Above
that
the GAN
recently,
fan line?
as a ranking member mentioned, there's been some
Trying to cross
notion that
MACD?
it's the woke policies that have done this. And I know that some extreme MAGA Republicans, like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis,
Oh,
have
God,
even
here we go.
suggested that it was the ESG policies, and frankly, with zero evidence. But yet they continue with some of this rhetoric. Vice Chair Bart, yes or no again, do you believe that ESG investing played any role in the failure of Silicon Valley Bank?
No.
Mr. Grunberg?
Mullen wants it.
No.
Higher
Ms.
lows. Look at that.
I do not have the information that the supervisors have, but I would, my strong preference would be no.
Right, well, that, as I
I have it
said,
with my
there's been
Mullen
no
team today,
evidence,
yeah.
and thank you for reaffirming that.
Or gal
As
today,
you will recall that the claim that ESG invested was caused by the failure of Silicon Valley Bank is really strongly reminiscent of the claim back in 2008 that the financial crisis then was because of the Community Reinvestment Act obligations. So very similar. The Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission examined this claim and rejected it.
Another key level
As did
here. Come on.
researchers within the Federal Reserve. Vice Chair Barr, would you remind us what researchers at the Fed have concluded
back up
about
there.
attempts to blame the housing and foreclosure crisis on historically disadvantaged communities of color?
The research showed that there is no basis for the conclusion that
Mullen up
low-income,
13%
moderate-income
almost now.
consumers, households were responsible for causing the.
I just want to see if Bitcoin's going to save itself. Then we'll flip back to Mullen
Do you
real quick.
think that the communities of
Or
color, the
wherever.
disadvantaged communities, and particularly people in my district, that is 77%
I'm going to wait to
Latino,
take my next position. Also going to wait
should be
on more money
concerned
coming in
that-
Friday. There you
that
go.
this
Do you, dog?
bank
Trade your
failures and
trade.
some of the remedies that are being put in place may cause a lack of capital, the lack of opportunities to be able to buy homes?
Come on.
Will it impact
Here it
mortgage
comes.
rates?
I think the steps that we took together to stabilize.
Look at the
economy and
indecision
provide,
on the
public
wicks.
confidence in the banking
Here, let me
system
zoom in for you.
are of assistance to low and moderate income households and to all Americans around the
See,
country.
so a push
But do you
down,
think
it
it's-
showed
there will be
power
some
up, didn't
negative
finish all the way down to the
impact on interest
bottom.
rates and the ability to
Indecision,
borrow,
indecision
to
but up.
buy and purchase homes?
Now it's pushing down towards
My estimate is that
towards resistance. Let's
the
see.
bank's reaction to the current economic circumstances
Find myself
are
no
likely
matter the
to
positions, always
lead
be in the red,
to
entering right off the
a
bat. Now I hear
reduction
you.
in credit availability overall. That's something that we're watching very carefully at the Federal Reserve.
Going for that third little soldier.
And Ms. Lang, I had a question for you about crypto, and I know that
Oh,
there's an
answer
additional
crypto,
bank
please.
that is going through some process of voluntary liquidation. What role did crypto play in all this?
Mullen up.
I don't believe crypto played a direct role in either of the failures.
Good answer.
So that, yeah.
Was there an indirect role?
Mullen up.
I know that Signature had activities involved in digital assets.
Mullen trying to break out.
But I don't believe that is the main.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The
Mr.
witness.
Chairman, I will follow up with the three panel members on this issue. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman Grunberg, I want to talk a little bit about Signature Bank. Can you describe the condition of Signature Bank at the time of its receivership and what evidence you had that showed Signature was also facing a liquidity crunch on March 10th? And what was Signature's availability?
Signature is up
available funding at the time,
41.5%
New York
right now.
State DFS
AKA
closed the
that's
bank and
Rocket
placed
Girl
it
up
at FDIC.
41.5%. Fuck yeah.
Congressman, we can get you the specific data, but the fact is that on Friday night, that bank had real difficulty meeting its obligations at the end of the day and barely met them by the 5:30 closing time. And I think both New York State and the FDIC, who jointly had responsibility,
Bitcoin still needs that lift.
did not think
We need to
that
get
the
off
bank
of this GAN fan
could open
area.
and make it through the day on Monday. I think that was the determination. And that's why the New York State on Sunday decided to close the institution.
And you can get me the specific numbers.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. And now I want to focus, I want to follow up on something that my colleague Tom Emmer asked before. When New York Community Bank Corp. assumed its signatures, deposits, and some of its loans, it refrained from including roughly $4 billion of deposits related to Signature's digital assets banking business. As a result, Signature's real-time payments network remained under FDIC Commission's receivership. It was reported early yesterday evening
What are we doing?
that the FDIC sent a notice to depositors whose deposits were not included in NYCB's bid.
Low
informing them that
volume.
Any accounts not closed
The
by
fact that
April
we're going
5th
down
will be
like this on low
automatically shut,
volume to
and
me is
depositors
bullish.
will receive a check in the mail.
It just
Can you
tells me that
walk me
I think
through
that we're going to be,
FDIC's reasoning
you know,
for this decision?
moving up.
Yes, Congressman. So
Yeah, it won't take much in order to move it up.
The winning bid for Signature by New York Community Bank's subsidiary, Flagstar, was for all the deposits except the winning bid chose not to bid on the digital assets. And there were about $4 billion of those. And we provided those depositors a couple of weeks to determine what they might want to do. And we sent them a notice that we'll return their deposits to them by early next week, I believe.
So, in your response to
SPX,
Mr. Tom Emmer, you
4011.
mentioned that Signet was included in the sale of Signature Bank, while the deposits were not. It is my understanding that you still currently are looking for, so you're still currently looking for a buyer.
So just so I'm clear, the digital deposits are being returned to their deposit holders. It's my understanding that Signet
I like the
was
market
not
up, which would
acquired
mean
and remained in the receivership.
UVXY
and is
down, but you might get a little bit here,
So
like,
it's,
on
Signet
a
is
sell-off,
still under FDIC
which,
Yes,
receivership.
it's in the process.
Thank you very much.
I don't know, man. This market just feels bullish. It feels
Chairman
like
Grunberg,
it feels
I
like
also want to bring this up.
they're
In
baiting
the
us
Senate
into a
banking
sell-off.
hearing yesterday, there was an exchange between Senator
Almost
Van
just like
Hollen and Vice
a
Chair Barr
like
on the
a
guidance
slow
of-
sideways grind,
guidance
like
on
a day to
guidance
day.
issued in 2018 and codified in 2021 when Randy Quarles was Vice Chair of the Supervision of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. This has become a target of
Like shit's
some,
not going
even
up
though
too
this
fast,
initiative doesn't
so it's
limit
not
any
like too
action
hot.
an agency can take.
There is a gap on
can take.
SPX to the
It
upside,
simply
though.
clarifies which actions will be
Or
accomplished
sorry,
through
to the
regulatory
downside.
measures
I apologize.
and which through supervisory measures. You stayed silent during the entire exchange, but I recently read an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal written by Randy Quarles, which has said that both you and Lael Brainerd voted for this guidance. Is that true? Did you vote for this guidance?
Mullen trying again.
Thank you very much. And one more question, sorry.
HLBZ.
Vice Chairman Barr.
Watch it slap this
If we
GAN
look
fan
back at the
line.
events over the past couple of weeks, there have been a number of
Don't be
similarities
surprised.
identified between Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. The first of which is being a high concentration of deposits well above the FDIC insurance limit, with reports showing that 90% for Signature Bank and 87% for SVB.
Yeah.
And the second being the lack of diversity in both banks' deposits. The news has discussed the potential impacts of these similarities ad nauseum. However, I would like to explore how the FDIC, how the
Woo,
Federal Reserve
Bitcoin.
and the FDIC view
That's where I
deposit
get confused. You think the
diversification
market
as
is
it pertains
bullish?
to determining
What
soundness
in the
of
short
financial
term, long term?
institutions.
I think that
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last 4 words of your sentence.
I think that things are
I would
going to
like
go
and I'm out of time, so I'll submit this question to you
down
to respond.
slightly and then
Thank you,
shoot
sir.
right up
The gentleman yields. The
and
gentleman
then
from Georgia,
balance
Ms. Williams,
out
is
and then
recognized.
do it
Thank
over
you,
again
Mr. Chairman.
and kind of stair step
I
its
want to
way
start
higher.
by making it clear that the failures of the Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank were not just about wealthy people, as some of the narrative that we've heard
I don't know.
in
I think it's going to be more of a
conversation.
rebalancing
There is
act.
a significant chance of a disastrous impact on hardworking people who are trying to make payroll, and it's important that this detail doesn't get lost in the shuffle. The weekend that that SVB failed, I woke up to text messages from constituents asking what the government was going to do, what kind of intervention there would be, because they had money in this bank. Atlanta is this booming area for tech startups, and so the impact was felt very real by my constituents. They wanted to know if they would be able to access their funds on Monday morning. Black-owned businesses were worried about paying their employees. Entrepreneurs who are creating wealth in marginalized communities were concerned about covering basic business expenses. These businesses are closing the racial wealth
A little
gap,
bit of a gap
which
there in
unfortunately
between,
my home district of Atlanta
like,
leads the nation.
overview up.
And the banking system has to work for them. Chair Gruenberg, in the aftermath of SVB's failure, there's been substantial debate about raising the 250,000 deposit insurance cap to minimize any potential payroll disruptions and economic pain that may follow when the next bank fails, which my constituents were so concerned about.
AI trying back up
There's reportedly
again.
bipartisan legislation in the works to temporarily raise
Bitcoin
the cap.
also
If
trying.
the cap is raised or
Sid,
eliminated
see
to help
I see
protect
that you
depositors,
messaged
we'll
me.
need to
What's that?
take measures to reduce the risk of moral hazard. One proposed measure is the continuance of risk-priced deposit insurance premiums. Chair Gruenberg,
I'll
as we
flip to this
consider
real
different
quick.
deposit insurance reforms, should we seek
Ooh,
to
mulling
maintain
down.
risk-priced
Another way to say
deposit
that is you
insurance?
believe retail is bearish,
I
but
think we
institutions
do
are
want
bullish.
to
But
maintain risk price deposit insurance, but I do think, you change one part of the system, it impacts another part of the system. So, as I indicated earlier.
No.
the FDIC is
Actually, no.
undertaking a comprehensive review of the
I don't think
deposit
that.
insurance system in light of this episode.
What I think is, I think that everybody is bullish,
Also
right?
laying out policy
But
considerations for
the
changes
big
to the
money
system that we
knows
hope
how to
will
make
inform the
money
discussion.
going down, where retail doesn't
beyond
know
the
how to make
report,
money going
moving
down for the
forward,
most part.
what steps can the
Therefore,
FDIC
I
take
think
when making
that
decisions
they're going to
about
stair
deposit
step it,
insurance assessments to make
and
banks
they're
think
going to,
twice about various financial stability
they're
threats
going to
that
be able to profit
disproportionately
off,
impact marginalized
the
communities.
lack of skill that retail
We have
has
authority
trading.
now to do risk-based pricing, and I think it's fair to say that in light of this experience, we need to think hard about liquidity risk and concentrations of uninsured deposits and how that's evaluated in terms
I
of
hope I did okay there.
deposit insurance assessments. But I also think it's an appropriate moment to take a look at how our system works in light of what is, of this
Russia,
episode.
China, and Saudi Arabia
and
also
consider
bullish on
what
America.
other changes might be prudent.
Thank you. And we all
Carvana?
know that part of maintaining
Carvana
a
looking
healthy
strong.
banking system is confidence, specifically consumer confidence, that their money is safe in the banks that they've chosen. People of color have a harder time getting affordable loans from the largest banks.
That's some
and thus
strength
turn to
through
the
the cloud as
community
well,
banks, minority
if we can make it.
depository institutions and the like. And when there is fear in the financial sector or an economic downturn, minority-owned banks and community financial institutions are hit hard as customers transfer their funds to what they think are safer and larger banks. Vice Chair Barr, what can Congress do to strengthen and support community and minority-owned
SPX
banks
under
in
48
situations like we
EMA.
just experienced?
Thank you very much, Representative Williams. I agree with you that having a wide diversity of kinds of institutions in our country is really critical, including community banks and regional banks, minority depository institutions, and community development banks. All of these institutions, I think, are
FRC,
really
nice
important
risk
for
reward.
economic vibrancy and inclusion
If
in
you use those
our
as
society.
bottoms.
We'd be happy to work with you on ways that we can continue to support those institutions going forward.
Happy to work with you, and we will definitely follow up. And Chair Gruenberg, I would love to hear from you what kind of deposit insurance reforms would help support minority depository institutions and other community banks.
It's an interesting question. We're in the process of finalizing a major revision of the Community Reinvestment Act. And in the proposed rulemaking, there were specific provisions to encourage banks
Abe
to work with
145.
and support
Wow,
minority
TRKA
depository
still falling.
institutions
Jesus
and
Christ.
community development financial institutions.
Below
So I
resistance
think that's
now.
actually
Where the fuck is the
an
next
important
resistance?
vehicle and
Okay, just
opportunity to strengthen our
Ruh-roh.
MDIs and CDFIs, which serve LMI communities. And it's an interesting, we should give some thought in our review whether how deposit insurance, may play into this as well.
And I have many more questions, but we're going to work together on this, and my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Vice Chair Barr, did you originally believe that inflation was temporary and transitory? Yes or no?
I was not on the Federal Reserve Board at that time.
Did you believe it was temporary and transitory, or you had no opinion?
I would say at that time, I did not have an informed opinion.
You did not have an informed opinion if it was temporary and transitory. The Federal Reserve continued to call inflation temporary and transitory until Q4 of 2021. The Biden administration continued to call inflation temporary and transitory. I apologize, the Federal Reserve Q4 of 2021. Biden administration Q1 of 2022, following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's when they stopped calling it temporary and transitory. Would the challenges that we saw with SVB have taken place if inflation truly was temporary and transitory? Yes or no?
The problems that came about from SVB are from classic interest rate risk management.
So if inflation was temporary and transitory, then I will make the assumption on your behalf, for myself, that interest rates would not have gone up. If interest rates didn't go up in the manner and hold in the way that they are, SVB would not have occurred. The breakdown of the bank.
Sir, banks have an obligation to manage interest rates, whether they're going up or going down. It's just classic good banking, and it wasn't done here.
Okay, so let me dive in then. Yesterday, in response to a question from Senator Rounds following the matter requiring immediate attention, the MRIA, you noted that there was a challenge in the model, that it was, quote, was not at all aligned with reality, end quote. Was that a challenge in modeling in particular interest rates? Or what part of reality was it not connected with?
It was not due to the banks.
Let me also say, as I mentioned earlier today, I
No,
called that an MRIA
please don't go
yesterday, but
there.
I meant an
No,
MRIA.
please
It was just a
don't.
staff
Please don't. I love you, Sid. Please don't blame us on
It's an MRA on
racism.
interest rate risk. And basically what I meant is that their model showed that they'd earn more money as rates were going up and they were losing more money.
So interest rates was at the core of how it was disconnected from reality?
Yes, it was about.
Oh, that's what they said? Okay.
So here's my
Jesus
challenge.
Christ.
So as
I thought you were trying to say that. I was like, what the hell?
Of this, the Federal Reserve would have had to admit that they were wrong.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with
Inflation was
racism,
temporary
and I don't
transitory.
understand
I
why
think
that's even in the
core of
conversation.
our conversation here. And Congress, I think, continues to do an abysmal job with the administration to bring inflation under control. Let me switch gears if I can, pretty substantively here, Vice Chair Barr. I have in front of me.
I read most of your thing, but I didn't read the last sentence.
Reserve,
Okay.
And in particular,
Cool.
looking at the loans that the Federal Reserve has made to depository institutions. There has been a significant shift in particular as it relates to other credit extensions. Other credit extensions is noted is that the Fed is taking collateral from the FDIC. That account, March 9, $0. March 16, 1 week later, $57.6 billion. March 23rd, 1 week after that, $178.6 billion. So the Federal Reserve is taking collateral from the FDIC and loaning the FDIC money. Under what statutory authority is the Federal Reserve engaged in that?
Oh.
Sir, the Federal Reserve is lending through the discount window to the bridge institutions that were established by the FDIC. So they're lending to banks. There's a provision in the statute that clearly contemplates that.
And so you're noting that when I read footnote 7, that would not have fallen under the line of either primary credit or secondary credit?
For the purposes of enhancing transparency to the public, that line was broken out so that everybody could see exactly what it was.
Okay, that is helpful. Then if I can shift to you, Chair Grunberg.
Carvana?
As we look at this dramatic increase, is there a reason that you used this facility rather than one, selling assets, or two, tapping your line of credit at the Treasury, which I believe is to the tune of $100 billion?
We certainly have sold assets to meet our liquidity needs, and these bridge institutions are nationally chartered banks eligible to borrow from the Fed and utilize that in order to manage the liquidity situation as well.
But is there a reason that you're not either A, utilizing in a more substantive way the credit line available from the Treasury, or B, selling assets? And the reason I ask this, so maybe I can be more specific, does the FDIC have the same risk that we're seeing in other banks with unrealized gain or unrealized losses? And is that why you're tapping this facility rather than selling assets?
No,
TRKA just had a fuck ton of blocks.
We are selling assets
I don't know if that means anything.
to meet the obligations of the failed institution, and we're also managing the liquidity.
Bitcoin
these
at the
bridge
48.
banks have the authority and ability to access the Fed
So
resources.
you're both selling assets and borrowing from the Fed to the tune of $178 billion at the same time?
Hear that?
For these institutions to meet immediate liquidity demands, which we'll eventually get back. if
And
they
did the
don't.
Treasury at any time discourage you from taking a
gap
loan
on
from
TRKA?
the line of credit from the Treasury for purposes of addressing the debt ceiling limit?
I think there were discussions in regard to that.
Phil?
But I
Okay, now
think
back
the
up.
principal purpose here, frankly, was liquidity management and also to be able to preserve liquidity in our deposit insurance fund.
I appreciate your time here today. I yield back. I'll now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here with us today. People in my district are already living paycheck to paycheck, and they're worried about making ends meet. They're already dealing with the rising costs of everyday goods and
I do something over here real
services.
quick?
And the last thing they need to worry about right now is their bank or their employer's bank failing. That's why I'm working to provide transparency and accountability to this process.
Bear with me, guys.
Where were the regulators? I want to know what the bank executives were doing in the months, weeks, and days leading up to this failure. My constituents deserve to know that we're going to hold bank executives accountable and ensure that this doesn't happen again. These bank failures rattled our financial system. Working families in my district need a stable economy they can rely on. They can't afford more uncertainty when it comes to their next paycheck. And right now, the looming debate over the debt ceiling crisis has the ability to rattle our economy even further. So, Vice Chair Barr, in just a few months, the United States Congress needs to raise the debt ceiling. If the U.S. defaulted on the debt, would it be really bad for our economy? Would it be really, really bad for our economy? Or would it be really, really, really bad for our economy?
The basic answer to that question is that Congress needs to increase the debt ceiling, that there's not other options around
Banks
that.
leading up to this,
in the absence of an increase in
we're
the debt
taking the
ceiling,
bonuses and cashing out their stock because they did not know what was
could cause
going on.
enormous dislocation to our
Very
economy.
valid.
One really, two reallys, three reallys?
I wouldn't characterize it. I think that it's the right thing to do. I think
Hold on one
Congress
second.
needs to do that, and really I leave anything else about the debt ceiling up to discussions between the administration and Congress, just to say from an economic perspective, it would be quite unfortunate.
Thank you. Vice Chair Barr, the second largest banking failure in the United States history, $42 billion pulled in a day.
Sorry.
Who was asleep at the wheel?
But I think in the first instance, as I've said, bank management is responsible for running the bank. They failed in basic measures of interest rate risk and liquidity risk. They had very many outstanding matters requiring attention, matter requires immediate attention. They were deficient in governance and controls. They were rated a 3 overall with respect to the firm, which means they were not well managed. And at the end of the day, it's the job of the bank and their board of directors
Yeah, you fucking monster,
to run
you.
themselves the way they should. We, of course, are looking internally at our own supervision and our regulation.
Carvana got the
and
gold
looking
cross
at ways
coming
that
down
we
now.
could have forced the firm to
See if
do
we can
more
handle up.
faster or raise standards so that
goev
if the
4.2
firm
up.
got into trouble, they had more capital and liquidity.
I certainly hope there's some accountability. Chair Grunberg, moving to you now. First Citizens Bank, which is located in my congressional district, North Carolina's 13th district, was the successful bidder for Silicon Valley Bank. They have a proven track record in this space and are already instilling greater
Mullen, still under
confidence
that support
in our banking
resistance line.
system.
It's close though. That
Can you
MACD
tell us
wants to curl.
about the evaluation process for the bids that were submitted and what made First Citizens the most attractive bidder?
Two reasons I'd say, Congressman. One, financially, it was the strongest bid for the FDIC. And two,
These
it
5-minute
was
Q&A sessions are not enough time. How are they
bid
supposed
for
to
all
get
the
shit done?
deposits of the
Because
institution
it's a big room
and all
full
of
of
the
people,
loans
and
of the
everybody has to
institution.
have a chance to ask
so
a
that
question.
It provided operational certainty as well. So from both a financial standpoint and an operational standpoint, it was really the strongest bid we received.
And it took a while.
Coinbase getting tight
You know,
again?
why wasn't Silicon
On top of the
Valley
MACD?
Bank purchased sooner? I think that certainly would have created more stability in this situation.
If we could have sold it that first weekend, that would have been desirable. The fact is, Silicon Valley was a pretty large institution, $200 billion in assets, and pretty complicated in terms of its
DXY fell.
business activity. So for a potential acquiring institution to do the due diligence over a weekend and reach a conclusion and make it was frankly not practical. And so we set up a bridge institution and for both of the failed banks, and we're able in a pretty orderly way to set up bidding processes for each. In fact, for Silicon Valley, we had considerable interest and got a couple of requests for additional time for interested parties to do due diligence. So we extended the
Hughes trying out
bid
200
date a couple of times to give people time, and we ended up, getting, I think, 27 bids from 18 different sources. So it ended up being a pretty constructive process.
Thank you very much. Yield
The
back.
gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Let's examine what we're discussing here. At the time of its failure, Silicon Valley Bank was the 16th largest bank in the United States, with its assets more than tripling from $71 billion in 2019
SIVBQ
to over
now up
200 billion at
135.
the end of 2022. Obviously, we all know banks have its responsibility to manage its operation well. Unfortunately, our economy facing inflation not seen in decades and increasing interest rates.
Congratulations.
Supervisory missteps at the federal and state level failed to correct and mitigate SVB's rapid growth in its balance sheet and management risks. Mr. Barr, yesterday you mentioned that you first heard about SVB's interest risk and liquidity management, those issues back in February of this year. So I want to ask you, who decided to put SVB under the horizontal review process, considering there were at least 6 warnings going back to 2021, and given SVB's risk profile, how did you
COSM up
conclude
almost 1%,
that the
nothing
firm
really.
did not merit actions beyond the horizontal review process?
Hey, TRKA. Stop being a
Thank you,
whore.
Representative
What's
Kim.
Bitcoin doing?
I think that's one of the things we're trying to figure out in the review. The supervisors on the ground saw the risk that you described, saw the interest rate risk,
Bitcoin
and saw the
tight.
liability risk.
Trying to move up.
They required the firm to make changes. The firm didn't make those changes in time. So the concern of supervisors grew. You can see that from the fall of 21 to the deficiency
Didn't get on top of that
rating in
MACD.
22, and then further action that year. But you're absolutely right that at the end of the day, the bank failed. And so
Well,
we need
it
to
seems
look at.
to me, reclaiming my time, it seems
They
to
charged
me
the
that
former
you
bank
could
managers
consider
criminal charges and filed
downgrading
regulators to do
ratings
their
or
job. They
considering
tried doing that in 2008.
enforcement
Huh.
actions.
Huh.
And to me, it seems that supervisors kicked the can down the road and couldn't consider
Yeah,
the
preach,
full
Sid.
consequences
Bitcoin up.
of the inaction. But I want to ask the next question.
Trying to engulf?
In February, the Fed
Maybe.
reported in its January senior loan officers opinion survey that it is seeing tighter credit conditions. So it seems to me SVB's failure will only serve to exacerbate the tighter credit conditions. So I'm worried that as entrepreneurs, they will soon find it more difficult to get a loan or a credit to expand their businesses and hire workers due to tighter credit conditions. So, Mr. Barr, I want to ask you, how
very
will you
right about that.
consider tighter credit conditions as part of your holistic capital review and Basel III endgame reforms?
So we're looking to review our capital requirements not for the current situation, but for the long term. Any capital requirements that we consider would go through notice and comment rulemaking and have a transition period. So they would not apply to the current economic circumstances that we're in. We're thinking about the long-term effects.
Heading down. Have a good one.
We
All
are,
right,
of
later,
course,
buddy.
paying attention to tightening credit conditions as part of our monetary policy decisions. Those factor into our forecast for the economy and therefore into our interest rate decisions.
Well, I'm asking you to please pause and keep the current market volatility and uncertainty in mind as you do that.
Yes, please do.
Let me ask you, Mr. Grunberg a question. Yesterday, you stated that you received 2 private bids to purchase SVB.
Who were they?
This is after the FDIC was appointed as a receiver, and you said one was
Mullen
invalid
trying to get it right here?
because it did not get the approval of the board. And the second one indicated it was more expensive than liquidation. So in your prepared statement, you mentioned that the cost to the deposit insurance fund of resolving SVB will cost about $20 billion. Can you tell us why FDIC board decided to deny the first bid? And did you
Isn't
see
our
the
labor
second bid
market
as
too
more
hot in Jay
expensive
Powell's
than the
words?
$20 billion?
They have no idea what the
incurred
fuck
by
they're
the
gonna do.
insurance fund?
I think that's what it comes down to.
The point is that neither bid was less expensive than liquidation. So liquidation would have been a less costly alternative than either acquisition at that point. And frankly, the limited bids and the quality of the bids we received was a function of the very compressed time frame, because we just taken over the institution Friday morning, and this was Sunday afternoon. And we thought it was in the interest of the Deposit Insurance Fund to place the institution into a bridge so that we could manage it for a brief period of time and then organize an open bidding process so that interested parties would have a fair opportunity to bid on the institution. That's ultimately what happened. And
Boil back
I'd be
to green.
hopefully glad to respond in writing. I know.
That would be fantastic. And
Yeah,
with
they're
that,
doing a
we'll
good job at not
recognize
answering the
Ms.
questions.
Pedersen of Colorado for 5 minutes.
They should teach dance lessons instead of overseeing
Thank you,
our
Mr.
financial
Chairman.
system.
I am the last on the list, I believe. Always am. So I just want to thank you all for being here
But
today.
we're members of Congress. We don't rate it that way. If we can restart our time. I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate this incredibly important discussion. There are numerous areas that need to be examined to better understand the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. But first, I want to thank you and the boards of the FDIC and the Federal Reserve and the Treasury Secretary for your leadership.
Bad
Ultimately
leadership?
bringing the resolution needed to stabilize the banking system
Bitcoin
and
trying.
protect depositors. I had text messages and emails and phone calls from constituents and from people across Colorado who were absolutely terrified that they were going to lose everything and that they were going to be unable to make payroll. So while the response took some time, and I think it did foster a lot of misinformation being spread, ultimately, thank you so much for doing what was necessary to protect
Carvana
our
up, a little bit of a gap there though.
but we're of course here today because we want to make sure that we're learning from what could have been
Credit
done better
Suisse to the
and
the 48,
evaluating
sorry, excuse
what
me.
we need to do in changing times. And I think that one of the
Go
most
EV still on its
challenging
way up.
issues that each of us face
Go EV.
in this committee and for all of you is how we adjust our regulations and responses in a time when information spreads like wildfire. And in this case, created a panic across our system and threatened our entire economy. Previously, a bank run would take days. In 2008, Washington Mutual saw over $16 billion in withdrawals over
Go
10
EV.
days. With SVB, the bank run happened in a matter of hours, with a record $42 billion being withdrawn in a single day. And while SVB clearly wasn't managing their risk and was not listening to the warnings from the FDIC, I don't think any bank could have survived a run like this. And so, Mr.
Run it up,
Greenberg,
baby,
knowing
run
that
it up.
This panic occurred through social media.
Go EV.
In response to the suggestion that not all depositors would be protected when the FDIC took over SVB, what lessons can
Coming up on
regulators
support
take from
resistance.
this to improve their public communication when a future bank fails? And knowing how quickly depositors can immediately move their money in this new technological age.
Key level here.
Specifically, I know you're going to take time, and we'll hear a lot more about this in the future. But what do you think is needed to expedite the responses necessary to mitigate something like this from happening again?
Yeah, TRK is getting hit.
Well,
I
to
know.
prevent it from happening again really raises all the supervisory and regulatory issues we've been talking about this morning. I do think in regard to deposit insurance,
Kids, think about it.
we should do
What do you
more
do?
and perhaps a better
I
job
buy
of
dips,
explaining
sell
to the
rips.
public
Buy dips, sell
how
rips.
deposit
Over and over and
insurance
over and
works,
over
what
again.
is covered, what is not covered, what are the options available to people when they open a bank account.
Not the end of the world.
And I think that would also be one of the reasons to undertake this overall review of the deposit insurance system.
Q's trying to get out of the clouds.
Might be considered that would be helpful to the public.
Off to 200 as well.
Thank you for that. And last,
Q's up.
Vice Chair Barr, in just a couple of weeks, we've seen these 2 bank failures. We've seen efforts to prop up First Republic Bank, and we've also seen issues with Credit Suisse and the Deutsche Bank in Germany.
Yeah, let's talk about Credit Suisse.
I'm still getting questions from people in my district who are concerned. And so what message do you have for them, for our constituents and small businesses, to reassure them that our financial system is stable and that their money is secure?
Well, I think that's an excellent point. I know when many of you talk to banks,
FRC is tight as balls
in your own in districts, they're telling you the same thing, which is that banks are sound and resilient. I think if you look at the actions we took a couple and a half weeks ago, those actions demonstrate that we're committed to ensuring that all deposits are safe. We're prepared to use those tools for any size institution as needed, if appropriate, to keep the system safe and sound. So the basic message is that the banking system is sound and resilient.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate it. And I yield back, and congratulations, since I'm the last one.
Gentlelady yields back. The last one on the Democratic side.
Q's trying.
So panelists don't get too excited.
Ooh.
We'll now have. We have 2. I'm sorry, Chairman Meeks. Very sorry.
SINT moving a little.
That's not getting better news for you guys. Sorry. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Florida,
Bitcoin.
Mr. Donalds, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, panelists.
Yeah, I bought GNS today.
Vice Chair Barr.
Too early, but I did.
It says here you were confirmed July 19th, 2022. So you came in.
I like this guy.
In the middle, according to your own testimony, of when the San Francisco Fed was having examinatory issues at SVB. Is that fair?
The examiner report with respect to the whole firm as a whole was done in July 2022, and that's when I arrived.
Okay. According to your testimony, you say here at the end of 21, supervisors at the SF Fed found deficiencies with bank liquidity risk, resulting in 6 supervisory findings. In May of 22, there were 3 additional findings associated with ineffective board management, etc. In October of 22, supervisors met with the bank's senior management to express concerns about the interest rate profile. In February 23rd of 2023, your staff alerted you to these issues, and then we know the rest of the story. Is it your assessment that there are serious supervisory issues at the San Francisco Fed?
Yeah, 1 second.
We're doing the review of that now, and I don't want to prejudge the outcome of it. There were clearly supervisory
Well, Mr. Barr, I'm not going to
failures.
ask you to prejudge. I'm going to prejudge. As an American citizen, as a member of Congress, don't you think it is a rational judgment that if all these supervisory findings were existing for the last 2 years and this still resulted that there are supervisory issues at the San Francisco Fed?
Sorry, was that was a question?
EV Go recovery?
Do you think it's a good assumption to make?
I don't want to assume. I want to go look at the facts.
GNS
We'll
is
go look at the facts in this
257%
review.
cost
I
to
think
borrow
that
with
overall,
8.23
at the Federal
short.
Reserve, without pointing any fingers in any direction, that there were significant supervisory failings. I said that at the outset of the hearing, that if you have a bank like this that's failing, there are serious management issues, there are supervisory failings, there are regulatory failings, and we're committed to looking at all of
That's
those.
fair. Let me throw this out to you. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I want to put it to the record. Wall Street Journal article dated November 11th, 2022, rising interest rate hikes, hit bank bond holdings.
Meta short,
In this
11.8.
article, it is actually a comment in here by Thomas Honig, former president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City, former vice chairman of the FDIC.
Lose it back to green,
He
barely.
says, if they go high enough, you can actually be losing money on those assets. He was generally speaking about banks, but not specific banks. This is highlighting that his concern, somebody who was in a part your shoes and Mr. Grunberg's shoes, was concerned about rising interest rates on bank portfolios writ large. Do you agree with that
Bitcoin.
statement?
What are you doing, baby?
Yes, I think interest rate risk, again, is a core risk. We look at it across the system, and banks are supervised for that. It is absolutely essential they manage that risk.
200% on Neo 10.5. Is that a boy, Sean? Let's go.
Fed President Mary Daly. Do you think that she would have some color on these issues that happened at Silicon Valley Bank?
I think, the committee's decisions about witnesses is far outside my expertise.
Let me ask you this question, because actually we've been talking a lot about concerns from a supervisory perspective. You have a speech dated March 9th, 2023 at the Peterson Institute for International Economics here in DC. March 9th is an interesting day. That's the day that SVB blew up. In your speech, you say, the banks we regulate in contrast to stable coins and crypto markets, are well protected from bank runs through a robust array of supervisory requirements. You still stand by that statement?
As I said earlier in the hearing, I think that it demonstrates the need for humility about our ability to understand the causes and consequences of financial
Maybe
difficulty.
regulate how much leverage and equities that banks can have on their books. Yeah, for
in
real.
this context is
They're
turned
way
out to be
too
incorrect.
over leveraged.
Okay, that's fair. Let me ask you this, one last thing. And, Mr. Chairman, for the record, I also have another article I want to submit. The U.S. needs a new bank supervisory system, written by Peter Whalison, who is at the American Enterprise Institute. And in part, it talks about some of the shortcomings of the current supervisory system. In short, I will say this in the final 22 seconds of my testimony. It's been for the last 14 years in Congress, we view Dodd-Frank as the holy grail for safe and sound banking. And if we're going to be honest with ourselves, what has been the holy grail for quote unquote safe and sound banking is cheap or free money for balance sheets to look good. But when rates rise, not all balance sheets look good. And that's not just banking, that's in a lot of places. So maybe we should take a look at our supervisory system overall. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from
DXY, it's at the 48, coming up a little
Thank you to
bit.
the chairman and ranking member and to the regulators for appearing before the committee. I want to start by saying the work that was done to address the Silicon
FRC,
Valley
hard up,
Signature
FU
Bank
up.
collapse and ensure the health and
I guess my risk
resiliency
reward
of
lines
the
are
US
pretty on
banking
point for
system,
the most part. I mean, not on
is
TRKA
vital.
apparently.
And I want to commend those that were involved in the swift action and the decisive steps that were taken to protect businesses' payroll, particularly small businesses and their employees who we heard from at that time. Now, while depositors were protected, shareholders and bondholders need to bear the cost for any potential mismanagement. And I'm eagerly awaiting the full examination of these bank reviews and the upcoming reports that you will be providing. Now, while the collapse of the Silicon Valley and Signature Bank may have occurred due to unique and isolated factors, the panic that their failures caused quickly became a private or a sector-wide issue.
I think BBIG
And I'm glad
might
to
have
say
one
that
last
the
run in
original
it.
crisis of confidence
I
was
wouldn't be
subsided,
surprised.
and cooler heads did prevail. I fear that the consequences will continue to materialize as we go on. For example, consolidation of deposits within the largest systemically important banks will only continue if the sense of risk within the financial system persists. Uninsured depositors are leaving
Q's on top of the
our
MACD.
mid-sized banks
Bitcoin
because
down.
they feel that their money is safer elsewhere, even as these banks showed continued strength and sound financial footing. Deposit insurance is crucial for many of my
You think
constituents
BBBY
to
is
get a
done?
sense of peace of mind.
I think it's going to have
We
gamma
cannot
runs back
have
and
the
forth,
perception
right? But
two-tiered banking system in this country,
as
where
like a
only the
long-term
largest
investment, I think that
banks
there's
are
many other
So,
opportunities.
Chairman Grunberg, as we look to increase confidence in
But I
the
think
banking
it's gonna.
system,
I think that they're
with a
just gonna keep
particular
sliding it back
focus
and
on
forth using the
small
Greeks.
and medium banks, how would an increase in the FDIC insurance limit prevent further consolidation of deposits at the largest banks?
Well, I think, Congressman, I think that question is raised by this episode. The decision to guarantee the uninsured deposits of these two institutions really have implications for the entire deposit insurance system, and we need to consider it. And I'd like to do it.
I don't know.
Comprehensively, looking at all the aspects of our deposit insurance regime, and then come back by May 1 with a report that the FDIC will put out, which will also provide some policy options for consideration.
All right, one other area that I'm concerned about, I've already heard multiple development projects, particularly housing projects in my district that are struggling to get financing due to a pull back of credit from community banks. While I understand the need to review capital requirements, I think you'd agree, Vice Chair Barr, that no bank can meet $40 billion plus in depositor demands from capital alone. So, Vice Chair Barr, I would really urge you to consider the effects of increased capital requirements on the lending of healthy community banks. However, I do believe that action must be taken. So would you be able to discuss any additional strategies the Fed would be able to pursue to address the problems that we have seen at Silicon Valley and Signature Banks?
Coming right
without
back.
reducing credit industry.
Coming right back.
Thank you very much. First of all, the capital review that we're doing does not apply to community
Right back,
banks. We're not intending to increase capital requirements on community banks. My understanding from
Indecision right
looking at the
there.
community banking system is that it is
Big
well
wicks,
capitalized
no
and
movement.
stable and is serving its communities. We are looking at larger institutions. If we do that, we're going to do it through a notice and comment rulemaking process. That takes a good bit of time, and there are transition rules. So we're not talking about capital rules
And golf
that
back
in
on
any way
Bitcoin.
would apply now. We're talking about how to make sure that the capital and liquidity rules in the future are appropriate.
And then finally, there were reports that after Silicon Valley went into receivership, they literally advertised that their FDIC guarantee as a way to attract depositors. Is that true? And if so, what's being done? They cannot now benefit from the policy after we helped save them.
That's a fair question,
Seconded.
Congressman. We placed Silicon Valley into a bridge institution.
GWH
There may
of
have
7.
been some communications of the kind you described. When we heard about it, we put an end to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Someone from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
My P&L
Thank you, Mr.
is
Chairman.
rising
Vice Chair
rapidly,
Barr,
so is
you
something
disclosed
happening
that
to
Silicon
TRKA
Valley
or
Bank's
cosm?
composite CAMELS rating was a 3 out of 5. In response to Ranking Member Waters' question earlier, you disclosed that their liquidity rating was a much stronger 2 out of 5. Furthermore, you testified that the Federal Reserve examiners cited Silicon Valley Bank 7 separate times, and you testified that examiners
That's a
were
48
aware
on
of Silicon Valley
TRKA.
Bank's interest rate risk last year. Why wasn't that risk reflected in Silicon Valley Bank's liquidity rating?
I think it's an excellent point. One of the things we're looking at the review is, given the extent of difficulties, the problems the firm was having, how did the regulators come up with the supervisors come up with this particular approach? Its composite rating was not well managed, and its holding company rating was deficient. That is also not well
7.6 on
managed.
GWH.
But it has a 2 for liquidity.
AI
It
to almost
conditionally
4%.
meets expectations for liquidity.
Clervon
And so we're
at
trying to
420.
understand how that is consistent with the other
Cosm's
material.
getting
I mentioned
is it an
earlier too
actual
that
handle?
I'm highlighting the liquidity and governance and interest rate risk findings, but there were many other findings
Yeah,
at
but
the
there's
firm,
gaps, unfortunately.
that had
That
not
happens
been
with
addressed
Cosm
at
a
the
lot,
time
just
they
because of
failed.
volume.
And so the question
Or
is,
lack thereof.
why wasn't that escalated and why wasn't further action taken? I think it's a legitimate and fair question.
Was that composite score, that composite CAMELS rating, ever downgraded in 2021 following the examiner's citations?
I don't know the answer to what happened in 2021. The 2022 rating was the first time the firm had a composite rating for all of its activities as it entered the large and foreign banking organization group.
Vice Chair Barr, was Silicon Valley Bank's liquidity rating ever downgraded following the examiner's citations in 2022, or is that the same issue as you just described with the large bank status? Their liquidity
TBLT
rating.
no volume.
The overall rating for the firm,
Apple
of which
still
this
over
would be a
160.
part, was
Q's
done that
looking
summer.
nice.
There was a process after
311
that
and a
of
half.
looking at both liquidity risk and interest rate risk. And my understanding is part of the horizontal review that was being conducted, at the beginning of 2023.
They are
the examiners were looking at, what was the appropriate
AMRS, EVGO,
Every quarter, the FDIC
NKLA,
releases
Nicola,
its quarterly banking profile.
DNMR,
This profile
and then
includes a public
TTCF.
disclosure of the total assets of FDIC-insured institutions that are deemed quote-unquote problem banks. In December of 2022, the FDIC's problem bank list included total assets of only $47.5 billion.
I don't know.
Although the banks on the FDIC's problem list are not public, given the size of Silicon Valley Bank, it's reasonable for me to conclude that Silicon Valley
Hopefully
Bank
not
was
yet.
not on the FDIC's
Hopefully not
problem
yet.
bank list,
For me, at
released
least.
just 3 months before its collapse. Mr. Chairman, given the several supervisory findings identifying various issues with Silicon Valley Bank's practices since 2021, including the issuance of matters requiring immediate attention from those supervisors,
cloud
were
crossover
those
right there,
findings
though?
communicated to the FDIC?
I can tell you, Congressman, that the criteria to get
At
on
the
the
48?
problem bank list is to be rated a 4 or 5 on the Camel's rating scale of 1 to 5. And at that time, Silicon Valley was not rated a 4 or 5, so we wouldn't have been in a position to put it on the problem bank list.
Vice Chairman Barr, why wasn't this information shared for the purposes of the FDIC's problem bank list?
As Chairman Grumman just indicated, the FDIC makes an independent judgment with respect to its list based on the ratings of the firm, and the firm was not rated lower than a 3.
Chairman Gruenberg, has Silicon Valley Bank ever previously been on the FDIC's list of problem banks?
The reason I hesitate is we put the aggregate assets of the institutions on the problem list. We don't indicate the individual institutions.
Here you can do that.
No, I take your point.
This is a question from Congress.
Yeah, well, I believe I can come back and answer your question.
Bitcoin up?
We follow up for the record, but be glad to do that. I just want to check, but yes, the answers will come back with an answer.
The answer is yes?
We will come back with an answer for you if that's okay.
Thank you for your testimony. I still think there are lots of questions regarding
Yeah,
what
there
happened
are.
here, especially with Silicon Valley Bank, and I appreciate your time. I yield back.
I'll go to gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not a fan
Let
of
me
him.
thank all of you for
I'll
your
tell you why. I think he's like the last person, but I'll tell you why in a second.
responsibilities and the duties and what you've done. You know, it's funny when you've been here for a while, a lot of folks are here talking about Dodd-Frank should be the golden rule, but if you were here in 2008 when there was no Dodd-Frank, that was a crisis. That was something, this is nothing, I mean, I wish some of my colleagues who are here.
This guy doesn't understand digital.
We are a long way
currencies.
away from where we were in 2008.
No,
And
no,
the
we're really
bank's
not, buddy.
system is much stronger now than it was 2008. And I say thank God that we had Dodd-Frank at that particular time. So I want to thank you for that. But as a result, let me just ask, maybe Vice Chair Barr.
SPX trying to push?
As part of your internal review, you've indicated that you plan to evaluate whether the application of more stringent standards would have prompted SVB to better
Zella's up
manage
7.
risks.
For those of you that
So
are in
as
it.
part of that, do you expect to look into whether more frequent stress testing for a bank of SVB's size would be appropriate?
Yes, Representative Meeks, we'll look at stress testing. We'll look at really all the enhanced prudential standards, liquidity standards, capital standards, stress testing. All of that will be part of our review with respect to SVB, and it'll help inform broader questions.
Guys,
we've
there's
been
a
working
6K
on
out about
since
UBS, I
arrived in
believe.
July about
If anybody wants
what
to
the
read it,
capital
it might be
framework
Val
for the
Credit
system should
Suisse.
look like.
Now, are stress test results for our largest banks, those that are above $250 billion, they are available to the public? Is that not correct?
Yes, the stress testing results are available annually to the public.
And I understand that because of SVB's
I almost
rapid
feel like
growth
fucking loading.
and the timing of when the bank crossed the $100 billion asset threshold, SVB would not have been subject to stress testing until 2024. But when a bank with about $100 billion in asset size is subject to stress testing, who has access to those results? Would, for example, an individual or small business client of the bank be able to see those results?
So under the current framework you correctly described, the Federal Reserve's rules established in 2019 would provide that SVB would be subject for the first time to stress testing in 2024. There is currently, under that structure that was put in place in
New
2019,
CEO on UBS?
no stress testing for firms below the 100 billion level, and that's part of the framework.
So could you expound a little bit more on how helpful it might be for a depositor, for example, to get to see those results, especially depositors who are uninsured, that have uninsured deposits?
So stress testing results for the firms that are in stress testing are published annually. For firms that are below that level in the current framework, they're not required for that kind of stress test. They do internal liquidity stress test as a normal part of their requirements on a quarterly basis. That's an internal proprietary action by them, subject to supervisory review. In the case of SVB, they conducted their liquidity stress test, but the supervisors found that the stress tests essentially were not stressful enough. They were not realistic.
Come on down. Give me an entry down here. Okay, I would take that. I'd be in it right here.
That customers and investors who bank with institutions
Again.
that are large enough to have triggered a systemic risk exception do not have the transparency into the risk management and scenario
I had a trade to you guys. Just give me a second.
that their banks may have underway. But the limited time I have, let me just follow up on a couple of questions that some other people had asked. I am thinking about small banks and community banks, which are very important, and talking about depository insurance. And I know someone was talking about that. Now, to me, not a lot of people, especially in the community banks, have $250,000 in the bank. So this would, but in trying to help strengthen those banks, what I would like to see is some of the small businesses may have more than $250,000 in the bank, and they have to pay employees. And I would like them to be giving them some business. So do you think that, and I don't know, but that, that there should be some, when you look at depository insurance, a difference between small businesses and personal, you know, as far as that's concerned going forward?
Congressman, that's a good question, and it's one of the things we'll be looking at in the report that we're going to submit on May 1, and laying out some policy considerations to take into account here.
Thank you. I'm out of time. So.
Mullen up 12.
Another gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
Bitcoin up.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Grunberg, just to follow up on that line of questioning, yes or no, should the FDIC insurance limit be raised?
Let us do the work on this and then come back to you with a report.
Well, in the
AI's a
2008
monster.
collapse,
Jesus.
we raised it from 100 to 250,000. We made it permanent in 2010. It has not been raised since then. Do you think it should be raised?
I don't know the answer to that question right now,
Go EV up 5.
Wow.
Oh, Xella's running.
Did the Fed, the FDIC, and the Treasury have the tools needed to deal with this crisis when you were made aware of the situation with SVB? Do you all believe, yes or no, that you had the tools needed to deal with this?
Yeah, yes, we have the tools we need.
I agree, yes.
Yes?
I agree, we had the tools.
Okay. Did the Fed, the FDIC, and the Treasury have the tools needed to prevent it?
Looks like breakout season.
I think that's a very difficult question to answer. I don't have a yes or no answer for it. I think we can do better at supervision and regulation, but whether we could have prevented the collapse in 24 hours of this institution, I don't know the answer to that.
I agree with Michael's point, but from a supervisory basis, I think there was an opportunity.
I'm sorry, Congressman, can you repeat?
Yes or no? Do you think the Treasury
Back
had the
up
tools
almost 8.
needed to prevent this from happening?
The Treasury had the tools to use the systemic risk
Spy about to push too.
And used it.
and recommendation to prevent a crisis.
So the FDIC and the Treasury do believe it. The Fed, not sure yet. But so in that case,
Bitcoin's pushing?
do you think the
Federal Reserve failed here in its role?
I think fundamentally, as I've said, it's the responsibility of bank management to run the bank. The bank managers failed in basic risk management.
Right, but you provided, the Federal Reserve and the San Francisco Fed provided guidance, provided notices, and failed to follow up on that, correct?
I would say that there was follow-up. The question is whether the follow-up was stringent enough, and that's part of the review we're looking at.
But stringent enough really means that the individual people may or may not have done the job that they were supposed to do, correct? Because if you give the notice and you reach out, isn't it incumbent on the individual supervisors to actually follow up and make sure that the bank is doing what it needs to do?
It's incumbent on the bank to take the actions that the supervisors are directing them to take.
SPX.
And it's incumbent on the supervisors to check
Got the
on
EMAs in line?
Did the supervisors fail to check on that?
No, I didn't say that. What I said is that it's incumbent on the supervisors to do that. I think it's a
Did they do that?
I think it's a legitimate and fair question to ask whether they were stringent enough, whether they used enough tools to force the bank manager.
That
is obviously right.
With respect, that is semantics. Did they do the job they were supposed
Up
to
to
do?
this
Did they
range
follow
here
up?
where it's going to have some stuff to run into?
The reason I'm having difficulty answering the question is I believe they did follow up, but the bank managers did not perform on the job, and that's why we're looking.
Were California and New York regulators equipped with the
KWE is
appropriate
now up
tools
9%.
to
Someone
handle
shouted
this?
that out 2 days ago.
Or should these banks, specifically SVB, given their size, been federally chartered
Holy
instead
fuck,
of
what?
state chartered?
SIVBQ.
I think that
yeah.
our country benefits from having a wide diversity of kinds and sizes of institutions and the diversity of chartering authorities.
GMI is
that
at
we have,
5%.
So I'm not recommending that we change that.
Okay.
Interest-
When did
interesting,
any
though.
of you first speak with Superintendent Harris regarding Signature Bank? Just date, please.
I want to check the record on that, if I may. I will come back to you. I just want to be sure we're accurate.
Okay.
Wow.
Do either of you know when you first spoke to Superintendent Harris?
I do not. I mean, Signature Bank is an FDIC in New York, state-regulated institution, but I don't know when I first had a conversation about it.
Okay. Chairman Gruenberg, when was the decision made to close Signature Bank, and what criteria were used to determine whether or not Signature Bank met the systemic risk exception?
Those are two questions.
Good for you if you had the balls to take that down now.
The decision to close the bank is the authority for the state, and the state made that decision on Sunday. And what was the question in regard to the systemic risk exception?
What criteria was used to determine that?
Oh, I think we had before us the
Guys, this might be a pump and dump. Just throwing it out there.
both Silicon Valley and Signature, and we also
GWH to
had before
8%?
us evidence of significant liquidity stress at other institutions. We had data in terms of deposit outflows, and I think that was basically the data we relied on.
XRP up 7%.
If the chair will
Mullen up
submit that data
12.3.
for the record and answer this.
Mullen needs a handle.
The data.
Yes, of course.
Related to systemic risk designation.
FRC's about the bus, he says.
Or systemic risk event. We'll now go to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. If you would just, with a show of hands, do you believe that, as most Americans do, as I've said and as the President said, that taxpayers should not be on the hook for that? Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Further, would you agree with the
Bitcoin
statement
is just
that
consolidating
we should
on
have
the 200 right
diversity
now.
within our banking system?
Yes.
I agree.
Specifically, then, would you be supporting our regional banks, our small local banks, and recognize the undue burden that they potentially are going to be saddled with as a result of a FDI assessment because of these two banks?
As you may know, Congressman, I responded to that issue, and the answer is the FDIC has authority under the law to consider who benefits from the assistance provided, and we'll take that into account with particular attention and sensitivity to the impact on community banks.
I appreciate them, Mr. Gutenberg. I want to specifically talk to Mr. Barr here. The diversity in banks, when you do your holistic capital review of banks under $10 billion, what would that look like?
We're not
VRM
anticipating
grinding
in
higher.
any way
Again, that's only
raising
87 cents
capital
now.
requirements with respect to community
Oil
banks.
back to
It's
green.
not part of my holistic review.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Second, I'll highlight
Let's actually look
here,
at Boyle quick.
$22 billion, as we say in
Cup and
Iowa.
handle setup.
That's a lot of money.
Trying to get a gold cross.
And in fact, it's 20% of the entire FDIC's fund for this. In order to make that up, special assessments will inevitably have to be part of this.
Fucking A.
Do you see that being passed along to the top banks primarily, or how will you calibrate that?
Well, Congressman, it's relevant to my response before. We're required by.
Oh, look at MMAT.
To
That's an interesting little
pay
look.
for any costs of the deposit insurance fund caused by the coverage of the uninsured.
Bitcoin's trying to
deposits
push the 200 right
through a
now to the
special
upside.
assessment. We have to do that by notice and public notice and rulemaking. And we have
Wait, which
authority
one
under
what?
the law to
I'm
consider
sorry.
the types of entities.
I talk a lot,
Any
so.
action taken or assistance provided.
So I understand that, but I just want to highlight the difference here. We had two banks that had 90% of their depositors uninsured
GoEv.
at any level, and most banks across America are 47%. My state of Iowa,
We're trying to bust,
Des Moines alone
guys.
is 70%.
We are trying to bust.
And my rural guys, it's 7%. I mean, these are farmers who are looking to plant this spring who know that they have a good deposit there. It's small businesses that are supported by this. What they don't need is
Qs.
ultimately, to my original question,
Big cup and handle on
increase
Qs.
on their cost of living, on their cost of doing business by a special assessment that disproportionately punishes those who are at the medium and small size. Are you committed to making sure that's a priority for you?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I know, Zella.
Last question. I want to be brief here.
I know.
Silicon Valley Bank did not have
I
a
know.
chief risk officer.
Be careful with
this
it,
role
though.
For how many months?
And it could give you a chance to exit if
I believe it's
you got
approximately
stuck,
8 months.
So almost a year.
depending on your average, of
During
course.
that time, they did have 4 members who served on something called the Governance and Corporate Responsibility Committee. And these 4 members were actually on their risk committee, but had no, as I understand it, actual experience in managing material risk. Were
WW.
these individuals focused on the wrong thing?
WW
And
nice
was
bounce
there
off
no
52
true
week
risk
low
management
from
being
Chad?
taken at Silicon Valley Bank in the lead up to the fail?
I can't speak to the particular
Sticks up
individuals. I
9,
can say
of course
that
it
the
is.
supervisors told the board of directors and the
Mullen's still looking
bank
for that handle.
that the board oversight with respect to risk management was deficient. That was one of the findings. that was
Bitcoin
made
trying to
in the
bust
summer
right
of
now.
2022.
So pull this up.
So then, did beginner risk management of interest rate risk and liquidity risk
The Pope
cause
is
this bank to
hospitalized.
fail,
Okay.
SVB specifically?
Hope he's all right.
Yes, ultimately, they mismanaged their interest rate.
At the
and their
200 on
liquidity
Bitcoin.
risk,
Let's see what we
and
got, guys.
Their very large percentage of uninsured depositors had a massive and unexpected run. As I said, $42 billion on a Thursday, and expected another $100 billion on Friday, and that was just a devastating run for the institution.
Bitcoin.
So I'd like to ask this question then, and I hope that Mary Daly has the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to testify in person before this committee. But as you're overseeing this, why did she tout the regional Fed's work on cataloging climate risks, even going so far as to assemble a team to study how these risks are likely to impact the Fed's future
Go ahead,
reserve
follow that up.
mandates? And I'll state here that one of SVB's memos from their
It
supervisory
feels like
credit
power hour,
group
but
claimed
watch FOMO
they had been
today.
working
GDP
closely
is tomorrow.
with
GDP is
the
tomorrow,
Fed
so
to
everyone be
inform its
aware of
agenda
that.
priorities, namely fiscal risk to banks from climate change. Were the regulators focused on the wrong risk posed by this administration? Yes or no?
The supervisors were focused overall on the system on interest rate risk, credit risk, cybersecurity risk, traditional risk in the banking system. There are some supervisors who are focused on climate
Bitcoin's
change.
trying.
But there was no risk officer to look at the actual dramatic
The
overreach that they had
FDIC
in
is coming
this.
from under pressure.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the bank
Yeah.
risk officer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back my time. I'll submit the rest of the questions independently.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Stella Cruz is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. What we've learned in the wake of the first run on a major U.S. bank since the Great Recession is that the management team
TRKA
of
blocks,
Silicon
a
Valley
lot of
Bank
them.
took, quite frankly, foolish actions that no informed financial institution should ever make. Now, by taking on deposits from their customers,
TRKA,
which
guys,
is,
lots of blocks,
short-term in
and they're all on the
definition,
ask.
buying long-term bonds when interest rates were low. Now, that is before President Biden's inflation crisis.
Holy fucking God.
They chose to become vulnerable. When inflation skyrocketed after enacting the Democrats' partisan $2 trillion American Rescue Plan, the Fed was late to
TRKA blocks are
determine
cool.
that inflation wasn't
Oh, shit.
transitory.
Sorry, guys, I gotta make a
forcing
YouTube short. It
decision
sucks, but I
to
do.
spike interest rates, creating risk in the banking system. Now, if we backtrack for a second and look
TRKA blocks
at
are cool,
what
though.
the Federal Reserve was focusing on when they were hiking interest rate, it wasn't the risks associated with those actions. Instead, it was research papers on climate risks and social issues, which you just acknowledged a second ago that some were focused on climate change. My question is to you, Mr. Barr. I realize you didn't come into your role until July 2022, but isn't it correct that when you did, you quickly announced your holistic view of Fed regulations and your own Fed special scenario analysis for weather and climate risks?
Yup.
Sorry,
Yup.
those are a few different items. I announced that I was doing a holistic capital review, which was looking at
The RSI is
capital
a
in the
fucking
system,
97.
whether it was at appropriate levels. We've been conducting that really since July. There's a separate thing, which is that in the beginning of this year, we piloted for the globally systemically important banks, GSIBs, a pilot of climate scenario analysis to evaluate how they were addressing climate risk in the system. That's separate from basically what most supervisors are doing most of the time, which is highlighted in our November 2022 supervision report, which is
And I'm green now on the
looking at
day.
interest rate risk, credit risk, liquidity risk in the system.
Which we can both agree that interest rate
Bitcoin's about to get a
risk
gold
and
cross,
liquidity
too.
risks are within your job.
Guys, but remember,
scope.
tomorrow is
But
GDP.
is climate risk really something that you should be focused on? When we saw all of the red flags on this bank. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the
They go
role
bang,
of
bang,
the
Jordan.
vice chair for supervision to focus on bank supervision and regulation? Yes or no?
Yes, that is in fact what I am focused on.
So if that's
Yo!
the case,
Fuck
then
yeah!
distracted
Oh
from
my
the
God.
mission of your role, which again,
Roger James Hamilton might acquire TRKA. That's what the tweet's about.
No, I would disagree respectfully with that. The way that we're looking at climate risk is
Thank you,
about the
Daniel,
risk that
if you're
climate
listening.
change might pose to the financial system and to individual banks. It's a very narrow role focused on financial risk, not climate policy more generally. And I think, as I was saying before, we need to be humble about regulators' ability or banks' ability to understand all the risks in front of us. It's prudent to look at long-term risks as well as really obvious and central risks right in front of us, like interest rate risk.
This ain't gonna stop.
well, I would say that what we saw
This
with
ain't gonna
Silicon
stop.
Valley was obvious risk. It looks like the mismanagement, it was flagged. There were
stop.
fair warning signs. And while I appreciate that you were able to focus
this halted?
some attention on the actual supervision
No, it's not halted, because
part
orders blocks
of
are
the
going through.
bank
Never mind.
regulation, we see a gap here. And I think that we would like you to focus on your job as the vice chair of supervision in the wake of SVB's collapse. And I feel like this was a little
ahead,
too
babe.
late.
Get out of the GAN fan.
Of when you all finally stepped in to look at it. So thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
If GNS buys
Now
TRKA,
recognize
GNS
the
price will
gentlewoman
drop.
from
Yeah,
Indiana,
I will,
Ms.
in theory.
Mrs. Houchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are here today to really determine who knew what when, who did what when. Is this a failure of Silicon Valley Bank? Is it a factor of lack of adequate oversight or lack of regulation? I'm happy to hear many of you testify today in admission it was
Bitcoin
largely
above the
a factor
200.
of lack of oversight.
Looking to move.
We've heard discussions
A little bit
today
of
about
price pressure and we'll have a
FSOC,
gold
the Federal
cross.
Stability Oversight Council.
On Bitcoin.
Vice Chair Barr, what's the purpose of FSOC?
I'm sorry, the question is, what is the purpose of FSOC?
What is the purpose? What's the mission of FSOC?
The FSOC is an entity that brings together regulators from around the financial system.
Let's
market
go,
regulators
guys.
And bank regulators.
Let's
to
go.
look at
Bitcoin
risks in the
pushing?
system and to try and coordinate
Are they
across
trying to?
those,
Here, wait, let me do this.
agencies.
Right, so on the it was created by Dodd-Frank in 2010 to provide, according to FSOC's website, comprehensive monitoring of the stability of our nation's financial system.
Don't worry, guys. I got
It's
this.
chaired by the
Don't-
Secretary of the
I got
Treasury. It
it.
includes the Fed, the OCC, CFPB, FDIC, CFTC. In fact, all of our witnesses today take part in those meetings. Do you not? Yes or no?
Yes, each of the three of us participate in FSOC as member agencies.
And the function of FSOC, is it also to identify risk to the financial stability of the United States? Mr. Barr, yes or no?
Yes, that is among its functions.
Following an executive order by President Biden in May of 2021 entitled Climate-Related Financial Risk, FSOC now also evaluates climate-related financial risk. Is that right, Mr. Barr?
That predates my time, and we're not in charge of running the FSOC, so I don't know the sequence of events. But
I
it is the
assume that
case.
it is now part of FSOC's charge to monitor and
I think
evaluate
it
for
is.
systemic risk
Yeah.
also?
Yup.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last sentence.
I assume it's also part of FSOC's charge to monitor and evaluate for systemic risk.
Yes, that, as I indicated previously, is a core function of FSOC, is to look at risks across the financial system.
In a quick review of the FSOC meeting minutes dated December 16th, 2022, 5 pages were devoted to, quote, climate-related financial risk. Mr. Barr, many of those comments came from you. I couldn't find any pages devoted to market and news reports of the apparent looming problem with Signature Valley Bank and Signature Bank. In fact, in December of 2022, Signature Valley Bank was listed on the S&P Global Marketplace as the top U.S. bank by proportion of uninsured deposits at nearly 94%. Only 4 other banks were estimated to be above 80%, including Signature Bank, but none of that was mentioned in your December 16th meeting. Are those factors not important to comprehensive monitoring of the stability of our nation's financial system, Mr. Barr?
Nobody believed me.
I was asked at the meeting you were describing to discuss one risk to the financial system, and that was with respect to climate risk.
Let me just ask that question one more time. Are those factors not important to the comprehensive monitoring of the stability of our nation's financial system? The debt ratio, the uninsured ratio.
I've done it
Is that not
again.
important?
The standard factors we think about in banking, among those factors are interest
And this
rate
is why when people tell you that you're wrong, you go out and you just prove them, the opposite.
Do you not consider the uninsured ratio as part of the factors?
No. Don't give me congratulations yet.
With
Don't
respect
give me
to
congratulations yet. I did not
microprudential,
close my trade.
Supervision of individual
Let's not do that
firms,
yet.
we're looking at their
Hold
liquidity
on.
risk. And one element of their liquidity risk is the extent to which they rely on uninsured deposits. That includes uninsured deposits from financial entities, uninsured deposits from operating businesses. and
Well,
then-
I just
and then
trust my
deposit
research.
base.
That's
So
it.
It is a core part of what we think about when we think about liquidity risk.
But none of that was discussed in the December meeting.
Bye,
Relative to
TRKA.
Signature Bank or
See ya.
or any system.
Bye.
As I said, the specific request to me in that meeting was to talk about this issue. We obviously talk about broader
Yeah, other
issues all the
issues, yeah,
time.
I get that. Secretary Lam,
Oh, they're
earlier,
shitting
Chairman
themselves.
Huizenga was asking about the minutes taken at the meeting.
I tweeted about TRKA earlier.
Meeting minutes are published after the next meeting.
It's a
Whoever
potential
sees more
buyout by
detailed
GNS,
information than what is shared
which is even
publicly,
better.
And that the closed executive session meeting minutes are not shared at all. Will you commit to providing this committee with unredacted minutes from every FSOC meeting since the March 10th meeting, including closed?
This isn't going to
executive
stop,
sessions?
in my opinion.
Congresswoman, I'm aware of 2 FSOC meetings since these events, March 12th.
I needed
commit
this.
to
I'll be honest.
providing
I
meeting
I
minutes
did need
for
this
the
one,
executive
guys.
sessions?
They were executive sessions, and we do produce minutes, and we will.
I needed that one.
Thank you.
That feels good.
I yield back.
We'll now go to our final.
This might go right to a buck.
Question. So,
Or where did it
penultimate
top out at
question.
last time? 90 cents or
Mr.
something
Ogles
like
of
that.
Tennessee is now
This,
recognized
that might be the next stop
Good
on this.
afternoon, and,
Obviously, with some
thank
cool
you
down
for being
periods in
here. I know
between.
It's been a long day. I'll try to be brief.
Spy pushing too? Yeah, let's get it.
I have to be exhausted.
Yeah,
You know,
this is the definition of
Mr.
parabolic.
Barr, when you
Absolutely.
look at, increasing interest rates, especially in a rapid environment, is that going to create?
Yo, my P&L is literally fucking vertical because of how much TRKA I have.
For these, well, really any bank, but certainly as it pertains to
Whew.
medium-sized banks.
As interest rates change, whether they go up or down.
Oh no,
they
it's
create
believable,
risks,
Lion.
for banks,
I
and
believe.
The expectation is that banks manage those risks, and most banks in the country do manage those risks quite effectively.
Now, the regulatory regime that's in place, do they give specific guidance as it pertains to those risks in a rapidly changing environment?
I believe.
We do have standard guidelines that are issued to banks about how they conduct their internal liquidity stress tests.
Is Mike in here?
Those
Where the
tests
fuck's Mike at?
are supposed to be designed
Him and I should be
to
celebrating
stress
together.
stressful
Dude,
environments.
it might hit $1 in
with
like a
significant
session.
increases
Lion.
and decreases in interest rates. So they're
Ryan,
not
you're saying 50
directionally,
cents? This might hit $1 in a
they're
session.
supposed to test up and down.
Well, as far as some of the guidance that was given specifically to SVB, and I think
There's Mike.
my colleague come across the aisle said they blew you guys off.
I don't think that was
What
announced
types of
yet.
guidance or
I don't think that was
from
announced yet.
SVB?
So Silicon Valley Bank was required to conduct internal liquidity stress tests on a quarterly basis once it
Watch.
reached a certain
Just
size.
watch.
It conducted those tests, and the
I think that it's
guidance
going to
back
go ahead
from
and test the recent highs.
supervisors was that the
What we
tests were
experienced
inadequate.
last time was what they call a pseudo squeeze.
So understanding that you have
If you don't know what a pseudo squeeze is, please ask. But that's what it was. It was a pseudo squeeze.
Wall Street Journal article dating back to November 11th of 2022, singling out SVB's potential risk to the banking system.
Go
It clearly
ahead.
was on people's radar. At any point, I think you stated earlier that,
Bitcoin's getting
you
closer
need
to a
further
gold cross as
regulatory
well.
action from this body to further give you teeth, if you will, as you move forward. Did you ever request a hearing on SVB of this committee of jurisdiction, understanding that there was potential risk in the market?
Bro, this might not stop. That's the point.
Representative, I
It
haven't
might not
asked this
stop.
body for additional authority. I said we were conducting a review of our existing authority to see where we could have done better on
That's
supervision
the
and
whole goal.
regulation.
Like, this might
Well,
not
you know,
stop.
when I
Also,
think about
anybody
this
new rolling
situation,
in,
and
I
think
kind of
about
actually
my
called
district,
this on
which
Twitter
is
as well.
although it
If
has
you guys
part
could
of
go
it,
ahead and throw me a sub, that'd be dope.
predominantly
Um,
suburban and rural.
the algos are
What's
kind of
gonna end up
rough.
happening is my small banks,
But,
my community banks are going to end
yeah.
up bailing out a couple of banks that are too large.
Saw
to
that
fail.
coming.
So I'm curious.
Not necessarily the Roger Hamilton
Mr.
stuff, but
Greenberg,
I did see a bang
if
coming.
My banks receive an
Hamilton is
assessment
just icing.
from the FDIC, and they decide to blow you guys off. Is there going to be some sort
RSI's
of
an 83.
regulatory action? Are you going to send them a bill? Are you going to enforce that assessment?
There's so many TRKA blocks coming in right now, it's ridiculous.
This has come up previously.
You guys would be shocked if you guys could see this. It's insane.
To the extent there's losses to the deposit insurance fund as a result of the coverage of uninsured deposits. to impose a
Insane.
special
Let's
assessment
go.
on the bank. Uh,
I'm so happy that I'm fucking in
We're
this
required to
heavy.
do that through
No, I didn't even look at the volume. What
notice
is
of
volume?
rulemaking process. And
Huh.
as I indicated.
Remember
we
how I was
also
saying that
have,
it was down before
Yeah,
on
it
very,
gets to
very
the heart
light
of the question,
volume?
though.
Well, that volume's
Is,
picking up pretty
Would
quick.
you go to the bank and say, we want our money? Yes or no?
The answer is, if they were subject to the assessment, the answer would be yes. We do have authority to consider the types of entities that benefit from
Woo!
the action taken or assistance provided.
Well, see, the thing that's important here, though, is I've got to go back to my district.
These red candles
and tell
are
my
just
banks
cool-off
they're not
candles,
gonna get
guys.
screwed over in this process. And what
At
I've
the
heard
moment,
today
they
is a
just
bunch
seem
of
to be
tap
cool-off
dancing
candles.
and no
Oh my god,
assurances to
TRKA
my
just
district,
entered in. I'm up 30
my
bucks and just
banks.
signed into your
They're
live.
not going to have to bail out, basically, the failures of the
Money's money.
regulatory
Let's get
bodies
it.
that were empowered
We're
to do their
paper
job.
chasing.
And if you found
We're
yourself
paper
unable
chasing.
to do
Don't
that
forget to
job,
tip
you
your
could
dealer,
apply to
though.
the
You know what I'm
community
saying?
jurisdiction
Like-
and ask for support. But I find no evidence that you did so. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Time will now go to the ultimate questioner.
79 million
Gentleman
offer.
from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, what is the price per
Thank you, Mr.
share?
Chair.
Mom, look for the price per
Yeah,
share,
I've heard
if you
that.
could.
The same
Or
question
Mike,
asked on
because I know
different
Mike
ways
is heavily invested
for
as
2
well.
days. The thing
Sor,
that I'm
if you're in it,
concerned
can
about
one of
is
you
it
guys look
seems
for the
like
price per share, please?
Shutting down a bank is messy. And I'm not sure if we're nimble enough or if the Fed or the FDIC is nimble enough that if we have multiple institutions that are all failing at the same time, as to whether or not we could address this, because there seems like a 3-day period in which everybody was kind of making
Here she
arbitrary,
comes.
I'll say arbitrary decisions, not necessarily
So many
guided
blocks.
by any specifics.
What's volume like now?
And if there is a table of specifics on
Since I last pulled it
what
up,
is the red
volume went
flare
up
that
6 million.
says, this bank is in trouble. We
Yeah,
need to
you
act
should repost
quickly.
the video, Mom. That'd be great.
I'm not convinced after 2 days of testimony that actually happened that way.
No,
So
I
would ask
disagree.
either one of you first comment on
To an
you
extent.
instill more
To an
confidence
extent.
that in fact
To an extent. Like, I agree with
we do
you,
know what we're doing,
but at the
and
same
we
time, I
can
disagree a
react
little
quickly.
bit.
And if it is multiple banks, that we're going to be in a good place. And then I have one more question after that.
I can say in regard to signature that.
That's awesome.
They basically.
Let's fucking get it, guys.
Ran out of money to meet their obligations.
You can't find a price? Maybe
was
that
the
maybe they
reason
didn't release a
failed.
price yet.
As I indicated earlier.
It's fine.
They barely met their
I mean, the
obligations at
shorts
end
are
of
so
the business
screwed
day
on this fucking play.
on that Friday.
They are so
It was clear
so
to the
underwater,
state
in my
regulator,
opinion.
New York State, as
They have
well
to
as
be.
us,
That first one was
that they
definitely a
could
pseudo
not open
squeeze.
on Monday and get to the end of the
I've
day
been
based
trying to
on
fucking
the
tell
liquidity
everybody.
they had. And that was the
Sorry,
reason the bank
excuse my
was
language,
closed
but
by
like,
the state. And
I don't know.
Vice Chairman Barr speak to
I've seen
Silicon
a
Valley.
lot of
It was
pseudo
It was
squeezes.
a pretty straightforward decision and a
That was pretty obvious.
traditional one.
Similarly, Silicon Valley Bank basically was unable to meet its obligations in the ordinary course of business. They suffered a devastating run.
Well, it had the
$42
fundamentals. That's the whole
billion run on
point, George.
Thursday. On Friday,
It had the
they
fundamentals,
expected
and it was
to,
getting,
face a run of $100
beat
billion.
down like it was.
They did not have the
It
collateral
wasn't going to last
sufficient to
long. So
support
what
discount
I was going to
lending,
play was I was going to play
so
it
they're
back
not
and
able to
forth.
meet their obligations and their
But
loans.
at this point, if
And then the last
Hamilton's
question
going
to
to
comment
try to
on
buy
this
it, I might just keep
misleading.
him. I don't know now.
When were you informed, first of all, that there was
Bitcoin hard down.
possibility of Silicon
That's just to
Valley
the 48, though. It's going to engulf,
defaulting?
I think.
And was the president made aware of that? How much conversation was happening within the White
Yeah,
House?
that engulfed.
Were there conversations
Bitcoin up.
with specific
Bitcoin might make a push here, guys.
that had an interest, like Governor Gavin Newsom in California? And now I further learned that the state makes a decision on actually shutting down the bank. What were those conversations like, and could you characterize them for me?
So I learned, Treasury learned, or I learned, I can speak for myself here, of the
Have you seen
issues
Mullins'
at
1 minute
Silicon
chart?
Valley,
I can't pull off TRKA right now. I have
either
too much money on it.
Wednesday evening or Thursday.
I was looking at
after
it before.
issued its statement, its earnings report. saying that
I
it had a
bottom
loss
ticked
and
it
was
and I
going
took
to
profit and put it on TRKA earlier in the day.
Certainly Thursday night of concerns at the
I didn't get the best fill on
institution
TRKA,
very,
but
very rapid,
I'm happy I did that now.
deposit
I got like a
withdrawals.
9 point something percent gain on Mullen.
On Friday morning, we
And I
learned
entered it
the California
yesterday.
State regulator had closed it, and the FDIC was
Good
appointed
shit.
receiver. We did,
Yeah.
that was
And shout out to
that was
Mike for
our-
even bringing
our
it to our
situation.
attention in the first place.
over the day of Friday and Saturday. We heard from many.
I know that this isn't
many
your,
people,
11-cent fill, but
businesses
doing all right.
wondering whether how they could access their deposits, could they make payroll, and so we were gathering information and consulting regularly with the.
Still going for that
those
gold
that were
cross
the
on
FDIC.
Bitcoin.
So
Did
that
you
by
did you speak
Sunday,
to
we could
did
make
you
a
speak to
decision.
Governor Newsom at any point?
This is
did.
almost forming a
Did
pennant.
anybody at the White House talk to Governor Newsom?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields
Fuck
back.
yeah. Yeah, I picked up a couple extra off my Mullen 10% gain from yesterday this morning. You and I did the same exact thing, Mike. Good shit.
Such time as she may consume, and I'll close.
Man, I'm fired up. Usually I try not to show any emotion on camera, but like
Chairman McHenry,
I did need this one.
I thank you for working with me
Did need this
on
one.
holding this bipartisan hearing, and I look forward to additional hearings on these bank failures. Importantly, we need to hear directly from the CEOs of SVB and Signature Bank. I also want to thank our witnesses and their staffs for the countless hours they've spent since
Next
the failure
leg.
of SVB and Signature Bank. The
Where's my
economy
next
is
leg at?
stronger today because of your decisive actions. I look forward to hearing from you again when you have completed your review of the bank failures. And I expect those reviews will consider the various matters raised by myself and committee members here today. In listening to the concerns of members on both sides of the aisle, I must say I'm heartened at how much agreement.
For me, Mike, it
there
was all
was.
about timing. And I didn't time it perfectly, but I did DCA myself into an excellent spot.
In their bank supervision,
So
to do more on-site exams.
I wasn't able to hit the
escalate
original
penalties
run
more quickly,
because
apply
you guys
advanced
absolutely burked
prudential
it, and it was too
regulations
late.
for all banks
But it had the
over 100
fundamentals, so when it got oversold, I
expand
mean,
deposit
to me, it was a
insurance,
no-brainer.
and protect community banks from bearing the burden of these
About to get that
bank
gold
failures.
cross on Bitcoin?
I and my Democratic colleagues couldn't agree more. And so I look forward to working with Chair McHenry on legislative reforms to effectuate those reforms quickly. Again, I thank the witnesses for being here today.
Look at volume. Volume's going insane right now in TRKA. I'm telling you guys, these blocks that I'm seeing,
to respond to the questions
they're insane.
and the concerns that you were presented with today.
Like-
Thank you. I yield back.
I want to thank the ranking member, and I want to thank the ranking member on our joint call. For
TRKA,
the
TRKA,
agreement we
TRKA.
had was to pursue this to find out the facts. I think that's the way the committee comported itself today. I think I won't speak ill of the Senate.
So I have
but
gone
your
through and
hearing
edited all my
yesterday and this today
TRKA
was a
GTC
different
orders.
hearing.
What if Hamilton
That was
pulls a
expectation that
quickie?
the ranking member
Remember
and I
when-
both had.
I don't think he's
We've
going
met those
to.
expectations. But bottom line for you as the panel, there's bipartisan frustration.
I think
with many of
I
your
think he
answers.
actually trapped more
There's,
shorts in it, to
a
be quite
question of
honest.
accountability and
Like the way
appearance
he
of lack
handled
of
it,
accountability.
like I was pissed
I
at
hope you hear this
first, but now that I
clearly.
think about it,
Not as a partisan act.
he might have trapped
but
more
as a
shorts in
sincere
it now.
concern. I think furthermore, there's a lack of transparency. Transparency in the decision-making by you.
Is there anything going on
sitting this
elsewhere that
panel
we should
to
be aware
answer
of?
for your decisions in that week and that first weekend.
Wow, Jimmy, ENTX, congratulations, bro.
While I think we're
Good
able
shit.
we're able to start painting a picture of what happened, there's still much that we need to understand. Specifically,
Could he get nailed
timelines
for manipulation with his
of
tweet
what
to get
you
TR?
knew when and how you responded.
I don't think
I
so.
think those are very important things for the youth.
Guys, remember GDP is tomorrow, though. Okay, just be aware of that.
to
GDP is
answer
tomorrow.
fully for, in the name of transparency, but frankly, in the name of building confidence. So there are still questions that somehow, after 3 weeks, that many of you have given here, that you're going to check with staff. You're not sure. This was not a gotcha hearing. This is not a surprise thing. We expect a little more detail than what you provided in many of your answers, specifically the timeline, the data used, and the evidence for your decision-making. We need leadership. Leadership in that key moment of that week. We want to understand that, the decisions, the decision-making. And we
What
put
if
you in
GNS
these
and
positions.
TRKA did this from the beginning to
All
trap
Senate
shorts?
confirmed.
Yeah, with the news before
Very
GNS
powerful
saying
positions in our
TRKA
government.
diluted and everything.
We want you to
This might have
be,
been their plan all along.
capable of
That's what I'm
achieving good
saying. It
outcomes
might
for the American
like
people and the American
he might have
economy.
trapped more
We
shorts
want you
by
to be
doing it the way he did.
confident in carrying that out, and that's why we have oversight. And over 5 hours in, you've certainly
What up?
submitted yourselves to oversight.
Funny how
We will have written questions.
that's because Amy's over
For the
$1.
record, we ask that you respond in a timely manner.
I believe that that's the
the
law.
final note I'll say is understand, in a time where there may be a bit of a political divide in America, I don't think you heard that, by and large, in this hearing, both sides of the aisle. There's sincere concern. And so we ask you to submit in writing these questions. And we know here on Capitol Hill that our work's not done. And we will have oversight of this, independent of your actions and your coordinated
Bitcoin
effort
does have the gold
on
cross.
Oversight with these
Wait, yeah, movement.
So I'd like to thank Vice Chair Barr, Chairman Grunberg.
We have
Secretary
volume.
Lang.
That's
Thank
insane.
you for
Before
being
this
here.
shot up, it was like
Without
20
objection,
million.
all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to them for a response. I would ask the witnesses and their team behind them
Cosm
to
at
respond no
371.
later than April 28th, 2023.
Yeah, cosm is up 6. Wow. I didn't notice. Those are literally my two of my largest holdings, and they're both fucking doing pretty nice. Makes my day a lot better.
Data and evidence in particular.
Today was feeling kind of long until this happened.
The hearing is adjourned.
All right. Not listening to that anymore, thank God. Let's go, fam. These plays, I'm telling you. Unfucking real. Carvana up to 523. Remember when everyone was calling me crazy about Carvana on the lows? VR, I could definitely benefit from some VRM love. Be honest, Ape as well. If Ape would, do something. Here goes TRKA, next leg. Kinda, yeah. Man, oh man. DD and TA, guys. Research and technical analysis. There's no stop signs on this right now. I don't think so. I mean, obviously there's going to be a stop sign somewhere, but right now I don't think I'm seeing a stop sign. What's the RSI on this? Let's see. RSI is now at 70. MACD on the daily on TRKA is curling hot also. Okay. TRKA up to the next level. Never had a chance to change my sale orders. Oh, Neil. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going to move this over real quick. I think a lot of us care more about TRKA. I just want to see if Bitcoin's going to move at all. Because that'll help out TRKA, obviously. I hear you. I hear you. Fuck yeah. Let's go. There's so many blocks right now. It's so funny. Most of them are slapping the ass as well. $40,000 orders, 50,000 orders. Like, it just... Bitcoin up. Hopefully that helps. Did I just see a 500,000 share buy? Probably. That's what I'm talking about. Well, you think it'll drop hard in after hours? It might. I don't know. I might take a little bit off the plate and be safe. But as of right this second, I'm not seeing any stop signs. This is a short. I'm sorry. For the volume that I'm seeing, that's a short. There's no fucking way. I called a winner live on YouTube. Yeah, I know I did. I do this all the time now. Okay, that sounded really cocky. I'm not a cocky person. I'm just very confident. I'm sorry for anybody new. Any guesses on a price target for TRK? Well, now I think it's going to come down to what Hamilton, like what the formal offer is. It's going to, like if they say, oh, we're going to buy it for $1 a share, okay, it'll be $1 a share then, in theory. You know what I mean? somewhere in that ballpark, you would assume. Bitcoin up nicely. Let's see. And TRKA following. Oh, love it. I love it. This is the best channel for stocks. Thank you, Scott. You guys are the shit. You know that? Neil, you really think it's gone or what? Daily MACD on TRKA is about to cross. Yeah, let's get it. It's about that time. Pay us. Fucking pay us. Let me get futures up too. Hold on a second. We have NASDAQ futures up 0.42, S&P futures are up 0.67, and Dow futures are up 0.64. Almost 100 million shares traded in less than an hour. Yeah. Yo, I have 50 of you guys in here and 37 likes. Can you guys help me out? These algos are tight. Sorry to sound like a fucking, like, annoying for me to even ask. It just... Your boy's trying to grow. I'm after YouTube money, not your money. Yo, welcome to chat, man. Welcome to chat. I would be concerned with the bull trap now. Maybe wrong, but what is the catalyst? The catalyst is a potential buyout from Hamilton, from Roger James Hamilton, the CEO of GNS, who's kind of like the figurehead of the naked short war. Look at Bitcoin. Oh, go ahead, Bitcoin. Let's see. But guys, remember, tomorrow is GDP. That's a big deal. Meaning that we might see some sell pressure at some point. So just know what you have. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Cool, calm, and collected. This is what we've been like pretty much preparing for. Shit like this. And up. What was the tender offer? It doesn't say. He just said that he just tweeted about it, about them potentially buying it out. I asked for people to try to find the offer, but there's no like price per share listed that anybody could find at least. Look at her fly. Wow, look at all those levels of resistance that just cruised right through. That's great. Now we just need the overall market to keep pushing, to be quite honest. Oh, man. Jimmy, you're crushing it on ENTX too, bro. Good shit. No slippers. The question is, who else had made offers? We only know of Roger because he has a big mouth. This could get very interesting. Good point. It's a very good point. Very, very, very good point. Patience, he says. Wait. I did use some... He may be trying to screw the shorts. Okay. Yeah. I think it was planned. That's me. We'll see. I knew that TRKA wasn't done, but I wasn't expecting an offer from Hamilton. Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate you, man. People just need to hold now for real. I think that this retraces itself to near the highs of what it was just at, but at the same time, I understand the need to profit take here and there. So, I don't really want to comment on that exactly because people need to secure the bag though too. You know what I mean? Like, yes, I agree with you, but at the same time, you don't go broke taking profit. Bitcoin, come on. Nope. Planned. Cool thing is Hamilton and other CEO blog could do this kind of stuff with others. Cosm, HLBZ, and Mullen. I mean, I don't think Mullins has anything to do with it, but Cosm does. I know HLBZ does. The one thing that I'm not a fan of with HLBZ is they went with Say Technologies instead of Share Intel. And Say Technologies is owned by Robinhood. This is down because Bitcoin's down. As soon as you see Bitcoin turn around, watch this turn around too. Watch. It's gonna happen. Bitcoin, come on, baby, back up. I feel like I should be paying attention to the rest of the market, but at the same time, I have so much on fucking TRKA, it's like I should probably be paying attention to just executing that. I would be tempted to swing some scalps and could lose out on whatever the offer price might be. The only thing that sketches me out is that tomorrow is GDP. Watch, they're trying to get people to panic sell right here. What? Watch. They might drive this all the way down to VWAP. Let's see. You're not bearish, but out of 28. Okay, that's fine. I'm in it. I'm long and strong, baby. Long and strong. Let's go. Personally, I'm out. Made my target. Add 25,000 shares at 20 cents and sold at 30. There you go. I'm holding Zion Green till 40 cents. All right. We may just very well be on our way to pick you up, bud. May just be on our way. 134 million traded. Yeah, before that run up, there was like 20 million traded only. Or something like that. Watch. As soon as velocity comes to Bitcoin, you'll see it in TRKA. Maybe even before. Oh, he has them so screwed. This news is relatively new. TRKA Army will soon come piling in, including Yeah. But don't forget who's been saying, hey, this isn't done yet. I love you guys. This is fun. This is fun. Okay, home, what did I miss? TRKA exploded. That's what you missed? Congrats, dude. Thank you. I've been saying it. I've been saying, like, you know, she was still due. Thank you. Well, thank you for hanging out all day. This fam helped me hold strong. I may have sold out long ago on my own. Mike, thank you for, like, you know, your knowledge on TRKA in the first place. Without you, we would have missed the first run and maybe even the second run. So thank you, Mike. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck yeah. Hold on 1 second, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. Filling out the pennant. Come on. RSI is nice. It's cooled off. It's almost 50. Bitcoin. Give us another lift. Take us to another level, please. No stop sign, baby. No stop sign. So what did you get out of what you listened to? On that phone call, a lot of people, you know, at the Hill do not have the slightest idea of or about digital assets. Like, at all. I think that's my biggest takeaway. There were a lot of good questions. Also, like, I liked how they pointed out like the regulatory failures and how they weren't, you know, gone after, even after like all the red flags. I do not like, however, how they didn't go ahead and they didn't mention the SEC as to blame. The SEC is totally to, like, you know, at least partially to blame on this. Like, why is everybody avoiding, you know, mentioning the SEC? Bitcoin, carry us, baby. Blocks are slowing on TRKA. That means that we're probably going to be jumping here in a second. Watch. They're going to slow it down, and then all of a sudden they're going to flood it, I bet. Bitcoin. Here comes a little bit of a flood. Nope. Look at Mullen RSI. I can't pull any other chart other than TRKA, bro. I'm in very, very deep, and it's up. It's moving like it is. I'm so sorry, Talal. Hey, does this make up for the fact that I made you guys watch a TRKA chart like the last 2 days? Because, like, I'm sorry for making you guys watch this, like, the chart as it was going down. I mean, I'm sure that didn't make for a fun day. So I do want to go ahead and say, you know, sorry about that. But at the same time, I hope that, you know, this makes you guys forgive me. TRKA blocks. TRKA blocks. I'm seeing a gap on the 1 minute at 24.7. Okay, thank you. So small gap at 24, just in between 24 and 25 cents. Let's remember that. It took 10 days to hit a buck after the initial spike like this last time. However, this is completely different with an offer from Hamilton, especially. Oh, absolutely. 1,000,000%. This is literally a short's nightmare. This is a short's nightmare. They're trying so hard to keep it down right now. They're not going to be able to. Correction, 22 to 23. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go. Let's go. And they're slapping the ass too. Can't ask for much more. Bitcoin is trying down towards the 48 though. It is on resistance 48. So it may just pop right off that. Wow, 147 million traded already. That's crazy. Did I not say that it was bullish, that it was down like it was on low volume? Like, fuck. I surprise myself sometimes. I just wish that TRKA had an options chain. Kind of. Hammer followed by inverted hammer, then super trend. Here we go. Hello, Mullen. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Bitcoin at the 48 and resistance. Let's see if we can bounce off. Pamp it, he goes. Goev up 6. GWH is up almost, oh, 8.5. Let's see. GSAT, like I called this out on Twitter. My handle, for anybody new, is @BuzzMarginCall. I literally posted a like a chart with technicals and all that happy shit on GSAT literally like 2 days ago. IDEX earnings tomorrow before the bell. Interesting. Okay. Bitcoin down. Bitcoin. Oh boy, this bitch might go down to the 200. 200's in the cloud. Yeah, the 48 might end up saving it. Volume 151. Fucking love it. Don't you just love when you're fucking right? Yes. Ooh. So trying to bounce on Bitcoin. Oh. TRKA doesn't really care about Bitcoin apparently. Right down to 200 almost. Another inverted hammer followed by a hammer. I love how you guys are paying attention to wick structure. Thank you so much for actually fucking like absorbing some of this stuff. Thank you. TRKA. Watch it form a cup. We just don't want it to double top. It's the only thing we don't want. We don't want it to come up, form a perfect cup, and then just, you know, obviously fail and do what a double top does. It's the only thing that we're trying to avoid. That's why I want Bitcoin up. With an overall market push, that'd be a lot less likely. But is this the time to sell a good portion of my GNS for more TRKA? Read what Neil just said. Okay, and also in theory, right? Usually the company that is being acquired is the one that goes up. So in this case, TRKA, and usually GNS would then probably go down in theory. But remember, it's a non-binding offer, so it's not like, you know, it's a sure thing yet. Give me that handle. I see you. It's a good theory. Oh, yeah. Well, it is. It's just that though. It's a theory. You know what I mean? I mean, you guys know I can't give you guys definites. I give you guys market theory though. Neil's the only one here that could give, you know, like precise calculations. I wonder if GNS has been dropping because of this coming into play. It may already be priced in. It may already be priced in. You're right. I don't know. Back in, hit your levels. Okay. Let's get it. Good luck. Rumors are that there are other buyers. Oh, well, there's going to be a lot of rumors about this. We just want the overall market to pull. We don't want the overall market to drop. Potential buyout. Potential buyout. Looking for this handle. Bitcoin trying to push off the 200. Can GNS afford it? That's something that I haven't looked into just yet because I've been with you guys. You know? Let's go. Show us the money. Show us the money. Because of cosm and TRKA, I honestly didn't even want to look at my one account all day, but it feels so nice to look at it now. No, it wasn't. A stalking horse is completely different. If their board has approved the offer, then they can afford it. Yeah, very, very, very fucking good point. Very, very good point. Bitcoin trying off the 2 at resistance. Super trend on TRKA. All right. Now we're getting to critical levels here. I don't want them to flush it once it hits this level in here somewhere. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that they're going to flush it. I don't intend on selling anything at the moment. come on, big candles this time. I mean, as long as they're going our direction, I'm happy, right? I love, honestly, Bitcoin curling up off this 200 is just as good as this, in my opinion. We need Bitcoin and the whole market to push in order for this to be that much fucking, deadlier. Wow, NASDAQ futures are up almost 2%. 1.92% up on NASDAQ futures, 1.39 up on S&P, and 0.96 on Dow. Looking for that handle. Better here than at a double top level, to be quite honest. Give me some green on Bitcoin. Pretty please. Watching shorts get fried is as much fun as making money. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Ah. They are so toasted. Big bad. Now, there are definitely shorts that covered on that last sell-off, but there's no way that they all got out of it. No way. Waiting for that next push. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Credit Suisse did slide a little bit, but not the end of the world. Carvana 6.2. Okay. Mullen 11.6. Jimmy 27.8 on ENTX. Good shit, dude. Good shit. Bitcoin. Go ahead. You're not done. Nope. I don't think so. RSI's a 50 for anybody that's, hanging out. $28 on ENTX. Atta boy. TRKA blocks. Optus resistance. Go ahead. That 48 is creeping. Bitcoin trying. It's still in the cloud though. Are you really gonna come down to the 48? It's like they're still trying to short it. This is fun. I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun? Slippers, what up? Question: how much do you bid on a $500 million? Wait, how much do you bid on $500 million company? That's gonna be a Neil question. Neil's gonna have better insight than I do. Keep in mind, for anybody new, Neil is he used to own a hedge fund, so he's not a professional banker at the moment. But he used to own a hedge fund. He hangs out in our community. He might be able to give you a specific answer. I cannot. Here she comes. Bitcoin. Launch us. Fucking launch us. She's gonna go. No stop signs. No stop signs. How much do you bid on a company that has had over 1,000% revenue growth for 2 quarters in a row? I don't know. That would be a what's called. That would be a Neil question. And I called mine before run up instead of old Frank after the run. Jimmy, you did. Let's go, guys. It says I owe 179,000 option traders hit with massive margin calls as winning bets against failing banks left in limbo for weeks. I just feel bad for all the people that had like puts that expired, like that Spence on Twitter, where he had like 6 figures in puts that he couldn't. I don't even know if he was able to exercise them or not, but because it was halted, I don't think that they were allowing them to. I think they may have done that though to avoid a lawsuit. Did anybody catch that, like, or sell the high on Xella, or do you guys still just hang on to it? Because that was a nice little tear. That's why GNS is down. I should have bought puts, not shares. I'm not. I don't know. At this point in time, I'm hanging out with TRKA and I'm having fun. I don't know exactly how to feel about GNS at the moment. Listen, lately, it's been a minute. Where the hell have you been? Hey, boys, long time. I held it, waiting for it to go again, hopefully. Let's go. Let's go. It will be whatever the board of directors approves, which may take some backroom dealings, but at this price, 50 cents a share and golden parachutes for the board. Huh. Oh. FRC looking froggy. I bet you a lot of things are looking froggy, because there's definitely margin calls going out over this. Definitely are. Like, this is not the only thing exploding right now. I could guarantee it. This may have the largest community, but I bet you other things are also exploding. Bitcoin, try and get out of that cloud. Carry, baby, carry. Carrie. I've been busy with work and life and stuff, but I'm still doing my daily stuff and trying to peek in when I can and give you extra likes on streams. Oh, thank you. Also, have you heard anything about the XRP lawsuit? Wow, Bitcoin. I have not, but XRP has been looking very, very bullish. I mean, well, crypto as a whole has been moving, as it has been. But, Kathy Wood. I'm sure you know who Kathy Wood is. Kathy Wood says that she believes that the SEC is going to lose the lawsuit against XRP. So there's an update for you. This is going to be forming almost a pennant here in a second. See, I'm not even going to draw it, but Intel, the biggest maker of computer processors, surged after announcing that new products for the lucrative server market will come sooner than expected. Thank you very much for that. Yo, thank you, Greg. Appreciate you, man. And welcome to the fam. Bitcoin is at resistance right now on my webull chart. I didn't chart it up yet because I did just make the switch over to trading view. But on my webull chart that I have going over here, it is at resistance right now on Bitcoin. For anybody new, also, this community is all about just sharing DD and being able to agree to disagree. So please, shout stuff out if you see it, whether it be technicals or news. Yeah. And welcome. Go ahead, Bitcoin. All right, TRKA. What up? Welcome to chat. How are you? Bitcoin up. Let's see if we can follow up. Yup, Bitcoin. I called the fucking Bitcoin run yesterday, too. Jesus. I hope it pulls it yesterday. Go ahead. BTU news and halt. I can't switch my screens right now, but apparently there's a ticker BTU news halt and something. It's coming from my mod group here. Bitcoin. Lead us higher, baby. What is up, shining bright? How are you today? Air Force to end Lockheed-led hypersonic missile program. Air Force won't buy any after 2 more prototype tests. So apparently LMT failed 2 tests from the Air Force. Wait. Oh, it's on Peabody. Yeah, I got what you're saying. I got confused. My bad. See the 48? It's letting the 48 creep closer. That way they could get as many fills and they could eat supply as much as they can to the 48 at the moment. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if they drove it down to the VWAP before the next big move. Yo, Alan, what's up, brother?
What a nutso day, huh?
I told you.
I'm doing good.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, we knew it was gonna happen soon, right? We knew that shit was gonna hit the fan. Good timing though, right?
Yeah, I mean it's good for me.
Give me 1 second. This is the DD channel. I know for sure that XRP news going to flash here early on and on time. Thank you. Where do we feel this will go to? It depends a lot on what Roger has to say, but at the same time, I think that this may retrace up to at least where it was before it dropped the most recent time. That's my opinion. I mean, but again, I'm not a financial advisor, yada, yada, yada. You guys get it. Go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say the BLNK calls that I bought this morning.
How'd you do on them?
148.28%.
Are you taking taking the dub or are you running it?
I'm running it still till tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
So I'll tell you what doesn't look very happy right now.
VIX?
My SPXS calls.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you when you called me to even tell me about them, you like had doubt in your mind.
And then my UVXY puts aren't happy either. And those are on opposite ends.
Well, okay, but you're all right. So UVXY puts. What were the dates on those? And what?
Friday.
Okay, so you got them on Friday, and what strike price did you get?
I've got them at 450, I think.
You got 4 5s, and they're not moving at all. What is it at right now?
It's at $5. No, hold on. It's at, hold on, I gotta look. Options chain. I'm pulling up. It's at 465.
I'm surprised that you're not seeing any, like any kind of movement on those. Because I was gonna say you're.
They're April 21s, so.
Oh, they're April 21s. That's why. It's all right though. It's all right. Bitcoin might get a handle for a large cup here. Hold on a second. We might get a shot on Bitcoin again. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, give me a handle.
Interesting. You know what I thought was gonna move today, and it really didn't move as much as I wanted?
What's that?
Was my metamaterials.
Yeah, I know. Good old
My
mmat.
calls are just staring at me going, what's wrong? What's wrong? What'd I do?
I was just saying to everybody here that like I wish TRKA had an option chain, but at the same time, I'm happy that it doesn't. But
I can give it an options chain if you want.
But no, but some 50 cent calls at the moment, if it had it, right, would have been great to fucking load up on the bottom, like 50 cent leaps. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not gonna, it just depends on, what price you're talking, but I've got enough. I can write two contracts.
I hear you. 1 second. Yo, Infineon, no problem, man. No problem. 2 minute PDT. Holy shit, it is already. I'm going to be on after hours, guys. Don't worry. All right, but yeah, 2 minutes if you're dealing with PDT, guys.
Craziness, isn't it?
It's beauty, is what it is. This is beautiful. He's here.
Although my blinked options are for April, so.
Yeah.
They're April 6th ones.
Yeah, but UVXY options are a little bit different than.
No, I was talking about the blink ones.
No, I know, but that's a little bit different than doing like something on a company, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like when I'm hedging like that, I like to go short term and I like to get a metric fuck ton of them. Does that make sense?
I bought the blinked when it was really cheap today, when it was kind of fumbling around.
Mm-hmm.
And I bought 7/5 April 6th calls.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna hold it and see what happens. I'm holding it and I'm just gonna see. This might be buy the rumor, sell the news, and I could be getting like about to get like flogged, but I still believe in the technicals.
Right.
Same? Okay. I believe in the technicals. TRKA paid 125 mil for cover or for Converge. They ain't selling for less than what they paid. Oh no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And the revenue growth alone, Greg, like that's what told me that the last squeeze wasn't over. It was clearly a pseudo squeeze, and everybody just kind of gave up on it. TRKA up. Yo, watch this shit in after hours because there's no halts as well.
What's it trading at?
Right now it's
29 cents?
right now it's just under 30 cents, and it's up 50%. Great day. Great day. All right. Now, I am not leaving right this second. Don't worry. Hold on. We're chilling. We're chilling. Let's see what happens. I'm wondering if this shit's going to go parabolic, though.
I think it's going to go between 50 and 80 cents, at least.
That's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Sitting at a $70 million cap. Thank you, Greg. Meow.
The Ford options looked good today.
I honestly didn't even look at them. Didn't even look at them. Jimmy had a great call out today on ENTX. It was up like, I think 9% when he mentioned it. Now it closed at 27%.
Well, my granddaughter's got her first tooth coming in.
Aw, that's sweet.
My daughter's in for it now.
Yeah, this is a clear pennant being built on TRKA. I'll just draw it. I don't like that line. Hold on a second. Let me replace that. We'll see, right? Bitcoin down to the 48 is not what I want to see.
Well, tomorrow's going to be interesting.
After hours is going to be interesting.
I had to go pack my clothes.
I wish GNS was green. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, when a company makes an acquisition, or in this case, a proposed acquisition, typically the acquire goes down and then the acquisition goes up. TRKA to the 48. I think that they're just selling orders. Why? These are just people either profit taking or panicking. What's volume at? Let's pay attention to volume. Volume's at 186, so let's remember that. $186 on volume. GNS is slightly green after hours? Okay. We going up. I'm feeling it.
It's going to get crazy in my world.
I think that if you're holding TRKA, it's going to get crazy in everyone's world.
Yeah, I'm headed way up north by the Canadian border for a couple of days, I guess.
For what? Work?
Yep.
For that?
Yep, I just
TRK?
got an email. They're going to, I guess, I'm waiting to find out.
Bitcoin trying up off the 48. We get a push in Bitcoin. I'm thinking we see it over here.
You do?
If we get a push in Bitcoin, I think that TRKA absolutely feels it. Like, absolutely. Bitcoin starting to move. Let's see. So many TRKA videos. Paid off, huh? Talal wants to know where in Canada you're going.
I'm not going to Canada. I'm going just to this side of the border of it.
Bitcoin up?
And it would be BC.
Opposite side of the world. Just reported NASDAQ 100 an official bull market of 20% from December lows. Thank you very much, Greg. However, Greg, keep in mind, right, that the technicals and technical definitions really don't matter with them. Bitcoin hard up. And the reason why I say that, though, is because, like, think about how many times they changed the definition of, like, transitory or a recession. Like, you know? But I hope that, you know, you're right. I just feel like there might be, like, another trap somewhere. That's all.
I love what they're not saying
What's that? Oh, I got what you're saying.
about the banks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah,
They're not.
some of these hearings that we've been listening to, I don't know if you were listening all day like usual, right? But some of
I
these,
was.
Oh, okay, you were. So some of these hearings are just crazy. Like, it sounds like they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to to digital assets.
Well, did you hear that they're not covering the digital stuff?
What? Oh, the FDIC. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, they're only going to cover the actual deposited cash in the bank.
Now, I wonder if SIPC insurance would cover crypto.
That's only $6 billion on the line that they're like, fuck you about.
Well, I mean, they've been doing that with money to the Ukraine for how long now?
Well, no. They're saying they're not good. That's just too bad. You're screwed at that point.
I don't know. I think that this is completely on purpose.
Well, of course it is. The government did a freaking margin call on them.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I think
Because
that
you have
hold
the
on.
federal home loans.
Hold on. So I think though that they purposely caused this, right? In order to go ahead and benefit the most from it. So it may look horrible, right? But I think that with Web3 coming, right? I think that they're gonna find a way to pivot and be able to benefit greatly from it in some aspects.
Dude, SVB had to pay. They got instant called on billions of dollars of mortgages that were being paid on time. By the way,
that weren't being paid on time. You said
they were.
No, that's insane.
But in January they changed the rules.
That's crazy.
And so what happened was it allowed the federal home loans to say, hey, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
We're recalling our loans. We want full paid back right now.
Yeah.
On these mortgages you bought. And the reason they can do that is because they started classifying mortgages as bad debt, even if they weren't being foreclosed on and weren't behind on their payments.
I don't want to. I don't want to expose too much because of like litigation and everything, right? But
it's not. This is what they did. Like this isn't like semantics. It's literally what they did.
No, I know that, but I'm wondering if this has anything to do with like your litigation or other people's litigation or. Okay.
No, this has to do with them wanting to control crypto, and they're taking out the places that could turn crypto into fiat currency.
100%.
Every single one of these places that went down, whether it was a investment company or whether it was a bank, all of them had the ability to transfer crypto to fiat. The other thing is every one of these had the other thing in common, and that was the fact that federal home loans recalled all of their loans, and they had 1 day to pay. And in some cases, it was upwards of $13 billion.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of panic selling guys now. It's not that but now is a good time for me to say, I think I will be hosting a space on Twitter with a wonderful woman by the name of Jane, who is running for office in Nevada, and we're going to talk about a CBDC. So feel free to follow me on Twitter. It's @BuzzMarginCall. And we are in the process of setting that up.
Hey, Buzz.
Hey,
what I'm explaining right now is super important. You got to hear me on this.
All right. Hit me then.
So what they did was they said, listen, you bought these mortgages when they were at 3.5%. and nobody has defaulted on these. People have been paying the bills on time.
Yep.
But the problem is when they raised the interest rates, the mortgages went way down in value, only in the aspect of if you wanted to sell them, because the current rate mortgages are at 7%.
Yeah, they were
So the
much
same
higher.
money buys you double the interest.
Yep.
So they went down by like 60% in value, but they're still getting that interest payment every single month because the people are still paying the bill. So when that was a good mortgage, it's still a good mortgage. Here's the other thing. When they raised the interest rate, the bond rates went up, right? So they classified all of their bonds as bad debt because you could buy a current bond with a higher interest yield.
Oh.
And they weren't bad. It's not like the government's going to default on a bond.
Hold on a second.
It's not bad debt. They're trying to say it was just like 2008, but it wasn't. 2008 was repackaged bad debt and sold. Legitimate bad debt.
2008 they were just trash fucking MBSs, and yeah.
Right. So these weren't bad instruments in the way of investments. They were bringing in 3.5% interest long term, good stability, good payments every single month. And the feds came in and said, you're going to pay us back all the money you borrowed to buy those right now today. Well, when you're faced with anywhere from $3 billion to $13 billion, which was the biggest, you're screwed. And what's funny is if you look up federal home loans and lawsuits, you'll see that in 2008, all the companies that went down, all the big institutions that went down, they were also recalled by federal home loans, and they sued everybody in 2008.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting to see that, wow, the government literally did this. But now it's not all on the government, right? So you got to put accountability where it belongs. Like today I heard you say, damn, I was wrong. I screwed up, right?
Yeah.
The government never does this, but neither does the banks. So these banks did screw up because they gave themselves bonuses. The guy came out and said, hey, I just sold $4 million in my stock, and I think our bank might be insolvent publicly. And you don't think people are running to your doors?
Yeah, it's kind of.
I mean, come on.
That's a little bit self-inflicted. A little bit self-inflicted.
A little bit?
Yeah, this thing. This thing's about to jump off the VWAP.
But check this out. They would have never done that if they didn't have the recall from the federal home loans.
I mean, maybe you're right.
Because they didn't have the billions of dollars to pay tomorrow.
Well, I mean, you also have to take into you also have to take into consideration the amount of credit default swaps that were due during the witching week. What, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Like that's an overwhelming amount of credit default swaps. I believe it was a 4-year high or some shit like that.
Yep. Well, and here's the other thing. They kept talking about the Frank Dodd Act and how wonderful it is.
Over and over
Congress
again.
has done nothing but gut it since they wrote it.
Yeah.
When Frank Dodd first came out, they were never ever allowed to go more than 7 times leverage.
Okay.
And now there is nothing in place. They can invest 100% of their capital.
Yeah.
They don't have to have any reserves.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're pretty much just full sending. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of. It makes me sick to even think about the stuff that they're doing.
They took away the regulations that they put into place that all these super smart people came together and wrote this Frank Dodd Act, and it stopped bank fraud completely.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. It was supposed to stop bank fraud. Let's be clear.
It did. No. Hold on a minute. It did.
Okay.
Completely.
Okay.
And then in 2000, by the end of 2008, the beginning of 2009, the banks were screaming at Congress saying, hey, we can't, this isn't fair. We can't conduct business in a way that we're allowed to make any money. Like, you guys have such tight restrictions on us, we can't do anything. And so they said, well, okay, I guess you're right. And they started untying all of the safety netting that they put in place to protect consumers. And they have been doing it ever since. They have been slowly, piece by piece, tearing it apart. The only thing they didn't do was they refused to reinstate the ability to do like 3-to-1 mortgages. So for like 3 years, you get this little tiny payment, and then then after the 3-year period's up, now you either have this one huge balloon payment, or your payment skyrockets, 6 times what it was.
Yeah.
You take a house that has a $2,000 a month mortgage, and you tell somebody they can live in it for $550 a month for the first 3 years. That's bad. The other thing that they did was they didn't allow them to go back to stated income. So that was left in the act. That was one of the things they couldn't do. So in 2008, you could walk into the bank and say,
Wait,
million a year.
Wait, Alan, hold on a second. We might get a Bitcoin pop. Go ahead, run it. What the fuck is this TRKA pop? Did I miss something? Yeah, you did. Roger Hamilton tweeted that they might acquire it. I mean, I don't know. It was oversold on good fundamentals like that. And then
I'm just glad it wasn't Adam Aaron.
I'm just glad that I'm as deep in TRKA as I am. Because
I'm not. I only got a couple 100 shares.
Yeah. This is I needed this. So,
I know you did.
So this feels good.
So check this out. In 2008 and 2007, you could go to the bank, and a lot of people did this, and you could say, "I make $50 million a year."
Okay.
And all they could say was, "Okay." And they literally had to put it in the loan contract that you make $50 million a year, because they allowed what they called stated income. I know because I was writing mortgages during this time.
Okay.
And a person could say whatever they wanted. Well, if you came in and said, "Hey, I make $5,000 a week," you couldn't come back in 6 months and buy another house and say, "Hey, I make $50,000 a week." They would question you. They would say, "Well, okay, show us your job change. Show us something. You don't have to prove your income, but show us how all of a sudden your income went up 10 or 100 times what it was." So people were really smart, and they were saying they made ridiculous money, and they would go out and they would buy one house at a time.
Well, what they could do?
Ridiculous payments
that
were super low. Well, just hear me out.
Oh, okay, but I do have I do have a really good point to add to your point, which kind of might tie it together. That's the only thing. But if you go ahead.
So what they would do is they would buy one house and they would live in it, and they would be like, "Man, this was so easy to do. I'm gonna start becoming a landlord. Screw having a job. I'm gonna sell all this stuff, and then I'm gonna sell my house before the payments increase, and I'm gonna make a ton of money for the next 3 years."
See now you're tiptoeing into the water that I was just about to go into. Can I tell you the point that I was
Go
going?
ahead.
All right. So what a lot of these people do though is they'll take out a mortgage, right? And then they'll go ahead and use that as leverage, right? In order to go ahead and buy another one, and then therefore another one, and just that's how the real estate moguls do it.
Yeah, but see, in 2007 and 8, they weren't doing that.
Okay.
2006 and 7. So what they would do is they were on record saying they made $50 million a year. And so they had the one house they lived in. Well, they were like, "Well, shoot, that was so easy. I'll just go buy another one, and then I'll rent it out for the next 2.5 years. And then what I'll do is I will, I'll sell the house and I'll pocket all this cash and I'll walk away before the rate, goes through the roof." Well, what happened is it came out what was going on, and the prices crashed. And then what happened, and they didn't crash hard, they only crashed about 15%, but they crashed down about 15%. But then what happened, the other part of this that happened was they came out and said, now you got to have verifiable income. And the mortgage rates, because they knew that the mortgage companies were in deep trouble at this point, they said, "Man, you got to prove everything."
Well, see the one. So the one thing about being a landlord, though, Alan, right, is you could actually calculate the monthly payment of the tenant, right? And use that as proof of income as well. Even if they're not renting from you just yet. Like if you have
Well, that wasn't the problem. The problem they were facing was all of their rentals were now going to have this massive balloon payment, way more than they had been paid.
Okay.
For these, so they had to sell them, and the problem is that they put the restrictions so tight because they knew that the downward explosion was coming, and so people couldn't get loans for like 6-8 months. It was terrible. It was so hard to get a mortgage. You had to have like a 900 credit score to buy a house.
Does it even go up to a 9? I thought it was like I thought it was 850.
Okay, like 850.
Oh.
You know, you had to be perfect.
Yeah.
To even be able to buy a house, because the banks knew how much trouble they were in. And so nobody was willing to write a mortgage for like 6 months until they saw it play out. Well, that meant that only your top people could buy.
Okay.
Well, most of these rental houses aren't being bought by people that have top credit scores and, you know, their life is just perfect.
I mean, and unless you're Rocket Girl, and then you are.
Well, I'm just saying. So what happened was these balloon payments became due all of a sudden. And they said, well, we got this problem. We can't pay this. So they said, you know what, we'll just file bankruptcy, screw it. We'll let all these loans all go down at the same time, and we'll file on them. Well, they did. Well, the tenants, all of a sudden, that had been paying their rent on time, got notices that their house that they were living in was being foreclosed on by the government.
Well, that's kind of fucked up.
So this presented another problem. Now, there was very little rentals available. Most of them were being taken. And because there were so many people that were involved in this and how all of this worked, that you couldn't find a rental hardly, and rental prices jacked way up. Well, at the end of the day, a lot of these people were pissed, and when they left these houses, you know, they punched holes in the walls and tore up the carpets, and they just were pissed because for the last, year and a half, they'd been paying their rent on time. And, they get this 30-day move-out notice. And what are you going to do, take the government to court? The guy that's filing bankruptcy.
Good one.
I mean, you're screwed. You don't get your deposit back, your first and last, it's gone, like, you're done.
Yeah.
And so they were like, the hell with this. Nobody's going to help me, so they pretty much destroyed these houses.
Can I say something real quick? Real quick?
Yeah.
All right, so TRKA right now is filling volume in between these gaps, okay? It's looking for a handle right here. So I think we're fine, but that's just my opinion. All right, go ahead. I just want to tell everybody that, is new in here and, if anybody was fearing, the chart formation. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. So I had a bunch of buddies that worked in construction.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw the writing on the wall. I saw how damaged these houses were getting all of a sudden. And I knew that the government, being the backer on these loans, was going to have to do something.
Yeah.
So I went out and very quickly started a construction company and set it up for remodels and did it in a way that I could do government contracting work.
Well, did you do it through a trust?
Huh?
Did you do it through a trust?
I did not.
Okay.
I did it through an S corporation.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So we made so much money because I'm going to tell you, they set all the prices because they had to rush this to get it done.
Yeah.
And they didn't know how they were going to take on this massive problem. And Congress was basically writing the check on this anyway.
Yeah.
Which landed on the American people. And so they said, hey, we're going to price the entire country off our New York City office. Whatever they charge to patch a hole, paint a wall, that's what we're paying across the country.
That's fucked up too. You can't just like wipe it with a broad brush. Bitcoin's about to go.
They did. And so we would go into these houses, and there would be, if it was bigger than a 4x4 hole, but smaller than a 6x6, it was like $500.
That's insane.
If it was bigger than a 6x6, it was like $750 as long as it wasn't bigger than like 12x12. And the prices were insane. If we had to paint a wall, it was like $1,500.
Really?
So we went into these homes, and you walk through with the real estate agent, and they documented and took pictures, and they sent it all in, and then the government would come back and say, okay, here's the invoice, sign this and do the work. You have 30 days to do the work, and then a lot of times they give you 45. And, dude, we would be in a house and out, and in the next house and out, and we were doing like 5 or 6 a day, and then coming back the next day and painting them all. And in 2 days, we were knocking out like 6, 7 houses, and we were easily doing like 30 grand a week.
That's dope.
Worth of work. And we paid our guys piece rate, and they were all contractors.
Oh, and that's how I like to do things too. I like to 1099 people.
And it worked out so well for us. We were bringing in, I think at our top month, we did 146,000.
Good for you, dude. Good for you.
And so we made a lot of money because we saw what was happening. And dude, if you mowed the lawn, if it was bigger than like, you know, a little tiny row house, it was ridiculous. It was like $500 to mow the lawn and pull the weeds.
I gotta answer Mom real quick. Imagine PR on TRKA. At this point, I think it's so bad that we don't need PR. Any more PR. I mean, yes, more PR would be great, but we don't need it. I think that the message is loud and clear.
Is it now?
I think so.
I think so too. I just wanted to share that with you.
No, I find everything that you bring to me, you know, obviously.
So it was very, very crazy how the government responded. And so the mortgage industry today is nowhere near what it was then. So there's a lot of people trying to say, well, it's the same thing. It's not. It's the same. It's the same thing in a couple of aspects, but in the overall whole, it's not bad debt.
Okay, all right. I gotta answer Mom again. What about other companies wanting to buy it? Is it confirmed that other companies want to buy it, or is that a rumor? I feel like that. I don't know. I feel like that might be important.
I mean, she keeps talking to you. Doesn't she know that it's, you know, speak after spoken to?
Whoa! No, don't talk. Don't talk.
Just kidding.
I was gonna say, don't talk to her like that.
I gotta start the war occasionally. Come on now. She hasn't yelled at me in a while.
Yeah, but that's my mom.
It is not your mom.
Well, okay. I don't have a mom, so she's my adoptive mom. Leave me be. Bitcoin trying.
What's up with BBBY?
I have no idea. I'm not dropping these charts right now. I can't. I have too much money on.
No, I'm not
one.
asking you to drop the chart. I'm just saying it's not really doing a whole lot.
What's the price at?
I don't know.
Mike even said Alan be nice.
Yeah.
Okay, well, all right. Now Mom said I'm in a good mood, so I guess that's kind of giving you a green light.
Well, that's no fun. I was trying to get beat up. What is wrong with you people?
Man, oh man. You know who's getting beat up right now?
SPXS.
TRKA shorts.
You know what else is getting beat up really, really bad? My BLNK puts that I put down as a hedge.
Yeah. All right. Last one. You guys really want to know what's getting beat up? Don's Flappy Bird. The OGs know what I'm talking about. The new people, not yet. Hi. Hey there, Mrs. Hensley.
Hang on a second.
Tell her I said hello. Guys.
Oh, I don't have to stay up there. Awesome. I'm coming home. every day.
Dawn is in Florida for the last 2 weeks. Well, yeah. She's got to recover from what you've been doing to her.
Who?
I was talking to Talal about Dawn.
Oh.
I've been wizard sleeve free lately. Alan, I have been continuing to add TZA. Do you see downside for a couple months to capitulation? Says Mike.
Nice.
No. He's asking you a question.
Oh, well, okay. I missed it. I didn't hear what I thought I heard. Say that again?
If I'm not mistaken, TZA is bear. It's 3 times bear. Russell 2000, right?
Yeah.
He has TZA, and he's wondering if you see downside for a couple months of like capitulation.
No. I think that's going to jump up.
All right, what, TZA or the Russell?
So it's small cap bear 3X.
Yes.
I think it's going to jump.
Okay, so he likes your play, Mike, by the way I'm interpreting it.
I just don't know that it's going to be today or tomorrow, but I think it's coming in a hurry.
We're going to get Bitcoin little grind higher, and hopefully that fuels TRKA.
Yeah, but TRKA isn't really doing a whole lot at the moment.
Yeah, hold on to your hat there, kid. Where is Trish? Where is Trish? Can somebody message Trish and tell her that like we're having a party here?
I mean, I just see it consolidating.
Yeah, and where's Sean? What like some think market hurt is by this summer. Others think longer term, maybe next year. Yeah.
So, can I throw something at you?
I mean, you could try. What's up?
This is a jacked up way to look at this, but you should look at the TRKA cup and handle from 319 basically till today, now that it's trading sideways.
I can't pull off a 1 minute. I have too many people in here, and honestly, I'm too intrigued by the moves.
No, you're fine.
But
you're fine. But it looks like the biggest cup and handle I've ever seen.
Well, everybody thought I was nuts when I said, hey, I don't think it's over.
So, I'm just saying that. Just putting that out there.
Yep. Man.
And I think you're going to see a huge build up tomorrow.
Oh, well, now the FOMO is going to kick in.
Yep. And then I think on Friday, they're going to collect their premiums.
Me too. I'm just worried about GDP and what kind of results, big money has in store for the market.
Watch them put it off for a day.
They wouldn't do that on GDP. There's no way.
Watch them do it anyway.
No.
Watch them say, yeah, we're going to have to come out with that Friday. We had a problem with our computer system. Or whatever.
Wouldn't that be some shit?
Sorry, we'll give it to you tomorrow.
Wouldn't that be some shit? Man, I am jacked up. I just love, all right, like I was saying to you before, you know how I went ahead and I took screenshots and, I completely documented GSAT, right? And I literally said, hey, do you guys like an entry right here at $1, right?
Yeah.
I did that 2 days ago and bang, up 10%. That feels so fucking good. I don't know.
You know what's really bad right now?
It's a confidence thing. What's up?
I am still down 29% on SINT.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So I've been rinsing and repeating on SINT. Right this second, I don't have a position, which kind of sucks.
Oh, I do. I have a very large position, and I've had it for a long time now.
I mean, I still like SINT as a squeeze play. For sure.
I do too. That's why I'm holding it.
I know. And I do want to load up on it. But also at the right price, I really like the Credit Suisse play. I called that out as soon as it plummeted. And and I believe that my at first my original entry was like 85 cents or some shit like that, and then I had to sell it in order to get into more TRKA. So I mean that ended up working out for me, but I do want to still be in Credit Suisse.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I called out BDRM like 3 weeks ago.
I know you did.
And it was, when I bought it, it was sub a penny.
What's it at now?
It is at almost 3 cents. It's at 0.0298.
That's a dub, dude. I mean, depending on how many you bought, of course.
I bought a lot.
Okay, well, it sounds like a dub. Just don't be afraid.
Not yet. It's almost there.
Don't be afraid to take profits, though, at the same time, though, because, like I said...
No. It's nowhere near where it's going.
Okay, all right. I just have this thing where I like to let people know that you don't go broke taking profits, even if they already know that.
My lowest number that I absolutely believe it's going to hit is 20 cents. That is my bottom of the barrel number that it'll hit. When I've done all the stats and all the math.
Wait. On TRKA?
No, on BDRM.
Oh, okay.
So when it jumps, it's going to be at a minimum of 20 cents.
This is the best chance for a squeeze in a stock setup. Greg, I don't disagree with you right now. Like, okay, there are things in motion with MMTLP, but that got halted because of like all the FINRA stuff, and I can't talk about MMTLP. I made a promise, but other than something like, you know, a regulatory failure like that, purely just like if the market is like doing its thing and acting how it should, I absolutely agree with you.
I think that people that have MMTLP, and I'm just going to say this, are going to get resolved. And then I think all the smoke is going to clear. And when all the smoke clears, if my predictions are correct, there are going to be people that came out of it in a win, right? Like they're going to win. It's not going to be the squeeze that they think it's going to be, in my opinion.
I agree.
But they're gonna have a W, and it's going to be a good W for them. It really is, in my opinion.
I just think that too many people are going to hold for way too long, or they're going to like, you know what? Do you understand what I'm saying? I think
it's gonna pop off in a way that people are gonna realize I either do this or I'm done, and it's gonna make them money. It's gonna double their money basically where they're at,
or more,
or some people it'll be more. And so, thank you. And so once they do that, when all the smoke settles completely, and the whole thing is, cleared across the board, and everything comes out, like all the transparency is there, people are going to lose their shit if I'm right.
Okay, Greg, what do you mean market makers and shorts can? I don't understand the full question. Maybe you accidentally clicked enter before you're done. Okay, can't screw around as easily with a buyout on the table. You're right about that. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. And if they're in as deep as I think that they are, then, like I said, I don't think that TRKA is going to have any stop signs for a minute. But I'm not a financial advisor.
Here's the thing.
So,
if I'm right, and everything metric-wise says I am, and I'm not always right, but I am sometimes. If I'm right, and they get into some cooperation working agreement, it's not going to be the MMTLP community that puts the pressure on the hedge funds that did this mess. It's going to be, if I'm right, it's going to be Chevron.
I mean, I don't want to go ahead. I don't want to predict that. I don't want to predict that much. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you why. It's really simple. The guy that did all this, and we can prove that, the guy that did all this, he is the custodian for Chevron stock.
No, I know. See,
And
I
so,
know.
but see, Chevron just came out in December and said they were putting $4 billion outside of their acquisitions money into the area right where MMTLP happens to be. And so I believe that this person knew this, and I don't even necessarily think that MMTLP as a whole got him really caught. I think what got him really screwed up was the fact that if he did certain things, it was certainly going to look like insider trading, because he was trying to basically bankrupt Torchlight and buy it for scraps. And then if Chevron did want that, then he could sell it for a premium. Don't know that that's the case, but being he's their custodian, he would be the easiest person to get insider information.
I mean,
don't know that that's happened or not. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there.
Yeah. I don't want to make any accusations, but it's a possibility.
Saying, from a common sense perspective, it would seem to make sense.
Yeah.
And so the thing is that they came out and said, we're not selling our stock, but we need 40 million shares.
Hey, give me 1 second. Hey, if anybody new in here has any questions regarding any indicators I'm using, feel free to ask. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So with what they did, you could real easy go to a company, say like, I want you to work with me, Jonathan, and you're going to influx all this resources and cash into my project.
Okay.
You're going to want me to have some skin in the game, besides just having the lease on the land.
TRKA is about to move, I think. Give me 1 sec. Let me draw this. This is a descending wedge. All right, sorry.
So if you wanted me to have some skin in the game, wouldn't a really good way to get that be, I don't know, say, hey, I want 40 million shares of your stock?
I mean, yeah.
You want a partnership with me? You want me to put in all the money and put in all the work and take all the risk?
No. I get it, brother. I get it.
So if they came out and said, we're not selling it. They said it's going to an expert market if we do sell the stock, but we're not selling it. So that tells me, well, then they're going to use it in a way that's beneficial. Well, what do they got to do? They got to start making money, because really, how do they put the hurt on the opposition in their place? It's by putting out a dividend.
Well,
if they can make an operating agreement, give out 40 million shares to, say, a massive company capable of coming in and pumping oil and selling it, then they could say, hey, this is the first quarter that we've profited money because we're pumping oil, so we're going to give this much back to our investors.
So here's what I'm thinking, though, right? Yes, I absolutely agree with you, right? Now, I kind of want to keep this, a little bit TRKA oriented at the moment, right? But my thesis...
That sucks.
Oh, stop. My thesis is that with Roger Hamilton being the face, right, and then the fundamentals behind TRKA, right, the shorts are like they have no thesis behind their bet. Wait, what space call?
They do. They own the computer that does the algorithm.
No, I didn't set up the space call just yet. I'm just telling people to follow me. That way they get alerted for the CBDC space call. Because we're yet to set up a specific date and time. It just, something that we have an open dialogue that we're working on. And for anybody new, again, it's at Buzz Margin Call. No spaces or anything.
So, but do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do. I absolutely do. I just think that the shorts are in supreme trouble. They have all
the ability to run the control on it. Here's the thing. With all of this crypto stuff going on, the question is, how much of these guys are invested in crypto at this point? And how many fronts can they fight at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of are hitting them on all fronts, aren't we?
I mean, they're being sued. They're dealing with all of these SEC complaints, FinCENT complaints, Congressional complaints, Attorney General complaints, state regulators complaints, federal regulators complaints, FINRA complaints, DTCC complaints. On top of that, they're having to more than likely deal with their clients that they've now really probably pissed off over this whole MMTLP thing, especially if you're a big oil company that wants to go make some money.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got the government dealing with the crypto and the banking institutions, and the market's kind of going sideways. Like, they have a lot of fronts. I bet you those guys are working mad overtime right now.
Well, I think that there's going to be a lot of balancing going on, and so my whole thing is like we've been headed down for a year, right? So with the fact of us going down for a year, my thought is like they're calling for a recession, and a recession is going to come at this time or that time or whatever. We've already been in a technical recession for like fucking 2 quarters. And I don't understand why people don't understand that. It just, they keep changing the definition of a technical recession, TRKA up.
Well, a technical recession, sure. Are we in the middle of a recession? No, we're not, because the money's still flowing. And until the money stops flowing, we're not in a recession.
So, but the thing is if they keep, say, printing money, or if they go ahead and they keep sending money to the Ukraine or whatever, right? We're still going to remain in a recession because we're going to end up in runaway inflation.
Well, we're already there.
Oh, we've been in runaway inflation from like the jump from COVID.
Right.
But,
so they raised interest rates, and guess what we just saw? New home building just went up again.
Yep.
And home sales are going up. They're not going down. So they raised the rates, which they really hoped would push home sales down and restrict a lot of stuff. And it really didn't. Let me ask you this.
Ask me anything.
When SPY goes up, what does the market do?
I mean, you know the answer. Generally, it goes up.
Okay. So what happens when, for the last year, 1 year from today, SPY came down some, but it's literally going sideways?
I don't understand the question.
If you look at SPY, and you don't have to do it right now, but if you look at SPY, or anybody else looks at SPY on a 1 year chart,
Okay.
it's more or less was a little bit of a downslope, and then it was a sideways.
Yeah, it was
up and down.
So what it did was, here's my interpretation of that, right? So it went down, right? And then that sideways stuff that you're talking about, look at the gaps to the left in SPY, right? And to me, it's just volume filling those gaps. So I think that somehow we're going to do a balancing act with, say, Bitcoin, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to reevaluate the way that a lot of these things are priced. That's the way that I take it, at least. I don't think.
If you look at us on a 5 year chart, we are not in a recession. In a 5 year chart, for us to be in a recession, we need SPY to be below 260.
Well, yeah, but I'm just talking about more of a quarterly thing.
Hang on, just hear me out. If you're talking pre-2019 levels, where it was slowly inclining, it should be around 280, 285 right now. If it continued that normal trend it had been doing for 25 years.
Okay.
But it didn't. 2019 hit, and it was a little rocky, and then it shot up. Then 2020, it shot down because of COVID for a little bit, and then it shot up like a gunshot, and it's been up. Now, it's come down some, but it's still way, way high. And for it to make a full correction, you're talking 100 points.
All right, do you want to know another thing that I think is kind of detrimental? I don't think... All right, so when this whole thing started, the whole, Wall Street bets and this, that, and the third, like, I was trading before that, right? However, I obviously saw a lot of new retail investors coming into the community, and it was great to be able to share DD and that, right? But like the whole thing is they gave us way too much time in order to learn our shit, in my opinion. They should not have given us this much time in order for us to know what the heck we're doing and to teach ourselves. They should have tried to resolve it as quickly as possible.
But most people didn't teach themselves. They got comfortable in the market that happened after COVID. And you know as well as I do, the post-COVID market that I would say 70% of retail traders that are new got into didn't look at pre-COVID conditions and try to learn them.
Yeah.
And it's a big shock and a surprise when we leave the COVID market and we go back to a normal stock market.
Absolutely.
And so, you
The
have
setting
a big
channel and
problem
Bitcoin,
because you have all
looks
these
like she's
people
gonna
that
go.
weren't educated,
Yeah.
and now they're being manipulated by a carrot on a string, and they're following it. And it sucks. And it's unfortunately for a lot of people, and I'm not talking about the mafia family, I'm talking about your traders that learned how to trade in the COVID market. They are going to lose a lot of money when this retraces.
Well, I think that a lot of people need to learn to take profit here and there, including myself. I need to get better at it too. Like, I think that a lot of us need to learn how to take profit here and there, and like I always say, swing for doubles, and you'll hit home runs, right? So I think that everybody's swinging for the fences, and I think that by swinging for the fences, there's going to be a lot of strikeouts, unfortunately.
Well, I think that what people need to do is when they see that they are not in the market they were in.
Wait,
all
Scott.
they have to do.
Scott, hold on a second. Scott, so at the bottom here, Mom, can you tell him how to do it? Because I don't. Yeah, yes, it's a super chat. Yes, it is a super chat. Thank you very much, bro. Whatever the amount, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Alan.
No, you're good. So all these traders got to do while they're learning how to do this right is when they see the market do the opposite of what they've been used to, because it's been this climb uphill. When they've learned how to do that, and now retail's getting pretty good at sideways trading, right? A lot of these guys are getting into day trading. They've lost a lot of money, but they're learning how to do it. And I'm going to tell you, when the market goes the opposite of the way it's been going, if they just play inverse market leveraged ETFs until they learn how the stock market was pre-COVID, then they're going to do just fine.
Well,
as long as they take profits and don't swing for the fences.
Well, and that's the thing about swinging for the fences. So I just hope that people don't make another fear of mine is that people are going to make it a metric fuck ton amount of money, right? And then not know how to spend it all because they didn't educate themselves on finance and like the different ways to use, like leverage or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Well, let me just say this. Retail made a big mistake as a whole.
I agree with you, but go ahead.
When they started making huge money, they didn't put any of it away long-term blue chips.
Agree.
They bought meme stocks.
Agree.
And they bought meme crypto. And some of it was good, and as we know, some of it wasn't.
Yeah, my big thing is options.
If I was to do this all over again, I would have been taking half of my profits every single week, and I would have been putting them into blue chips. And if I would have been smart about it, it would have been American value stocks.
Okay, American value. All right, now you're stealing out of my vocabulary.
Well, you want me to give you, like, you know, things like Home Depot, Target, you know?
Google.
Microsoft, Google, Micron Technologies. Yeah.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, a lot.
So a lot of people don't. Well, so a lot of people don't know this. But about 12 or 15 years ago, Micron Technologies bought Texas Instruments.
Okay.
And Texas Instruments is now a subsidiary of Micron Electronics.
I actually did not know that, so thank you for educating me.
The other thing they bought, and I believe it's Sherwin-Williams, they bought a massive amount into, I believe that's who it was, and they have a huge processing facility out at their main plant in Boise, Idaho. And I've been out there too, and I've seen it.
Let me interrupt you. Bitcoin looks like it's about to get handled too. All right, so real quick, Microsoft has the strongest balance sheet in the market. They are stable as fuck. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. I made money on AMC and GameStop, so did I. But at the same time, I feel as if I have some experience, and a lot of people don't. And I made a lot of my money on options. To be fair.
And you made a lot on warrants. I mean, let's be honest.
Okay, I did really well on DWAC warrants, but that's really the only big hit that I had.
Yeah, but that was, for most people, that was a massive hit.
Okay, all right, listen. All right. I don't want to sound cocky.
Right. But your average retail trader
do you want me to tell you how?
would have been very, very ecstatic with that made.
Do you want me to tell you something? And I haven't. I don't think I've disclosed this. On the DWAC, warrants, I made more in 2 days, I guess, or maybe it was a 3-day trade. I made more in 2 or 3 days on that trade than some people make in an entire year. I did really, 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 really well on warrants, and I didn't pay that much at all for them.
Right.
But I did really well on AMC and GameStop options as well. But that's neither here nor there. So.
Right. No, I feel you. Yeah. So what do you feel about tomorrow's opening?
What do I feel about tomorrow's opening? It's not even 5 o'clock, and I want to see how after hours is, and I want to see what's going to happen with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin keeps bouncing off this 200, and I want it to separate away from this 200 ASAP, because if it falls through that 200, then we might go into free fall into GDP.
Well, you got to remember that Bitcoin is very, very stable for crypto, but it's very uncertain right now with everything. I mean, all of crypto is uncertain right now with the way the government is dealing with Coinbase and all these other
Alan,
companies.
Alan, I got a 20-pound super from Scott. Thank you very much, Scott, bro. It means a lot. Great job. Best channel on YouTube for stocks. You're gonna make me blush, bro. Seriously.
Scott, watch out. He may give you a big old kiss if he sees you.
You shut up.
It'll be worth it for us, because then we'll get to see him with the big black eye, because Alan kick his ass.
Yeah, I bet. No, but seriously, man, thank you so much. Every little bit helps me. Every little bit helps. Bitcoin is going to be trying to push here. Bitcoin pushes, TRKA pushes. Calling it.
So, I want to throw something out there. I just want your thoughts on something.
Hit me.
Because I have this feeling this is going to be the case, and it seems ridiculous. So, what are the chances, just say that Coinbase gets slaughtered by the government, that Bitcoin goes through the roof because it's been the only stable, safe place the entire time?
Wait, say that again?
Say Coinbase gets murdered by the government. Okay, say they come out and they shut them down like they did that other company.
Not right this second, Scott. I'm gonna DM you, Scott, on Discord. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, Coinbase gets whacked and the rest of a lot of these big platforms get whacked,
Uh-huh.
right? And they take this severe hit. What if Bitcoin doesn't even take the hit? What if people just move to Bitcoin because it's always been solid and people have always done good on it?
Well, so I like. So wait. So wait. So are you making the argument for? Are you making the argument for Bitcoin, or are you making the argument for Coinbase?
I'm making the argument for Bitcoin.
Oh, I hate Bitcoin. So I mean,
Well, you may hate it, but you watch it all day long and pray that it goes up.
yeah, because it controls the fucking market, and I'm long.
Right. So let me ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Do you think there's a place with crypto, because you know crypto so much better than me, that crypto takes this massive government hit while they're trying to do what they're doing so that they can, take the control that they want to take?
Uh-huh.
And is there an opportunity that Bitcoin doesn't take the hit with the rest of crypto just because it's been this big staple of crypto for so long?
So I think that what we're gonna experience, and this is the second time I'm saying this, right, is I think that there are much better crypto currencies out there, like other than say Bitcoin, right? And I think that what we're gonna do is I think that we're gonna have a balancing act almost, right? While these prices work themselves out, because a lot of things are way overpriced and a lot of things are way underpriced. So there's a lot of opportunity out there, but I think that we're gonna have a return to fundamentals. At least that's my opinion.
And that's what I think. I just think that most of your people that are in crypto
Uh-huh.
don't know much about it, and they've seen people make money on Doge and Shiba and all these things. And when they start seeing the rest of crypto take its hit that's coming, then they, because they're not doing the research like you are into XRP and all these other things. What are the chances that they all just jump back to Bitcoin so they have a safe place? And what if Bitcoin never takes a hit? That's just what I'm asking.
I think that would be very, very stupid. First off, second, I think that it won't hurt it won't hurt these other emerging crypto companies with extreme utility, right? And then eventually,
if they have no place that they can trade, how do you figure it doesn't hurt them?
they'll have a place to trade.
Okay.
The U.S. can't miss out on the tax dollars. They will have a place to trade.
Well, that's their whole point, is they're going to have their platform come up and be open.
Well, yeah, and that their platform may. I
when
think
they take out everybody else, it'll be your only place to go. That's my whole point.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away from the value of the asset.
No, it doesn't. But it makes the assets very uncertain.
Wait.
High uncertainty, because let's face it, a lot of people don't trust the government. That's why they got into crypto in the first place.
Double bottom off the 2 on Bitcoin, maybe. But
I just see it as a potential huge sell-off for crypto if you have to go deal with the government, when most of crypto is there because they don't want to deal with the government.
They're going to end up dealing with the government either way, in my humble opinion.
Unless they just pull their money and leave. It's just a thought. I don't know
Okay.
That's why I'm asking.
All right, so say that they do that though, right? What are they gonna do? Move to the Mediterranean like I want to do, and then trade crypto there?
Maybe they just take their wins and say, okay, I'm gonna just put it in other places. I'll pay off my debt, so I'm not paying interest every month on my bill.
I certainly think that they're gonna they're gonna lose a lot of retail investors. Absolutely, I think that a lot of people are gonna go ahead and take their money out of the stock market at a certain point. Actually,
yeah, but I'm talking about crypto. Crypto's like 90% or 80% retail.
I don't know if it's that high anymore.
And it may not be, but I know it's still very high.
It may that might be worth looking into, but I don't think it's that high. I think that about 25%, give or take, of crypto projects are going to be the only ones that make it. I don't think that.
Right.
I don't foresee a lot of these projects, making it.
So let me ask you this: if all of these projects start collapsing, it adds this contagion fear. You have a lot of people who don't understand anything other than how crypto trades, and they're seeing it being demolished by the one person that they're vehemently against, and that's why they went to crypto in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I got this sneaking suspicion that as these ones that don't make it start to come down, you're going to have this mad, crazy sell-off. And I think in my mind, you're going to see people that want to stay in crypto buying Bitcoin.
Do you want to know what I see?
Yeah.
I see a shift into utility at that point.
And maybe it does.
Sticks with the buyback? Son of a bitch. I should have been in Sticks since I called it at fucking $1.
But don't you think
Oh, well.
that, crypto's got to be at least 50% non-professional traders.
And why do you say
that aren't retail?
Why do you
just regular people?
Why do you say that?
Why do I say it's at least 50%?
Yeah, just out of curiosity.
Because you go on these different platforms and you look at the way it's being traded, then you go on social media and you see all the people that are holding crypto that are talking about it. They're not professional traders. These big, massive groups of crypto groups, these big, huge crypto discords. And I mean, some of these have, 1 million people in them.
Are you just saying that they're not doing their DD?
I'm saying they learned how to do one thing, and that's what they're doing.
That's kind of a shame. No, I absolutely agree with you, actually, though.
And if 50% of them leave, why the thing's crashing, I don't know. I think it's going to be a wild ride for crypto. I don't think it's going to die. I think it's going to stabilize, and I think it's going to rebound. And the people that invest in it correctly the second go-around are going to be set. But, or the people that invested early are going to be set. But I don't think that the majority of people that are in crypto that are not businesses or professional trading companies, I don't see them staying. I just don't. And if they stay, they're going to pick something like XRP, Solana, or Bitcoin, in my opinion. They're going to pick one of the big three.
Well, okay, so you just named one of the quote unquote big three that I think is absolute trash.
I understand.
No, so my thing is that it won't scare people like me out.
And I'm not worried about people like you. I'm worried about the people that aren't like you.
Well,
that make up most of crypto trading.
Okay, well then they're gonna have to figure it out quick. I know you're yelling Mullen, but I can't right this second. I literally I just can't. Like Bitcoin starting to curl. I want to see what happens here. I pulled it right here, so we get. Oh wow, it's at 5% now. All right, super quick. Well, here's what we'll do. Actually, here's what we'll do. We'll do that. There we go. I guess we just won't watch Bitcoin at the moment.
Am I crazy?
No, we just have a different thought process. That's all.
Okay. I think the people like you, the people that know how to do DD, that are doing DD, and the people that are learning how to do this and learning what's going to be coming, and are preparing for the flood, so to speak, I think they're going to make a killing. I think they're going to murder the game.
That's the goal.
It scares me about all the people that aren't doing that. That's what's got me on that razor's edge.
And like I understand why you're feeling the way that you do. I just think that with Web3 coming up, right? I think that people are going to be more informed about crypto a lot quicker than what you presume. Is that something like I agree with a lot of the points that you made. right? I just think that people are gonna like, you know what? Honestly, maybe not. I sometimes I envision like more for people than they envision for themselves. I was gonna say, you know, like maybe people go ahead and educate themselves, but you know what?
Optimistic.
Yeah, I am too optimistic. Probably not. They're probably gonna, you know, end up, you know, just like wasting a lot of their gains, and that's not. I don't know. Like that's one of my biggest fears is that like say that we go ahead and that we fix the market, quote unquote, right? So say that we fix the market, and then all of a sudden we just give all of our fucking money back.
Right.
Like that is one of my biggest fears.
Well, and let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What happens when retail's being told the wave of the future is crypto?
Mm-hmm.
The wave of the future is this company that deals on the Ethereum network. Everybody jump on this, and everybody does, and then they realize they can't leave. Because if they leave, the one thing they were never told about was the gas fees. And they realize they're either going to get slaughtered.
Stop selling
or
XRP.
They have to pull out.
Stop selling XRP.
I'm not.
Okay, well, all right. So you literally just named like some of the few things that XRP can absolutely like handle.
But they're not using XRP.
Well, exactly. So that's the point. Exactly, right? So they've restricted it on all the major platforms, right? What if they go ahead and they load up on a shit ton of XRP, right? Like absolutely load the boat, and then all of a sudden just, you know, allow XRP trading. Keep in mind, XRP remained, I believe it was top 6 in market cap, right, during this entire court proceeding. And it wasn't even being able to be like traded in the U.S. And they were number 6.
And I'm not even optimistic on XRP.
Fair enough.
I know you are.
Fair enough. To each their own, brother.
I'm just saying that retail's being sold a bill of goods that they don't understand. And if they did, they sure as hell wouldn't jump on that ship. And when you've got these big retail companies that are now going to go there and say, hey, we're going to become the place for retail to trade, they're going to get smacked hard.
Yeah, probably.
And they don't even see it coming.
Well, I mean, that just comes down to having a trading plan and following through with your trading plan.
Not if you didn't know about a massive amount of fees that were coming at you.
That's why
you didn't put it in your trading plan.
Well, that's why it's important to do research.
I agree, 100%.
Research is everything. Without research, you're fucked.
I mean, they're trying to get all these U.S. companies to go onto this platform,
Mm-hmm.
and the platform has one of the highest sets of gas fees, and they're like, well, every time you talk to anybody on space calls about it, they say, oh, well, here's the thing. We'll talk about this behind the scenes. And then you talk to them about it behind the scenes, and they say, you know, we thought about this, and we talked to them, and they're going to negotiate a different deal for this.
Okay.
Well, you can't. Because you can't go and say, we want you to rewrite the Ethereum contract. Like, they're never going to do that for one customer.
Not for one customer. No. So it's gonna be it's gonna be like on the blockchain, obviously, right? And it's gonna be able to be seen. You could see Ethereum on EtherScan, right?
Yep.
And it's like you're gonna be able to see every transaction. But you could do that with other chains though, and that's the that's the point that I'm trying to get across. You know what I mean? Like it's clear, it's transparent. It just like you could see it like as it happens, almost. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Still, all right. So you want to talk about H bar? Let's talk about that in a different light, because Mullen looks like it's about to go for another round here. Maybe not. Let's see. I don't know enough about H-bar, I don't think, because honestly, I stopped doing like heavy DD on them. I liked them for a while. I did, right? And I have friends that love them. But I didn't like the fact that they sold their patent or whatever the hell they did with their patent with that deal with Google. I did not like that. That's just me. It is what it is.
You can be such a sourpuss sometimes.
Shut up, Alan.
I sent you a picture.
Did you? TRKA down towards VWAP? I'm still not worried. I don't know if anybody's scared about TRKA, but I'm not worried at all.
I'm not worried about TRKA.
Okay.
Pay me. That's what I'm worried about.
127, nice. 100%, 100%, 50%, 49.5. That a boy, Alan. That a boy. How you doing?
All right today?
Hell, that's a dub, dude. That is a dub. Just
I think so.
Yeah, just don't forget to, realize profits every now and then. That's all.
And I am.
Okay.
Occasionally.
I don't want you to make a bunch of money and then throw it all away. H-bar just dropped a lot of extra shares this month and got hacked in the same month, a little shaky. I honestly stopped following H-bar just because of the patent thing. I have fallen in love with XDC and Quant. Those are probably, other than XRP, those are probably my two other favorites, and then probably Polygon. But I really, really love XDC and Quant. But that's just me.
Well, let me ask you this.
You can ask me
Mr. I
anything,
love the crypto so much. What are you going to do when we all get paid because we're doing DD? Are you going to still invest? Or if you make tons and tons of money, are you just going to say, you know what, I'm off to live my life with my Anna?
All right. So I actually thought about this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I am going to move to Greece. Hopefully. I intend on doing a universal index life insurance policy, right? Where it compounds at 9% every year, 10% every year, right?
Okay.
And then at that point in time, I might trade high-end options for fun. And just do what I got to do. But depending on how much money I make, right, that determines the direction I'm gonna head. Now let me answer a question here. How do you feel about Gala? I think that there are better opportunities out there, and like I said, I think that only about 20 to 25% of projects are going to make it. So if I think that there are better projects out there, I'm going to invest in those projects or those companies as opposed to something like Gala. But that's just me. Not to say that you can't scalp it and make a fuck ton of money, but I'm talking about buying and holding. I just feel I feel more confident elsewhere. That's all. They aren't fully capped out. They have been consistently adding H-bar to circulating supply. Okay. I like IMX. Yeah. Okay.
What do you think about them keeping WebGTP4 out of Web3?
Somebody will make it so it goes into Web3. Mola, next leg.
They've already said they're going to ban it unless they slow it down.
Okay, well, somebody's going to find a way to get around the ban. Technology's coming whether we like it or not, so we might as well be prepared for it. Mulling up.
They're not saying that. They're just saying they want them to stop for 6 months and let things settle.
Yeah, because they're scared shitless because they know what could happen if everybody knows, the true intentions here. Bitcoin way up. Well, through the 48, I should say, up to resistance. Mullen. Oh, TRKA. Bounce off that VWAP.
I wonder how cosm is doing. I haven't looked at those in a long time.
Comms actually just went on 2 nice little runs. Cosm is kind of hurting my, it's hurting me a little bit.
Yeah, I imagine. I sold that a long time ago.
Yeah. I still believe in the product, and I'm not selling. Good afternoon, evening, all. Hope you made some nice cash today. Steve, it took until this TRKA run, but that caused me to go nicely into the green. Prior to that, today kind of sucked. But it is what it is. Mullen, next run.
Same sentiment. I was up a lot. Thank you.
We're going to reenact the Terminator. What the fuck? I know where that came from, but all right.
Because of AI, web.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I talk so much every day that I forget what I talk about sometimes, I swear.
You just don't listen to us. That's all.
No. See, Anna says the same thing. Don't even start with that.
Oh, it's not all of us that are wrong. It's the one person that has the opposing opinion. When everybody else is wrong, maybe they're not.
All right. Bitcoin on a super trend.
I love busting your balls every now and then.
I know, I deserve it though.
It keeps you on your toes, makes you smile.
Yeah, keeps my ego in check too. Here we go. Come on. Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin's still going? Here, I think we're about to get a push. Hold on, what are we doing? MACD's trying to cross on Bitcoin. It is a little bit hot. RSI on Bitcoin is a 70.52. Super trend on TRKA to the 48. I don't know if it'll survive that. Bitcoin's still going though. Push to 420. Let's get it.
So did you see that Kraken is next on the chopping block for the government?
I saw rumors, but...
They said it. It's not a rumor.
Oh, okay.
I just want to know how many times today you're going to tell us that Bitcoin is ready to smash.
Look at it. Pull up a chart.
I'm looking at it. It looks like it's going to go to the freaking moon. But every time it does, it's like, oh, you only gave me, 1% fuel, and I got here, and now I'm going to fall back down and refuel again. Maybe they just need to refuel the son of a bitch.
Okay, all right. You bring up an excellent point. You know how you're saying it's going back and forth like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I believe is going on is this goes into my my rebalancing the market aspect. Okay, I personally think that the market. Everybody's calling for a crash, including you, right?
It has to.
Wait. I think that there's a possibility where they go ahead and they shuffle crypto back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, right? And then they go ahead and include the U.S. capital markets, right, to a way where they could potentially, try to clean up the grime that they left behind.
Either way, you still don't clear off, 50 plus billion synthetic or counterfeit shares in the stock market that are currently trading.
Well, no, it's going to be a shit show, right? But I think that's going to be one way that they could try to, not go completely belly up.
That's not going to happen. When it all comes out and everything becomes transparent, they're going to have to sacrifice the bad guys. There's no other way.
Well, I mean, I hope they do. Screw the bad guys.
And so they're going to the bad guys know this, so they're going to make as much money as they can and go to a non-extraditional country as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
When it happens.
Yeah. Don't be surprised if they're calling their private jets now. or damn near soon.
There's a certain individual that I called on New Year's Eve that there are people that go by his house every couple of days, and he hasn't been home in months. Nobody's seen him.
Did they take him out? And
No.
I don't mean on a date.
No, he's just emailing people, and he's phone calling people, and he's doing business from a mobile office. But if you ask me, it's probably already in a non-extraditional country that he's paying a lot of money to for protection.
Yo, Mr. Styles absolutely killing Mullen. 500% on Mullen?
God!
How the fuck did you get 500% on Mullen? Holy shit, dude. Congratulations.
What the fuck is Mullen at?
Well, it's only at 11%, but didn't it bottom out yesterday at 9 cents?
Yeah, and now it's at 10 cents.
How the fuck is that 500%?
There's no way to be up 500%.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm failing to understand that too, but as long I mean
no, I just looked at the all-time chart.
If
there's no 500% up.
Well, hold on a second. As long as it's a dub and you're happy with it, I'm happy for you. All right, move on. TRKA. Not even.
You know what? I think I'm going to go buy me about 10,000 shares of Mullen, and I'm going to start writing contracts so that I can have
What, sell calls?
options on Mullen.
What, and sell calls against it or what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. I could barely hear you again. You're far away from your
Why
phone.
not? I'm about to be way up. Why not? Either that or TRKA. I'll sell call or I'll sell puts on TRKA.
Well, there's no derivatives on TRKA.
So
you can't sell calls.
You can sell puts.
No, you can't.
I can write my own contracts.
Try to write your own contract on TRKA and let me know if it goes through. Not financial advice.
I don't know. Well, actually, I do own enough of it. Okay, I'll do it right now.
No, well, but wait. Before you click enter, just see if it'll let you click enter.
Okay, I'll do it right now.
But I'm not, and that's not financial advice. I'm just, legitimately curious. Because
No, I'm gonna. I wanted to do it anyway, so
Okay.
I might as well. I want to.
If anything, I think it'll let you short. But no, because you have straight shares. It might.
Yeah.
Bitcoin up again. Let's go. TRKA trying to push the cloud.
It'll only let me short it.
I told you.
Damn it.
I am up 2,000% at this point. On what?
That's what I want to know.
No, I think he's joking based on what Style said about 500% on Mullen.
I mean, I just shared mine with you. I am legitimately up 300 and some percent today.
Oh yeah. He says up 2,000% on Mullen, so he's joking. Yeah. Alan, you should buy 100,000 shares of AGFY and ride this train. Antics is saying you should buy $100,000 worth of AGFY and ride the train wreck with him.
I should buy it and then sell long calls on it.
Well, because the option chain is about to dry up on it actually in April. But what I was gonna say is what we should be doing is we should be buying these companies like some of these micro caps out and then just fucking causing infinity squeezes by recalling the shares.
Right.
That's what should be happening.
I mean, there was one today that I looked at that I was like, ooh, I like that.
What the idea that I had about doing hostile takeover?
Yeah, so there's one company
Uh-huh.
called Forward Industries.
Okay.
It would be a perfect one to do that with.
Well, look at SINT.
Look at Forward Industries.
Well, yeah, I just don't know. I know SINT intimately. I don't know that Forward, whatever it is. What's the cap on that company?
It has a 10.2 million market cap.
Okay,
It's
yes.
trading at $1.
SINT is 1.2 million.
Okay.
And they have government contracts. So like it
What would
would.
it take to buy SINT?
Wait, what?
How much money would it take to buy SINT?
When everything was all said and done, probably like $3 million or something like that. I mean,
That's chump change.
that's what I'm saying. That's why, if I'm not giving, God, all right. So basically, say that one of us ran into like a metric fuck ton of money like that, right? It's a way that we could make a lot of money into a whole lot more money by just buying it, right? Letting people loan it out. Hear me out. Loaning it out, and then buying more and just accumulating, right? And then all of a sudden, when it's dirt cheap, right? They buy a shit ton and then recall their shares. Bang.
Yeah, so it would basically take like 28 million to buy SINT.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, I'll do this again.
Well, you can't do math on that though. There's no math metric because it's all supply and demand.
Well, no, I'm doing the market cap right now times the price.
Why would you do times the price?
Because that's what it's trading for.
That's not how you do it. You just go off the cap.
Okay, so it'd be 2.8 million at the current price.
Yeah, and then you usually have to pay a premium. You usually have to pay a
Why?
premium when you're buying a company. So like throw in like an extra like $500,000 just for that.
Why do I got to give them a premium?
Because why you got to give them incentive in order to sell the company.
Well, I'll just short the hell out of the 2 million shares or the million shares I just bought.
Okay. Oh, fair enough. I'm just giving you for instances in market theory, of course. You know
No,
what I mean?
I know. I'll just tell them, hey, either get on board or get run over.
Well, all right. So, all right. Remember the Twitter deal and how Elon had a fiduciary responsibility in order to purchase Twitter after he gave, and Twitter also had a fiduciary responsibility in order to go ahead and either be at the share price he was offering or sell it to him.
Right.
That's what it would take with something like SINT.
Unless I just went and bought it all.
I mean, you could do a hostile takeover, or you could do it like I said, but either way would kind of have kind of the same result.
I mean, it's dropping in price. What if I let it get down to, under $2 and I just bought it all? I just told my broker, hey, I want to buy 1.2 million shares right now.
I want to buy the entire float, please.
Yeah, then click the buy button.
Well, so what would happen is you'd have large orders pop up, right? And you'd get fills in increments as the ask bid was sliding upwards. That's exactly what would happen. That's how that would work.
Maybe.
Mullen's about to go up again, I think. All right, now I got to catch up on chats real quick. If buyout offer of TRKA is 3 times revenue, are we looking at $3 to $5 a share? Greg, this is also a short squeeze, so I do not want to give you an answer, especially because there was no data from Roger regarding a buyout price. Is Mullen starting to squeeze? I mean, the market's in turmoil. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, bro. You know?
The market's about to get destroyed.
AGFY is 3 million market cap and only 20 million shares on float. I have 100,000 shares myself. Everyone can easily buy up the entire float at these prices. Don't know why people aren't loading up. So first of all, I do not want to go ahead and I do not want to
We can't have that discussion.
yeah, we can't I don't want to be talking about that. Like I don't want to be organizing anything or anything like that.
Right.
I do want to go ahead and I do want to say and please don't take this the wrong way, but you had said something yesterday in regards to Zip always being right because he hit 44% on BRDS. I just want to go ahead and say that, well, we just hit 50%. Well, actually more than 50% because we were negative as well. We just hit over 50% on TRKA. And also, I did do a risk reward on Mullen as well. So, I just want to go ahead and throw that out there. That way you're not, like thinking about just like just dipping and joining another community for no reason, but yeah. So
did you know there was 4.8 million short exempts due for settlement today?
On what and how many?
On TRKA, 4.8 million.
Oh, huh. Sounds like somebody did their
Did you know
DD.
that Roger Hamilton came out with another tweet?
I didn't see the second tweet.
As Genius Group $GNS has sent to TRKA Media a non-binding offer to acquire $TRKA, together with the proposal on capital restructure as agreed with at Jefferies. Terms are confidential. Offer approved by GNS board. Proceeding subject to TRKA go-ahead.
Mm. So it's the ultimate decision is up to TRKA, which makes it even better.
Yeah.
Like that. This is a big deal. Like this is a big deal. This one.
So let me ask you something. Why would he tag the guy in charge of TRKA and say, per our discussions, basically, here it is, it's confidential, but yes, we've met your terms. Here you go. If he's already negotiated this behind the scenes, unless he's been given a different offer, I tend to think this is probably already a done deal.
That's what I'm thinking too. And then who knows what happens
Why
to the
would he
fucking
come
company.
out and tweet it the way he did if he wasn't confident he already had this already wrapped up done deal?
No, you're right. Give me 1 second. Shorts covering over at Mullen they're trying to steal the attention away from TRKA. I just think that they're actually just genuinely fucked. And they may need to be just exiting their position because they have to exit their position. Like, we literally might be, like, witnessing margin calls right now. And, like, we wouldn't know the wiser. We're just watching the charts and how they're reacting. But we could see margin call after margin call after margin call, and we could see this, like, edge up and edge up and edge up and edge up, like, just over and over and over again. Like, how many of us realistically could sit there and say, oh, yeah, that's a margin call. That's a margin call. That, like, none of us can. You know?
No, but what if he just said, I'm not selling? What if I bought all of the stocks we were talking about, the stock? What if a person bought it all, right?
Well, yeah.
But they didn't take over the company. What if they didn't do anything? If they just bought it and held the stock?
Well, then they would buy it and hold the stock. But are you still on his Twitter? Because I have a question here from Slippas. If you'll read the first tweet from Hamilton, and absolutely, yeah. Greg, I 100% know. I absolutely agree with you.
It said so. Let me go to Roger James Hamilton's Twitter account here. The last one he tweeted, it's a pinned tweet. Oh, I guess not the last one, but his pinned tweet says, "Simple summary of a serious scam stealing from us $9 trillion and counting. Full video here." And he has a video going. And then from 2 hours ago, it had the one that I posted, and he said, he also tweeted, "I believe there are great synergies between TRKA expertise in reaching and engaging millions effectively and GNS education model to build LTV." And then he said, before that, he said, "An offer isn't any guarantee. Acquisition will occur as acceptance, DD approvals, etc. All are required. Also, TRKA is one of multiple companies GNS is in discussion with. However, in 2023, we are committed to a MMA strategy to get critical mass to fight naked shorts."
I'm really liking the CRKA
he
play.
Said 3 hours ago, he said, "Steps to spin off Entrepreneur Resorts from GNS proceeding as planned and flying to Singapore and Bali now as part of that process."
Yeah, so the GNS board approved it. The GNS board approved it, but the TRKA board obviously did not yet. But that's still bullish nonetheless that they even fielded an offer. You know what I mean? What if they even get a better offer? Then it just get the play just gets even better. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm really excited about this one.
Okay, so Roger Hamilton said 16 hours ago, 2 weeks in the U.S. and everything's changed. GNS, new partners, check. Legal settlement, check. NFT launch, check. GPT-4 unleashed? Check. Banks collapse? Check. SEC charge crypto? Check. SEC charge Lindsay Lohan? Check. SEC charge naked shorts? Minus sign, or it's the wrong way do not enter sign, and says almost everything. Next stop, Singapore.
That's funny, actually. Oh, man. I'm so ready for this. Ugh. I am so ready for this. This is going to be so much fun. Now, the fact that this didn't get fucking absolutely, like, just, like, gangbanged and just shot right down in after hours, right? To me, that's also promising, too. It's telling me that they're fighting to go up rather than, you know, just, like, a hard scalp. Does that make sense?
Oh, this is awesome. Bots get banned on Twitter. Kanye gets banned from Twitter. Again, in parentheses. Bot of Kanye goes viral on Twitter.
That's kind of... Oh, TRKA? What are you doing? Mullen's also making the same action. Bitcoin is coming to a point as well. Ah, this is beautiful.
Whoa.
What?
XI. China's XI tells Putin, changes not seen for 100 years. He meets with Putin 2 days after ICC issues arrest warrant for him, seals a no-limit partnership, and says to Putin, right now there are changes, the likes of which we have not seen for 100 years, and we will be the ones driving these changes together.
Hey, can you... Okay, that's kind of fucked up, but can you look at Hamilton's thing again? There was apparently a third tweet that you missed. Something about TRKA's media access.
That was the first one.
Okay, maybe you did read it. Maybe...
I believe there are great synergies between TRKA expertise in reaching and engaging millions effectively and GNS education model to build LTV.
On Discord you could, Slippers. Alright, yo, later, Noop. Are you in Discord?
I need to call old Roger Dodger up and tell him to get on the fucking ball.
I think I'm gonna message him and ask him if I could be a shareholder's advocate.
I mean, I could call him.
Do you have his number?
I have a friend that does.
Talk to your friend, right? And see if there's like if they're in the market for like a shareholder's advocate for TRKA. Please.
I can tell you that there's a long list of people ahead of you. But
Okay.
I can
Never
see
mind.
what I can do.
Okay.
I just know that there's a lot of people trying to get that position with not only them, but with a bunch of other people.
Yeah, so am I.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's a bunch of people trying to do the same thing.
That's fine. It comes down to
So what do you say?
It comes down to who's better, though, right?
Do we need to go and somehow get a residence in California?
Absolutely not. Why would I want to pay those taxes?
Well, we don't want to pay the taxes. We just need a lease agreement for someone to rent us a fucking corner of their garage. 2 feet by 2 feet to each one of us.
Why?
Because then we can get California IDs.
Oh, wow.
Do you know why you need a California? And I'm not saying driver's license. I'm just saying an ID card.
Okay, all right, enlighten me.
Because if they're going to do what they're trying to do right now,
Uh-huh.
it's 2.5 times the state's budget. And honestly, I will I'll go down there and file the very first suit, me and you as co-plaintiffs, to say, hey, wait a minute, if they get this, we should too, because we were first as Irish.
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, let's not talk about that though, because
No, I'm just hear what I'm saying to you though.
no, I'm with you on that, but I just don't want to have that conversation right now.
And that's why I'm not having the conversation.
Okay.
I'm just saying we should think about who we know in California that can get us an ID. I'll call Richard Hoffman and see if I can rent 1 square foot of his garage.
Isn't that funny how that works? That's the thing about technology. Like, we've made so many connections. Think about that.
I mean, he's a friend of mine. I talked to him.
I mean, I consider you a really good friend of mine, and like we've never even fucking hung out. Like I just talked to you for months, and like
we've hung out. We play video games. I go and get killed repeatedly in front of you.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's that, but like what I'm saying is like we like as retail, we were just so severely under like I don't know, just like they didn't look at us like we even stood a chance. So
okay, well, I'm going to say something that's totally fucked up, but it's what it is, and it's how it is, and it is what it is, so here it is. But me and you got to be pretty close friends, because my closest friends have not been where you've been.
Where have I been?
You've been on my headboard where I've been getting busy.
Jesus Christ, Alan.
I just didn't have a mic, thank God.
Lord.
My wife was sitting right next to me. She was cracking the fuck up. Oh, hold on. Say that. Say that out loud for the crowd. Say it. No, just say it.
How to make him turn it off.
Oh, I love it.
She said she's sorry, but stocks is not a turn on for her. I literally had Buzz playing. The Margin Mafia was on the phone.
That's funny.
It was her day off, and it was the trading day. So
no, it's not. No, she worked a half day. Give her credit.
No, not today.
Oh.
This was a little while ago.
Okay, I don't need intimate details about your life.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying, like, I take you everywhere, literally.
Oh, you're so funny. I'm glad that I could be a part of everyone here's day. And if you guys make me a part of your day, like your day every day, like thank you so much. I try to be somewhat entertaining.
Even the intimate parts?
I mean, all right, the intimate parts are kind of funny, so it is what it is.
But does that make you happy?
Not in the way that I bet she was.
She wasn't. Well, she was conflicted. She was not happy about the phone being on, but she was happy about what I was doing. So.
Okay, Alan, I gotcha. Some conversations just shouldn't be had.
No, but it's funny shit, and it shows how tight-knit this community is.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. TRKA has all the EMAs spread out. I'm just saying.
Who has the balls to go tattoo a stock on their fucking arm because they believe in the community and won't even turn off the damn phone when he's getting laid?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, come on.
That is some dedication.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's just die hard, ride or die to the end.
Yeah. Talal, he really did it too. He's not joking.
No, I'm not kidding.
He's not joking at all. Let's see. Is Mullen going to hold the 48 or nah? Bitcoin is down underneath the 200. Looks like it's trying to wrap. RSI on Bitcoin's at 31. Hopefully this is just going to act as a double bottom. A little bit of an extended double bottom. We'll see.
Wait, I thought it was just going to go. What happened?
Shut up. What did he
it's
do?
Like I wanted goev to go. Every time it goes, it's like I want it, and then I stop.
He tattooed MMTLP on his arm.
Is he in the?
No, that was Mom asking.
Oh, here. I'll put the pic in mafia.
What the hell is going on? A stock tattoo, getting on while online with the mafia. It sounds like some OnlyFans cuckold ideas.
Maybe if there's enough alcohol involved, I guess.
Whoa. Okay, we're not talking. All right, conversation over. Conversation over. We are not talking about that. Nope.
Hey, Mom, I love it. We just blushed him hard. He is probably as red as a tomato
No,
right
I know.
now.
I'm really not. I'm kind of a little bit creeped out.
Oh, well, I wasn't being serious, but it was funny to hear you just be like, oh, back up, reverse, throw it in reverse.
We got to keep in mind that there are algorithms and there are certain things that I can't.
And you go smoke a bowl while you're on
Shut up! Shut up! Alan. Stop. Thank you.
Just saying.
And I'm just saying that if anybody's going to deplatform me, it's going to be me.
Oh, that's for damn sure. We're like 10% of what you do.
So, just like, if anybody's going to be the cause of me getting deplatformed, it's going to be me. So just like, I don't know, chill. That's all.
I am. Did she see my picture?
No, I didn't. Hold on.
No, did she? I didn't ask about you.
Did who see the picture?
Your mom.
Mom, did you see a picture from Alan? Jordan, welcome to chat. He literally sounded like Epstein, relative. Oh shit! I love the new names popping in chat too. That's funny as hell. Oh, Alan. She said yes, love it.
Yeah, I just saw that.
All right, the EMAs are collapsed on TRKA, and Mullen is also trying to get a candle. The 13 is on the 24 as well. Oh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, guys? I'm having such a good time. Bitcoin still trying to rap.
Dude, I have a question.
Hit me.
Would it be considered market manipulation if, as part of my deal that I make, if I said, hey, here's a list of tickers that the mafia family's in, and you have to close all your short positions legally today as part of my deal on these tickers?
I think you would have a better chance of telling me to do that to, say, Russell 2000 stocks. Like all Russell 2000 stocks.
I couldn't just give them the list of the stuff we're in and say,
No.
hey, you have to stop shorting these today.
No, because that would be too specific. But if you did say like the Russell 2000, right? There's enough small caps in there, right? That would get the ball rolling. I bet.
Just tell them you can't short anything under $5 anymore.
That'd be kind of fucked up.
Why?
Well, for them, because
yeah.
that's where they're making maybe most of their money. That's where they're making a damn good chunk of their money.
Most of their money, but that's where they're making some of it.
And that's where they're making a damn good chunk.
Some of it.
Like I said, just a chunk. I mean, there's obviously more, but
I think there's a bigger chunk somewhere else, but
I don't usually go to Epstein's Island, but when I did, it was 37 times Bill Gates. Oh my god.
on the Disney cruise.
Yeah, no, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No, stop. Oh, God.
How come I get censored, but he didn't? And he's literally talking about stuff that, if you want to talk about trigger words, holy shit.
Because you're all right. Because you're vocalizing it, not chatting about it. If that makes sense.
So I can chat.
No, because then I have to hold you like somewhat accountable, depending on some of the shit you say. But
so is it any worse by saying it out loud?
I think so, because then it's coming from the creator, and technically, because you're with me right now on chat, that would consider you being with like the creator. So I think that's worse than actually chatting about it. If that makes sense.
Hey Anna, right now.
Yo, wait, whoa. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
Oh, come on. It's all in good fun. You got to let us have some fun. If we can't mess with the algorithms, geez.
You know what? You know what's fun? Making money is fun.
Yeah, it is. And I made a lot today, but it's not enough.
Well, see, the problem is that it's never enough for a lot of people.
No, it is, because I want to get to where I have, like, I don't know, 5 million shares of each one of these stocks so I can write my own contracts on them.
Okay. Okay.
Although I think I'm going to call somebody and see if they'll loan me the money to just go buy out that other one.
I mean, we should honestly just try to talk Neil into doing it.
I mean, I got somebody that I could get the money from.
Yeah, but we would need somebody with certs that knows what the fuck they're doing. And
Yeah. But I'm not talking about taking over the company. I'm just talking about buying all the stock.
So you're talking about a hostile takeover. So you are talking about taking over the company.
Not if I didn't do anything. If I just let it continue on.
At a certain point, you'd have to start reporting it, and that's
not if you bought it all in one shot.
No, but the price would you'd spend a lot more money on it that way.
I don't think so.
Okay. I think that you'd have to do like an Elon offer.
I think that, so who owns the stock? Retail, right?
Which stock?
The one we were talking about.
Alan, I talk about tickers all day, every day. Just tell me what's talking
Which one has the super low market
SINT.
cap?
SINT.
Right.
Okay. Later,
So
Steve.
If I went and bought it today, it's retail that owns it.
Yeah.
So I could buy like 400,000 shares and then sell them for half of what I paid for them, watch it dive down, then buy it all and let it hit the roof. And then I could fucking be like, I own this bitch, keep doing what you're doing.
All right, so what you would have to do, okay, is you'd have to go ahead and you'd have to DCA the ever-living shit out of it in theory, right? That way people weren't seeing you pick up these 100,000 share blocks at a time, if that makes sense, right?
But what if you just put through like a million block?
Well, it would fill in increments. It wouldn't fill all at once. It would fill at like the ask bid spread would just keep sliding, but you'd probably have no control over the like the spread or where your orders were, right? Therefore, you'd be paying a lot more.
Right, but I could put it up 10% from where it is now, or 15%.
Oh no! It would probably go 50, easy.
But listen, if I just put it up at 15% and put a limit order, good to go, this many shares at this price, and I didn't budge on it, people would go, okay, well, it's trading here. I can go to there, or I can go back down here where it trades.
So it would trade completely different because then it would be like what they call an iceberg bid, almost, right?
Right.
And people with like level 3, right, would be able to see where your orders were.
Right, I would just put in one order for the entire float at a specific price.
Yeah, I mean, first we need to obtain the money to be able to do something like that.
Do I need to make a phone call? Because I can.
If
you know who I'm going to call? I got to call my mom and have her call them. But
if you could come up with that kind of money, feel free to let me know.
I probably could.
Well, then feel free to let me know after you check, because then we could get really dangerous.
Then I could call up Roger Hamilton and be like, "You want another one? I'll sell it to you."
That's exactly what you could do, actually.
Triple up my money real quick.
No. See, if we did it like that, right? And the thing is that it was proven to be completely legal too. That's the best part. But if you were to do that, you would make a lot more than 300%, in theory. Like Martin Shkreli, when he did it, right? He made 10,000%.
Okay. So you think it would go back up to where it originally started trading? Because it's right now, it's down.
I don't know where I don't know where it would go, because what you would be doing is you'd be triggering what they call an infinity squeeze.
Right. So right now, if you go back to, when is this? I got to click on my freaking screen. I hate using this thing on my phone. If you go back to when it first started trading, it was trading at like $908,000 a share.
Oh yeah, but then there were splits and things of that nature.
Yeah.
You gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go based off the cap and then the amount of outstanding shares, and then you multiply the outstanding shares by the price of the by the price per share, and then that's how you derive your market cap.
So, is there any big ownership in that?
I believe Lind Partners owns like a good chunk. Hold on one second. Let me just pull it for you.
You know, if you stayed underneath the daily volume, or the average volume of 312,000 shares, you could just buy it in 3 days. Well, 4 days.
They would notice it by then, but yeah. Yeah, the cost to borrow on it right now is 351%. The short on it is only 0.17. And the cap is 1.2, like I said.
Right. So, let me ask you this. If somebody bought all of the stock that was out there,
Okay.
couldn't they just refuse to sell it?
Say that again.
So you have SINT, right?
Not currently, actually.
And I
but...
buy it. No. Hypothetically.
Okay.
You have SINT. You have shares loaned out. I buy your shares.
Uh-huh.
Don't I have the option to recall them right there at that moment?
Wait. If you have the shares and you're lending them to me to loan out...
No. You own shares.
I own shares.
Say
okay.
You have 1,000 shares.
I have 1,000 shares of SINT. Oh, you're saying that I have 1,000 shares of SINT. Okay, and then what's the...
And you loaned it to Rocket Mom.
Okay.
I buy your 1,000 shares.
I could...
Don't I have the right to recall
No.
Rocket Mom's?
No. Because I could refuse to sell you my shares.
But what if you did? What if you didn't refuse me?
Oh, then yeah, then you would have the right to recall those shares. Absolutely.
So I could recall all the shares right there on the spot.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's why what I would do.
So if I bought all the shares and I held them all and I recalled them all, I could just not sell them to them.
Yeah, but then it becomes a supply demand problem, right?
Right.
So, in theory, right, and this is what I believe what Skrelly did, was he tweeted out something about him owning all the shares, right? And then the next day it obviously rocketed, and then he pieced it out like a little bit, and then
But what if you didn't piece it out?
People, well then you'd have to do something with the money that you now have. And I don't know if you want to create a business or if you want to just, do a hostile takeover and a dip.
Well, no, but what if I didn't do any of that? What if I just bought the shares?
Yep.
Right. And I just recalled them.
Chances are the shorts would be running to the door. The price share, the price would go up, right? And
yeah, but I would still have to sell them to them for them to close out. What if I didn't?
I mean, yeah. Well, that's to be seen. Skrelly did. That's why I'm saying like that's the only.
Well, yeah, but he took and went and made money off of it. What if I didn't want to make money?
Well, then that's just not something that happens in the U.S. capital market. So I mean, it would be up to you ultimately. I mean, I don't know exactly how it would work out.
But technically, couldn't you margin call them at that point?
Well, you could recall technically, right? And then
yeah.
I don't know if that would force a margin call. It probably would though.
Right, because I mean I'm
mulling up.
So in all fairness, you'd have to have some kind of a price. So I would just set a sell order at say 500 million a share.
Okay, that's way too high. I would never.
Well, no, but that's the whole point.
I mean, technically, if you own 100% of the company, and there were still a bunch of shorts in it, right? I mean, theoretically, they did open themselves up for infinite risk, right? But you would literally crash the entire economy if you did it if you asked for way too much money. And that wouldn't be your problem, but at the same time...
No, but you would force Congress to ban shorting.
Absolutely, yeah, you would. Alan, you can buy the max of 3 million AGFY shares because that's all it allows you for 400,000. You can practice your theory on it. It's the smallest SINT, both shares and market cap. Two totally different businesses, though, and one has government contracts.
What if you bought both of them and did it to both of them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about capital, so that's my thought. Is
so that's the one thing I'm not worried about.
Well, that's because you have probably millions of dollars headed your way, bud.
I know.
And I don't.
Well, and I already have. Well, let's just say this: I could have already put more than we needed in my bank account, and I chose to say no.
Okay, give me 1 second. Behave yourself. Okay, I have to take care. I have to take care of the dogs.
Go do that.
Give me 1 second.
It's party in the Marching Mafia. Y'all don't really want to hear me sing. I'm just kidding. But we just got to mess with him, you know. What we do. By the way, I think all of you guys rock.
You guys want to go outside, or you guys want to eat first?
Don't tell them what we said.
Shut up, Alan.
You know what? Just for that shut up, you're walking the plank.
Oh, am I?
He wishes he knew. And Rocket Mom, I totally miss the drama between us once in a while. Like, you got to pick on me every now and then. I mean, it's just not the same. You know what would really piss him off? Maybe I need to send his dog a care package and send the dogs some tomahawk steaks. And then we'll send him some hot dogs for Jonathan.
Alan, I hear you plotting in there. Stop it.
He's telling me to stop it from the other room when he can't even say stop it. Listen to that guy. I bet he comes running back. Watch. Maybe Carvana will jump off a cliff tomorrow.
Okay. Daddy's back.
Because ain't nobody want Ivana ever.
I fight on stocks what's enough. Wait, Mom. Wait. Why did you retract your message? What happened? What did I miss?
Uh-oh. I was talking to Rocket Mom.
What did you do?
I told her it's just not been the same since she doesn't beat me up on the messages anymore.
She just said Alan. What did you do, Alan?
I just told you what I did. I told you exactly what I said. I said it's not the same. I said, you know, I kind of miss the drama now, and then it's not been the same without you beating me up on messages.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
That's all. And I said I was sending your dogs each a care package when I get all my shit settled. I'm going to send them tomahawk steaks and you some cheese dogs.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Whoa. Bitcoin just gapped down. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened on Bitcoin? Hold on a second. What? Wait. Why on Webull? Never mind. On Webull, it shows that this just gapped down. What the that was so weird.
Maybe Webull knows something that nobody else knows yet.
I mean, they are Chinese, aren't they?
Yep. How funny would it be if China just dumped their crypto or dumped their Bitcoin tonight?
Bro, what have I been telling you? I've been telling this whole entire community about that.
I know, but I think they should.
Do you know what that would do?
Biden says you don't have the balls to sell all of your Bitcoin, China.
The first thing
I'll just go tweet that to the Emperor of China.
The emperor? I think they call him a president nowadays, but
Whatever. The dude that'll have you killed if you don't listen.
oh my god. Isn't it crazy that we have that in the world going on, and then like over here, there's just like a bunch of pussies?
Yeah, dude. And it looks like Bitcoin fell like a son of a bitch.
Yeah, on Webull it looks so weird.
Well, I mean, are you showing it at like 28,260?
I mean, I'm about to, here. I'll YouTube short it.
255? Yeah, it looks like it fell off a cliff, bro.
Wait. Here, wait, and then I'll do. I'm gonna show the chart, like, or I'm gonna show both charts real quick. Bear with me.
Dude, watch Bitcoin go to $50 tonight. I will load up.
Here, let me just go ahead. I don't know if I could take it short with you on the phone.
Well, then I'll hang up. But I'm just saying, Bitcoin at $50.
Alan, just don't talk at all, okay? That is a weird vibe, Bitcoin. Here's Webull. And that's TradingView. Odd. Okay. Sorry. I don't know if I might have cut Alan off. Bear with me a second. Wait, Alan, hold on a second. Alan, you're gonna leave me alone here? Calling you back. What? Yeah, but I just figured I'd call you because it's much quicker.
Yeah. But I was typing to you. It was fun.
Pretty sure crypto on Webull is down from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Yeah, but I don't see. Usually it just switches like that. It doesn't. What's it called? Usually it doesn't gap like it just gapped. Like so I know what you're talking about, but usually I don't see a gap like I'm seeing right there. However, I will say I'm seeing a lot of green since it did restart. Like basically, it restarted like literally on this candle. Price different. No, that's not it. I don't think so. Wow, maybe it is. Maybe it is like a half-hour difference. That's weird as fuck. It's weird as fuck. It's not an hour difference for sure. If anything, it may be like a couple minute difference. But do I see on Webull where I flattened out before dropping? Where it flattened out before dropping? A little bit. Let me pull up Mullen again. Bitcoin looks like it's about to blast though on a cup and handle. Yeah, never mind. I'm actually gonna. I didn't realize how odd that was, or how prevalent that was. Usually that doesn't happen. Hold on a second. Oh, I just deleted that. Fuck it. I don't care. Looking for a handle on Mullen. TRKA trying to bust through. TRKA up. Please take me on another leg. Please take me on another leg.
Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, Alan.
You inspired me.
Inspired you to do what?
Look in margin mafia.
Look at margin mafia. China, you have no balls if you keep your Bitcoin. You should have tagged Bitcoin.
I'd tag China.
No. You should dollar sign Bitcoin. That way more people see it.
Okay. How the fuck do you do this?
You just do dollar sign BTC. All right, I gotta let the dogs out now.
I gotta figure out how to edit it.
Oh, that's easy. Just fuck around with it for a second.
It's not that easy.
All right, be a good boy. Bitcoin is on a tear. Okay. Man, oh man, today's gonna be fun. Well, today was fun. Today's still gonna be fun though, I think. The wonderful world of trading stocks. Bella, you get to go out next. You didn't ask. Gotta keep the dogs in line, you feel?
Mm-hmm. It's not even showing it.
Wait, what's not showing what? I'm sorry.
It's not showing my tweet.
That's funny. I wonder why.
Oh, because it's probably on one of them stupid deals where it's waiting.
Oh yeah, but there's a button where you click send now, or you click undo.
Unfortunately, all those buttons are gone.
Anyone else craving tequila, or am I the only one who's... What? Fuck. Well, I didn't need anything until you just said that, Antics.
Yeah, Antics. It's all your fault. Look what you did.
I mean, maybe. Maybe it's worth a splash.
What one do you like?
Well, I'm not a fan. I'm not the biggest fan of tequila. If anything, I'd crack open some bourbon, but that's me.
Ew.
What do you mean, ew? Looking for the handle on Mullen. Same thing with TRKA, honestly. Waiting on Bitcoin, looks like. These EMAs are going to be fucked up for a minute, though. At least because, because of that drop-off on webull.
Okay. I redid my tweet.
Alright. Now, hopefully China sees it.
Because I had to re-tag it. Or I just wrote a new tweet. The other one, for whatever reason, didn't send.
Alright.
Now watch. Now there's going to be two of them.
Yeah, you tagged it wrong. You're supposed to just do BTC. I told you.
What the fuck?
No, it's fine. It's fine. TRKA?
Okay, well,
TRKA.
that one I should be able to see. Okay, here, I'll just fix it. Edit tweet.
Yeah.
Got it. BTC?
Yeah, yeah, correct. Instead of actually writing out the full Bitcoin, just write BTC.
There. It's been done.
Oh, shit. Here we go. Bitcoin up. Let's go. Give me something to hang my hat on. Alright, Bitcoin now officially gap filled that weird ass gap that I created on webull.
Until China reads my tweet and fucking sells it all.
Do you know how many margin calls that would fucking cost?
You know how awesome that would be?
That it could be awesome, but it could also be horrible at the same time.
It would be funny shit. Dude, if I actually got China to do something, I would be like, I'm the fucking man. My head would swell up so big, I couldn't be around nobody.
Yeah, until you got fucking pinned by a counter intel fucking person.
Yeah, let them try. Come get me some.
TRKA, come on, honey. She wants it. They both do. Man, oh man. Other than these two, how did you guys do today? Are there any stocks that you guys hit on today? Like, I don't know. Just curious. Man, oh man.
Guess what?
I'm gonna become a millionaire off TRKA.
I just fucking tweeted to Roger Hamilton.
Did you really?
Yep.
What did you say, Alan?
I said, you should also buy SINT. It's cheap enough and has government contracts. Also massively shorted.
I wish you didn't do that just yet.
It's not like he's gonna jump out of his chair and be like, "Oh my God, Alan said it. We better go."
Yeah, but no, I would have rather have like a really nice core position built up before you did something like that.
Like he's gonna, dude. You act like he's gonna listen to me.
Well, I mean,
You hurt yourself?
at this rate, fucking who knows what he's gonna do?
Fucking A.
Fair, right? Bella, here, honey, come here. Your brother's outside. You get to go next. He asked first. Man, oh man. Bitcoin is trying again up. Hopefully we get a shove. Man, this is great. I'm so happy that I sold my 10% gain on Mullen for SINT, or for not for SINT, for TRKA today. Just throwing that out there. Before the pop, of course. I didn't get the best entry on it, but overall, definitely better off this way. Oh man. Bella, what is it, my love? I know exactly what it is. Super trend up on Bitcoin on webull at least. And it's trading in between the 48 and the 200 right now. Mullen's in a descending channel. Bitcoin at the 200.
Are you sure?
Well, on webull. Sorry.
Could be the 300.
Shut up, Alan.
Actually, it's past the 200.
All right. What do we got? All right. I gotta switch.
Bitcoin to 75,000 right now.
Bear with me. I just gotta switch the dogs here for a second.
So Bitcoin's about to take a very serious dip down and then back up.
All right, I'm back.
So I say Bitcoin's going to drop down to like.
SoFi. Whoa. What's SoFi trading at, Antics? I thought SoFi was like a $5 stock. Can you look and see what SoFi is trading at? Because I don't want to pull a chart. Oh, TRKA.
Dude, did you see what Blinks just did?
No, I can't drop these charts right now.
Buddy. Blink's going for it. It's at 810.
Well,
oh, dude, it's a big ass candle too. I can't wait until my options in the morning open up.
just remember that tomorrow's GDP, so shit could get dicey.
Yeah, but it's not first thing in the morning, so I'm good.
Okay. Well, actually, you might not be good, because that's when the IVs will probably pick up in theory, of course.
We'll see what's up.
Yeah. Hey, Lucky, come here. Come here. Hold on, I'm trying to train my dog a little bit better. Lucky. He's too old to not be listening to me. Lucky.
I think they're just training you.
Come here. Sit down. Good boy. Can I paw? Good boy. Now, shh. Good boy. I'll pet you. Now, stay right here. I'll pet you. Stay.
Oh, wow.
What? What happened?
UVXY got a big ass candle and now it's trying to curl down.
Can you pull SPY real quick for me?
If I liked you, I might.
Please.
Like I said, if I liked you, I might. SPY is curling down. Well, okay, SPY's trading sideways, but all of the indicators say it's going to take a hard, steep down.
Okay. Hopefully your indicators are wrong.
They're your indicators.
Oh, fuck. Well then.
That.
I don't have much faith in my indicators being too much wrong, so.
I mean, they all just took a right-hand turn down.
Bitcoin. See, this chart's all fucked up because it's Webull and it had that 2-minute maintenance thing. And all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at Bitcoin on TradingView and see how the EMAs line up here compared to on Webull.
I mean, Bitcoin looks spicy.
No, honestly, bro, the EMAs are the same. They look pretty fucking identical. We're about to be pushing the 200. TRKA just gapped up. We're gonna be pushing for a cup and handle here on Bitcoin here in a second. Therefore, MULN probably go as well. SoFi is at 575. Okay, so wait. I have to respond to Antics. Okay, so Antics. Playing a $20 option on a stock that's $5.75 just seems extremely questionable in my.
It seems how I used to play options last month, and it didn't work out so well for me.
Thank you for you saying it and me not having to say it.
Just saying. I went from being up, way up, to being like, oh, I'm starting over again. And my wife going, what happened to all that money? So, yeah. hey, wait a minute. I'm mad. This is not okay, Jonathan.
What's wrong?
If he took those kind of options, then he got the options trading service from Mr. Hensley, but he didn't pay for it because nobody's paid me yet.
Yeah. All right. Obviously, clear joke, but.
Right.
But I couldn't disagree more with your thesis. No offense.
With mine?
No, his.
Oh. What stock is it on?
He's talking about $20 SoFi calls that's trading at $5.75, and his reasoning is reasonable because it's regarding earnings, but one thing that I don't think that he understands is that when everybody expects somebody to beat earnings, right? Sometimes they sell off before earnings because everybody knows that they're going to destroy the earnings. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, a lot of people, if we watch a lot of stocks, and this is what fucks everybody up, or screws everybody up, sorry, is when companies lately get good news, there's like a 48-hour where they do bad in the market, and then all of a sudden they go to where they should be.
There was one today that got excellent.
I watched a company yesterday.
There
horrible bad news.
There was a company.
And their stock price went up.
There was a company today that was way down that got excellent news, and like they got great news like on the 8th, right? And then the news was rehypothecated today, and then they shot up. It was like
right.
That's like that news. The news is 3 weeks old. I forget which stock it was, but.
But typically, I've been seeing the opposite direction for 2 days.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Man, today has been so much fun. Actually, no, today kind of sucked until like the last like hour.
Today was fun.
I had a boring day, honestly, until like the last hour. Just because I was getting buried in cosm and TRKA, to be quite honest. So I was just like, ugh. But then all of a sudden TRKA did this, so I feel a lot better.
I went to work and spent a bunch of money.
What'd you buy?
Well, I can't talk about it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't spend my money. I have this credit card in my wallet.
All right. End of conversation.
Well, no, it's for work. I'm allowed to.
I hear you. 13 is trying to cross the 200 on Bitcoin right now. We have the 24 going over the 48 on Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin. Get up there.
And China just sold it all off because of what I said.
Wouldn't that be something?
You know, it really wouldn't be because the SUVs would be rolling out in front of my house.
I mean, probably. Alan single-handedly crashes fucking the world economy.
Then I have to go argue with the guy that can't even make a fucking sentence.
Bitcoin, give us the shove we need. Give it to us. Here it comes.
Bitcoin, let's see 42,000 and then let China leave.
That'd be vicious too. TRKA.
Could you imagine the spiral that would put it in?
I don't want to get myself too excited until I realize some gains. You know,
right.
What?
You know what's really funny about Bitcoin?
The fact that it's as much as it is and it does nothing.
I used to tease my friend when it was under a penny.
Yeah, now how do you feel? Like the real asshole, right?
Well, no. You know why we would tease him?
What?
He was having to work all these extra shifts at work. He was having to pull private security duty. Like anything he could do to make money because The dumb jackass went out and took out a second mortgage on his house for like 35 grand and bought Bitcoin when it was under a penny.
What? I mean, how does he feel now?
I don't know. We don't really talk to him anymore since he posted the picture of the postcard with him and his wife climbing onto the Learjet and then both chucking their cell phones into the air.
Yeah, see, that's
Saying,
pretty...
told you fuckers, and he sent it to all of us.
See, that's kind of dope, but I wouldn't forget where I come from, you know what I mean?
I'm sure he didn't. But all of us that gave him hell,
Yeah, that was like a big, like, F you.
he sent us a picture of it.
That's crazy. 24 is going to be coming up out of 200 right now on Bitcoin. And
You know
hopefully
what
that
was
gives us a
funny?
shove. What else is funny, Alan?
It was just over $55,000 a share 2 years ago when he did this.
That's so awesome. Good for him. I mean, I hope that he realized some gains and didn't write it all the way down.
No, he sold it.
Okay, good.
All of it.
Good for him.
And they put it into safe long-term investments. And they were climbing on a Learjet to take their year-long vacation, they said.
Good for him.
But you know, it makes him like $100 million now.
Yeah.
And we all picked on it.
Well, sometimes it's the piece of people that you least expect to come up, on top.
Because we were like this Bitcoin thing. Dude, none of us even knew what crypto was.
Yeah.
We're like, they're mining it with computers. What kind of bullshit? I mean, we were like, bro, like, what do you got going on? You need a UA? Like, what's happening here, my dude?
Uh-huh.
Like he caught major shit from us.
Yep.
Until he didn't.
Antics, I'm loaded to the gills on VRM.
And he should be loaded to the gills on BDRM.
I was yelling about VRM when it was on its lows like 2 days ago as well.
And I was yelling BDRM.
I know. Bitcoin up. Let's see. Man, I just want to see some correlation again back in from Bitcoin over to TRKA. But Bitcoin certainly slowed down a minute.
So let me ask you this. If you bought VDRM at like $8.75 under a penny, and it was at almost 3 cents, instead of buying, if you'd have bought BDRM then, instead of buying BRM, how much better off would you be today? That's all I really want to know.
Well, obviously, I mean, we both know the answer to that.
No, I don't. I have no idea how much BRM you have.
No, but you know the price change.
I haven't looked at VRM.
VRM it was up like fucking like 4% today or something like that.
Oh. Then I'm sorry. I'll shut the F up.
Yeah.
You're right.
And realistically, I'm just kind of covering my ass on my Carvana position.
Yeah, you have a lot more to do if that's what you're trying to do.
Well, on the last run, I sold a lot of Carvana, and then I bought yesterday on Carvana. So, I mean, like, I'm not as heavy as I once was in Carvana. Now I'm probably the heaviest, like other than like say like I'm quote unquote meme stock, probably the heaviest here in Cosm or TRKA.
I mean, I can't really complain about Carvana right now because the new car market's about to go to shit.
Yep.
Because let me ask you something. What are the banks really worried about this moment in time?
Liquidity. But it's
bad debt?
Yeah, well, that's
okay. So they're tightening their restrictions on their loans.
Yep.
Then if the average new car is $900 a month,
almost 1,000 actually.
Car market's about to get a boost.
And that's my premise for fucking Carvana and VRM. But everybody laughed at me when I said I liked Carvana. Not everybody, but a lot of people did.
I did.
At least you admit it. You have the balls to admit it.
I'm still laughing at you for it.
That's fine. I made money on it.
It's a scary ass move.
Some of us have balls, Alan.
It's owned by a company that doesn't give a shit about it.
We'll see.
Hey, let's be honest. They're doing a good job with Carvana, right?
I mean, realistically, it's turned into a big gamma. Like, it runs on gamma a lot. But however, like you said, I like the used car market coming up, so that's why I am the way that I am. TRKA out of Super Trend. Come on, bitch.
The good thing is that both of their businesses are doing good or bad at the same time. So when we think the used car market's going to go up, they're doing very well because they own the largest auction/used car finance for all dealerships in the nation with their other business.
Yeah.
And so when it's doing well, they throw the excess cash at Carvana. And the only time Carvana's ever in danger is if that auction business gets in trouble, which it hasn't in 20-something years. So, I mean, there you go.
Yup. Yeah, you're not wrong. Give me 1 second here, guys, while I do something that I do not want on camera.
If you're going to do that, you have to mute the mic, too. We don't want to hear it.
I don't care if you guys hear it. I just don't care. I just don't want you guys to see it. Because that's what's...
Oh, good Lord. Isn't that like audio voyeurism or something?
Well, I'm not doing that. Jesus Christ, Alan.
Well, I wasn't saying that. But if, like, you're watching somebody, I know they call it voyeurism. Is it the same thing if you're listening to somebody?
I think that's classified as eavesdropping. But...
Oh, okay. So in that case, we're eavesdropping. I wasn't saying like nothing sexual or weird. I was just saying,
don't even say that word.
But I was just trying to clear up that I wasn't trying to go there.
No, I know. But just some words are just no-goes. You know what I mean?
Yes. We are all pro-Biden. LGBTQRLMNOP-TV. We love everybody here at the Mafia. There we go.
Well, we do kind of love everybody.
I hooked you up.
Like, the whole thing is it's, yeah, I mean, like, it just...
We might as well help the algorithm. I'm not lying.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm in the middle of doing something real quick.
No, you're not.
Shut up, you saying.
Liar.
I'm trying to stick these two papers together.
Just don't eat the paper glue.
Shut up. You know what I'm doing.
I mean, I know you like your glue sticks and all.
Yeah, all right.
But
all right, Alan.
Just remember not to eat the crayons today, okay, Buzz?
Jimmy goes, oh, Alan. For real. Oh, Alan.
See, somebody loves me.
Oh, man. Let's see here. Oh, man. I deserve this after today. You deserve
what?
I can't say what I can't say what
wine out of a box, aren't you?
I can't say what I deserve. But
You're
you guys
drinking wine out of a box.
No, but you guys are about to hear it though, I'll tell you that much. Whoa.
I think he means business.
Yeah, he does. Jesus. Bitcoin?
You know what's funny?
What?
We've trained him to do that as playing.
So that's how Bella is. I tell her to shake it. That's her keyword, right? If I yell Bella shake it, then she does that.
Well, he does it on nonverbal commands. So my wife can move her hands in a certain way, and he'll start doing that at the front door if she wants.
So she's trained not. Well, they're both trained nonverbal, but not for that yet.
So he's trained nonverbal to act like he's coming through the effing door to murder you.
Mm-hmm.
So if my wife ever gets scared because I travel a lot certain times of the year,
Mm-hmm.
that she can give him nonverbal commands at the door.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
And I'm going to tell you something.
What's that?
That dog has let me know when I've wrestled with my wife, even
Mm-hmm.
like if I push it a little hard or he feels like I'm being a little rough.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not even talking like she's hurt. Like he just feels like I'm being a little rough towards his mom. He will legit get in my face. So he has no qualms over protecting my son or my wife. Now, he would probably sit there and wag his tail if somebody killed me. But if they tried to hurt my wife or my son, oh, shit, they got a big problem.
So I was being a dumb college kid, right? And I got fucked up with this kid that I thought was, I thought like we were trying to be friends again after some BS happened, right? And
Yeah.
he jumped me. He like hit me over the head with a ceramic bowl, right, and broke the bowl over my head, right? Hold on.
Okay.
And keep in mind, I just ate Valium and I'm on a couch and I'm like fucking like trying to sleep, right? And
that sucks.
Okay, so Bella, I go, Bella, get him, right? Bella literally latched on and ripped a hole in his jeans.
Well,
I'll tell you what, it stopped him in his tracks.
yeah. I can tell you my little buddy Ollie, he's a Cane Corso. If he latched on because he thought his mama was in trouble or somebody tried to hurt her or was in danger, they wouldn't have a hole in their jeans.
That's funny. All right.
Because I've had him playing viciously, like when I'm in protective gear, literally drag me. Now, this was before I lost a lot of my weight. At this time, I was like 235, 240.
Okay.
And he was dragging me across the yard. I tried to be a smartass and just went limp on the ground, and he drugged me like 300 feet.
Yeah, Talal first goes, animals are wonderful. And he goes, Jesus, he also has a King Corso. Beautiful dog. I absolutely agree. Yes, they are beautiful.
So all of my friends are terrified of him.
Yep.
They say that it looks like I gave him steroids.
I mean, King Corsos tend to be like that, though, sometimes, right?
Yeah, depending on, like, their bloodline and all of that. But he's really yoked up. But that's because I'll walk with him, and I'll intentionally walk as slow as I can and make him pull me as hard as he can.
I mean, that's kind of dope. Are you trying to like Mike Vick him or something? Trying to train him up, or like what's your deal?
I just want him to be a visual deterrent. So if you come by my house and you see this massive monster in the window that my friends call the Black Devil, then you come up to the door and you hear him. If my wife signals him, you're not coming in there unless you are really prepared to kill the dog and then everybody in the house.
Yeah, Bitcoin's about to get it. Bitcoin's about to Gold Cross.
For the 64th time today.
TRKA up. Hold on.
How are you saying Bitcoin's about to get it?
Are you watching my screen?
No, I'm watching mine.
All right, watch my screen.
I don't need to.
Yeah, well, clearly you do.
I'm watching Bitcoin live.
Yeah, but well, just you'll see why I said Bitcoin's about to get it if you watch my screen.
I can't watch your screen and talk to you.
Oh. Okay. Unless you put me on mute on your computer.
Maybe. Hey, do not leave without coming to see me. I've got stuff I need to get out of the truck that I have to put on the charger tonight, so I have stuff for tomorrow. That's fine. Just let me know before you leave. My son's taking my truck to work.
Nice. Bitcoin. Break that trend, baby. Break it.
That's because we got to replace the clutch in his truck.
That sucks.
That's easy.
Yeah, it sucks though.
Not really.
To each their own. I'd just rather not do it if I didn't have to.
We live on like a 70-degree hill. So replacing a clutch is something you learn to do up here with the new driver.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, mute the fuck out of this.
Please
There
do.
we go.
All right,
Okay, so I'm looking at your screen now. What?
Later, Talal. Look at the. All right, so you could see it. I told you that I was gonna do it when it was right here, right? Look how tight the EMAs are, and then this is a region of resistance and support, okay? And then the bull flag was coming down, and it was just tightening and tightening and tightening and tightening. So I just knew Bitcoin was gonna get it. So that's why I knew. All right, let me put this out. Hold on. I'll save the rest for later.
You know what's funny?
What?
If Talal knew what you know about my house, he wouldn't be worried about the dog.
Don't even talk about that.
I'm
No, because that's literally terms of service. Don't even talk about it.
Okay.
I
don't know how night vision cameras are terms of service, but sure.
Thank you, Alan. Bitcoin?
50K, come on.
Let's be realistic in the short term, Alan, please.
No. That wouldn't be me. I'm not going to change who I am for you. I haven't in 8 months. Why do you expect me to now?
Hey.
Well, from September, since I started listening to you.
Hey, I do want to go ahead and I do want to say thank you for pretty much co-hosting with me today. It's been fun.
I appreciate it.
I should have, honestly, I should have labeled that you were the fucking co-host. That's what I should have done.
No, you shouldn't have.
Yeah, what? Dude, that would have been so much better. Bitcoin with the gold cross almost. Let's see. Almost. The Wicks are saying,
I'm gonna
yeah.
I'm gonna DM you some videos tonight.
Do whatever you please, my dude.
I got into watching these last night and I could not go to bed. I could not stop binge watching them.
201 million traded on TRKA.
How much was traded on TRKA?
201 million.
Wow.
Jimmy called you Rambo.
Somebody knows me.
Well, you're not wrong.
My neighbors call me National Guard.
How do I... Oh, I see it. I have the wrong XRP on my watch list.
Dude, you know what I just saw on YouTube?
Wow, look at that. Look at that in XRP. Holy shit. Yo, are you guys seeing this?
How is that even trading on Binance?
No. What do you mean? It trades on Binance in other countries.
Yeah, but Binance is about to go down.
No, they're not. They're gonna get fined. They're gonna slap on the wrist. What are
Oh, they are?
What are we gonna do to China? What are we gonna do to China?
What are we gonna do?
With him in office, what are we gonna do?
We'll send the mean man with orange hair to him.
No. Let's not even talk about this, Alan.
Yeah, they could deport him and say, go to China.
Well, I asked because you know I have a big mouth, and I know that you like to like go back and forth, and like I want to get my point across, but like we can't dig into it. You know what I mean? Like,
what are we gonna do? We'll take away all their ability to buy Biden paintings for millions of dollars more than they're worth. That's what we'll do to them.
okay.
Is that enough?
As long as it's legal, yeah.
We'll deport Nancy Pelosi to China.
She'd be fine.
She'd be their best friend.
She'd be fine.
No, she wouldn't.
Yes, she would. She'd be fine.
Okay.
Bitcoin's trying to
Fine, we'll
pop.
send them Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart.
Yeah, Bitcoin might go.
Oh my God.
I called it yesterday when Bitcoin went. I called it before.
It didn't go. It kind of lifted.
Yeah, it kind of lifted. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, is it over 30,000?
not yet.
Oh, okay then.
All right. Catch me in another 1,600.
I'm just saying, it took
Hey,
35 times
hey,
the
hey,
same.
hey, hey, hey! You guys want to know something interesting? Bitcoin plus ETH, right? 1-to-1 is what? 40K or 30K, right? So I wonder if they're like margined up for crypto and they have it split into Bitcoin and ETH almost, and they have like, and they're using like that as like a leverage point. Maybe that's my tinfoil hat.
I think they're buying ETH knowing that retail's about to get on the ETH wagon.
I mean, well, I think that we're about to diversify.
I don't think they're about to diversify. I think they just want to rob and rob and rob.
Yeah, this is a tight point. This is about to get fucking original resistance right here.
It's going to come down.
Yeah, no, that's hitting a region of resistance.
That's all it's got. And the rocket's going to come way back down, and then they'll refuel it again, and it'll launch back up. Well, no, it could launch back up right now. Maybe it's got a little more fuel, and then it'll run out. It'll do another one of these stair steps, I bet. Watch. I bet it spins in the next 1 minute and shoots back up.
I hope you're right. I mean, yeah, look at this. Yeah, there's so much buy
And
pressure.
then it'll come crashing
Yeah, there's
down.
so much buy pressure on TRKA right now.
So much or enough?
I think that there's a lot.
I think there's some.
No, look at it. It's in a big cup.
No, you're really not. Okay, well, give me just a second, bud. I gotta find a place to grab this to move this god dang Forsaken.
Buddy, you want to get a toy? I feel bad. I haven't played with you all day. Want to get me a toy? She'll be back in a minute. Jordan, TRKA.
I'll be back in a minute.
TRKA. So many videos about them.
What happened to goev?
It's a 6%. Yeah, I am. Oh, TRKA. I told you there was a lot of buy pressure on it.
Dude, it's funny because Blink
TRKA. What? What did you say?
Blink must not trade after hours.
Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's about to blast. Watch. Yeah. They're in trouble. So, somebody's in trouble. I don't know. I can't really just go on about this. I sound like an idiot.
Well, it just said China read my message.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Oh,
Let's see
bit.
what happens. And I was just kidding.
Where's Mullen at? All right, Mullen's 12% up. I can't pull off TRKA, guys. I'm sorry. Like my Mullen position, my one. All right, so I have a portfolio that I don't even look at, and my Mullen average is terrible in it. But I lost 10 grand, and now I started to trade on a different account. If that makes sense. So I try to almost recoup my losses, which is it's a different way of, I don't know, it's totally different technique that I'm trying. But nonetheless, I don't know, looking at my phone all day, I'm just wow, cosm, TRKA, really? And then you know what I mean? And I'm hanging with you guys, and then this happens. So very
Dude,
good.
I have 104 engagements. I just made that China post.
Look,
Watch it go viral.
I'll retweet it in a second. Let me let Bella in. It sounds like Lucky's trying to let me know she's there.
You get the keys, kid? All right, let's go up to the truck and get the shit out of there. Stay in the house.
Yeah, you're gonna have my dogs listening to you. The market makers are in trouble with the synthetics.
Duh.
I don't want to defame anybody, but
No, market
whoa,
makers
wait,
is a class of
Alan,
people,
Alan,
not a
Alan, Alan,
specific person.
Alan, it's my show. Please, just.
But it's a class of people. It's not a specific person.
I'm agreeing that there's a problem that needs to be corrected, right? But like, I don't want to go on the record and keep in like I don't know, going into extreme detail on who.
You're right. Let's change it up. Let's be responsible. The people that are taking actions that are not legal, they're in trouble. How's that?
Alan, you're about to get a couple $1 million. I'm not. So you might have a different attitude than I do.
Really?
Yes, dude.
You think that if I get paid, I'm not taking care of my people? I'm going to come through this phone, and I'm going to smack the shit out of you, and then Rocket Girl's going to show up and do it for me twice.
I'm like...
Shut up.
All right. Bitcoin down to 200. Bounce back to the 48. Now, it's on a trend line. Don't be surprised if it goes over that trend line. And it comes back up. What's the RSI on it? Yo, am I reading that right? Is the RSI right now on Bitcoin a fucking 7?
That's all I need for tonight.
Yeah, alright, that's a hard...
Hang on just a second.
That's a hard short. Yo, what up, Jordan? Welcome to chat. How you doing, man? Yeah, right over trend. Keep going. Carry. Back to the... For anybody new, that's an AI line that's red right now that turns green. I don't know. It kind of gets in the way sometimes, honestly. But the white is a 13, and then the blue is a 24, pink is a 48, and then the orange one is a 200. TRKA with a little bit of green. It's in the green jelly, as Scott likes to say.
You have a hotel reservation. What? And they were like, no, read your fucking thing again. You come home at the end of the day. I was like, okay. That's why you just get to do a shit ton of driving each day. Yeah, that's what I said. Fuck them.
Oh, man. Okay. I'm ready for a bounce. Let's get it. Don't forget that time I saved your life in Nam, Alan, from from Jimmy. 2% short, 300% cost to borrow. I'm just saying. Learn by your mistake and master your skill. Beat the machine. Yeah, that's a vibe. Scott, that's a vibe right there, bud. You made 80% on BRDS. Good, yeah, great play. Great play. Hard down on TRKA. Let me look at volume on it, though. I want to see if they're trying to short it or what they're doing. Yeah, that's like no volume. That's nothing. What's going on right now is nothing. What they're doing is they're sliding the ask bid spread. What's it called? Bitcoin, it's up. Let's see. Can't even fucking talk.
Fuck, no, you can't.
No, I can't. Yeah, they're shorting the shit out of TRKA right now. Those are definitely shorts. I don't even have to like look anywhere.
What?
Dude, the fucking the RSI on Bitcoin is a 7. Like, I don't know. You could tell. The whole market took it.
Yeah.
Took it. I guarantee if I look at like 90% of stocks right now, it would show like a little bit of push down. Bitcoin's trying to push right now. What's up, Bill? Oh, it's just Lucky. Hey guys.
Bitcoin, go to 50K.
It's trying.
30. Come on.
It's trying. It's right there.
To go.
Yeah, TRKA is gonna come right with it. Watch. TRKA is gonna come right with it if it keeps going.
You know what? That's not acceptable. Unless it takes my stocks too, it doesn't get to take it with it.
Guys, I do want to say that I'm sorry that I'm not chasing around stocks like you guys want me to, but like I gotta worry about my own trading, and like if you guys have me like looking around absolutely everywhere, like I don't execute upon the best of my abilities, and that just doesn't make sense.
It helps us, so
but you guys aren't donating enough for it to, and I don't want that to sound the wrong way. But like I need time to be able to trade myself too. So like that's why
say that now.
No. I love the community. I love hanging out with you guys. I love everything. But like I need to focus on all I'm talking about is my charts.
We're just giving you shit. Make your money, dog.
No, and like I will if it made sense, but right now it doesn't make sense. I'd rather like make money off my plays. You know what I mean?
That's what I said. Make your money.
So like, I don't know, just like, I don't know, call shit out. Still, I want chat to be busting with like all types of DD. You know what I mean? Because like I'll be able to catch that. And if I catch something good, like I'll try to pull it up. But like I can't be chasing around every single company. You know that just shoots up, and I have no idea if it's gonna be like and just like momentum plays. Because like there's a momentum play every day. Like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like. I'd rather be a master of a chart than look at a chart and have no fucking idea with no algo. Like, if there's an algo going and I could pick it up, okay, cool. But, like, if it's a chart that I'm just completely unfamiliar with, then why would I want to do that? When I can make money elsewhere on something else that I'm familiar with. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just like, I don't know. I make money that way. And I need to make my own money. And like I gotta focus on some my shit. We get to talk about shit all day long, and I'll pull shit. I'll pull Ortex. I'll look at stuff like if nothing's moving or like whatever. But like if something's moving and I have a lot of money in something, I'm gonna look at that. Like,
okay, so at least classify. What's a lot of money? 100 grand, 200 grand, $5 grand?
No. Like. Just a few bucks. We'll leave it there. Down on TRK. Wait, I didn't leave the volume up. Yeah, they're still just fucking shorting it. Look at the volume. Yeah, I don't know. So like, I apologize if like I am just like looking at like a TRKA chart. Like, the thing is a lot of us are in it, and two, like I gotta focus on my own money too. So, yes, there are other opportunities out there, but, like, so with you guys, my issue is I'm strapped for leverage. It's really, really hard for me to lay down a lot of leverage the way I want to. Alan, quiet. It's really, really hard for me to lay down a lot of leverage the way that I'd like to with you guys because I can't execute because I'm chasing charts around. Now, right now, TRKA doesn't have an option chain, so that's different. But like, you know, sometimes I thought about UBS sleeps. If they dip down, they might get like pretty cheap as they acquire Credit Suisse. But like the thing is, like I can't capitalize to the best of my ability when, you know, I'm chasing charts. So that's why I just want to be a master of fucking like something. You know what I mean? Then like be pretty good at like a bunch of different charts and different chart movements. So that's that. All right, I'm turning you back up, Alan.
Dude, tomorrow's going to be like an 18-hour day. I'm so stoked.
That sounds fun.
Same thing with Friday.
All right, let me go ahead and let me read some messages. I got out TRKA, but I like listening and learning from how you are managing this. That's a really good compliment. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't consider it learning though, because I'm not a teacher. It just Bitcoin's up.
Listen.
Wait, Alan. Bitcoin's up. Okay, all right. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm not a teacher. It just.
You are. You're just not a teacher.
No,
in the
no,
way that
no,
gets you in trouble.
no. Do not say I am. I'm not. I do not. I do not say that. I'm not.
Okay, let me ask you this.
All right, Alan, stop talking, please. Okay.
No, you're going to listen to me for a minute.
No, because Alan. All right, I want to keep my I want to keep my platform.
You don't teach stock trading.
I want to keep my platform and do this legally and do this the right way.
I know.
I'm bullshitting.
I know, but you have to
all right.
listen.
So don't say the word freaking learn, dude.
Well, listen.
No, Alan. You just gotta say okay when I say something like that. I can't get deplatformed over some nonsense.
I'm just saying.
No. Can you stop talking about this? Yes or no? Please. Okay. Next subject, please. Well, Marshall, welcome to chat. Sorry that you had to see that. I just don't put up with some nonsense, you know what I mean, sometimes. Yeah. I've been accumulating yellow freight. As soon as they're done, the union contract should go back up. I've never looked at them. Joel Stewart, welcome to chat. Brazil just bought its first natural gas transaction using their own currency, not the USD. And then we wonder why Boyle is the way that it is. Look at TRKA. They say. The same way one learns how to cook watching Top Chef. I mean, okay. I like that analogy. Glad to be back. Good shit. You're not a teacher. Just talk about what you're doing. Everyone gets. Yeah, but the word learn. We can't use the word learn. You're absorbing. You're just there. You're fly on the wall, and you're asking I'm answering questions and whatever, but I'm not. I'm nobody special. I'm just a guy doing the same thing as you guys. What up, Aiden? Welcome to chat. TRKA, fuck yeah. Yeah. Yep, entertainment. There's nothing wrong with people coming in here and learning. Now, see, stop saying the word learn. You did it again. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin up.
I have a question for you.
I hope that I have an answer for you.
So, is there anything illegal about somebody understanding the importance of understanding what a financial plan is, or doing their own PD or their own research, why they should?
There are some people, right? But a lot of people are just out there just doing it because their friend told them that they should.
Well, yeah, but you don't do that.
You asked about other people on YouTube and stuff like that.
Well, no, I'm asking you, is there anything wrong with you showing the importance of somebody having a financial plan? Not telling them how to build their financial plan, just showing the importance of a financial plan.
I can just talk about different things that somebody could do, right? But let me finish.
No, you didn't answer my question.
I'm trying to.
Can I
finish?
If you'll answer my question.
Okay. So, I could talk about options, but they have to be generally based questions, right?
Not what I asked.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
But it can't be direct, and that's how I was gonna end it. That's how I was gonna end the answer.
But that's not what I asked. I asked, is there anything wrong with people understanding the importance of having a financial plan? Not that you build financial plans for people, but the importance that they build their own.
Alan, stop. Stop. I'm not a teacher. Like, I can't do
I
that.
didn't say you were a teacher.
But you're referencing, like, me, like...
No, I'm not. I asked a very specific, targeted question.
I can't teach it.
I didn't say you had to.
Oh, then, yeah, I think it's important to fucking have each and every person has their own plan. That's an obvious
Right,
question.
and do you not promote that?
I've been since day one. I've been, like...
Okay, so let me ask you
Wait,
another
I
question.
can't wait. I can't believe you even asked me that question. I'd fucking say that
Well,
literally
no,
before
this was a setup for the next question. So let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Do you push that it's very important that people do their own DD?
Absolutely. But you know, my problem is...
Hold on.
Well, can we just keep a conversation going? You're trying...
Well, yeah, but I'm this is a very targeted, directed... I'm trying to prove a point to you.
Go ahead.
When people come in here and they say, hey, you should do this, you shut them down and say, no, you shouldn't. You need to look it up for yourself. If somebody says, hey, I like this and this is why I like it, go do your own research, then you're like, hey, that's cool. So I just think that people that are coming in here new should understand that
I'm not shitting on them when I'm like that.
This group is about learning the fundamentals, and I don't mean you teaching it. I just mean the fundamentals of what makes a person understand the market correctly.
It's not even... It's just life correctly and how the government's fucking...
Right. And that's all I was saying. Like, you get crazy about certain words, but I'm just saying that nothing you're doing is wrong. You just show the importance of the fundamentals of what we do.
Yeah, I know. You're just using words that I don't like to use. That's all. And I wish you'd stop.
That's fine. But I'm just trying to show people that there is a huge importance to what we do here. Because we are a community of traders.
I love you too. Alright, so do you guys want a pros and cons? Because I'm gonna give you guys one. So pro is that I find out about a lot more banging plays having a channel and a platform. The cons is that I wouldn't be I can't exercise or leverage to the best of my ability. I still do fine, but I could be doing a lot better if I could I don't know, just not be chasing anything else. If I was just a master of a certain chart. All right, let me go ahead and let me read some things. I just heard Jeffrey supplies funding for acquisitions like this. GNS might be... Yeah, I think they are going through Jeffries. Oh, Jimmy answered already. Thank you, Jimmy. Doc, your commentator. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Thank you, Doc. They only have 18 mil. They only need funding to buy out TRKA. And isn't the cap what? I thought it was 660, right? Alan? Wasn't the cap 60 mil in TRKA?
Yeah, 62, I think.
Don't be surprised if I'm right about...
Don't be surprised if y'all see that I become a CEO of another company.
Can I be something?
Something? Yeah, you can be something.
Yeah, send me...
I like something. Something is wonderful.
Yeah, send me to school to be a CFO. Let me get my certs.
Okay, I did it.
Right, that would be fucking fire. If it could be possible.
Yeah, I mean, I did the CFO thing for a couple of years. It's a lot of stress, and it's a lot of responsibility, and it's pretty much no sleep and 70 hours in the office, and then another 25 hours at home a week on the phone. No, my wife said depending on which company I worked for at the time that I was the CFO. So she's right on that. Some of them, so I was a couple of them, and it was easier at some places than others, but I'm going to tell you, that is not a job I ever want again. You are more than welcome to it. I got to tell you,
Tell me
I
what.
used to be like Mr. Corporate America, and I was moving up in the world, and my wife hated it. She's like, we got to go to these fancy-ass dinners with these people I don't like. You're hanging out with the governor and the mayors and all these politicians, and these people are eating this garbage and drinking this crap. Because, like, my wife's a Boone's Farm Bud Light girl.
First impression, it has a lot of momentum to the upside. Not financial advice. But I don't trade Forex. I'm just looking at a chart.
I mean, Buzz, without me saying more than I should, you can vouch that I have the correct family credentials that if I wanted to go up in politics or whatever, I could.
Yeah, but it's not for everyone.
No, and I know. And so I worked in that world for a while. My wife hated it. She's like, this is not what I want to do. I do not want to hobnob with people that don't have a freaking clue about life. Like, that wasn't important to her. Raising our kids and, living a life that was wholesome was more important to her than money.
I mean, both is awesome. Mold's about to go. I think. If it busts here, okay. If not, it might break down here.
You know what? I might put a plan together, and I might email you later, Buzz.
Why don't we just message about it?
That's what I'm saying. I might message you later about it. I actually think that this could be fun. You know what it sucks for you, though?
That you have all the leverage?
Bye-bye, Pennsylvania. Hello, Seattle.
Yeah, you have all the leverage.
Bye-bye, Pennsylvania. You know what, though? Most of the year, it's at least 50 degrees here. We get a month and a half of cold,
isn't it
a
raining
week of snow.
Isn't it raining as balls, though?
Yeah, till about 4 in the morning. So it rains from about midnight to 4 a.m. every day from, like, April till beginning of June.
Uh-huh.
And then from, like, October to December, it rains pretty much nonstop in the middle of the night.
Mom wants to know if you've been drinking.
I'm on number 2 of my blue moons.
Wait. We're not supposed to talk about that either.
Oh, sorry. No.
Yeah.
So I've had 2 coffees today.
Yeah, Mom, shh.
But I had to go to work and sit in my office for like 3.5 hours.
All right. In all fairness, I just read the terms and conditions a little bit, and like now, like it just because they keep updating them and shit. You know what I mean? So like,
does it say anything about profanity?
Oh yeah,
oh, you're screwed.
Well, see, I know that, and that's why I try to make it every way, like every way possible. Besides that, you know what I mean? I don't know, like.
So you think they'll overlook the one rule you want them to?
No, because
that's a really cool way of looking at it. I wish life worked that way for me.
No. All right, so I don't know. I try to match every other SEO but that, and I link it as 18+.
Yeah, but do they see it that way? That's what I want to know.
I mean, it depends how tuned up their algos are, dude.
Well, yeah, but my whole point is...
And I don't pay for ads like fucking everyone else does. So just like...
Oh, I get it. I'm just saying, my brother, if you're going to follow the rules, follow the rules.
There's no rules. There's fucking life and trading. There's no rules. Except for
What are you gonna do?
Except for the law. There's a law, but there's no rules.
What are you gonna do if I put this plan together in the next 10 days and you have to come work with me? You're gonna lose your damn mind.
I just need to be able to bring my dogs, and I'm fine.
Well, yeah, but you'll have to still keep the YouTube channel. That'll be part of my contract.
Well, I would absolutely do that, but I would also need to do some
The
stuff.
Mafia family totally gets to see me come in there and get you with the Super Soaker once a day. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, that'd be so much fun.
Hell yeah, it would. You have no idea what it was like with me in the office.
Just so
Well,
you
it
know,
depends.
just so
If
you know.
the warden, I mean, my wife was there, then we were PC.
All right, just so you know, though, I'm bringing the dogs.
Okay.
Do you have like a yard
That's like
or anything
telling
for
somebody
them?
they can't bring their kids if they can't bring their dogs. Our animals are like members of our family, so.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes I use it as an excuse. I'm just like, I gotta let the dogs out. I gotta go
No,
hang
I
with the
get
dogs.
it. But so, like, for me, you know, it's like, that's the equivalent of saying, hey, here's this job offer to you, my friend, but get divorced and don't bring your kids or your wife with
Yeah,
you.
TRKA. TRKA trying to make a move. Let's see. It's got this red jelly here that Scott made up. I have to go through my phone. I haven't fucking talked to anybody all day. Like, I gotta reach out to Anna.
Yeah, you better tell her you ate or you're dead. Speaking of food, you know what I'm cooking for dinner? I'm making fully loaded nachos with, like, I don't know, this guacamole crap my wife likes, and cheese and lettuce and all the other stuff. But I have, like, badass nacho cheese and chips and
Alright, she's good. She's good. She's good. She's at a birthday party and shit.
And I'm cooking hamburger up right now to put in with the nachos.
I'm a lot better and actually happy now. Forcing happiness is few oils bought millions of AG4 shares to break this change. There you go. I mean, I feel for you, dude. I've made mistakes before.
Who hasn't?
Exactly. Well, I know, but like in the middle of a bad one, it sucks.
Oh, no, of course. But just remember, it's darkest just before the light. And the only difference from the guy that failed and died and the guy that made it and succeeded was the guy that made it and succeeded got up one more time.
I'm gonna get up until I can't get up anymore.
Just got to get up one more time.
Yup. I really don't want TRKA to fail right here. I want to break my blue line and be alright.
You know what I want?
Alan, you say some radical things, so I don't know what you want. Or what you
I
say.
want TRKA to go moon mission.
Alright, so the cloud, if I'm getting this correctly with cloud, right? It's coming up, and there's less of an ask bid spread right in here. Now, yes, it is red. Yeah. But as long as we get right there with a little bit of pressure, we should be okay. If I'm reading this somewhat correctly. Like, it needs to be, like, really close to there.
All it's got to do is get higher than the red with this green, and we're solid.
Wait. We're probably going to Bitcoin push. Look at Bitcoin for me.
Hold on, I'm looking at TRKA.
I have TRKA up. Can you look up Bitcoin? It's important. You're co-hosting. Come on, I need you.
I'm on Bitcoin. What do you want to know?
What price is it? And is it going up?
It's going up.
So we're getting a Bitcoin push. I was right. Thank you.
We're getting a big Bitcoin push.
I just realized that I still have this chart up, but it's kind of wrong because it's webull. And it gapped down like I told you guys.
Ooh!
I don't know if it's wrong.
Bitcoin could actually go really, really hard right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it. It's
God.
The EMAs might be off, and I didn't want everybody to see them. with the wrong EMAs.
Oh, they're going.
Is that all right? It's just under 28. We want 28.6, I believe. It's just above key support right now. Key support is 28.4. Next one is at 28.566 ish. 60 to be precise, actually.
Key support is 52,493.
Bitcoin might be getting a handle.
Bitcoin's gonna go for it right now.
How's XRP doing? Can you pull an XRP chart?
God, you are Mr. Needy today.
You're co-hosting, dude. It's kind of...
XRP is getting slaughtered.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's rebounding.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You can't fuck around like that, bro.
I just did.
No, yeah, but no, when we're talking about money, don't fuck around like that.
Well, I can as long as I correct it like in 1 second.
No, you can't, because you'll give me a heart attack.
I just did.
Yeah, exactly. Don't do that. Like,
oh, dude, you're gonna hate working with me.
Yeah, do you want me to have fucking chest pain? Like, don't do that.
I am so bringing the mushroom coffee in the morning because you are not going to spend
Alan,
a day with me.
Don't talk about that.
Why?
Because I'm not supposed to. I just read the fucking terms and conditions.
I didn't say psychedelic. They
Okay.
make shiitake
Oh my
mushroom.
god. Oh my god, Alan. Stop. Please.
Okay, I wasn't even saying bad stuff.
So there's a company called KTTA that deals with ketamine.
Well, now you're talking about drugs.
Shut up.
You fry up and put on your salad.
Alan, can I handle it, please? So there's a company, KTTA, that's ketamine, and then there's one MindMed that is acid. Both are psychedelics, and they are looking for an FDA patent, which is interesting.
XRP, big up.
Good. Mullen's about to get it.
Oh, XRP's going for it.
Is it?
Yes, sir. Damn, I should have bought some XRP. Holy shit.
There's no volume on TRKA right now. They're slapping it between the ask and the bid. Alright, so I think that this is a full-blown short squeeze.
On which one?
On TRKA.
Maybe.
I think it is.
So will you look at a chart for me?
I think I'm gonna record a video real quick. If it's alright with you.
Well, will you look at one for me?
Let me do this first, if that's alright. I'm gonna record in a second.
All right.
Yeah. Yo, what is up? I am live right now. I just think that this is a good example. So, patience pays. Right now, volume really laid off, right? And if you see with the cloud, the ask bid spread got smaller. We still have this that we do have to get through, but it's at trend, at resistance. Don't be surprised if it slides, maybe. But I see a crossover right there. I don't know. That looks interesting. Now, however, Bitcoin has been pushing. XRP is doing great, apparently. That's what Alan said, at least. He's co-hosting. But if Bitcoin pushes, I mean, it could just send it regardless. Yeah, guys. I mean, we honestly didn't even need the news that we got today, in my opinion. But, hey. You guys have a good one. And not financial advice, just as a disclaimer. Later. Alright, I'll update that after. Rock girl, be careful where you buy gold and silver. There are a lot of scams. That's why. Yeah, that's an excellent point, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. That is an excellent point. That's why I was going to or that's why I did connect her with Neil, because I figured he would know.
Well, and you guys
what up,
can
Money?
always buy it from me. I'll go out to the river and get it. Tell me how much you need.
AEH. I think it just ran it. It just blew its load, and I think that it needs to fucking chill out for a day.
Buzz, have you ever ran a pan or a sluice in the river?
No, but I love those TV shows.
Oh, dude, it's so much more fun in person.
Like, I actually thought about going out to Alaska and fucking dredging.
Well, I got the spot to go for getting gold.
For real?
Yeah. Like, I legit have the place to go. I just can't say it on here.
Okay.
It's that top secret.
Money. Is it a case where everybody knows that they're gonna beat? Because if it's a case where everybody knows that they're gonna beat, it could be buy the rumor, sell the news. I've seen it happen millions of times. It's happened to me once or twice. It is what it
Who
is.
is it?
But I've also made money doing, like, playing against it too. Money's asking me a question about earnings.
So XRP came down just a notch.
Okay.
And
TRKA is stepping up a little bit.
Now they're rebounding again.
Yes. Bitcoin's hitting a double bottom right now off the. Wait. Bitcoin's hitting a double bottom off the 200 right now. Hard up.
Okay, so XRP's coming down. My bad.
Hard up on Bitcoin. We're gonna watch Bitcoin instead of Mullen on this chart. Let me know if Mullen goes insane. Please.
I think you should watch goev.
No, don't say that.
I'm like your most dedicated listener, and I need you to watch.
Don't say that, dude. Don't, for real. Did it lift off? Because like I literally just had to fucking part with some.
No, it has. Well, I mean, yeah, kind of.
Fucking hell. A green trade is a green trade.
Yeah, and it's rebounding is all. That's all.
Okay, yes.
So,
yes,
hey,
wait. Yes, because it's gone 3/4 earnings, 30+%. Bitcoin is just going to keep rejecting. Hey, wait, is it a Bitcoin miner or something? What's your question?
My question is there a way to get people to sign a contract saying that they only abide and agree to abide by the HR rules of like 1965?
What sector is that? Sorry, I was responding to Money. I'm sorry. What was your question exactly?
Can you make somebody sign an employment
DocuSign.
contract that says, listen, we follow HR rules from 1965?
On DocuSign, you can do pretty much anything, can't you?
Awesome. I just don't want to be told I can't say shit in my office.
All right, we don't want to lose this, guys. It doesn't look that heavy, though. I don't know.
And you got to know I cheat all the time, Buzz.
All
right. I just used the blowtorch to start the fire, so my wife will be happy when I cook the rest of the house to 1,000,000 degrees today.
Mullen, sorry, that's Bitcoin on the chart now. Bitcoin. Why is the RSI not here? I kind of like the charts this way instead of vertical. I could do two charts this way, not vertical though.
Damn, the price of gold's going down.
Really?
Yeah.
I could have swore that I would have went in the opposite direction because people were talking about like going into